The world mocks him for his failures and labels him a waste, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that Su Yi has intentionally relinquished his cultivation, all in pursuit of the fabled path of the sword cultivator. Unyielding and relentless, at the tender age of 5, his rusty little sword turned out to be a sentient ancient artifact, granting him the legacy of the eternal sword path. From this moment onward, he no longer sought hollow fame, nor did he fear a fall from grace. With but a humble iron blade, he would sever arrogance and shatter shackles. Compromise? The sword in my hand does not permit it. As the heavens trembled and blood seas surged, the once dismissed youth shall ultimately validate his path with the sword, ascending to become the foremost sword cultivator of all time. Chapter 1, The Prodigy. Su Yi ***. In Yang City, the Su family convened in Su Ye's courtyard, their faces alight with anticipation. Today marked the day of Su Ye's breakthrough into the spirit-gathering realm. It was noteworthy that not a single youth in Yang City had yet achieved this level. Should Su Yi succeed, the title of the city's greatest prodigy would undoubtedly be his. The disciples of the Su family gazed toward the house, their eyes filled with admiration. Su Yi is indeed worthy of being compared to Lu Mubai of the Lu family. Both hailed as the greatest talents of Yang City, merely 15, he is on the verge of breaking into the spirit-gathering realm. I must disagree. Lu Mubai cannot hold a candle to Brother Yi. For years, he has been overshadowed by Brother Yi, to the extent that he dares not cross paths with him. I only say this, Lu Mubai is no match for Brother Yi. Brother Yi's life truly inspires envy. Handsome, gifted, and betrothed to the most beautiful woman in Yang City, Zhao Yufei. We can only admire from afar. As the Su family disciples whispered among themselves, their patriarch, Su Hai, wore a look of tension that he felt a tinge of doubt. For Su Yi had only recently attained the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm, yet he had abruptly declared his intent to break into the spirit-gathering realm. Achieving this required transforming all his gathered energy into spiritual essence to make the breakthrough. A failure would result in a demotion to the 1st level of energy gathering. Although he could cultivate back, it would cost him precious time. Given Su Ye's talent, a few months' wait would surely allow him to cross into the spirit-gathering realm with greater stability, devoid of risks. However, Su Hai was not overly concerned, for Su Ye's talent was exceptional, and he had spent a considerable sum on 2 breakthrough pills, which should aid in his success. Beside Su Hai stood his wife, Wang, casting a shadowy gaze toward the room where Su Yi was in seclusion. Over the years, Su Yi had garnered Su Hai's favor and careful nurturing, and with his considerable talent, he had risen to become Yang City's greatest prodigy. This reality made her son, Su Mu, Su Hai's biological child, appear comparatively lacking. She feared that the position of the Su family patriarch might fall to this outsider, Su Yi. As everyone's thoughts wandered, the doors suddenly swung open. All eyes turned to see a striking young man clad in white robes, around 15 or 16 years old, stepping out with a hint of disappointment etched upon his refined features. It was Su Yi. Seeing Su Ye's expression, Su Hai's heart sank with an ominous premonition. The crowd regarded Su Yi with a mixture of anticipation, shadows of doubt, and jealousy. Su Hai smiled and asked, "Little Yi, have you succeeded in your breakthrough?" Upon hearing this, curiosity swept through the gathering. Although they knew that with Su Ye's talent and the 2 breakthrough pills, success was likely, they still yearned to hear the news from his own lips to calm their anxieties. Su Yi shook his head and sighed. "I have disappointed my adoptive father. I have failed." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. He had failed. Failure meant Su Ye's cultivation would regress to the 1st level of energy gathering. Did this not imply that this prodigy had temporarily become a waste? Wang's eyes glimmered with delight as she thought, perhaps heaven had not forsaken them after all. The divine forces had intervened to prevent the Su family from falling into the hands of an outsider by ensuring Su Ye's failure. Observing the reactions of those around him, Su Yi maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly he sighed, curious about how the Su family would regard him should he no longer be the greatest prodigy of Yang City. Su Hai composed himself and forced a smile. "It matters not. What if you have failed? With your talent, you shall soon cultivate back to the 9th level of energy gathering. You will break through again." At Su Hai's words, the Su family disciples suppressed their condescension toward Su Yi, recognizing that he was indeed right. Even if Su Yi had failed his breakthrough and dropped to the 1st level of energy gathering, given Su Ye's talent, he could likely catch up to them in 4 or 5 years. Wang's expression darkened as she gazed at Su Ye's handsome visage. Yes, with Su Ye's talent, rising again was trivial. However, it meant that for at least 2 years, Su Yi posed no threat, providing ample time for her to execute her plans. As if struck by a thought, Wang suddenly turned to Su Yi, her voice icy. Your adoptive father has invested so much effort in nurturing you, yet you recklessly attempted to break through to the spirit-gathering realm, resulting in failure. I asked this how you repay him. Su Ye's face reflected a hint of remorse. I acted impulsively. Su Hai frowned at Wang. Little Yi is undoubtedly disheartened by his failure. Instead of offering comfort, why must you cast blame? Wang's resentment deepened at Su Hai's words. She began to suspect whether Su Yi was Su Hai's illegitimate child. After all, he was now merely a waste at the first level of energy gathering, yet Su Hai still defended him. Seeing Wang's expression, Su Hai sighed that he understood her thoughts. He had often told her that given Su Ye's talent, he would never covet the position of patriarch of a small family in Yang City. Alas, Wang refused to listen. He chose to disregard her opinions, for time would reveal everything. The elders and disciples present, witnessing the unfolding scene, shook their heads in silent sympathy before departing. Once the crowd had dispersed, Wang turned to Su Yi. Did you use both breakthrough pills given to you by your adoptive father? After a moment's thought, Su Yi produced a jade vial from within his robe and replied with a smile, I only used one. Wang snorted disdainfully, stepping forward to snatch the jade vial from Su Ye's grasp. Now that you have become a waste, keep a low profile and refrain from bringing trouble to the Su family. Observing this, Su Hai shook his head slightly. Su Ye's temper was indeed lacking. In Yang City, aside from his fellow disciples, he had bested many talents from the other 3 prominent families, incurring their ire. Fortunately, given Su Ye's exceptional talent, the family heads had not pressed the issue too hard. After Wang departed, Su Hai approached Su Yi, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Do not hold it against your adoptive mother. She only wishes the best for you. Su Yi smiled in response that he understood Wang's attitude well, but he was indifferent. After all, he had no blood ties to the Su family, yet his adoptive father treated him with more care than he did his biological son. Su Mu. In light of this, Wang's attitude was understandable. Looking at Su Hai, Su Yi said, there is no need for my adoptive father to persuade me. I comprehend. I simply feel I have let you down. Su Hai waved his hand dismissively. Do not dwell on it. With your talent, it is merely a matter of time before you ascend to greatness once more. Moreover, this experience will help you cultivate steadiness. In future breakthroughs, ensure you act with certainty. Su Yi nodded, understood. Gazing at Su Yi, Su Hai felt a sense of relief. After all, he had raised Su Yi from infancy, as Wang had been indifferent, leaving him in the care of servants, which did not sit well with him. I shall not disturb you further. Take some time to rest, Su Hai concluded before turning to leave. Gazing at Su Hai's retreating figure, Su Ye's eyes shimmered with determination. Adoptive father, in the future, I shall present you with a grand surprise. Once Su Hai had vanished from sight, Su Yi turned and re-entered the house, securing the doors and windows. He then retrieved a small sword from his waist. The blade predominantly gleamed silver, albeit tarnished in places, giving it an unremarkable appearance. As he beheld the silver sword, a look of hope illuminated Su Ye's face. This sword had been bestowed upon him by his adoptive father when he was merely 5 years old, who claimed that upon discovering Su Yi, a silver sword lay beside him. Perhaps it was intertwined with his origins. Over the years, he had kept the silver sword close, until last year when it unexpectedly spoke, startling Su Yi. Once his initial shock subsided, the silver sword revealed that it could guide him to become a sword cultivator. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. A sword cultivator. Such an entity possessed the power to dominate others of the same realm, and Su Yi yearned to embark on a journey wielding a sword across the world. However, the silver sword's subsequent statement extinguished that ambition. If you wish to become a sword cultivator, you must completely relinquish your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Su Yi hesitated. He was already at the 8th level of Qi gathering, and the notion of discarding his hard-earned progress was inconceivable. Yet, as time slipped by, he found himself unable to resist the allure of becoming a sword cultivator. He also came to realize a critical truth. Although he was hailed as the foremost genius in Yang City, placed upon the vast expanse of the spirit realm continent, his innate talent was merely average, if not below. Thus, on this day, he resolved to feign a failure in breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, a ruse to relinquish his cultivation without exposing the silver sword. Chapter 2. The Sword Spirit. Within the room, Su Yi gazed at the small sword, exhaling slowly as he spoke. Elder Sword Spirit, are you present? However, the small sword remained unresponsive. Witnessing this, a sense of despair washed over Su Yi. Within this sword resided a sword spirit. Previously, it had urged him to relinquish his cultivation, promising that it would assist him in comprehending the essence of the sword. The spirit had instructed him to call upon it once he let go of his cultivation, yet now it seemed to be toying with him. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi called out again, Elder Sword Spirit, I have indeed followed your instructions and relinquished my cultivation. Several minutes passed in silence. Observing this, Su Ye's countenance darkened immensely. Had he been deceived? Anger flared within him. After all, it had taken him 5 years to reach the 9th level of Qi gathering. Now, for the sake of a single utterance from the Sword Spirit, he had discarded his hard-earned cultivation. If the spirit had truly tricked him, he would suffer greatly. Sword Spirit, are you truly deceiving me? If you remain silent, do not blame me. Very well, I shall cast you into the latrine. As he prepared to step away in his fury, he heard a sudden voice emanating from within the small sword, akin to that of a young girl. Why the rush? Can't this Sword Spirit take a nap? Upon hearing this, Su Yi quickly replied, No, you instructed me to relinquish my cultivation and call for you immediately. Yet you did not respond. I thought you were jesting with me. At that moment, the silver small sword suddenly radiated a brilliant silver light, and the next instant, a shimmering humanoid figure emerged from it. As the brilliance faded, a young girl dressed in a silver robe appeared. Su Ye's gaze fell upon her. She appeared somewhat ethereal, with silver hair loosely tied back with a ribbon, and her features were exquisitely delicate. Su Yi swore he had never encountered such beauty before. He was utterly entranced. Are you the Sword Spirit? He inquired. The girl snorted softly, her silver eyes appraising him with evident satisfaction. Well done, you have relinquished your cultivation. I can now assist you in grasping the essence of the sword. Elated, Su Yi felt a surge of excitement. He had never possessed a natural talent for the sword path. To become a sword cultivator, one must comprehend the essence of the sword, which required exceptional talent. He held great admiration for those sword cultivators who, through sheer determination, managed to grasp the elusive essence of the sword. What must I do? Su Yi asked eagerly. The girl pondered for a moment, then pointed her delicate finger at Su Ye's dantian. In an instant, a sharp silver light shot forth from her fingertip. Su Yi felt an excruciating pain radiate from his dantian, and looking down, he was horrified to see blood staining his abdomen. It appeared that his dantian had been shattered. Glaring at the girl, he exclaimed in fury, What have you done? Why did you destroy my dantian? His wrathful gaze fixed upon her. The dantian was of utmost importance to a cultivator, for without it, one could never cultivate, relegating them to a life of mediocrity. Observing the fury etched upon Su Ye's face, the young girl remained silent. With a flick of her right hand, a glimmer of silver light materialized, dissipating to reveal a delicate silver sword. This blade shimmered with a silver radiance, exuding an air of sharpness, albeit somewhat ethereal, as if it were not a tangible object. Under Su Ye's astonished gaze, the girl pointed with her finger, and the silver sword swiftly entered Su Ye's dantian. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi lowered his head to behold his abdominal wound gradually healing. He sensed that the silver sword, now within him, was consuming his dantian, yet strangely, he felt no pain, only a peculiar itch. After several dozen minutes, Su Yi perceived that the silver sword had completely devoured his dantian. Turning to the girl, he inquired, What is this? Her voice was cold as she replied, The Sword Dao dantian. Su Yi, perplexed, echoed, Sword Dao dantian? The girl nodded, explaining, Your talent is mediocre. To comprehend the essence of the sword, you must employ an alternative method, absorption. These words sent a jolt through Su Ye's mind. Could it be that this Sword Dao dantian could assimilate the sword intent of others? At that moment, the girl touched his forehead lightly, and a stream of silver light entered his mind. Just as Su Yi was about to ask a question, he suddenly felt a surge of memory flooding his consciousness. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a martial art manual. The girl regarded him and said, This is a technique I have meticulously crafted for you over the years. Paired with your current dantian, it will enable you to absorb sword intent. Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. An original technique. The girl before him seemed no older than 10. Such youth paired with genius was indeed extraordinary. Find a secluded place, the girl instructed. After a moment's thought, Su Yi suggested the back mountain of Yang City should suffice, and led the girl outside. As they journeyed, some disciples of the Su family cast complex glances at Su Yi, though they greeted him. A lingering air of disdain could not be dispelled. Noticing this, Su Mu paid it no mind. In a world where strength reigns supreme, he was currently merely at the first level of Qi gathering, or rather, with his dantian rendered ineffective, he was now just an ordinary person. Being looked down upon was to be expected. Before long, Su Yi arrived at the back mountain and discovered a hidden cave. At this moment, the girl floated out from the silver sword. Looking at her, Su Ye's face shone with anticipation. How shall I comprehend the sword intent? The girl replied, The silver sword you hold was once a formidable weapon, imbued with a potent sword intent that you may absorb. Su Yi questioned, Is that sufficient? With a cold laugh. The girl retorted, Sufficient? If you can absorb it entirely, you shall be invincible in this realm. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi remained silent, secretly labeling the girl as boastful. He seated himself on the ground and began to circulate the technique within his mind. Observing this, the girl gently pointed, and the silver sword flew from Su Ye's grasp to hover above his head. In the next moment, a radiant silver light enveloped him entirely. At this moment, Su Yi felt a sharp intent gradually surging into his mind. He realized that without this technique, his brain would be instantly shattered by the onslaught of this piercing aura. The gaze of the young girl upon Su Yi was complex, gradually revealing a glimmer of resentment. Master, rest assured, I will ensure that your swordsmanship is passed down in its entirety, and I shall avenge you. An hour later, Su Yi suddenly opened his eyes, his dark pupils flashing with a silver gleam. He then extended his palm, revealing a transparent gas within his grasp, resembling flames burning at an extraordinary speed, exuding considerable offensive power. Observing this gas, a flicker of delight crossed Su Ye's eyes. Sword Chi, I have comprehended the sword intent. By the standards of cultivation, attaining sword intent qualifies one as a sword apprentice, comparable to the 9th level of Qi gathering among cultivators. Witnessing Su Ye's excitement, the young girl displayed a disdainful expression. Is such elation warranted for merely breaking through to sword apprentice? Can you not aspire for something greater? In response, Su Yi smiled and regarded the young girl with gratitude. Just as he was about to speak, she interrupted him, saying, there is no need for idle chatter. Quickly absorb the sword intent, break through to the sword master realm, and leave this place. I have long grown weary of it. Heeding her words, Su Yi closed his eyes once more, continuing to circulate his technique to absorb the sword intent from the silver blade. Observing Su Ye's handsome visage, a hint of recognition glimmered in the young girl's eyes. Having spent years by Su Ye's side, she understood his character. He was exceptionally kind to friends yet merciless towards foes. It was precisely for this reason that she chose to ally with him. At the very least, he would not be ungrateful. Meanwhile, within the Su family, Madame Wang sat at a table, gazing at the jade vial in her hand, her heart torn. She had intended to give this breakthrough pill to her son, Su Mu. But since he was merely at the 7th level of Qi gathering, even with the pill, he would only ascend to the 8th level, and in a few years, Su Yi would surpass him. Thus, the position of the Su family head would inevitably fall into Su Ye's hands. Upon this realization, a flicker of malice appeared in Madame Wang's eyes. Come here, she commanded. As soon as her voice fell, a maid entered and asked, Madam, what are your orders? Looking at the maid, Madame Wang's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. How many years have you been by my side? The maid pondered for a moment before responding. I have followed Madam from Rainfall City to here. It has been 20 years. Madame Wang nodded. Will you assist me with a task? The maid, sensing the tension, replied nervously, Please, Madam, speak. It is my duty to serve you. A flicker of venom flashed in Madame Wang's eyes. I have heard that the heir of the Lu family, Lu Mubai, is about to break through to the spirit condensation realm. A look of concern crossed the maid's face. Yes, if Su Yi fails in his breakthrough and Lu Mubai succeeds, then our Su family's position as city lord. Upon hearing this, Madame Wang's expression wavered. Yang City hosts an annual contest for the position of city lord, wherein the 4 prominent families each send forth their most distinguished disciple to compete. However, in previous years, Su Yi had consistently suppressed the talents of Yang City. However, with the City Lord's contest merely a month away, she intended to bestow the breakthrough pill upon Lu Mubai, allowing him to transcend to the spirit-gathering realm. Given the animosity between Lu Mubai and Su Yi, it was certain that Lu Mubai would not let Su Yi escape unscathed. Yet, if this were to happen, the position of City Lord would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Lu family. Observing the conflicted expression on Madame Wang's face and the breakthrough pill in her hand, a nearby maid suddenly grasped the situation. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. Madam, if Su Yi survives, what use is it for our Su family to hold the City Lord's estate? The title of City Lord will certainly not be bestowed upon young Master Su Mu. Upon hearing this, Madame Wang's expression immediately solidified. She handed the breakthrough pill to the maid and instructed in a low voice, Tonight, discreetly deliver the breakthrough pill to the Lu family. Remember, do not let anyone discover you. The maid clasped her hands in acknowledgement. Rest assured, madam. With that, she turned and departed. Watching the maid's retreating figure, a glimmer of resentment flickered in Madame Wang's eyes. She vowed not to allow the Su family to fall into the hands of outsiders. Chapter 3. Lu Mubai in the dead of night, at the Lu residence. Lu Jun regarded the jade vial in his hand with a look of perplexity. Just moments ago, a guard from the Lu family had rushed in, announcing that a masked woman had delivered a jade vial. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained the breakthrough pill. Gradually, excitement welled in Lu Jun's eyes. The breakthrough pill. It is known that one breakthrough pill costs 500 low-grade spirit stones and requires specific connections to procure. Just 3 days prior. Upon hearing that Su Hai had acquired 2 breakthrough pills, his mood had plummeted to the depths. For he knew that 2 such pills were sufficient for Su Yi to ascend to the spirit-gathering realm. Yet, to his astonishment, not only did Su Yi fail to break through, but the breakthrough pill had also fallen into his hands. Truly a double blessing. With this breakthrough pill, along with the one he had saved, his son Lu Mubai would undoubtedly achieve the spirit-gathering realm. At that point, the position of City Lord would surely be his. Contemplating this, Lu Jun murmured softly, "Tomorrow, my son will break through to the spirit-gathering realm." The following day, the news of Lu Mubai's impending breakthrough to the spirit-gathering realm spread throughout Yang City, igniting a fervor among its inhabitants. They had learned of Su Ye's failure, now merely at the first level of Qi gathering, while Lu Mubai, being the second most talented individual in Yang City after Su Yi, if he succeeded. The titles of the foremost genius and city lord would likely exchange hands. Upon hearing this news, the heads of the other 2 prominent families, the Wang and Zhao families, accompanied by their elders bearing congratulatory gifts, made their way to the Lu residence. With Su Ye's failure, the Lu family had the audacity to announce Lu Mubai's breakthrough, indicating their absolute confidence, prompting the other families to wisely align themselves with the Lu family. By noon, the leaders of the 2 major families gathered in the hall of the Lu residence. Observing the beaming face of Lu Jun, the head of the Wang family remarked, "It seems my brother Lu is in high spirits. It appears that your nephew is destined to break through to the spirit-gathering realm." Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room turned to Lu Jun. Seeing this, Lu Jun waved his hand dismissively, cautioning, "Let us not be complacent. Su Yi from the Su family, with talent akin to my son, also faced a breakthrough failure." The head of the Wang family chuckled. Su Yi merely relied on the Su family status as the city lord's estate, possessing more resources than your nephew. He cannot possibly compare. At this, Lu Jun's smile broadened. Outside the grand hall, several disciples found themselves at a loss upon hearing the words of the head of the Wang family. Wasn't the position of city lord one that Su Yi had fought to attain? However, there was little to be done. Su Yi was currently merely at the first level of Qi gathering, even inferior to them. It was undeniable that the era of Su Ye's dominance over the younger generation of Yang City had come to an end. At that moment, Lu Jun suddenly turned to glance behind him, prompting the attention of those present to shift toward Lu Jun's back. A young man clad in a golden robe, tall and robust with a handsome visage, gradually approached Lu Jun. With a smile in his eyes, he slightly cupped his hands and declared, "Father, I have broken through." Upon hearing these words, Lu Jun erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." The gaze of the crowd then fell upon the young man, their hearts stirred. Although they had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed by Lu Mubai himself elicited a sense of nostalgia. Now, the ascendance of the Lu family was unstoppable, and the Su family, which had ruled Yang City for 5 years, was destined to fade into history. At that moment, Lu Mubai subtly shifted his gaze, his fervent eyes landing on a woman standing behind the head of the Zhao family. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she possessed a graceful figure and enchanting beauty. At this moment, the young woman was also gazing at Lu Mubai, her expression gentle. This woman was none other than Zhao Yufei, the daughter of the head of the Zhao family and the fiancée of Su Yi. Witnessing this scene, some disciples outside the hall turned their attention to Zhao Yufei, and upon seeing the tender look she cast upon Lu Mubai, they couldn't help but sigh. Although Zhao Yufei was engaged to Su Yi, they were aware that her affections lay with Lu Mubai. Likewise, Lu Mubai harbored feelings for Zhao Yufei. However, both were restrained from openly expressing their love due to the formidable influence of the Su family. Now that Lu Mubai had broken through to the spirit condensation realm, the Lu family was poised to take the position of city lord, a certainty. Lu Mubai and Zhao Yufei would no longer need to be cautious of the Su family. Redirecting his gaze, Lu Mubai addressed the head of the Zhao family, slightly cupping his hands as he spoke. "Uncle Zhao, I have a request." Upon hearing Lu Mubai's words, Zhao Lin quickly grasped the situation. Previously, he had valued Su Ye's talent, which led him to arrange a marriage between his daughter and Su Yi. However, he had never anticipated Su Ye's hasty breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm would result in a decline in his cultivation. With Lu Mubai's recent breakthrough, his future was boundless, and the prospect of annulling the engagement with Su Yi in favor of an alliance with the Lu family greatly pleased him. Zhao Lin, wearing a look of confusion, wondered what his nephew could desire that warranted such a demeanor. Lu Mubai cast a glance at Zhao Yufei, who appeared equally excited. With a deep breath, he continued, I humbly request that Zhao Yufei marry me." The resounding declaration echoed in the ears of the disciples outside the hall, igniting an atmosphere of fervor. In the past, Su Yi had been exceedingly domineering in Yang City. Anyone who dared to provoke him would face severe repercussions, including Lu Mubai himself. Now, with Lu Mubai expressing interest in Su Ye's fiancée, one could only imagine the expression on Su Ye's face upon learning this. Looking at Lu Mubai, Zhao Lin furrowed his brow slightly. "While you are certainly impressive, Yufei is already betrothed to the Su family, which holds substantial power." In response, Lu Mubai's lips curled into a slight smile. "Uncle need not worry. I shall ensure that the Su family voluntarily dissolves the engagement." Zhao Lin chuckled and replied, "If you can persuade the Su family to withdraw from the engagement, then I shall not interfere in the matter between you and Yufei." Upon hearing Zhao Lin's words, Lu Mubai's expression brimmed with excitement. He then turned his gaze towards the group of disciples ahead, his voice stern. "Relay a message to Su Yi for me. I grant him one day. If he does not take the initiative to annul his engagement with Yufei within this time frame, I shall ensure that he meets his demise at the City Lord competition a month from now." At this pronouncement, the disciples felt a surge of exhilaration. Su Yi, known for his notoriously irritable temperament and haughty demeanor in Yang City, had never softened his stance in front of his peers. Now, with Lu Mubai issuing a threat, what course of action would Su Yi take? Would he willingly dissolve the engagement? The anticipation of witnessing Su Ye's reaction was overwhelming. For the fall of such a proud genius from grace was a rare spectacle indeed. Under Lu Mubai's watchful gaze, the disciples dispersed. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yufei's eyes softened, and an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her. Surely, marrying the person she cherished was a far superior choice compared to an alliance with someone she scarcely knew, like Su Yi. Observing Lu Mubai, Zhao Lin stood up and remarked with a smile, "I shall escort Yufei back to the Zhao residence. Otherwise, if Su Yi arrives to annul the engagement and finds no one present, it would certainly complicate matters." In response, Lu Mubai chuckled, "Uncle, please proceed." Zhao Lin nodded and led Zhao Yufei along with several elders away. As he watched their departing figures, Lu Mubai felt a rush of exhilaration. In the past, he had often been targeted by Su Yi, habitually opting to circumvent him. Now, with Su Ye's cultivation in decline, he resolved that the next time he encountered Su Yi, he would demand that the latter kneel before him to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Within the span of a mere hour, Lu Mubai's threat to Su Yi echoed throughout Yang City. Upon hearing the news, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Speculation abounded regarding Su Ye's potential responses. Would he persist in his obstinance, or would he choose to yield? However, the majority believed that Su Yi would relent. For Lu Mubai had recently ascended to the condensing spirit realm. The position of City Lord, a mere month away, was undoubtedly destined for the Lu family. The power wielded by the City Lord was not to be taken lightly, as they commanded a guard of 500, each of whom were not ordinary protectors but elite warriors dispatched by the Tianyang Empire, each possessing the prowess of the condensing spirit realm. Chapter 4: A Threat? When Su Yi returned from the back mountains and caught wind of this news, he was instantly incensed. A threat? He, Su Yi, was least intimidated by threats. How dare a defeated foe presume to intimidate him? Su Yi dispatched a message. If Lu Mubai failed to kneel before him within the day, he would proceed to wed Zhao Yufei on the following day. He then marched forth, accompanied by 100 elite guards, in a grand procession. At the Zhao residence, Zhao Lin's countenance darkened as he beheld Su Yi, flanked by 100 guards, blocking the entrance. He was simultaneously astonished and enraged, astonished that Su Yi would audaciously bring an army to enforce the marriage contract, and enraged that Su Yi held the Zhao family in such contempt. Gazing at Zhao Lin, Su Yi harbored a cold smirk. If this Zhao Lin refused to acquiesce, then Lu Mubai could not have disseminated such news. Knowing full well that Zhao Yufei was bound by an engagement to him, Zhao Lin still sought to permit her union with Lu Mubai. Had he possessed the strength, he would have relished the opportunity to slay him with a single strike. Su Yi gazed at Zhao Lin and smiled. "I shall grant you one final opportunity to respond. I am prepared to fulfill our engagement. Will you consent?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin was seething with rage. Though Su Ye's actions were justified, he could not shake the feeling that she resembled a bandit. The onlookers surrounding them were taken aback, astonished that Su Yi had boldly arrived at the Zhao residence with 100 guards. It dawned on them that 100 guards could easily obliterate the Zhao family. And suddenly, the realization struck them. The position of the city lord still belonged to the Su family. Zhao Lin snorted derisively. The engagement can proceed, but it must be postponed for a month. The spectators admired Zhao Lin's cleverness. After all, a month would coincide with the commencement of the contest for City Lord, where Lu Mubai was certain to claim victory. The position would undoubtedly fall to the Lu family, and once they regained control of the guards, the Zhao family would find themselves powerless against the inevitable wrath of the Su family. Hearing Zhao Lin's response, Su Yi smirked coldly, disdainful of the city lord's residence, and declared, "We shall not consummate the marriage. Attack." With her words, the 100 guards prepared to strike. Zhao Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Wait a moment. Su Ye's cold smile remained, and she fell silent. At that moment, Su Yi noticed a woman stepping forth from behind Zhao Lin. It was Zhao Yufei, who swiftly intervened to halt the guards. Su Yi regarded Zhao Yufei with a flicker of disdain. "If I recall correctly, you are Zhao Yufei, are you not?" Upon sensing the contempt in Su Ye's gaze, Zhao Yufei was incensed. What did this mean? Did Su Yi believe that, despite their engagement, she was sullied for agreeing to be with another man? Yet, she had never professed affection for Su Yi. Her heart had always belonged to Lu Mubai. Seeing Zhao Yufei silent, Su Yi chuckled derisively. Although he had little interaction with her and no feelings towards her, he now deemed Zhao Yufei to be licentious. Turning to the crowd behind her, he commanded, "Inform Lu Mubai that unless he comes to kneel before me today, I shall marry tomorrow." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Despite her diminished prowess, Su Yi remained as formidable as ever. But what would Lu Mubai's response be? The guards were still under Su family's command, and confronting them directly would be futile. Zhao Yufei's expression darkened at Su Ye's words. Demanding Lu Mubai kneel was an outright insult. This Su Yi was utterly shameless. Su Yi then directed his gaze at Zhao Yufei, ordering, "Take her away." 2 guards stepped forward to escort Zhao Yufei, but she coldly retorted, "I will walk on my own." With that, she made her way towards the Su family estate. Observing this, Su Yi merely smirked inwardly. A woman who disregarded propriety yet feigned steadfastness was hardly commendable. Casting a glance at the now darkened expression, Su Yi took Zhao Yufei away and demanded that he kneel before him within a day. This news reached Lu Mubai's ears with a resounding impact. Bang! Lu Mubai kicked over the table before him, his face contorted with rage. He could not fathom how, despite Su Ye's fall from grace, he still exhibited such audacity. How dare he? Did he not realize that in a month's time, the position of city lord would belong to the Lu family? Was he not afraid of retribution? Yet what could he do? Kneeling before Su Yi was out of the question, but if he did not comply, Su Yi would marry Zhao Yufei the following day. Lu Mubai had harbored feelings for Zhao Yufei for many years. Such an outcome was intolerable. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and Lu Jun, his father, entered. Upon witnessing the chaos, Lu Jun felt a surge of anger. He had not anticipated Su Ye's boldness. However, he understood the depth of Lu Mubai's affection for Zhao Yufei. If Su Yi were to marry her, it would undoubtedly sow seeds of torment within Lu Mubai's heart. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Lu Mubai slightly bowed, addressing his father. Lu Jun nodded and said, "Come with me to the Su family." Hearing this, Lu Mubai's expression darkened. Was he truly expected to kneel before that shameless wretch, Su Yi? Lu Jun shook his head, clarifying that kneeling was out of the question. "We shall first visit the Su family and smooth things over. Our priority is to retrieve Yufei." Though Lu Mubai was consumed with rage, he realized this was the only viable course of action. He could not bear to witness Zhao Yufei wed Su Yi. "All right," Lu Mubai replied, determination etched on his face. Noticing the intensity of Lu Mubai's expression, Lu Jun's eyes flickered with a shadow of intent. "Rest assured, the humiliation of today will be repaid tenfold in a month's time." Lu Mubai nodded, vowing that he would ensure Su Yi met a fate worse than death. Seeing his son's fury, Lu Jun felt a pang of sympathy and then led Lu Mubai out of the Lu residence, armed with 100 low-grade yuan stones. On their way to the Su family. Along the way, when the people of Yang City witnessed Lu Jun and Lu Mubai heading towards the Su family, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Was Lu Mubai truly going to kneel before Su Yi? It appeared that he had chosen to yield. "Yield? You are mistaken. I believe Lu Mubai is merely going to the Su family to offer Su Yi a way out. Perhaps once they reach the city lord's residence, the head of the Su family will graciously host Lu Mubai." "Huh? Graciously host? Have you forgotten Su Ye's temperament? I foresee Lu Mubai kneeling before Su Yi today, otherwise, Su Yi will not relent." Witnessing the astonished expressions and hushed whispers of the crowd, Lu Mubai's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. His resolve to eliminate Su Mu in a month grew ever stronger. Lu Jun, observing Lu Mubai, extended his right hand and patted Lu Mubai's left shoulder. "Do not concern yourself with their opinions. In a month, everything will change." At his father's words, Lu Mubai inhaled deeply, his expression gradually settling into calmness. Su Yi, at present, was akin to a grasshopper after autumn. He could not leap for long. Before long, Lu Mubai and Lu Jun arrived at the gates of the Su family. Gazing at the plaque inscribed with the words Lord of the City, a flicker of fervor ignited in Lu Jun's eyes. Chapter 5. The Reason Betrayal. Su Family, Grand Hall. Lu Mubai's gaze darkened as he surveyed Su Yi standing beside Su Hai, an intense desire to incapacitate Su Yi surging within him. Noticing Lu Mubai's countenance, Lu Jun turned to Su Hai with a smile. My lord, there has been a misunderstanding between my son and your offspring. I have come today to resolve this matter. Upon hearing this, a cold sneer crept into Su Hai's heart. He was already privy to the events that transpired and could only commend Su Yi for his actions. Even if the position of city lord were no longer held by the Su family in a month, the Su family would certainly not allow anyone to trample upon their dignity. With this thought, Su Hai responded with a smile. Since this is merely a conflict between the two young ones, let them resolve it themselves. As elders, it would be inappropriate for us to intervene. Upon hearing Su Hai's words, Lu Jun felt a weight settle in his heart, sensing that Su Hai was not inclined to let him off easily. Lu Mubai then turned to Su Yi, his voice frigid. Su Yi, if you possess any true ability, come at me directly. Is it honorable to bully a weaker woman? Su Yi scoffed. Lu Mubai, you truly overestimate yourself. When my cultivation was at its peak, you dared not approach me, yet now that I have fallen, you come forth like a petty tyrant. Truly, you are a paragon of virtue. Lu Mubai's expression darkened instantaneously upon hearing Su Ye's words. She spoke the truth. Although he once matched her in cultivation, his combat prowess paled in comparison. Coupled with the humiliation of having been bested by Su Yi in the past, he would habitually avoid her, a shame that lingered throughout his life. Seeing Lu Mubai's expression, Lu Jun's anger flared. He recognized the painful memory Lu Mubai wished to avoid and turned to Su Yi. Why must you be so aggressive? How about this? Do me the favor of releasing Zhao Yufei. Su Yi furrowed her brow slightly. Release her? Why use such a term? Zhao Yufei and I are betrothed. It is my intention to marry her. Is there any injustice in that? At this, Lu Jun's expression darkened, for Su Yi was indeed correct. Their engagement was legitimate. And if Zhao Yufei were unwilling, it would be a breach of their vows. If the Su family were an ordinary household, it might not matter. But they were the Lord's family. Then, Su Yi added, moreover, you accuse me of being aggressive? Was it not you who threatened me first? Did you not state that if I did not annul my engagement with Zhao Yufei within a day, you would see to it that I met my demise in the city lord's contest a month hence? Now, it seems I am the one being aggressive? Hearing Su Ye's words, Lu Jun's heart seethed with resentment. What a sharp tongue. Seeing Lu Jun rendered speechless by Su Ye's retort, Lu Mubai clenched his fists tightly before releasing them. Looking at Su Yi with a forced smile, you are right. I was in the wrong. I apologize. How about you delay your marriage for now? Upon witnessing this scene, Su Hai's expression turned slightly astonished. He had not anticipated that Lu Mubai could exhibit such restraint. This realization gradually weighed heavily on Su Hai's mind. A genius is not to be feared, but a genius who understands the virtue of patience is an entirely different matter. Moreover, Su Ye's cultivation had regressed, and without at least a year or two of diligent practice, he could not hope to reach the 9th level of qi gathering. While Lu Mubai had already attained the spirit condensation realm, Su Yi spoke softly, no problem. However, you must stand before the gate of my lord's mansion and loudly declare that you were in the wrong, followed by an apology. Then I shall allow Zhao Yufei to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Lu Mubai fixed his gaze intently on Su Yi, speechless. If he were to comply, this incident would be etched in the annals of Yang City for eternity. Even if he were to become the strongest in Yang City in the future, this stain would be indelible. Yet, he simply could not bear to witness Zhao Yufei wed Su Yi. Su Hai frowned at Su Ye's words. Handing Zhao Yufei over to him? She is your fiancée. Are you truly willing to do so merely because he has now advanced to the spirit condensation realm? Su Yi interrupted Su Hai, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Adoptive father, I have never held any affection for Zhao Yufei. Moreover, under the circumstances of our engagement, she has chosen to be with another man. Such disloyalty is unacceptable. At this, Su Hai fell silent, recognizing the validity of Su Ye's sentiments. Indeed, who could accept such betrayal? Very well, after today, he would annul this engagement. Su Yi turned to Lu Mubai. I offer you one last chance. Do you agree or not? Lu Mubai suddenly broke into a grin. I agree. With that, he turned and departed. As he watched Lu Mubai's retreating figure, Lu Jun felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He wished to utter a harsh retort, but refrained. For the Su family remained the ruling house of the city. Although Su Hai hesitated to engage in acts of oppression, Su Yi was audacious enough to do so. Outside, before the gates of the Su family, the onlookers who had feigned indifference while chatting turned their curious gazes towards Lu Mubai as he exited the Su residence. Did you see that? The head of the Liu family did not emerge. Clearly he was well received by the Su family. The Su family is clearly on the decline. Alas, how the tides of fortune have shifted. It seems the future overlord of Yang City shall be the Liu family. What a pity we couldn't see Su Yi. I am genuinely curious about his expression right now. Amidst the throng, Lu Mubai clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, blood dripping to the ground. Lu Mubai, should not have provoked the Lord's mansion. Today, I stand here to apologize to Su Yi. His clear voice resonated through the crowd, plunging the area into a profound silence. As they beheld the somber expression of Lu Mubai, astonished faces surrounded him. What transpired? Lu Mubai was actually apologizing. At that moment, all eyes suddenly shifted behind Lu Mubai, where a striking young man clad in white robes emerged from the Su residence. The young man was none other than Su Yi. Beside him stood Zhao Yufei. As Su Yi strolled forward with his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an aura even more radiant than before, prompting silent admiration among the onlookers. Su Yi remained resolute, never yielding. Even Lu Mubai was compelled to apologize before him. Zhao Yufei gazed at Lu Mubai's sullen expression, her heart aching with compassion. She yearned to offer comfort, yet feared inciting jealousy in Su Yi, potentially leading to calamity. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Mubai, Su Yi felt no satisfaction, but rather a sense of immaturity. With this thought, she gently shook her head, stepped forward, and addressed the crowd ahead. I hereby declare the annulment of the betrothal between Zhao Yufei and myself. The reason, infidelity. At these words, Zhao Yufei was momentarily struck dumb. Infidelity. This term was a grave affront to a woman. Gradually, resentment welled up within her. How dare they accuse her of such a thing? The crowd, upon hearing Su Yi's proclamation, was equally astonished. Initially, they believed Su Yi was merely faltering at the prospect of breaking the engagement, but upon uttering the word infidelity, they understood that reconciliation between Su Yi and Lu Mubai was now impossible. Su Yi. Lu Mubai glared at her, his countenance dark as thunder. In a month's time, I shall assuredly take your life. Unperturbed by his threat, Su Yi turned and strode into the Su residence, glancing at the silver sword pendant hanging from her chest. She shook her head slightly. Perhaps it was the understanding of sword intent that had matured her. She felt she had grown considerably. In the past, had Lu Mubai dared to provoke her thus, she would have commanded the guards to slay him, regardless of the repercussions. Yet now, she genuinely perceived such actions as childish. As Lu Mubai held Zhao Yufei's delicate wrist, he assured her, "Do not worry. I shall wash away today's humiliation with Su Yi's blood." In response, Zhao Yufei took a deep breath and clasped Lu Mubai's hand in reassurance. Amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, they departed together. Chapter 6. The cunning blue prowler. Meanwhile, Su Yi returned to her chamber, seated herself on the bed, and turned her gaze to the silver sword in her hand. Sword spirit, let us now devour the sword intent, for I have dismissed all others. As the words left her lips, the silver sword ascended, hovering above her head. And in the next moment, a radiant silver light enveloped her. Feeling the sharpness surrounding her, Su Yi slightly shifted her form, then closed her eyes to channel the sword-devouring technique from her mind, beginning to assimilate the sword intent. Time flowed like water. Half a month later, Su Yi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the palm of her right hand. Within it, a peculiar silver light emerged, subtly taking the shape of a sword. Observing this silver glow, excitement flickered in Su Yi's eyes. Although she was uncertain of the markers indicating a breakthrough to the second tier of sword intent, she had an inkling that she had succeeded. At that moment, she heard the voice of the sword spirit whisper in her ear, "What a fool. With the aid of the Sword Dao Dantian and my techniques, it took you half a month to breach the second tier of sword intent." Su Yi dismissed the sword spirit's caustic tone. Though their acquaintance had been brief, she understood that this was simply the spirit's nature, a facade of deliberate provocation. In the realm of the mind, the sword spirit, upon encountering Su Yi, not only refrained from refuting him, but also revealed a subtle smile. Feeling a sense of relief within, her actions were merely a whimsical test to ascertain whether Su Yi was an ungrateful individual. Although somewhat juvenile, her apprehension stemmed from a previous betrayal by one she had nurtured with her own hands. After a brief pause, seeing that the sword spirit had ceased speaking, Su Yi inquired, "Is the second tier of sword intent equivalent to the realm of a sword master?" The sword spirit confirmed, indeed. Elated by this revelation, Su Yi reflected on his current understanding of the sword's realms, which were delineated as sword apprentice, sword master, sword teacher, grand sword master, and sword sect. These corresponded to the cultivation levels of chi gathering, spirit condensation, spirit control, spirit transformation, and spirit weapon. This indicated that his current strength was akin to that of a peak spirit condensation practitioner. Observing Su Yi's excitement, the sword spirit coldly remarked. You can no longer absorb sword intent. Upon hearing this, Su Yi reined in his enthusiasm and asked, why not? The sword spirit explained, while you can devour sword intent. This method forcibly imposes another's understanding of the sword onto you, although it poses no immediate side effects. It will hinder your ability to comprehend your own sword path in the future. Su Yi was left bewildered by the sword spirit's words, truth be told. He found it rather difficult to grasp, yet sensed the validity in her reasoning. He then asked, what should I do now? Practice the sword, came the reply. Very well. I shall seek out a sword technique. As Su Yi stood to leave, the sword spirit rebuked him. Sword technique? Who said you must practice with a technique? Moreover, the environment you are in offers nothing but mediocre techniques, which would only lead you astray. This caused Su Ye's brows to furrow in confusion. He could not discern whether the sword spirit was angry or merely guiding him on practicing the sword while discouraging the search for techniques. Sensing his inner turmoil, the sword spirit clarified, the essence of the sword is to kill, for you at this moment. Understanding how to wield a sword to slay is far more beneficial than practicing any technique. Though perplexed by the sword spirit's words, Su Yi recognized the wisdom in obeying her counsel. After all, a being capable of creating their own techniques and adept at absorbing sword intent was not to be disregarded. With this thought, Su Yi grasped a sword and ventured forth. In the back mountain, Su Yi beheld a formidable beast resembling a fierce tiger. Yet its forehead bore the character for emperor rather than king. Amused by the creature's appearance, he learned that this beast, known as the Qing Liao tiger, was a third-tier demon beast with remarkable intelligence. His adoptive father had mentioned that this beast, dissatisfied with its resemblance to ordinary wild tigers, possessed a unique skill, the ability to groom itself with its claws. Upon noticing a human standing nearby, smiling at him, the Qing Liao tiger's eyes glinted with malice, and it lunged violently at Su Yi. In response, Su Yi swiftly drew his sword, enveloping it in a silver sword aura before launching a powerful strike forward. The clash of blades sent Su Yi reeling back several paces. Observing this development, he remained unfazed, for he had anticipated such an outcome. Recognizing that the creature before him was a third-tier beast, possessing the strength of an initial stage spirit master, his decision to confront one stronger than himself was a directive from the sword spirit. As the blue-striped tiger beheld the human it had just repelled, a flicker of disdain ignited in its eyes. A mere second-tier beast in human form dared to challenge it? The tales of human intellect seemed exaggerated, for this one appeared rather lacking. Noting the mockery in the tiger's gaze, Su Yi offered a faint smile before launching another assault with his sword. For a time, the blue-striped tiger observed as the human continued to swing his blade, sustaining injuries yet refusing to relent. This resilience stirred a primal ferocity within the beast. When the tiger's attacks suddenly intensified, a fierce expression crossed Su Yi's face. Truth be told, among his peers, he had never retreated, even against a beast like the blue-striped tiger. In the next instant, blood erupted from his mouth as he was forced to retreat, ultimately kneeling on the ground with his sword in hand. The blue-striped tiger regarded the blood on its claws with surprise. This second-tier beast of a human had managed to wound it. This realization sparked a flicker of hesitation within the tiger's heart, for as a beast, any injury could spell a dire threat to its life. At that moment, the tiger's gaze shifted forward, where Su Yi unleashed a wave of sword energy toward it. A forceful impact sent Su Yi stumbling back, blood spilling from his lips. A day later, Su Yi watched the blue-striped tiger fleeing into the forest, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was precisely why he dared to engage with such a cunning beast. It would never allow him to suffer harm in this secluded mountain. His gaze fell upon his tattered clothing, revealing several ghastly claw marks on his skin. Yet, instead of lamenting, Su Yi felt a surge of exhilaration. His familiarity with the sword had reached an impressive level. Though not quite second nature, it was close. Reflecting on this, he mused how beneficial it was to possess sword intent. The experience of battling a beast for an entire day had yielded such remarkable results. Suddenly, he raised the hilt of his sword, noticing several nicks along the blade. With a sigh, he acknowledged that it was, after all, merely iron, and it was time for him to acquire a spiritual sword. At this thought, Su Yi found himself in a quandary. He had no money. Had his cultivation not regressed, he could have sought assistance from his adoptive father. However, now, although his father would undoubtedly provide, complications with the Wang family would inevitably arise. He worried that revealing his identity as a sword cultivator might overwhelm the Wang family. At that moment, Su Ye's gaze shifted westward, toward the direction of Yang City. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that his adoptive father had previously sent a betrothal gift to the Zhao family. Now that his engagement with Zhao Yufei had been dissolved, it was only fitting that the gift be reclaimed. With this resolution, Su Yi set forth. Chapter 7. Do you know the trouble you've brought upon the Su family? Zhao family hall. Zhao Lin gazed at Su Yi standing before him, his expression somewhat grim. Are you asking the Zhao family to return the betrothal gifts? Upon hearing this, Su Yi slightly furrowed his brow. Wasn't this a perfectly reasonable request? Why then did Zhao Lin react in such a manner? Noticing Su Ye's silence, Zhao Lin scoffed. The betrothal gifts have been given. There is no reason to retract them. Moreover, it was you who voluntarily annulled the engagement, not the Zhao family. The gifts cannot possibly be returned to you. In response, Su Yi let out a cold laugh. Are you certain you will not return them? Upon hearing Su Ye's threatening words, a surge of anger welled up within Zhao Lin. This individual, relying on the Su family's control over the guards, was truly overstepping his bounds. Observing Zhao Lin's expression, Su Yi chose not to say anything further and turned to leave. Seeing this, Zhao Lin's face darkened considerably. Wait. Su Yi halted at his command. Zhao Lin gestured to a nearby attendant. Go fetch 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the attendant glanced at Su Yi and then turned to depart, not long after, he returned holding a blue card, which he handed to Su Yi. Curiosity piqued. Su Yi examined the blue card in his hand. It appeared to be a VIP card from the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce, which had branches throughout the Tianyang Empire. Even in this border town of Yang City, casting a glance at the shadowy gaze of Zhao Lin, Su Yi turned and walked away. With his eyes fixed on Su Ye's retreating figure, Zhao Lin gripped the armrest tightly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. As the patriarch of the Zhao family, one of the 4 prominent families in Yang City, he had never been treated in such a way. Even Su Hai treated him with a sense of equality. Yet, a junior like Su Yi had repeatedly threatened him with force. Such humiliation was unbearable. Contemplating this, Zhao Lin turned to the attendant beside him. Inform the head of the Wang family. We must convene at the Lu family. The attendant bowed in response, understood. After which, he turned to leave. Watching the attendant's retreating figure, Zhao Lin snorted coldly and strode out. At the Lu family, Lu Jun sat at the head of the table. Observing Wang Wu and Zhao Lin seated to his left, a faint understanding dawning upon him. A glimmer of joy shone in his eyes. Now that both the Wang and Zhao families had chosen to ally with him, his ascension to city lord was an inevitability. Zhao Lin glanced at Wang Wu before addressing Lu Jun. I have come today to request the city lord punish the Su family. They have been excessively oppressive. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu contemplated briefly, recognizing this as the perfect opportunity to solidify his allegiance. Indeed, the Su family, emboldened by their control over the guards, has been utterly arrogant, especially that useless Su Yi, a perfect example of a wastrel. Delighted by the attitudes of the 2 before him, Lu Jun frowned slightly. I too have long been displeased with the Su family, but the contest for city lordship is still more than 10 days away. During this time, with the Su family commanding the guards, we should endure. Listening to Lu Jun's words, Zhao Lin replied coldly, City Lord, while we may not match the Su family in strength, if we unite, they will not dare to act recklessly. Let us not forget, Yang City ultimately belongs to the Tianyang Empire, not to the Su family. Hearing this, Lu Jun pondered for a moment and solemnly remarked, Brother Zhao is correct. Currently, the Su family occupies half of the mineral veins in the rear mountains and is thriving in business within Yang City. We should unite to address this. Zhao Lin chuckled. I agree wholeheartedly. Wang Wu also smiled. Let us proceed with this plan. Lu Jun laughed heartily. The next day, when the people of Yang City discovered the alliance of the Zhao, Wang, and Lu families against the Su family's business, they were filled with incredulity. The Su family is truly foolish. If they showed even a hint of weakness now, or sought to appease the Lu family, they could maintain their status as one of the 4 great families even after losing their position as city lord in a few days. Yet now, not only is Su Yi doomed, but the Su family itself is on the brink of peril. One could understand their predicament. The Su family had been accustomed to dominance, and the thought of seeking favor from the Lu family, whom they once subjugated, was simply intolerable for them. Never mind. These matters concerning the great families are of no concern to us. We should focus on living our own lives honestly. Meanwhile, at the Hanwha Chamber of Commerce, Su Yi emerged from the main entrance, his gaze fixed upon a long sword in his hand. The sword, a delicate shade of light blue, emitted a faint glimmer of cold light even under the blazing sun. Its hilt was adorned with irregularly shaped tiny protrusions that felt exquisite to the touch. Contemplating the sword, Su Yi declared, Since you are my first sword, henceforth, you shall be called Xiao Yi. With that, he sheathed the sword and strode towards the Su family. Before long, upon entering the Su family estate, Su Yi noticed a group of over 10 disciples, with whom he had a good rapport, casting furtive glances in his direction, seemingly urging him to leave. Frowning slightly, Su Yi wondered why they wanted him to go. Just then, he observed the disciples parting to the sides, and from their midst emerged a striking woman, her expression seething with anger as she approached him. This woman was none other than Wang Shi. Seeing Wang Shi, Su Yi sighed softly. It was evident she had come to make things difficult for him, but there was little he could do other than endure. He shifted his gaze, preparing to bear the brunt of Wang Shi's scorn. As she beheld Su Ye's demeanor, her ire surged uncontrollably, not just for any trivial reason, but because she had recently learned of the alliance between the Lu, Wang, and Zhao families to suppress the Su family's business. While she wished to reprimand Su Yi, she did not intend to do so at the cost of the Su family's finances. Wang Shi exclaimed, "How dare you return? Do you even realize the calamity you have brought upon the Su family?" At the mention of calamity, Su Yi lifted his gaze from the ground to meet Wang Shi's fierce stare, frowning slightly. "When have I ever attracted misfortune for the Su family?" Wang Shi fixed her eyes intently upon him. "Over the years, the Su family has invested most of its resources in you, causing the other disciples to stagnate in their cultivation. And what have you achieved? You recklessly broke through to the spirit-gathering realm, only to regress to the chi-gathering stage. Now that Lu Mu Bai has advanced to the spirit-gathering realm, who can withstand him in the city lord competition a month from now?" Upon hearing Wang's words, the disciples of the Su family present felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Although the Su family had indeed allocated the majority of their resources to Su Yi over the years, it must be acknowledged that had these resources been given to any other individual among them, they would not have achieved the remarkable feat of Su Yi breaking through to the 9th level of Qi gathering at the tender age of 15. In response, Su Yi remained silent, genuinely believing that he had brought misfortune upon the Su family. Little did he realize that it was merely a pretext for Wang to insult him. As for Wang's mention of the contest for the city lordship, was that truly of significance? With a courteous gesture towards Wang, Su Yi prepared to depart. Witnessing this scene, Wang's resentment deepened. This young man was indeed cunning. Despite being at fault, he managed to twist the situation, portraying himself as the victim of bullying by the powerful. Wang inhaled deeply, gazing at Su Yi, and declared, "Let me inform you, the other 3 major families are currently pressuring our Su family's business in Yang City, and your adoptive father is at his wit's end over this matter. All of this chaos stems from your reckless behavior." Upon hearing this, Su Yi halted, his expression chilling as he responded, "They have united to suppress our Su family's business?" Observing Su Ye's demeanor, Wang felt a flicker of trepidation. Despite Su Ye's diminished cultivation, how could he exude such formidable presence? The disciples of the Su family present regarded Su Yi with a mix of apprehension when his cultivation was intact. They often followed him in intimidating the disciples of the other 3 major families. In their presence, those disciples would dare not cross paths, and thus, they were well acquainted with Su Yi. The coldness in Su Yi's eyes signified his genuine anger. Diverting her gaze, Wang scoffed, striding past Su Yi. The thought that she felt intimidated by him ignited a desire to slap Su Yi, who, despite having lost his cultivation, still wore the demeanor of a genius. Watching Wang's retreating figure, Su Yi maintained a calm expression, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his lips. The Lu family, Zhao family, and Wang family were truly overstepping their bounds. Chapter 8. Su Yi goes mad. The disciples of the Su family sighed in unison as they observed Su Yi. Ultimately, his chapter had drawn to a close. All he could do now was seethe with anger. What else could he do? With the 3 major families uniting against them, even with the presence of the family guards, they dared not act recklessly. Curiosity stirred within them. What would Su Yi do next? Had he still possessed his cultivation, he would have undoubtedly led them to confront the disciples of the 3 major families. However, his gaze fell upon the spirit's sword in his hand, and he exhaled softly. Initially, he had planned to merely defeat Lu Mu Bai in the upcoming contest for the city lordship a month hence. Even though Lu Mu Bai had boasted of killing him in the contest, believing he should consider the Su family's interests, he now understood that the only way to deal with these people was to instill fear in them. With this thought, Su Yi strode out of the gates of the Su family. Witnessing this, a dozen Su family disciples were taken aback, quickly rushing outside to follow him. It appeared that Su Yi was heading towards the Lu family. Exchanging glances, they recognized the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. At that moment, one disciple suddenly reacted. "Quickly, inform the family head." Upon hearing the words, the disciples quickly regained their composure and were about to rush towards Su Hai's residence. At that moment, they halted, as the figure of Wang Shi gradually emerged before their eyes. Observing the direction in which Su Yi had departed, Wang Shi's expression grew complex. She had not anticipated that the interests of the Su family held such paramount importance in Su Ye's heart. Gradually, a glimmer of coldness appeared in Wang Shi's eyes. Yet what did it matter? Su Yi was, after all, an outsider. Wang Shi then turned her gaze towards the dozen or so Su family disciples and inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" One of the disciples, who had previously maintained a close relationship with Su Yi, replied, "We are going to inform the family head." Su Yi is now alone as he heads to the Lu family. Without any cultivation, he is in great danger. Do not go. Wang Shi's command caused the expressions of the Su family disciples to freeze momentarily. They suddenly recalled that Su Ye's relationship with the family head's wife seemed rather precarious. Observing the expressions of the group, Wang Shi's demeanor softened slightly as she added, "The family head is currently overwhelmed with family affairs. Do not complicate matters for him." Upon hearing this, the disciples sighed inwardly, realizing the perilous situation Su Yi found himself in. After bowing to Wang Shi, they departed. Wang Shi, watching their retreating figures, felt a surge of murderous intent within her. Given Su Ye's earlier insult towards Lu Mu Bai, coupled with the alliance of the three major families, if Su Yi dared to provoke them, he would either perish or be rendered a cripple. As this thought crossed her mind, anger flared within Wang Shi. Why did she believe that Su Yi would have the audacity to confront them? What made her so convinced of his loyalty and bravery to the Su family that he would dare to single-handedly seek trouble with the Lu family? Shaking her head, she reluctantly acknowledged that Su Yi was indeed that kind of person. Without dwelling further, Wang Shi turned and departed. Before the gates of the Lu family, two guards stared in astonishment at the figure of Su Yi standing before them, only to rub their eyes in disbelief. Was he still there? An inexplicable emotion washed over them. Was Su Yi truly foolish enough to come here? Did he not know that the three major families had united against him? Was he courting death? Nearby, onlookers sighed as they observed Su Yi, realizing he had ultimately lost his sanity. After all, it was not easy to bear the psychological burden of being cast down from brilliance to a state of utter helplessness. It was indeed a pity considering Su Ye's innate talent. With patience, he could potentially reclaim his former glory in a few years. After watching for a while, some women took their children and left. Understanding that Su Ye's fate would likely be grim, perhaps even fatal, they could not bear to witness such brutal scenes. Addressing one of the guards, Su Yi spoke calmly, "Get Lu out here, immediately." Upon hearing Su Ye's command, the guard immediately launched into a tirade of insults. Reveling in the opportunity to demean the former prodigy, the once celebrated heir of Yang City. Just then, the guard suddenly gasped, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, as Su Yi charged towards him. In the next moment, Su Ye's sword sheath struck the guard's head forcefully, causing blood to flow profusely. Feeling the pain radiating from his head, the guard gazed at Su Yi with intense murderous intent, ready to draw his weapon. At that moment, Su Yi seized the guard's neck with his left hand, twisting his wrist sharply. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed in Su Ye's ears. Gazing at the lifeless body of the guard before him, Su Yi gradually released his grip, causing the guard to fall heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, another guard was taken aback, swiftly drawing his sword and retreating in terror, his eyes reflecting profound fear as they met Su Ye's. Noticing that Su Yi remained still, the guard exhaled slowly, then turned to glance at his fallen comrade, whose eyes were wide open, shimmering with disbelief. Fixating on Su Yi, the guard exclaimed, "Are you even human? He merely insulted you, and you felt the need to kill him." As he spoke, his voice rose in anger. For Su Yi was already charging at him. Just as the sword sheath was about to descend upon his head, a sudden blue light appeared before him, repelling Su Ye's attack. Seeing this, the guard took a deep breath and turned to discover Lu Mu Bai standing beside him, his face cold as he regarded Su Yi. The sight of Lu Mu Bai caused the guard to collapse helplessly onto the ground. Casting a glance at the fallen guard, Lu Mu Bai directed his ire towards Su Yi, declaring, "You are truly seeking death." Before he could act, a deep voice interrupted from behind, urging, "Wait." Turning around, Lu Mu Bai found Lu Jun had arrived at his side. Observing this, Lu Mu Bai refrained from attacking and said to Lu Jun, "Father, he has slain a guard of the Lu family." Suddenly, Lu Jun waved his hand and looked at the seemingly indifferent Su Yi, speaking in a grave tone, "Did Su Hai send you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mu Bai's realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He had been foolish. How could Su Yi have come here alone to seek his demise? It was undoubtedly Su Hai's scheme to provoke the Lu family into attacking Su Yi, thereby providing a pretext for Su Hai to strike against them before the contest for the city lord commenced. Responding to Lu Jun's inquiry, Su Yi smiled and said, "I understand that you despise me and are eager to kill me. The contest for the city lord begins in 3 days. What do you say?" The words left everyone in utter shock. Su Yi had truly lost his mind. In 3 days, he would surely perish. For he was the champion of the last contest and was obligated to participate again. Such was the rule of Yang City. Lu Jun furrowed his brow slightly. unable to comprehend Su Ye's intentions. Was he truly seeking an early demise? Yet, Su Ye did not appear to be so foolish. At that moment, Lu Mubai interjected. Very well. If you wish to commence the contest early, I shall grant your wish. Let it begin in 3 days. Looking at Su Ye, Lu Mubai felt an overwhelming anticipation. Ever since Su Ye had forced him to apologize publicly in Yang City, he had been unable to sleep, consumed by thoughts of how he would make Su Ye suffer in the contest. He never expected that Su Ye would proactively propose to initiate the contest ahead of schedule. Hearing Lu Mubai's words, Su Ye smiled and replied, "Then it shall be so." With that, he turned and departed. As Lu Jun watched Su Ye's retreating figure, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Yet, after contemplating, he could discern no scheme at play. An early contest could only bring ruin to the Lu family. With this thought, his excitement could no longer be contained. In 3 days, he would become the master of Yang City. Ahead, the onlookers gazed in astonishment at the direction in which Su Ye departed, their expressions a blend of disbelief. A singular thought permeated their minds. Su Ye has lost his sanity. In 3 days, the inevitable conclusion would be his demise, and the city lord would return to the Lu family. When the people of Yang City received this news, their reactions varied. Some expressed regret, others indifference, and some even satisfaction. Yet, they all shared a common verdict. Su Ye would undoubtedly perish in 3 days. How could he survive? They could scarcely fathom any possibility for Su Ye, whose cultivation had fallen to the first level of Qi gathering, to defeat Lu Mubai of the condensed spirit realm within a month's time. Chapter 9. Sect Disciples. Upon returning to the Su family, Su Ye entered his chamber and collapsed onto the bed, his gaze fixating on the longsword. A hint of exhaustion flickered in his eyes. Since his cultivation had declined, his stamina had significantly waned. Had he retained his former prowess, even engaging in a fierce 3-day battle with the Qing Liao tiger would not have rendered him so fatigued as to desire sleep. Gradually, Su Ye's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, the pull of slumber crashing over him like a tide. At that moment, he was suddenly roused by the sound of footsteps outside his door, and soon after, the door creaked open to reveal Su Hai. Upon seeing Su Hai, Su Ye quickly sat up. "Father, what brings you here?" Observing Su Ye's weary countenance, Su Hai sighed. Though Su Ye had remained silent in recent days, Su Hai understood that he had been tirelessly cultivating. In a grave tone, Su Hai said, "You must not participate in the contest for the city lord." At these words, Su Ye instantly perked up, his brow furrowing slightly. "But I was the champion of the last contest. It is imperative that I participate. It is the rule of Yang City." Su Hai shook his head. "Do not concern yourself with that. I will ensure your departure. Pack your belongings and leave Yang City at once." Hearing Su Hai's insistence, Su Ye glanced at his sword, hesitating momentarily before responding. "Father, I have already pledged before the people of Yang City to compete in the tournament. If I leave now, would it not imply that I fear Lu Mubai?" Seeing Su Ye's reluctance, Su Hai scolded him. "And if you do fear him, what of it? It is far better than losing your life. You are far too impulsive. Why did you not consult me before hastily suggesting that the contest commence early? I had already leveraged connections in the capital to secure you accommodation, but now it is too late. Enough of this talk. Hurry and gather your things." Su Ye felt a swell of emotion at Su Hai's words. He understood that his adoptive father acted out of concern for his well-being. However, he genuinely did not fear Lu Mubai. Was he to expose his identity as a swordsman? Yet, should that truth come to light, it would undoubtedly invite calamity, as he was acutely aware of the animosity the Wang family held against him. Noticing Su Ye's silence, Su Hai sighed softly. His adopted son was admirable in many respects, yet his temperament was excessively fiery, unable to tolerate the slightest adversity. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ye declared, "Father, there is no need for further persuasion. Should I meet my end at Lu Mubai's hands, I shall not leave without a fight." In response, Su Hai felt a surge of frustration. He truly contemplated knocking Su Ye unconscious to facilitate his departure. However, he knew that with Su Ye's stubborn nature, he would inevitably return upon regaining consciousness. At this moment, Su Ye spoke again. "Adoptive father, please trust me. I am not a fool. If I had no confidence at all, why would I propose to advance the competition?" Hearing Su Ye's words, Su Hai furrowed his brow slightly. "Confidence? What confidence do you possess? With your mere first level of Qi gathering, how could you possibly survive against Lu Mubai, who possesses the cultivation of the spirit condensation realm?" Observing Su Hai's expression, Su Ye understood that he still opposed his participation. This thought stirred his heart. Although he shared no blood ties with the Su family, Su Hai truly treated him as if he were his own son. Just as Su Ye prepared to reveal his identity as a swordsman, Su Hai suddenly sighed. "Very well, if you wish to participate, then do so. When the time comes, I shall set aside my pride and rescue you." he declared before turning to leave the room. Watching Su Hai's departing figure, Su Yi, who was not initially very eager, now found himself wishing for these 3 days to pass swiftly. He felt a twinge of regret, thinking that he should have mentioned that it would begin a day later. With no further thoughts, Su Yi lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the Lu family received astonishing news. Lu Mubai's cousin, a talented disciple of their sect, was passing through and would visit Lu Mubai's mother. Upon hearing this news, the entire Lu family was filled with excitement. For those who could be called sect forces were far superior to any nation. Even the Tianyang Empire had to tread carefully around such powers. Outside Yang City, Lu Jun, accompanied by the senior members of the Lu family, gazed eagerly ahead. Upon learning from his wife that Mu Qingqing was coming to the Lu family, he was overwhelmed with excitement. As far as he knew, Mu Qingqing was an inner disciple of a major sect, renowned for her exceptional talent and taken under the wing of a powerful elder. If Mu Qingqing were to bestow upon them some treasures or pills to enhance their cultivation, they would undoubtedly become invincible in this borderland of Jiang country. Beside Lu Jun, Lu Mubai also looked ahead, though his expression was somewhat tense. In his childhood, he had spent a month at his grandfather's house with his mother, during which he had met Mu Qingqing. She had been breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling Zhao Yufei, the most beautiful woman in Yang City. Moreover, during that month, he had often followed Mu Qingqing around, and she had treated him kindly, promising to take him to the sect in the future. At that moment, all eyes in the Lu family were fixed ahead as they beheld a woman clad in a black dress accompanied by a young man in a white robe, both gracefully making their way toward them. Upon witnessing this scene, a smile bloomed on Lu Jun's face, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Mu Qingqing had brought a companion. One who could accompany her surely held a distinguished status. In the next instant, Mu Qingqing and the young man in the white robe arrived before Lu Jun and the others. Gazing at Mu Qingqing, Lu Jun displayed a gentle smile, resembling a kind elder, and said, "You must be Qingqing." In response, Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile. "Greetings, uncle." Upon witnessing the serene demeanor of Mu Qingqing, Lu Jun's smile radiated warmth and kindness. "Ever since your aunt married me, she has frequently spoken of you, extolling your virtues. I never imagined that upon our first meeting, you would have grown so much." Mu Qingqing chuckled softly, acknowledging her own lack of propriety. "Over the years, I have not come here to greet my uncle." Hearing this, Lu Jun inwardly marveled at her humility. As a disciple of a prestigious sect, she exhibited no arrogance and demonstrated impeccable respect toward her elders. He had initially prepared some flattery, but now felt hesitant to utter it, lest it tarnish the image of his own elder. At that moment, Mu Qingqing turned her gaze toward the man in white robes beside her and said with a smile, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my senior brother, Ling Chuxiao, a true disciple of our sect." Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's words, all members of the Lu family turned their attention to Ling Chuxiao, their expressions filled with astonishment. While they were uncertain of the exact standing of Ling Chuxiao compared to Mu Qingqing, the respectful manner in which she treated him indicated that he was no ordinary individual. With this realization, excitement surged within the Lu family. Now that Lu Mubai had broken through to the spirit condensation realm, it was a foregone conclusion that the Lu family would ascend to the status of the Lord's household. The sudden emergence of such a formidable relative made it nearly impossible for the Lu family not to thrive. The young man, named Ling Chuxiao, offered a slight nod to the Lu family members before Mu Qingqing's gaze suddenly shifted to Lu Mubai, who stood beside Lu Jun. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she stepped forward, playfully tapping Lu Mubai on the head. She then teased, "Why do you not greet your cousin upon seeing her?" At this, Lu Mubai felt a wave of relief, realizing that his cousin still remembered the days when he would follow her around as a child. With a wry smile, he replied, "How could I, now that you hold such a distinguished position?" In response, Mu Qingqing playfully kicked Lu Mubai, exclaiming, "You cheeky boy, now you dare to tease me." Observing this interaction, Lu Jun could hardly contain his grin, which nearly stretched from ear to ear. He then suggested, "Let us head to the Lu residence. I have arranged a banquet." To this, Mu Qingqing replied, "Indeed, after such a long journey, I am quite hungry." Lu Jun turned to Lu Mubai and instructed, "You take your cousin and this young hero back to the Lu residence." Upon hearing this, Lu Mubai led Mu Qingqing and Ling Chuxiao toward the Lu home, while the rest of the Lu family followed behind. Watching the playful banter between Mu Qingqing and Lu Mubai, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Lu Mubai truly was fortunate. Meanwhile, Lu Jun addressed the guards beside him, saying, "Dispatch a few individuals to spread the news of Mu Qingqing's arrival, and notify the Zhao family as well. Inform them that the Lu family is hosting a banquet for all." Upon hearing this, a guard was about to depart when he hesitated and asked, Should we invite the Su family? Lu Jun snorted derisively. The Su family? Do they even deserve it? With that, he let out a hearty laugh and strode away. Before long, the news of Mu Qingqing's identity and her connection to the Lu family spread through Yang City like wildfire. When the citizens of Yang City learned of this revelation, they were utterly astonished. A talented disciple from a sect. This status was beyond their reach, and without extraordinary opportunities, such individuals were simply not meant to cross their paths. Meanwhile, they silently mourned for the Su family. On the other side, Zhao Lin and Wang Wu, upon hearing the news, promptly set off for the Lu family, bearing exceptionally valuable gifts, inwardly praising their astuteness in choosing to ally with the Lu family. Indeed, their decision was not in vain. Chapter 10. Truly disgusting. At the Su residence, Su Yi remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. After a brief slumber, he rose to begin absorbing the essence of sword intent. His mind was devoid of excessive thoughts. He simply wished to rest well over the next 3 days and then decisively conclude matters with Lu Mubai during the contest for the city lord. An hour later, Su Yi paused, glancing outside to find the sun blazing high in the sky, prompting him to return to his bed for more rest. At the Lu family hall, every gaze, whether intentional or not, was drawn to Mu Qingqing, seated at the main table. In their hearts, they marveled at her beauty, while her cultivation level remained indiscernible. Her striking allure would undoubtedly place her amongst the foremost talents of Yang City, rivaling Zhao Yufei, though presently, Mu Qingqing outshone her. As Zhao Yufei was still young and yet to fully mature. Noticing Mu Qingqing had ceased her conversation with Lu Jun's wife, Zhao Lin raised his cup to her, saying, I am the head of the Zhao family. I have long heard tales of the excellence of disciples from your sect. Today, witnessing it firsthand. It is indeed as the rumors suggest. I toast to you. With that, he lifted his cup and drank deeply. Observing this, Mu Qingqing frowned slightly. She had no desire to partake in alcohol. However, after their prior conversation, she learned of Lu Mubai's engagement to Zhao Yufei and thus chose to show respect. Lifting her teacup to her lips for a delicate sip. Seeing Mu Qingqing abstain from wine, Zhao Lin was unfazed. The status of a sect disciple was so noble that merely drinking tea was already a significant courtesy. He felt a sense of relief. Grateful that he had arranged for his daughter to be engaged to Lu Mubai before Mu Qingqing's arrival. Zhao Yufei gazed at Mu Qingqing with a flicker of envy in her beautiful eyes, admiring the respect bestowed upon her at such a young age. At that moment, Mu Qingqing suddenly glanced at Zhao Yufei and asked with a smile, How long have you been engaged to my cousin? Upon hearing this, a hint of shyness crossed Zhao Yufei's face. Half a month. Mu Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly. Only half a month? Just now. I heard my cousin say that you two have admired each other since childhood, and you are well matched in terms of family background. How is it that you only got engaged now? As her words fell, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Lu Mubai's previously jovial expression darkened instantaneously. Noticing this shift, Mu Qingqing looked at Lu Mubai with curiosity and asked, Is there something unspeakable? Lu Mubai forced a smile and replied, Sister, let us not dwell on it. Let us continue eating. In response, Mu Qingqing's expression grew stern. Whatever it is, you must tell me. If anyone dares to bully you, I will not let them off easily. At this moment, a fine crack appeared in the teacup held in her hand. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. While it may be easy to crush a teacup, forming a crack is no ordinary feat. It signifies Mu Qingqing's exceptional control over spiritual energy. A level of mastery that typically requires one to be at the pinnacle of the spirit condensation realm, bordering on the transformation of spirit realm. It is noteworthy that the foremost powerhouse of Yang City, Su Hai, has merely reached the pinnacle of the spirit condensation realm. It is indeed remarkable that a disciple of the sect, like Mu Qingqing, possesses such formidable prowess. Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's words, Lu Mubai remained silent. Although he understood that Mu Qingqing could assist him in avenging his grievances, the humiliation was too profound. He did not wish to be perceived as such in her eyes. Furthermore, he now possessed the strength to seek retribution himself. At that moment, Lu Mubai's mother, her face flushed with anger, directed her gaze at Mu Qingqing and spoke of the Su family. Moments later, when Mu Qingqing learned that Su Yi had utilized the might of the guards to force Lu Mubai into a public apology, her fury erupted. It was utterly revolting. Situated on the border of the Tianyang Empire, Yang City was known for its simplicity and integrity. How could such a despicable individual exist here? Upon hearing this, Lu Mubai clenched his fists tightly, while Zhao Yufei's eyes brimmed with resentment. She would never forget how Su Yi had annulled their engagement under the guise of disloyalty. Casting a glance at Lu Mubai's sullen expression, Mu Qingqing spoke coldly, Rest assured, now that I am aware of this matter, I shall ensure your vengeance. Do not fear the guards. If the Su family dares to mobilize them, I guarantee their utter annihilation. Lu Mubai nodded in agreement, expressing his impatience for the impending confrontation. In that case, I would appreciate your assistance in avenging me, cousin. Looking at Lu Mubai, Mu Qingqing's eyes glinted with icy determination. The fact that the Su family could breed such shameless young ruffians indicated that the city lord was equally unworthy of his title. It was time for a change in leadership. At her words, Lu Jun, who was nearby, felt a surge of excitement. If Mu Qingqing were to assist him in seizing the position of city lord, then even if, years later, another genius emerged from one of the other three great families, they would not dare to challenge his claim to the title, for everyone would recognize Mu Qingqing, the esteemed disciple of a great sect, as his formidable ally. Mu Qingqing turned to Lu Mubai and declared, "Lead the way. I shall seek justice for you." Lu Mubai rose to his feet, guiding Mu Qingqing away. Witnessing this scene, Ling Chu Xiao, a young man in a white robe who had followed Mu Qingqing, also joined them. As the three figures departed, the onlookers rose and stepped out, fully aware that the Su family was doomed. Yet, a small curiosity lingered in their minds. How would the irascible Su Yi react? Being someone who would never compromise before his peers? On their journey, as the citizens of Yang City beheld Mu Qingqing leading a formidable entourage towards the Su family, they were struck with astonishment. They realized a storm was brewing. In front of a coffin shop, a plump middle-aged man, upon witnessing this, instructed his clerk, "Quickly, prepare the burial supplies. There may be a significant business opportunity ahead." A short while later, at the Su family estate, when the members of the Su family saw Mu Qingqing accompanied by the high-ranking officials of the three great families, their hearts skipped a beat. They already understood that a distinguished guest from the Lu family had arrived, evidently the young woman leading the group. Su Hai regarded Mu Qingqing with a solemn expression and inquired, "What brings you all to the Su family?" Mu Qingqing replied icily, "Are you the head of the Su family?" Upon hearing this, Su Hai furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Observing his reaction, Mu Qingqing's anger flared. "Summon your adopted son Su Yi forth. He must kneel before Lu Mubai." Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's words, the members of the Su family all changed their expressions, as it was indeed directed towards Su Yi. A flicker of indignation appeared in Su Hai's eyes. Were the disciples of the sect truly so overbearing? In response, Mu Qingqing's expression turned frosty, and a swirling force of spiritual energy materialized in her palm, which she then struck towards Su Hai with great force. Observing this, Su Hai concentrated his own spiritual energy and retaliated with a similar strike. In the next moment, a loud crash echoed. Before the onlookers, Su Hai was propelled backwards several paces, while Mu Qingqing only staggered back a single step. Witnessing this, Su Hai was astonished. At such a young age, she had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit condensation realm. Her combat prowess exceeded that of an experienced practitioner like himself. Zhao Lin and Wang Wu exchanged glances, devoid of any delight, merely expressing a sense of lamentation. Su Hai, once the foremost prodigy of their generation who had long overshadowed them, was now being repelled by a mere girl. Lu Mubai's eyes gleamed with fervor as he regarded the Su family. He was certain that today, Su Yi would kneel before him. Chapter 11. Foster father, may I borrow your sword? Gazing at Su Hai, a look of disdain surfaced on Mu Qingqing's exquisite face. I shall give you one final opportunity. Bring Su Yi forth. In response, Su Hai scoffed. You expect me to deliver my son to kneel before others? Do you take me for that useless Lu Jun? At Su Hai's words, Lu Jun's ire flared instantly. Pointing an accusatory finger at Su Hai, he declared, I tell you, not only will Su Yi kneel before my son today, but you must also relinquish your title as city lord. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. Ignoring him, Su Hai dismissed Lu Jun as nothing more than a petty bully. As this unfolded, Mu Qingqing's expression grew increasingly frigid, and she prepared to strike Su Hai. At that moment, her attention was drawn to a figure approaching from a short distance, a young man clad in a black robe, exuding a striking elegance, who strolled into the arena with a yawn, his disheveled hair suggesting he had just awakened. The young man was none other than Su Yi. Upon seeing Su Yi, a hint of panic crossed Su Hai's face. What are you doing out here? Hurry back. In response, Su Yi offered a slight bow to Su Hai before turning to Mu Qingqing, asking, Did you call for me? Realizing this was the very Su Yi who had compelled her cousin to apologize publicly, Mu Qingqing rebuked him sharply. You spoiled brat, kneel before my cousin at once. Otherwise, her gaze shifted to Su Yi, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. In response, Su Yi remained silent, merely casting a disdainful glance at Lu Mubai. Seeing this, Lu Mubai sneered, What's the matter? Still putting on airs at this point? Su Yi replied calmly, It appears you are frightened of me. Even with my current diminished cultivation, You wouldn't dare to face me in battle 3 days hence. You are unworthy of the title of the greatest prodigy in Yang City." At these words, a surge of rage ignited within Lu Mubai. Though he was loath to admit it, Su Yi had always been the only person he feared since childhood. Defeating Su Yi had been his lifelong aspiration. Noticing Lu Mubai's expression, Mu Qingqing's brows knitted slightly. It seemed that this Su Yi had instilled a psychological barrier within Lu Mubai, complicating matters significantly. At this moment, Lu Mubai suddenly turned to Su Yi, chuckling, "Heh. Since you wish to perish at my hands, I shall grant you this opportunity. In 3 days, you will come to understand the most excruciating torment this world has to offer." Su Yi ignored him, directing his gaze towards Su Hai. Noticing the dust covering Su Hai, his expression grew increasingly cold, for he knew that this was the doing of the woman before him. Turning to Mu Qingqing, Su Yi smiled broadly. "You truly must be weary of life to dare strike at my adoptive father." Upon sensing the chilling aura radiating from Su Yi, Mu Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly, gathering a surge of spiritual energy in her palm, preparing to attack him. Observing this, Su Yi glanced at Su Hai and said, "Adoptive father, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" As he spoke, he moved to draw the long sword from Su Hai's waist. In response, Su Hai's large hand came crashing down upon Su Ye's head, angrily exclaiming, "Give you the sword? To aid you in courting death? I once thought your temperament would serve you well, but it seems to be nothing but a source of harm." Taken aback by Su Hai's words, Su Yi opened his mouth to retort. Just then, he noticed Mu Qingqing had raised her palm to strike at him. He instinctively reached for his sword, only to be swiftly kicked aside by Su Hai, who then prepared to intervene. At that moment, Su Hai suddenly caught sight of a glimmer appearing before him, which struck Mu Qingqing's palm with great force, causing her to stagger backward. This spectacle left everyone astonished, their gazes turning towards Ling Chuxiao, for it was he who had unleashed that radiant light. Yet, was not Ling Chuxiao an ally of Mu Qingqing? Why had he turned against his own? Mu Qingqing's expression soured as she regarded Ling Chuxiao, asking, "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" Upon hearing her words, all eyes fell upon Ling Chuxiao, curiosity evident in their expressions. Ling Chuxiao met her gaze and replied, "Ahem, it was an unintentional mistake." The crowd fell silent at his response. Mu Qingqing's demeanor softened slightly, dismissing the matter, and prepared to strike once more. At this juncture, she noticed Lu Mubai approaching her side, saying, "Cousin, why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow me to handle him personally in 3 days." Hearing this, Mu Qingqing cast a glance at the defiant Su Yi, contemplated for a moment, then dissipated the energy in her palm, turning to Su Yi with a cold voice, "You shall live for 2 more days." In response, Su Yi grinned broadly. "I am your father." The entire assembly was taken aback, exclaiming internally. Su Yi, notorious for his audacity, dared to insult even the sect's disciples. It seemed that fate was impartial. While it bestowed upon Su Yi remarkable talent, it also endowed him with a reckless disposition. On the other side, Ling Chuxiao regarded Su Yi with a hint of admiration. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing, having regained her composure, glared fiercely at Su Yi, her chest rising and falling dramatically as she advanced towards him. Seeing this, Su Hai's expression shifted, and he hurriedly positioned himself before Su Yi. At that moment, he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of a sword being drawn. Turning to look, he discovered Su Yi brandishing his sword, poised to thrust it forward, causing him to gasp in alarm. Just then, a voice rang out, "Stop!" Upon hearing this, Su Hai turned to see Ling Chuxiao speaking. Upon hearing Ling Chuxiao's words, Mu Qingqing halted her steps, her expression contorting into one of utmost displeasure. However, she could comprehend Ling Chuxiao's motives for obstructing her. After all, he was known as a madman within the sect. He must have taken a liking to that audacious Su Yi. For the past half-month, she had invested considerable effort into fostering a good rapport with Ling Chuxiao, assisting him in executing tasks, yet she never anticipated that he would turn against her so abruptly. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi refrained from taking action, not out of fear of Mu Qingqing, but rather because the sword spirit had just informed him that the man in white before him was at the transformation realm, far beyond his current capabilities. Although many deemed him reckless, he was not a fool. Ling Chuxiao then turned his gaze towards Mu Qingqing, smiling as he said, "Since there is a competition in 3 days, and this young man seems to possess little cultivation, let him live for another 2 days. Otherwise, people might accuse us of bullying the weak. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing forced a smile onto her face, conceding, "Since you have spoken, so be it." Seeing her acquiescence, Ling Chuxiao nodded, "Then let us proceed. In 3 days, your wishes shall be fulfilled." With that, he turned and departed. As they watched Ling Chuxiao's retreating figure, a sense of bewilderment washed over everyone. What was the meaning of this? After a mere encounter with Su Yi, He was already extending his hand to assist him. Could it be that he harbored some peculiar inclination? With this thought, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Su Yi, and indeed, he was quite handsome. Understanding their thoughts, Su Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After casting a glance at Su Yi, Lu Jun led the Lu family away. Although they had failed to eliminate Su Yi today, they had achieved their objective, to demonstrate to the people of Yang City that the Lu family had a powerful backing. He intended to secure the position of city lord for a lifetime. As the Lu family departed, Wang Wu and Zhao Lin also took their leave, fully aware that Su Yi would surely meet his demise in 3 days. The people of Yang City, upon witnessing the 3 esteemed families emerging from the Lu residence, could only express their astonishment. With the sect's disciples personally intervening, coupled with the animosity between Su Yi and Lu Mubai, it was certain that he was doomed. Reflecting on this, they sighed, realizing that one should not emulate Su Yi. Even with extraordinary talent, a long life was not guaranteed. Chapter 12. I allow you 3 moves. As the crowd dispersed, Su Hai's eyes glimmered with concern as he turned to Su Yi and said, "Tonight, I will assist you in leaving." In response, Su Yi clasped his hands respectfully and declared, "I shall not flee. My temperament is well known to my adoptive father. To escape in such a cowardly manner would be beneath me." Hearing Su Ye's words, Su Hai sighed deeply. He had initially planned to intervene during the City Lord competition in 3 days to rescue Su Yi, even if it meant facing scorn. However, with Mu Qingqing now in the picture, he found himself devoid of opportunities. Contemplating this, he cast a determined glance at Su Yi, a flicker of resolve igniting within him. He resolved that, even if it meant rendering Su Yi unconscious, he would ensure his safe departure tonight, for it was far better than losing his life and dignity. Upon observing Su Hai's expression, Su Yi felt a sense of exasperation. He was well acquainted with the temperament of his adoptive father and could surmise his thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yi remarked, "Father, we still have the guard army." At this, Su Hai's eyes brightened. Indeed, he commanded 500 guards, and it would not be difficult to thwart Mu Qingqing and rescue Su Yi. Witnessing Su Hai's demeanor, Su Yi inwardly sighed, as he truly wished to reveal his identity as a sword cultivator. With this thought, he turned to glance back at the Wang family, only to find them glaring at him with venomous eyes. Shaking his head, he abandoned the notion. Retrieving his gaze, Su Yi addressed Su Hai, "Father, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. Observing Su Ye's retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossed Wang's countenance, not for Su Yi, but for Su Hai. She was acutely aware of Su Hai's nature. He would undoubtedly act to save Su Yi in 3 days, but such an action would inevitably offend Mu Qingqing, a disciple of their sect. Seeing the upper echelons of the family wear expressions of worry, the disciples of the Su family couldn't help but feel astonished. They had never imagined that Su Yi would find himself in such a predicament. The following day, when the citizens of Yang City saw the Lu family erecting a stage in the town center, they were taken aback. Su Yi had somehow survived. How had Su Yi achieved this? The atmosphere in Yang City became fervent. 2 days later, the contest for the position of city lord commenced. Before the stage, the residents of Yang City gazed excitedly at the upper echelons of the 4 great families seated in the viewing platform. Although they anticipated that Lu Mubai would claim first place, their excitement remained undiminished. The significance of the contest for the city lord in Yang City was akin to a festive celebration, and traditionally, once the Lu family assumed the city lord's office, they would distribute wealth generously. Furthermore, the city's taverns would offer a month of free feasting, allowing the citizens to indulge heartily. In the Lu family camp, Lu Mubai sat beside Mu Qingqing, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he regarded Su Yi in the distance. Having been overshadowed by Su Yi since childhood, he was now poised to personally eliminate this prodigy. Amidst the lively scene, Lu Jun felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had been even more stifled than Lu Mubai. In his youth, he was the second-best talent in Yang City, always eclipsed by Su Hai, and the Lu family had never ascended to the city lord's position during that time. As he matured, his son was similarly suppressed by Su Yi, filling him with profound resentment. However, after today, everything would change. Henceforth, the position of city lord in Yang City would belong solely to the Lu family. With all present, Zhao Lin stood and declared in a resonant voice, "The contest for the city lord officially begins." At his words, the atmosphere in the city erupted with excitement. At that moment, Lu Mubai cast a glance at Su Yi before leaping onto the stage, addressing Su Yi coldly, "Come up. Today, among the 4 great families, only our 2 families are participating." Upon hearing Lu Mubai's words, the members of Zhao Lin's family sighed. The position of city lord would henceforth be beyond their reach. Meanwhile, the younger disciples of the Su family, witnessing Lu Mubai ascend the stage, wore expressions of concern, feeling a twinge of indignation. If Su Ye's cultivation had remained intact, Lu Mubai would not have dared to be so arrogant. However, they understood that today, Su Yi was in peril. With a subtle gesture toward Su Hai, Su Yi leaped onto the stage, his gaze fixed squarely on Lu Mubai, his expression unperturbed. Witnessing this, the younger generation who had previously suffered at Su Ye's hands were filled with exhilaration, eager to see the proud Su Yi brought low, rendered a mere wretch. As Su Yi faced him, Lu Mubai's eyes glimmered with disdain. With a cold smirk, he declared, "I grant you an opportunity. I shall allow you 3 moves." The disciples of the Su family were incensed by Lu Mubai's arrogance. Fully aware that he was aware of Su Ye's diminished cultivation, yet chose to exhibit such contemptible behavior. In response to Lu Mubai's taunt, Su Yi slowly drew forth his spirit sword, and in the blink of an eye, he lunged at Lu Mubai. The latter's excitement peaked. He thought, "Su Yi, your end is nigh." With a dismissive glance, Lu Mubai prepared to sidestep the attack, but in the next moment, he was struck dumb. Not only Lu Mubai, but the entire assembly was taken aback. Their eyes were drawn to Lu Mubai's chest, where a sword was embedded, its wielder none other than Su Yi. A frenzied realization surged through the spectators. A term previously beyond their grasp filled their minds: sword cultivator. Su Yi was indeed a sword cultivator. On the observation platform, Su Hai was elated, rising to his feet to behold Su Yi on the stage. Meanwhile, the members of the 3 great families looked on in disbelief, yearning for this to be a mere dream, yet they knew it to be reality. Lu Mubai's face contorted with a hint of madness as he exclaimed, "Impossible! By what right?" With that, he attempted to strike down upon Su Yi. But in the midst of his astonishment, Su Yi, wielding his sword, executed a swift horizontal slash. An intense pain radiated from Lu Mubai's chest as Su Yi withdrew his blade, and Lu Mubai collapsed to the ground. A look of agony etched across his face, disbelief overtaking him. How could he dare to kill his own? Did he not know of his kinship with Mu Qingqing? In that moment, a torrent of blood surged forth from Lu Mubai's mouth, and he closed his eyes. The crowd fell into stunned silence. In mere seconds, Su Yi had reversed the tides, slaying Lu Mubai with a single strike. As they gazed upon Lu Mubai's lifeless body, Lu Jun's expression shifted dramatically, and he prepared to retaliate against Su Yi. Just then, a voice interjected, "Do you wish to break the rules of the competition?" Turning to the source of the voice, Lu Jun found it to be Su Hai. Beholding the several hundred guards standing beside the Su family, Lu Jun's eyes flared with rage, yet he refrained from attacking. For him, the sky had fallen, completely collapsed. Noticing Lu Jun's hesitation, Su Hai let out a cold snort. In that instant, he spotted Mu Qingqing charging at Su Yi. Alarmed, Su Hai rushed forward to intervene, delivering a powerful palm strike. Bang! Su Hai was sent crashing to the ground by Mu Qingqing's counter. Observing this, a fierce expression crossed Su Ye's face. His sword became enveloped in a surge of sword energy, and he thrust forward. Enraged by Su Ye's audacity to attack her, Mu Qingqing summoned her potent purple spiritual energy and retaliated with a palm strike. Bang! The clash of sword and palm sent shockwaves through the air. As Su Yi staggered back 2 steps. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Qingqing's expression turned exceedingly grim. This Su Yi was indeed capable of contending with her swordsmanship. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she sprang into the air, her dress billowing, revealing 2 long purple ribbons that resembled whips, which she then lashed towards Su Yi. Observing the descending purple streamers, Su Yi swiftly retreated, unleashing a flurry of sharp, sword chi directed at the sky. The air crackled with a series of explosive sounds akin to firecrackers. When Su Yi saw that his sword chi failed to shatter the ribbons, his expression darkened. Evidently, these strips of cloth were also of spiritual artifact caliber. At that moment, Su Yi noticed the 2 ribbons entwining together before erupting with a surge of potent spiritual energy aimed at him. Witnessing this, Su Yi gripped his sword tightly, unleashing his sword intent with all his might, and then struck forward with a fierce slash. With a resounding thud, he was propelled back 4 to 5 paces. Seeing that Su Yi remained unharmed, Mu Qingqing's fair and delicate features clouded over. Relying on her mid-grade spiritual artifact, she had merely managed to push Su Yi back. Was the sword cultivator truly this monstrous? Chapter 13. The ice spirit body gazing at Su Yi, Mu Qingqing's resolve to kill intensified. Although sword cultivators possessed remarkable combat prowess, they harbored a critical flaw, a lack of endurance. With this thought in mind, she prepared to strike again. Suddenly, she noticed Ling Chuxiao leaping down from the observation platform onto the arena, addressing her, "Junior sister, would you do me the honor of sparing him?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing's expression soured. She had spent 2 months aiding Ling Chuxiao to cultivate a favorable relationship. Yet now he obstructed her for a mere boy whom she had only met once. Turning her gaze toward Ling Chuxiao, her voice turned frigid. Senior brother. He has slain my cousin. Such a grievance cannot go unavenged. If you insist on interfering, I shall report this to our master. Ling Chuxiao hesitated. Knowing that Mu Qingqing's master held a prominent position as an elder in their sect, he then turned to Su Yi and proposed, I now extend an invitation for you to join my sect. Would you accept? The crowd from Yang City gasped in astonishment at Ling Chuxiao's words. Su Yi's fortune seemed extraordinary. Not only had he become a sword cultivator, but he was also being invited to join a sect. Mu Qingqing, upon hearing this, appeared to have an epiphany, a mocking smile gradually spreading across her face. Looking at Ling Chuxiao, Su Yi hesitated, remaining silent. While joining a sect was indeed a splendid opportunity, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Ling Chuxiao had only met him once, yet had repeatedly come to his aid, and now sought to invite him into his sect. Such unusual behavior surely harbored ulterior motives. Upon encountering Su Yi's silence, Ling Chuxiao remarked, if you do not join the sect, I will be unable to save you. To be frank, although you are currently a sword cultivator, you stand no chance against junior sister Mu. If this continues, you will undoubtedly perish, even if you disregard your own life. You must care for your family, mustn't you? Hearing these words, Su Yi's brows furrowed. Ling Chuxiao was indeed correct. He was utterly exhausted. Should the battle persist, he would inevitably be slain by Mu Qingqing. If he were to die, the position of city lord would surely fall to the Zhao and Lin families, leading to Mu Qingqing's vengeance upon the Su family. Observing Su Yi's hesitant demeanor, the onlookers from Yang City sighed. Joining the sect would certainly place him in Mu Qingqing's crosshairs, and although Ling Chuxiao's strength surpassed hers, he dared not intervene too forcefully to rescue Su Yi. This indicated that Mu Qingqing held considerable influence within the sect. Should Su Yi join, he would likely face fatal targeting. In that moment, Su Yi turned to Ling Chuxiao and declared, I will join. At this proclamation, the crowd fell into silence, perceiving Su Yi as nothing short of reckless. Upon hearing Su Yi's agreement, Ling Chuxiao's face lit up with a smile. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me. With that, he turned and departed. Watching Ling Chuxiao's retreating figure, Su Yi felt a heaviness in his heart. He understood that joining a sect whose name he did not even know could only lead to trouble. Yet, there was no alternative. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Mu Qingqing, who wore a mocking expression, before approaching Su Hai and grinning, foster father. Do you think your son is formidable? Su Hai looked at Su Yi with pride, and then let out a hearty laugh. Let us return home, for your foster father will celebrate your achievements. With that, he called to the members of the Su family, and they departed in grand procession. As they left, Lu Jun's eyes reddened with emotion, and his body trembled slightly as he approached the lifeless body of Lu Mubai, bending down to embrace it. Witnessing this, Mu Qingqing's expression darkened. Rest assured, uncle, once Su Yi arrives at the sect, crushing him will be as simple as squashing an ant. I will return, and the city lord's mansion will belong to the Lu family once more. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's expression softened a fraction as he replied solemnly. But what does that matter now? Mubai is already dead. Mu Qingqing sighed softly, looking at Lu Jun. Given the circumstances, my condolences, uncle. Moreover, you and my aunt are still young. You can always have another child. At this, Mu Qingqing summoned a surge of spiritual energy to her palm and forcefully struck the ground. Boom. The earth was instantly marred by a deep crater. Anger. Regret. She internally cursed herself for failing to discern Su Yi's status as a sword cultivator 3 days prior. Yet, what could she do? Who would have anticipated that such a humble place as Yang City would give rise to a sword cultivator? As the onlookers in Yang City processed this scene, they too felt a whirlwind of emotions. The events of the day had repeatedly defied their expectations, leaving them overwhelmed and exhilarated. With these thoughts in mind, the crowd began to disperse. Meanwhile, the members of the Zhao and Wang families observed the retreating figures of the Su family with grim expressions. A sword cultivator. Though they were not well acquainted with the concept, they knew that should a sword cultivator not perish, annihilating them in the near future would merely require a few swift strokes of the sword. Regret. Profound regret. Indeed. How could the prodigious Su Yi possibly fail to break through to the spirit condensation realm? If the Su family lacked confidence, they would not have allowed Su Yi to participate in the contest for the city lordship. Casting a glance towards the Lu family's direction, Zhao Lin and his family hastily departed. They no longer dared to align themselves too readily. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of their clan, and now they needed to find a way to apologize to the Su family. The following day, Zhao Lin and Wang Wu received word from the Su family stating that Yang City must reinforce its defenses to ward off external threats. Due to a lack of funding, they were required to contribute 200 low-grade spirit stones to the city lord's mansion each month. Upon hearing this message, Zhao Lin and Wang Wu were filled with indignation. Reinforcing the city against invaders? How could that nation be so blind as to attack a city that had produced a sword cultivator? Not to mention, the Lu family had ties with Mu Qingqing, a disciple of a sect. After their anger subsided, they were left with a sense of helplessness. They understood that this was retaliation from the Su family. Zhao Lin suddenly brought Zhao Yufei to the Su family. Observing Su Yi standing beside Su Hai, Zhao Yufei silently resolved to end her own life, for her father had regrettably insisted that she marry Su Yi. Upon learning of Zhao Lin's intentions, Su Yi scoffed and then addressed Zhao Yufei. You are quite pitiable. You once harbored feelings for Lu Mubai, yet your father compelled you to agree to a union with me. Under the pressure of your father, you had no choice but to acquiesce. At this point, Su Yi shook his head slightly, adding, I prefer to consider different perspectives. You must be contemplating my demise right now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin's expression shifted dramatically. What do you intend to do? He demanded. Su Yi remained silent, drawing his sword and advancing towards Zhao Yufei. Witnessing this, Zhao Lin's face darkened as he prepared to intervene. Just then, Su Yi abruptly halted, his gaze drawn to something behind Zhao Yufei, where Ling Chuxiao and Mu Qingqing had arrived, employing their agile techniques. After assessing the situation, Mu Qingqing's cold eyes flickered with disdain as she looked at Su Yi and said frostily, You truly are a beast, preying upon a weak woman. Su Yi, gazing back at Mu Qingqing, retorted, I am your father. This incited Mu Qingqing's fury, and she prepared to strike, only to be restrained by Ling Chuxiao. Ling Chuxiao then addressed Su Yi with a smile, Let us depart. Su Yi bid farewell to Su Hai, assuring him that he would return often, to which Su Hai responded with encouragement, assuring him not to worry about Yang City. After a brief conversation, Su Yi followed Ling Chuxiao out. Observing this, Mu Qingqing let out a cold snort and prepared to leave as well. At that moment, she suddenly felt a chilling aura emanating from Zhao Yufei beside her. Turning her head, she was surprised to realize that the source of this chill was Zhao Yufei herself. An ice spirit body, she thought. Zhao Yufei, watching Su Yi depart, clenched her silver teeth, her entire being trembling with rage. Hatred to the utmost degree. Not only had he killed Lu Mubai, but he had also humiliated her so. The once gentle and submissive girl found herself contemplating murder for the first time. Observing Zhao Yufei, Mu Qingqing inquired, Would you care to accompany me to the sect? At her words, a glimmer of wild joy flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. Chapter 14. Lost. In the sky, a giant blue-feathered eagle soared through the heavens with incredible speed. Upon its back were Su Yi and Ling Chuxiao. As Su Yi gazed at the swiftly passing clouds around him, he marveled at the exhilarating experience of riding a flying beast for the very first time. A quarter of an hour later, he suddenly noticed a glowing white envelope floating towards them in the distance. Upon seeing the envelope, Ling Chuxiao commanded the giant eagle to halt, reached out to take it, and opened it. Gradually, a frown creased his forehead. Observing Ling Chuxiao's expression, Su Yi inquired, What's wrong? Ling Chuxiao tucked the envelope away and turned to Su Yi, a hint of regret appearing on his face. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you any longer. You must proceed to Lingyue sect on your own. Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled and replied, It's nothing, I understand. Ling Chuxiao nodded and guided the giant eagle to land on a mountain peak below, where Su Yi promptly jumped down. Watching Su Yi, Ling Chuxiao cautioned, Take care on your journey. Su Yi responded cheerfully, Will do. With that, Ling Chuxiao said nothing further and directed the giant eagle to depart. As he watched the giant eagle vanish into the distance, gratitude welled up within Su Yi. Regardless of whether Ling Chuxiao had ulterior motives, the fact that he had saved him in Yang City was worthy of appreciation. Furthermore, Ling Chuxiao, as a direct disciple, had treated him with kindness, displaying no arrogance whatsoever. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yi began his descent down the mountain. In the sky, standing atop the giant eagle, Ling Chuxiao, hands behind his back, suddenly glanced back in the direction where he had left Su Yi, furrowing his brow slightly. I seem to have forgotten to inform that lad of the route to Lingyue sect. But since he asked, he must know. He is not foolish. With this thought, Ling Chuxiao urged the giant eagle to accelerate. Nightfall enveloped the land. Su Yi, wielding his spiritual sword, cut through the underbrush before emerging from a dense thicket. Before him lay a serene lake, surrounded by rolling hills, utterly devoid of human presence. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi's expression soured. It had only occurred to him after descending the mountain that he had no knowledge of the route to Lingyue sect. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Sending me off alone, without even telling me the way to Lingua's sect. How infuriating." After venting his frustration, Suyi calmed himself and resolved to seek guidance from someone about the route. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, his anger surged anew. In this desolate place, where could he possibly find another soul? Moreover, the giant eagle had flown so swiftly that he could scarcely recall the way back to Yang City. Turning his gaze toward the highest peak nearby, Suyi decided to ascend it, hoping to spot a village or some sign of habitation. With this determination, he set off. Atop a mountain, a sturdy middle-aged man and an attractive young woman clad in a green dress were observing a youth in golden robes practicing swordplay in the distance. The woman in green smiled and remarked, "Zhang Jie is truly impressive. At such a young age, he has already grasped the essence of half-step sword intent." In response, the middle-aged man chuckled, "As the most talented individual in our Tianyang Empire, it is only fitting that the third prince achieves such a level." The woman in green chuckled lightly, then looked at the middle-aged man, her brows slightly furrowed. "Isn't Xiaoxue talented as well?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man wore a broad smile. Indeed, the princess was a prodigy. Pleased by his words, the woman in the green dress nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Jie halted his steps and approached the middle-aged man, letting out a sigh. Ultimately, he remained at the threshold of the sword intent, realizing that before reaching Lingua's sect, it would be impossible for him to become a swordsman. In response, the middle-aged man offered words of comfort. "There is no need for concern, third prince. In the Tianyang Empire, you are the only one capable of comprehending half-step sword intent. Moreover, becoming a swordsman is inherently challenging. I firmly believe that with time, you will surely grasp the complete sword intent and ascend as a swordsman." Nodding at the man's encouragement, Zhang Jie then turned to the woman in the green dress and said, "Jiang Shui, I find myself somewhat hungry. Would you be so kind as to fetch me a couple of rabbits?" Jiang Shui replied with a smile, "Certainly. I haven't had the chance to catch rabbits yet." With that, she promptly turned and departed. Observing this scene, Zhang Jie shook his head. His sister, having grown up in the capital under tender care, was now fully embracing her nature during this journey to Lingua's sect, eager to explore every novelty that crossed her path. Zhang Jie sighed as he looked at the middle-aged man. "Iron General, to be frank, I feel I have reached a bottleneck in my path to swordsmanship. It is a pity, as becoming a swordsman has been my lifelong dream, yet now it appears that the opportunity is bleak." Hesitating, Tai Fei replied, "Actually, do you recall the emergence of a malevolent sect within the Tianyang Empire 3 years ago?" Zhang Jie nodded. "I remember. It was you, Iron General, who led the troops, taking over a month to expel them completely." After a moment's reflection, Tai Fei continued, "In fact, after annihilating that malevolent sect, I acquired a technique. However, it was rather ineffective, so I did not inform His Majesty and only practiced it occasionally out of boredom." Curious, Zhang Jie inquired, "What kind of technique?" Tai Fei explained, "This technique allows one to control a swordsman and compel them to unleash their sword intent." Zhang Jie shook his head. "That indeed sounds rather useless." Tai Fei regarded Zhang Jie thoughtfully. "What if, by experiencing another's sword intent, the third prince could comprehend it?" At these words, Zhang Jie felt a jolt of realization. He finally understood Tai Fei's implication. If a swordsman were to manifest their sword intent beside him, he could indeed grasp the complete sword intent. Considering he was already at the half-step level, turning to Tai Fei, Zhang Jie expressed his concern. However, the swordsmen releasing their sword intent would surely be mentally exhausted. For to comprehend under such conditions would require at least half a month. A swordsman continuously exerting their sword intent for that duration would undoubtedly. Tai Fei interjected, "You raise a valid point. To become a swordsman, one must either be undaunted by the powerful of the Tianyang Empire or be a disciple of a formidable sect, which complicates matters." Zhang Jie sighed. Furthermore, such a nefarious method should not involve disciples of righteous sects. It must be someone with a tainted background, lest it contradict the principles of our Tianyang Empire. Given these constraints, I suppose I shall adhere to the path of cultivation diligently. Hearing Zhang Jie's words, Tai Fei nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the forest, Jiang Shui concealed herself behind a tree, her gaze fixed intently on a wild rabbit. Gathering a faint purple aura in her palm, she prepared to strike. At that moment, she suddenly heard a sound ahead, as if someone were walking. The wild rabbit, startled by the noise, swiftly vanished into the dense undergrowth. Witnessing this, Jiang Shui felt a twinge of annoyance. She had been lying in wait for 10 minutes, finally spotting a wild rabbit, only to have it frightened away. With this thought, she stepped out from behind the tree, peering forward to see who had disrupted her. In the next instant, a figure emerged, wielding a sword and parting the foliage ahead. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Shui discovered it was a striking young man clad in a black robe. Surprised by this sight, she pondered how anyone could be wandering in such a desolate area at this late hour. Chapter 15. What did you eat yesterday? Upon noticing a woman ahead, Su Ye's eyes brightened. He had finally encountered another person. He smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Su Yi." Jiang Shui scrutinized him for a moment before asking, "Who are you? Why are you roaming here alone?" In response, Su Yi offered a wry smile. "I am on my way to Linguist sect. But I got lost after arriving here. Do you happen to know the way to Linguist sect? If so, I would be grateful for your guidance." Jiang Shui considered for a moment and replied, "I don't know the way, but my brother does. You can accompany me to find him, and he will tell you." Su Yi responded with a smile, "Thank you. Let us go." Nodding in agreement, Jiang Shui then noticed the spirit sword in Su Ye's hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "That sword is exquisite. Are you selling it?" Upon hearing her question, Su Yi shook his head apologetically. "I'm afraid not. This is my only sword, and it holds great significance for me as my first spirit sword." Jiang Shui felt a pang of reluctance. She truly admired the sword's design. After a moment's thought, she proposed, "How about this? Let's have a duel. If you win, I will give you 50 spirit stones. If you lose, you must sell me your sword. What do you say?" Su Yi assessed Jiang Shui, noting her apparent novice status in the condensing spirit realm, and chuckled, "Sounds good. However, if you lose, you need not give me spirit stones. Consider it my way of repaying you for guiding me to Linguist sect." Jiang Shui laughed. "All right, then follow me." With that, she turned and began to walk away, and Su Yi followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the mountaintop, where they encountered Jiang Jie and Tai Fei. Upon seeing Jiang Shui return with a stranger, Tai Fei's expression darkened as he demanded, "Who are you? Why are you with the princess?" Taken aback, Su Yi replied, "The princess? This young woman is a princess?" He realized that the nearest sovereign power was none other than the Tianyang Empire. Addressing Tai Fei, he explained, "I am from Yang City and was on my way to Linguist sect, but got lost. The princess kindly guided me here." Jiang Jie and Tai Fei exchanged surprised glances. As they were familiar with Yang City, a small town on the border of the Tianyang Empire, they had not anticipated that it would produce a talent capable of joining Linguist sect, which left them quite astonished. At that moment, Jiang Shui suddenly turned to Su Yi and said, "Hey, let us get started." Upon hearing Jiang Shui's words, Jiang Jie inquired, "What are we starting?" Jiang Shui then relayed her agreement with Su Yi. After listening, Jiang Jie felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. A youth from Yang City, the princess of the current dynasty, wished to purchase a sword, yet he outright refused. At that moment, Su Yi approached an open space not far away and beckoned to Jiang Shui, saying, "Come." In response, Jiang Shui stepped forward, stating, "You go first." Su Yi nodded. Noticing that Jiang Shui held no weapon, he asked, "Where is your sword?" Jiang Shui shook her head, replying, "I do not know how to wield a sword." Su Yi, taken aback, realized that this young woman merely found the sword aesthetically pleasing, prompting her desire to buy one. With this thought, he unsheathed his sword and subtly released a hint of sword intent before charging towards Jiang Shui. Startled by the sudden movement, Jiang Shui gasped, and in the next moment, the blade rested against her neck. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Jie, witnessing the scene, was both astonished and enraged. Astonished that this youth was a swordsman, and enraged that Su Yi, a mere disciple from a border city of the Tianyang Empire, possessed such mastery of sword intent. Despite his years in the capital seeking guidance from numerous masters, he had barely grasped half a step into sword intent himself. Nearby, Tai Fei's eyes lit up as he observed Su Yi, a swordsman, one still on the rise, without any connections. Could it be that he could influence Su Yi to release his sword intent, thereby allowing Jiang Jie to comprehend it? If so, he would become a great benefactor to the Jiang kingdom, ensuring his family's prosperity for generations to come, as Jiang Jie would inevitably return to inherit the throne. As this realization dawned on him, Tai Fei exchanged an excited glance with Jiang Jie. Understanding Tai Fei's implication, Jiang Jie felt a moment of hesitation. Such methods were indeed dubious, and this young man was a prodigy of the Tianyang kingdom. However, if he could comprehend sword intent and later provide some benefit to Yang City, it would still count as a contribution to the Tianyang Empire. With this thought, Jiang Jie gazed at Su Yi with growing fervor and excitement. He was on the cusp of becoming a swordsman. Observing Jiang Shui's stunned expression, Su Yi sheathed his sword, saying, "I concede." Jiang Shui, recovering from her surprise, looked at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, you are actually a swordsman. You are even more impressive than my brother." Su Yi chuckled in response, "It's merely good fortune." Seeing this exchange, Jiang Jie and Tai Fei shared a glance, both recognizing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Jiang Shui was extraordinarily kind-hearted, renowned for her benevolence in the Jiang kingdom. If Su Yi were to act against him in her presence, it would be utterly unacceptable. With this in mind, a gentle smile spread across Jiang Jie's face as he addressed Su Yi. Wonderful. Who would have thought that the Tianyang Empire could produce a swordsman of such talent? Su Yi merely smiled in reply, choosing not to speak. Jiang Jie continued, I heard you mention your intention to go to Lingwei sect, but got lost. As it happens, we are also headed there. How about you accompany us? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi replied, then I shall not impose. Jiang Jie waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. At this juncture, Jiang Shui chimed in with a smile. This is great. With one more person, it won't be boring. You both never chat with me on the road. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jie smiled and turned to Su Yi, saying, let us set off now. Su Yi nodded, indicating her willingness to follow their lead. Jiang Jie then stated, let us go. After glancing at Tai Fei, he began to descend the mountain. Understanding Jiang Jie's intent, Tai Fei recognized the need to first secure Su Yi before finding an opportunity to separate Jiang Shui, at which point he could make his move against Su Yi. Without uttering a word, Su Yi and Jiang Shui followed closely behind. As time passed, the dawn of the next day arrived. Throughout the night, Su Yi endured Jiang Shui's incessant chatter, her ears growing weary of the conversation. Yet, recalling Jiang Shui's assistance, she maintained her composure, occasionally replying with a word or two. Casting a glance at Jiang Jie and Tai Fei, who kept their distance, Su Yi finally comprehended their reluctance to engage Jiang Shui in conversation. Curious about Su Yi, Jiang Shui inquired, are you truly not selling your sword? To which Su Yi responded, somewhat helplessly, I apologize, but it is simply not for sale. With a sigh, Jiang Shui continued, by the way, how did you become a sword cultivator? I have a master, Su Yi replied. Is that all it takes? Could you perhaps introduce your master to my brother? He is quite eager to become a sword cultivator as well. My master has a difficult temperament, and due to various reasons, I cannot make that introduction, Su Yi explained. Very well. How did you become a disciple of Lingwei sect? Jiang Shui asked. Su Yi shot her a glance and replied, what did you have for dinner yesterday? Jiang Shui frowned slightly. Are you referring to that meal? How audacious, Su Yi retorted. At that moment, she suddenly heard Tai Fei's furious roar. Turning to look, she was taken aback. Chapter 16, The Purple Swift Leopard. In Su Ye's line of sight, she saw Jiang Jie being clutched by a beast, lifted off the ground, and slowly being dragged backward. Brother, Jiang Shui exclaimed in shock, her handsome face etched with deep concern. Ahead, Tai Fei regarded the beast before him with a grim expression. This creature was known as the Purple Swift Leopard. Though merely a second-level beast, it was remarkably swift and adept at ambush. He had not anticipated the sudden appearance of a purple swift leopard, which had subdued Jiang Jie. A wave of intense worry washed over him. Should anything happen to Jiang Jie, the emperor would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Although he could flee, his family remained in the capital. The purple swift leopard, with its cunning gaze fixed on Tai Fei, instinctively recognized that among the three humans, only Tai Fei posed a threat. Thus, it refrained from severing Jiang Jie's neck, instead retreating slowly while seeking an opportunity to escape with its prey. Observing this, Tai Fei could only follow cautiously, wary of startling the purple swift leopard and endangering Jiang Jie. His expression darkened as he glared at the beast, consumed by fury, having fought countless battles. He found himself threatened by a mere creature. At that moment, from his left, a figure dashed past with astonishing speed, and in the next instant, he witnessed a sword pierce the left eye of the purple swift leopard. The wielder of the sword was none other than Su Yi. As the excruciating pain surged through its eye, the purple swift leopard went into a frenzy, preparing to bite down on the neck of its captive. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yi released the sword hilt with his right hand, and then grasped the upper fangs of the purple jaguar, bracing the lower jaw with his left hand, exerting all his strength to hold it open. Otherwise, its massive jaws would close instantly, causing blood to flow from his hands. Observing this, Tai Fei reacted swiftly, channeling explosive spiritual energy through his right foot before delivering a powerful kick to the head of the purple jaguar. Boom! The jaguar was sent flying by Tai Fei's strike, its slender form crashing heavily against a robust tree before collapsing to the ground, barely alive, while Jiang Jie also tumbled from the jaguar's mouth. Seeing Jiang Jie rescued, Jiang Shui rushed forward to support him, her eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Jie offered her some words of comfort, but his expression swiftly darkened. How could one of such noble stature be treated thus by a mere beast? With this thought, he unsheathed his sword and ruthlessly severed the neck of the now defenseless purple jaguar. Meanwhile, Su Yi cast a surprised glance at Tai Fei. He had not previously noticed that this man had managed to slay the purple jaguar with a single kick. It was important to note that the purple jaguar was a peak-level second-tier beast, comparable to a human at the pinnacle of the spirit condensation realm. While this middle-aged man was at least at the spirit transformation realm, Tai Fei, oblivious to Su Ye's gaze, approached Jiang Jie and clasped his hands, saying, "It is entirely my oversight that has led to the third prince encountering this peril. I humbly ask for your punishment." In response, Jiang Jie waved his hand dismissively. How could he blame General Tai? Who could have anticipated that a purple jaguar lay in ambush here? He then turned to Su Yi, forcing a somewhat awkward smile, adding, "I must also express my gratitude to Brother Su for your timely assistance." Su Yi replied with a smile, "It was my duty." Although Jiang Jie wore a smile, envy and a simmering desire for vengeance brewed within him. He longed to eliminate Su Yi, feeling humiliated as the most gifted talent of the Tianyang Empire, a future emperor, subjected to such disgrace before an outsider. His envy stemmed from Su Ye's astonishing speed in combat. A swordsman, indeed, was formidable. Not only was his combat prowess exceptional, but his attack speed was equally remarkable. The desire to subdue Su Yi and to absorb his sword intent to become a swordsman grew ever more fervent. Jiang Jie produced a handkerchief to wipe away the saliva left by the jaguar from his neck, then brushed off the dust from his clothes. Looking at Su Yi with a smile, "Since the danger has passed, let us continue on our journey." Su Yi secretly admired Jiang Jie's composure. Truly, as a prince, his temperament was not something ordinary individuals could match. He replied with a smile, "Very well." Jiang Jie nodded and turned to resume their journey. Tai Fei glanced at Su Yi before following closely beside Jiang Jie, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. For he had no desire to encounter further threats that could lead to dire consequences. For the next stretch of their journey, Jiang Shui remained by Jiang Jie's side, clutching his left arm. In her heart, Jiang Jie was the best person for her. Though she was a princess of the Tianyang Empire, she was not valued due to her mother's early demise and often fell victim to bullying from other royal princes. During those times, only Jiang Jie stood before her, shielding her from insults and humiliation. Not only that, but Jiang Jie also shared his cultivation resources with Jiang Shui, who, in turn, did not disappoint him. She grew to become a talent second only to Jiang Jie in the capital. Upon witnessing Jiang Jie in peril, Jiang Shui felt a deep despair wash over her. Lost in her thoughts, she noticed a fork in the path ahead, where Jiang Jie chose the right route. Observing this, Jiang Shui inquired, "Brother, I recall that the left path leads to Lingyue sect, does it not? This route seems to lead to the Chu kingdom." In response, Jiang Jie smiled and said, "I am aware. I merely wish for you to rest. After all, we have traveled for 5 days, and I fear you may be weary." Touched by his words, Jiang Shui felt a swell of gratitude, realizing how considerate Jiang Jie was toward her. Nearby, Tai Fei, having overheard their exchange, quietly sighed. While Jiang Jie, the prince, was admirable in many respects, his excessive concern for Jiang Shui could ultimately become a vulnerability in his future as an emperor, one that could prove fatal. However, he refrained from offering counsel, knowing it would only irritate Jiang Jie. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yi spotted a city looming ahead, its scale reminiscent of Yang City. Following Jiang Jie and the others, they soon arrived at an inn. To express his gratitude for Jiang Jie and his companions escorting him to Lingyue sect, Su Hai stepped forward to pay for 4 rooms. Observing Su Ye's retreating figure, Tai Fei turned to Jiang Jie with a knowing glance. Understanding the unspoken cue, Jiang Jie recognized this as the perfect opportunity to send Jiang Shui away. With that thought in mind, he called out to Su Yi, who had just turned around, "Brother Su, might I trouble you for a favor?" "What favor?" Su Yi queried. Jiang Jie's eyes gleamed with reminiscence as he replied, "I have long aspired to be a swordsman, yet due to my limited talent, I have only reached the threshold of sword intent, seemingly fated to remain distant from the sword path. However, now that I have encountered you, I wish to spar with you, to experience the essence of swordsmanship up close and fulfill a lingering desire. Would you assist me in achieving this wish?" Chapter 17. It is my pleasure. Upon hearing Jiang Jie's request, Su Yi smiled. This is a trifling matter. A spar, of course, is possible. Jiang Jie nodded appreciatively and turned to Jiang Shui, saying, "You should rest first. I will practice swordplay with Brother Su." Furrowing her brows, Jiang Shui replied, "Now, after such a long journey, it would not be too late to spar tomorrow." Jiang Jie waved his hand dismissively. "You know how much I admire swordsmen. I can hardly contain my eagerness." With a slight sigh, Jiang Shui acknowledged, "Your passion for the sword is indeed profound. Alas, talent remains an insurmountable barrier." Contemplating this, Jiang Shui said, "Be careful, then. I shall head upstairs." Jiang Jie nodded, "Go on." Without further ado, Jiang Shui turned and ascended the stairs. Once her figure vanished from sight, Jiang Jie looked to Su Yi and said, "Let us proceed." Su Yi nodded in agreement. Very well. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang Jie's eyes as he stepped forward, with Su Yi following closely behind. As Su Ye's figure faded into the distance, Tai Fei wore an expression of disdain. Ultimately, he was merely a child. No matter how exceptional his talent or dedication to swordsmanship, he remained but a pawn in the hands of the royal prince. Su Yi walked alongside Jiang Jie, heading towards the city's outskirts. Behind them, Tai Fei gazed at Su Ye's silhouette, excitement flickering in his eyes. Soon, he would assist Jiang Jie in becoming a sword cultivator, thereby elevating his own status within the Jiang kingdom. In a few years, it was not inconceivable that he would stand one person beneath the emperor, towering over countless others. At that moment, Tai Fei suddenly recalled that he had not practiced the technique capable of forcibly extracting sword intent from cultivators in quite some time, and he found himself feeling somewhat unprepared. With this thought, he discreetly began to invoke the incantation from memory, allowing the energy to flow within him. Ahead, Su Yi was engaged in conversation with Jiang Jie when he was abruptly alerted by the voice of the sword spirit, urging him to find a way back, or face certain death. Calmly, Su Yi inquired, "What is the matter?" The sword spirit expressed its concern, revealing that the person behind him possessed a technique capable of devouring sword intent, which it had detected being surreptitiously activated. However, it was perplexed that such a technique could exist in this seemingly insignificant place. Feigning nonchalance, Su Yi glanced back, only to find Tai Fei watching him with a sinister grin. Upon catching Su Ye's eye, Tai Fei's expression transformed into one of feigned warmth. This sight caused a wave of unease to wash over Su Yi, igniting a fire of rage within him. Just moments ago, he had rescued Jiang Jie from a beast, and now these two had the audacity to conspire against him. The thought of having repeatedly expressed his gratitude to them over the past few days only intensified his fury. With this realization, Su Yi cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Jie. He then summoned a barely perceptible flicker of sword intent at the tip of his index finger, which he abruptly released, his mouth slightly parting in the process. Jiang Jie, filled with anticipation, caught a glimpse of Su Yi bending over, only to witness him spitting out a mouthful of blood. Concern etched on his brow, Jiang Jie questioned, "What has happened to you, Su brother?" With a pallid complexion, Su Yi slowly rose, his voice weak as he confessed, "To be candid, before encountering you, I had a run-in with a third-tier beast. After a fierce battle, I managed to escape, but I sustained internal injuries." As he spoke, Su Yi coughed up another spurt of blood and addressed Jiang Jie, "Let us forego today's sparring. Perhaps we can reschedule for another day?" Jiang Jie's countenance darkened with worry, not for Su Ye's well-being, but for the impact of his condition on his ability to wield sword intent, which could jeopardize his own aspirations of becoming a sword cultivator. Such opportunities were rare and precious. With this concern in mind, Jiang Jie replied, "Sparring is of little consequence. Your health is paramount. Let us return at once." Acknowledging the sentiment with a nod, Su Yi turned and made his way back to the inn. Observing this, Tai Fei furrowed his brow, frustrated that the timing had faltered. Yet, there was little he could do. For now, Su Yi was under his watchful eye and could not escape. He resolved to seek another opportunity in the future. Shortly thereafter, Su Yi returned to a room at the tavern to rest. Jiang Jie instructed Tai Fei to keep a vigilant watch over Su Yi, ensuring he was not disturbed before departing. Upon witnessing Jiang Jie's departure, Su Ye's gaze instantly turned frigid. He inhaled deeply, contemplating that had it not been for Tai Fei, he could have dispatched Jiang Jie and made his escape. However, at this juncture, he was left with no choice but to seek an opportunity for a clandestine departure. With this thought, Su Yi buried his head into the bedding and succumbed to slumber, refraining from consuming the sword intent, for he was acutely aware that Tai Fei was undoubtedly monitoring him. Should he be discovered, dire consequences would ensue. The following day, as Su Yi lay in bed pondering his escape, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Moments later, the door swung open, and Jiang Jie stepped inside. Observing Su Yi reclining on the bed, he inquired, "Brother Su, how fares your recovery?" At this, Su Yi inwardly cursed, considering the severity of his injuries, having expelled blood. Could such a condition truly mend overnight? With a bitter smile, he replied, "I fear my internal injuries have worsened. It is my own folly. I did not take the beast's attack seriously, and now the repercussions have manifested." He paused, clearing his throat before continuing, "Perhaps you should leave first, lest you delay your journey to Lingwei sect." Jiang Jie furrowed his brow, responding, "How can that be? Setting aside the fact that you saved my life from the beast, I cannot abandon you." Hearing Jiang Jie's words, Su Yi felt a cold disdain within. He had always prided himself on his ruthlessness, yet upon leaving Yang City, he encountered someone so indifferent, Truly, there are always greater powers at play. Seeing Su Ye's silence, Jiang Jie contemplated briefly and stated, Brother Su, rest well here for a few days. We shall await your recovery. With that, he turned and departed. As Jiang Jie's figure receded, Su Yi felt an urge to draw his sword and slay him, yet he refrained, for Tai Fei stood just outside the door. The next day, Jiang Jie returned to inquire about Su Ye's condition. Upon hearing the response, Su Yi coughed up blood. Witnessing this, Jiang Jie's concern deepened, and without uttering another word, he exited. Approximately an hour later, Jiang Jie entered with a steaming bowl of herbal medicine. Noticing Su Ye's pallor, he sighed and said, Brother Su, I have personally prepared this herbal concoction for you. Please, drink it swiftly. Responding slowly, Su Yi sat up and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Jiang Jie smiled, handing the bowl to Su Yi. It is nothing, and then he turned to leave. Once Jiang Jie exited, Su Yi placed the herbal mixture on the table and resumed his contemplation of escape strategies. Back in his own quarters, Jiang Jie glanced at Tai Fei, who was sipping tea at the table, and remarked, that bowl of medicine is particularly effective for treating internal injuries. After he consumes it, he should be nearly recovered by tonight. I would appreciate it if the general could keep watch this evening. In response, Tai Jun smiled. Congratulations to the third prince on your imminent ascension as a sword cultivator. At Tai Jun's words, Jiang Jie felt a surge of excitement. Even the weakest sword cultivator possesses formidable combat prowess, for the path remains that of a practitioner. Chapter 18. Do you truly leave me no opportunity? As night fell, Tai Fei approached the window of Su Yi's chamber, glancing upward with ire. As the Grand General of the Northern Command of the Tianyang Empire, he found it beneath him to engage in such surveillance due to Su Yi. Noticing no unusual activity, Tai Fei casually adjusted his attire, folding his arms behind his back, and stood resolute. 15 minutes passed. Tiefei was abruptly startled by the sound of a window being opened above him. Just as he was about to look up, a cold, viscous liquid splashed onto his head, trickling down his hair and onto his face. Furious at this unexpected occurrence, he shook his head and glanced upward, only to discover a pair of hands hastily closing the window. Witnessing this scene, Tiefei suppressed the urge to shout in anger, momentarily taken aback by the bitter medicinal scent emanating from his head. A flash of rage crossed his face as he realized it was Su Yi who had poured the concoction, the very bitter medicine prepared for him by Jiang Jie. This rascal was feigning illness. With this thought, Tiefei's expression turned icy, and he stepped away. Inside the room, Su Yi sat at the table, glancing out the window to find that night had fallen, prompting a desire to escape. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. The next moment, the door swung open, revealing Tiefei and Jiang Jie entering. Jiang Jie cast a shadowy glance at Su Yi, a smile creeping onto his face. Su brother, let us spar now. Upon hearing this, Su Yi frowned. My injuries. He paused, his expression instantly cooling as he turned to Tiefei, who was gathering a swirling force of spiritual energy in his hand. Realizing that Jiang Jie had discovered his ruse, Su Yi fell silent for a moment, then rose to his feet. Since the third prince is so eager, then let us proceed. Jiang Jie chuckled, then let us go. With that, he stepped out, while Tiefei remained still, his gaze fixed coldly on Su Yi. Observing Tiefei's tangled hair and the lingering scent of bitter medicine, Su Yi began to understand why Jiang Jie had seen through his disguise. Without further ado, Su Yi rose and exited the room. Outside the door, Su Yi and Jiang Jie walked side by side towards the staircase. Jiang Jie, glancing at Su Yi, inquired, I am quite curious, since you are a sword cultivator, why is your cultivation only at the first level of qi gathering? In response, Su Yi remained silent, staring ahead as if lost in thought. Noticing this, Jiang Jie smirked. Do not waste your energy contemplating an escape plan. The person behind you is the Grand General of Tianyang Kingdom, with a cultivation at the third level of spirit transformation. You cannot hope to flee under his watch. Hearing Jiang Jie's words, Su Yi turned his head and asked, Is there truly no chance for me? Jiang Jie sighed. There is no need for resentment. I will ensure your family is taken care of. While I am unsure how you learned of this, your assistance in comprehending sword intent is also a contribution to Tianyang Kingdom. Su Yi nodded, then suddenly took a bold step towards a nearby door. Bursting through it without hesitation, Jiang Jie was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly turned to his companion. What are you doing? Tiefei, unfazed by the outburst, quickened his pace and followed Su Yi into the room. Upon entering, Tiefei found Su Yi brandishing a sword at a woman's neck. The woman was Jiang Shui. At that moment, Jiang Jie also stepped inside, and upon witnessing this scene, his expression darkened considerably. He had indeed considered that Su Yi might act in such a manner, yet he had presumed he could thwart Su Yi, for he was at the 5th level of the spirit condensation realm, gazing at the sword poised against his neck. Jiang Shui was taken aback. Jiang Jie, observing Su Yi, wore an expression of deep concern. "Release my sister, and I shall not hold it against you." Upon hearing this, Su Yi let out a cold laugh and, seizing Jiang Shui, leaped through the window behind him, retreating at great speed. Witnessing this, Jiang Jie hurriedly turned to Tai Fei. "Pursue," he commanded, and without hesitation, he followed Tai Fei out the window, closely trailing Su Yi. As the two men pursued, Su Yi's voice turned icy. "If you dare to follow, I shall take her life." Jiang Jie retorted angrily. "Should you lay a finger on my sister, I will annihilate your entire clan." Su Yi remained silent, retreating with Jiang Shui in tow. Both Jiang Jie and Tai Fei dared not press too closely, fearing that Su Yi might act out of desperation. Yet they maintained a distance that ensured he could not escape their sight. After a quarter of an hour, Su Yi noticed that Jiang Jie and Tai Fei were still following him, his expression darkening. He understood that Jiang Jie would not easily relent, and he needed to devise a method to elude them. In that moment, Su Yi's mind raced as he scanned the terrain around him, contemplating even a leap from a cliff if necessary. Observing Jiang Jie's worried countenance ahead, Jiang Shui was filled with rage. She believed that Jiang Jie must have discovered the nefarious deeds of Su Yi, prompting such actions. Had it not been for her, Jiang Jie would have surely dispatched Su Yi already. With this thought, Jiang Shui's gaze gradually grew resolute. Her brother had been so kind to her. She could not become a burden. With this resolve, she coldly declared, "If you have the ability, then kill me." Relying on threats, what kind of man are you? I had thought you to be a good person, but I was sorely mistaken. Upon hearing this, Su Yi, already irritable, felt a surge of impatience. Noticing his silence, Jiang Shui continued, "Oh, can you not comprehend my words? I want you to take my life." Su Yi nodded. "Very well," he replied, and with that, he tightened his grip on the sword. Realizing the impending peril, Jiang Shui was stunned. Just as Su Yi was about to strike, the voice of the sword spirit suddenly interrupted. "Wait, do not kill her just yet." Surprised, Su Yi halted, pondering the reason behind this interruption. The sword spirit explained, "Though that man wields the malevolent power of devouring sword intent, I can backlash against him while he attempts to cast a spell on you." Hearing this, Su Yi felt a surge of hope. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" The sword spirit fell silent for a moment before responding. "However, the success rate of this method is only 50%. Then let us proceed." Before the sword spirit could finish, Su Yi abruptly cut him off. In response, the sword spirit ceased further discourse. Su Yi regarded Jiang Jie and Tai Fei ahead, then came to an abrupt stop. Seeing this, Jiang Jie's expression shifted to one of panic. "Su Yi, do not act rashly. Let us leave now. Do not kill her." At this moment, Jiang Jie froze, his shock evident as Su Yi unexpectedly pushed Jiang Shui away. Both Jiang Jie and Jiang Shui were taken aback by this turn of events. In that instant, Tai Fei sprang into action, swiftly subduing Su Yi, causing him to kneel on the ground. Jiang Jie approached Su Yi, looking down upon him with a slight frown. About to speak. Observing this, Su Yi suddenly interjected, "I only ask for one thing. Spare my life." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jie came to a realization. After all, Su Yi was a resident of Yang City. If he offended him too severely, he would undoubtedly fear for the safety of his family, hence his cautious demeanor. Contemplating this, Jiang Jie replied softly, "I shall do my utmost." Listening to their exchange, Jiang Shui furrowed her brow. The implication of their words suggested that her brother intended to kill Su Yi. Wasn't Su Yi the villain in this scenario? Chapter 19. I do not wish to die. Jiang Jie glanced at Jiang Shui, noticing her expression, and sighed slightly. "If I were to take his life today, what would you think of me?" At his words, disbelief washed over Jiang Shui's handsome face. In her heart, Jiang Jie was the finest person in the world. He had always taught her to be virtuous and to strive for Tianyang Kingdom to become the most prosperous and peaceful nation. She had adhered to this principle her entire life, never committing a single wrongdoing. Even as a princess, she treated her servants with utmost courtesy and extended her hand to those in need on the streets. Yet now, Jiang Jie was telling her that he intended to kill an innocent man, one who had saved his life, Su Yi. Seeing Jiang Shui's silence, Jiang Jie stepped closer and spoke earnestly. "This world is vast, and Tianyang Kingdom is but a small part of it. Although I am the most talented in Tianyang, outside its borders, I am merely a novice cultivator, my gifts hardly even qualifying as superior. Now, I have the chance to slay Su Yi and become a sword cultivator. Only then can I aspire to become a formidable force and improve our kingdom. Can you comprehend this?" Trembling, Jiang Shui responded, "Brother, but he saved you." Jiang Jie fixed his gaze upon her. "And what of it? He is a citizen of Tianyang. aiding my ascent as a sword cultivator, even at the cost of his own life, is but his duty, as he and his ancestors have thrived under the protection of our kingdom. Is it not reasonable to ask for his contribution? With a sigh, Jiang Jie continued, once he is gone, I shall elevate his father and provide for his family, ensuring they enjoy a life of wealth and comfort. I now place the choice before you. Either I become a sword cultivator, or I let him go. Which shall it be? At his words, Jiang Shui glanced at Su Yi, who was not far off. Upon meeting her gaze, Su Yi spoke. I do not wish to die. Jiang Shui's expression wavered, but gradually, conviction emerged upon her face as she turned to Jiang Jie. Brother, we cannot proceed with this. If we do, how are we any different from those wicked individuals? Besides, he saved your life. Let us spare him, shall we? Jiang Jie smiled and replied, very well. Jiang Shui's face brightened, and she moved to approach Su Yi. Just then, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head and swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Jie caught her as she began to fall, his resolve unwavering. I am sorry, but becoming a sword cultivator is my dream. I cannot relinquish it. With that, he leaned Jiang Shui against a tree. Observing this scene, Tai Fei let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Jiang Jie would heed Jiang Shui's plea and spare Su Yi. If he did, Su Yi would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Although Tai Fei had known Su Yi for a short time, his years on the battlefield had equipped him to discern that Su Yi possessed the makings of a killer. Upon reaching this point, Tai Fei turned to Jiang Jie and said, Third Prince, let us commence. Jiang Jie nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Let us begin. At these words, a vein bulged on Tai Fei's forehead, and in the next moment, a surge of black energy erupted from his right hand, transforming into a multitude of black runes that floated outward before suddenly pressing down upon Su Yi's head. In an instant, Su Yi felt the sword intent within his spiritual sea uncontrollably surge forth, reaching a level akin to his usual full-force release. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly heard the voice of the sword spirit. Speak your final words, for should I retaliate against him, you may perish in an instant. Hearing this, Su Yi flashed a grin and replied, It's fine, as long as I can eliminate this old thief. The sword spirit responded, Here it comes. As the words fell, Su Yi felt an incredibly sharp energy rise within his spiritual sea. This energy was not physical, yet it was certainly not mere sword intent. The next moment, he heard Tai Fei's agonizing scream. Looking up, he saw Tai Fei with blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his skin turning a ghastly shade of iron, veins throbbing on his forehead, presenting a terrifying sight. Then, amid Su Yi's exhilaration, Tai Fei collapsed heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Jie in the distance narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Su Yi rose and turned his gaze toward Jiang Jie. Upon meeting Su Yi's eyes, Jiang Jie's expression turned grim. Spare me, and I shall let this matter slide. Before Jiang Jie could finish his plea, Su Yi plunged his sword into his heart. Jiang Jie, astonished and furious, exclaimed, Do you not fear my father's wrath upon your family? In response, Su Yi withdrew his sword, and Jiang Jie, filled with overwhelming resentment, fell heavily to the ground. Casting a glance at Jiang Jie's lifeless body, Su Yi turned and walked towards Jiang Shui, who leaned against a tree. At that moment, the sword spirit's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Do you intend to kill her? As he walked, Su Yi replied, Not kill? Allow her to return and lead troops to annihilate Yang City? The sword spirit responded, Let her go. After all, this girl sought to save you moments ago. Su Yi halted, a frown creasing his brow. What if she seeks revenge? The sword spirit assured, She will not. The news of your joining the Lingyue sect is known to all in Yang City. Any emperor, if not foolish, would not dare to easily provoke your adoptive father. Hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow tightly. He certainly did not believe that Jiang Shui would not seek retribution, yet with the sword spirit intervening, he felt compelled to heed its counsel, for the sword spirit was, at present, his master. Observing Su Yi's expression, the sword spirit reassured him, Do not worry. I can erase her memories. Su Yi's eyes lit up. Is that true? What benefit would there be in deceiving you? Replied the sword spirit. Soon after, Su Yi witnessed a phantom silver rune emerge from his forehead and directly merge into the crown of Jiang Shui's head. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi sheathed his sword, admiration evident on his face. Impressive. With that, he approached Jiang Jie's lifeless form, discovered a map, and upon closer inspection, realized it was a map leading to the Lingyue sect. He then rose and departed. An hour later, Jiang Shui slowly opened her eyes while leaning against the tree, and as she touched the back of her head, a look of confusion crossed her face. Who am I? Her gaze shifted, landing on the body of Jiang Jie lying on the ground, causing her expression to freeze in shock. A quarter of an hour later, tears welled in Jiang Shui's eyes. her body trembling slightly as she slowly rose to her feet and knelt beside Jiang Jia. She then lifted him in her arms, gritting her silver teeth, and shouted, "Su Yi, I shall ensure your dismemberment." Gazing at Jiang Jia, Jiang Shui felt as though the heavens had collapsed around her. Meanwhile, Su Yi rode a beast through the winding forest path. Feeling somewhat bored, he inquired, "Sword Spirit, are you familiar with Lingua sect?" The Sword Spirit replied, "I do not know." Su Yi continued, "After becoming a sword cultivator, I discovered a problem. My endurance in battle is woefully inadequate. Is there any way to remedy this?" The Sword Spirit coldly responded, "Poor endurance stems from a weak physique. In the future, seek out a few manuals on physical cultivation." Upon hearing this, Su Yi found it reasonable and, as if struck by a thought, added, "But the Lingjia continent has existed for countless years. Did those sword cultivators never consider physical training?" The Sword Spirit explained, "That is because ordinary sword cultivators devote all their energy to swordsmanship. However, if you encounter a more talented sword cultivator in the future, you will find their physical strength comparable to that of beasts of the same rank." Chapter 20, Fengda. Half a month later, a weary Su Yi arrived at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, where the Lingua sect was located. Gazing at the towering stone tablet inscribed with Lingua sect, he sighed. "I have finally arrived." With this thought, Su Yi began his ascent. Upon reaching the halfway point, he halted, spotting a lengthy queue ahead, raising his gaze. He could not see the front of the line. Seeing this, Su Yi approached a young man in a purple robe at the end of the queue and asked, "Good sir, what is the reason for such a long line here?" The young man frowned slightly and replied, "What is your purpose here?" Su Yi smiled. "I wish to join Lingua sect." The young man scrutinized Su Yi and said, "You don't really think that stepping into Lingua sect automatically makes you a disciple, do you? You must pass a test." At this, the young man patted Su Yi on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, with that level of intelligence, you should reconsider participating in Lingua sect as recruitment test. Even if you manage to enter, you would only be fit for menial tasks." With a sigh, he turned away, no longer addressing Su Yi. Taken aback, Su Yi felt somewhat speechless. He had been invited to join Lingua sect by Ling Chuxiao, who had now seemingly wandered off. And it appeared that he, too, would have to partake in the test. With this in mind, Su Yi gazed at the serpentine line ahead and then at the blazing sun above. He contemplated for a moment before deciding to descend the mountain, opting to rest in a nearby town 2 miles from Qingyun Mountain and return in the evening. As Su Yi departed, the young man in the purple robe shook his head slightly, thinking to himself how naive some people could still be in this day and age. In the evening, Su Yi, hands clasped behind his back, arrived at the entrance of Lingua sect once more. Looking ahead, he discovered that the queue had significantly shortened. He could now see the grand golden gates of Lingua sect. He took his place at the end of the line. Before long, it was Su Ye's turn. The outer sect elder seated at the table glanced at him and inquired, "State your name, origin, and age." Su Yi complied, providing the elder with the requested information. Upon receiving the information regarding Su Yi, the outer sect elder gestured towards a nearby black stone tablet. "Utilize your full strength to strike this stone," he commanded. "If you can alter its color, you shall pass. If not, you may leave." At these words, Su Yi stepped out of the line, gazing at the towering stone tablet before him. Its surface was remarkably smooth, and within, countless golden runes flickered and danced with vitality. Observing this stone, Su Yi brimmed with confidence. As a swordsman, he possessed the prowess equivalent to a peak cultivator in the spirit condensation realm, akin to an inner sect disciple's strength. Passing the assessment for outer sect disciples would be a mere formality. However, just as he resolved to draw his sword, a sudden realization struck him. He found himself empty-handed. Slapping his forehead, Su Yi recalled that he had forgotten his sword in the town. Noticing Su Ye's hesitation, the outer sect elder frowned and urged, "Hurry up. Do not waste time." In response, Su Yi looked at the elder and asked, "Might you lend me a sword?" The elder's expression soured at Su Ye's request. "If you lack the strength, then be gone." His irritation grew. Every recruitment competition at Lingua sect attracted opportunists hoping to take advantage of the situation, and this time, it appeared to be a new tactic, borrowing a sword. It was evident that Su Yi was unarmed, and if he were to retrieve a sword, this young man might very well attempt to sneak in. Seeing the elder's anger, Su Yi quickly explained, "Elder, I am indeed a sword cultivator." "A sword cultivator?" The elder scoffed. "If you were truly a sword cultivator, would you need to participate in this test? Depart immediately, lest I be compelled to take action." Witnessing this scene, murmurs of encouragement and mockery arose from the crowd behind Su Yi. At such a young age, he neglects his studies and seeks to exploit the situation. Our elders at Lingua sect have encountered more individuals than you have had meals. How dare you attempt to be clever? You are utterly naive. Indeed, without the requisite strength, One should accept their limitations as a failure. Why must you embarrass yourself? Though you possess a handsome appearance, your actions are disgraceful. Listening to these jeers, Su Yi frowned slightly. The elder, basking in his moment of triumph, relished the attention. Although he held the title of an outer sect elder, his status within Lingyue sect was comparable to that of an inner sect disciple, and no disciple respected him. Just as Su Yi prepared to unveil his sword intent, a voice from behind interrupted. Young brother, I can lend you a sword. Su Yi turned to see a middle-aged man standing before him, accompanied by a similarly aged youth with short hair. Acknowledging the man with a nod, Su Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Taking the sword from the man's hand, he unleashed a wave of sword energy towards the stone tablet, which instantly transformed into a pale blue hue. A profound silence enveloped the arena as the onlookers gazed in astonishment. The outer sect elder's countenance darkened. Su Yi turned back, returning the sword to the man. Thank you. The man regarded Su Yi with a glimmer of envy in his eyes, responding, it was nothing. The youth beside the man gazed enviously at the pale blue stone tablet, his heart filled with jealousy. This young lad before him appeared to be of similar age. Why was he able to pass the test while he could not? With this thought lingering, the short-haired boy cast a somewhat unfriendly glance at Su Yi. He was soon ushered through the gates of Lingyue's sect by the middle-aged man, and the outer elder made no attempt to intervene. As the two departed, Su Yi turned to the elder, smiling as he remarked, what a waste of time. The elder snorted in response and tossed a blue diamond-shaped token to Su Yi. Upon receiving it, Su Yi turned and walked away. Observing Su Ye's retreating figure, the outer elder's expression darkened. Having lived for so many years, his pride was paramount, and he never anticipated being humiliated by a mere child today. Yet, he dared not voice his grievances, for Su Yi was a sword cultivator destined to surpass him in the future. With this in mind, the outer elder glared at the person ahead of the group, wondering what they were dawdling for, as if they intended to spend the night there. The man who had aided Su Yi earlier was named Feng Er, a merchant in the secular world and the younger brother of the outer elder, Feng De. The youth at his side was his son, Feng Xiao. At this moment, Feng De was seen approaching under a rocky hill, clad in a white robe. Upon seeing Feng De, Feng Er stepped forward with a sigh, saying, Brother, Feng Xiao has failed the test. In response, Feng De shook his head. It's all right. The assessments at Lingyue sect have indeed become quite stringent in recent years. Hearing this, Feng Xiao's spirits lifted as he exclaimed, So, does that mean you can help me enter Lingyue sect, uncle? Feng De glanced at his nephew. You are the only male heir of the Feng family. I will certainly find a way to assist you. Feng Er frowned at this, but Lingyue sect is such a powerful entity. What means do you possess? Feng De chuckled. Though I am not a significant figure within Lingyue sect, after years of mingling, I have cultivated some connections. In a few days, I will seek out a new disciple lacking background and talent, offer him some benefits, and secure his spot for Feng Xiao. Feng Er regarded Feng De with a slight frown. Elder brother, I believe this approach may be somewhat improper. In response, Feng De reprimanded him. Do you not know why our father chose to lead me onto the path of cultivation? It was because you were too timid. Now off you go. Shaking his head, Feng Er turned and departed. Chapter 21. You must find a support. Watching Feng Er's receding figure, Feng De shook his head and turned to Feng Xiao. You should remain at Lingyue sect and diligently cultivate. I do not expect you to become an inner disciple, but at the very least, you must stay here and ideally marry and start a family, so that our Feng family may gradually rise. At this, Feng Xiao recalled the proud female disciples he had encountered along his journey and felt a surge of excitement. Rest assured, uncle, I shall strive to do my utmost. Just then, Feng Xiao's attention was drawn to a figure not far ahead, a youth clad in white, wielding a sword, who was calmly making his way into the depths of Lingyue sect. The young man was none other than Su Yi, who had just reclaimed his sword. Upon witnessing Su Ye's tranquil demeanor, Feng Xiao felt a surge of anger welling within him. He surmised that Su Yi must have been aware of his failure in the test, which explained his seemingly indifferent expression. After all, would a normal person not feel exhilarated upon joining the Lingyue sect? With this thought in mind, Feng Xiao turned to Su Yi and remarked, Have you no courtesy to greet my uncle? How has your father raised you? At this, Su Yi looked at Feng Xiao and recognized him as the short-haired youth who had stood beside the middle-aged man who had assisted him earlier. In a calm tone, he replied, What did you say? Feng De, standing nearby, furrowed his brow at Su Ye's response. The audacity of the new disciples in this era was astonishing. To display such a lack of respect in front of an outer sect elder was quite brazen indeed. Feng Xiao, filled with jealousy, retorted coldly, I said, Your father. Before he could finish, Feng Xiao's eyes widened in shock as Su Yi drew his sword and lunged at him. Feng De was taken aback by this turn of events, a sword cultivator, he thought, and quickly gathered his spiritual energy. striking towards the tip of Su Ye's sword with the palm. Bang! Su Yi felt a tremendous force surge towards him, causing him to take 2 steps back. The fact that Su Yi had only retreated a couple of steps left Feng Da even more astonished. Although he had only exerted 30% of his strength, he was a cultivator at the spirit transformation realm. Realizing the misunderstanding, Feng Da chuckled. It's all a misunderstanding. He then turned to the visibly frightened Feng Xiao and urged him to apologize. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Yet he dared not defy his uncle. Reluctantly, he muttered, "I'm sorry." Seeing Feng Xiao apologize, Su Yi turned to Feng Da and smiled. "It's all a misunderstanding." Elder. Feng Da, feeling a sense of trepidation in response to Su Ye's demeanor, thought to himself that while a genius was indeed formidable, a perceptive genius was even more extraordinary. With this in mind, he felt a desire to befriend Su Yi and said, "At such a young age, you have already become a sword cultivator. Your future looks exceedingly bright." Su Yi smiled modestly. "It is merely luck. If the elder has no further instructions, I shall take my leave." Feng Da nodded. "Ah, where do you hail from, young friend?" "I am from the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Perhaps we are fellow countrymen." Su Yi replied, "That is truly unfortunate. I hail from Yang City, on the border of the Tianyang Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Feng Da was momentarily taken aback. The border of the Tianyang Kingdom? As he contemplated this, a flicker of irritation ignited within him. Initially, he had assumed that Su Yi's prowess at such a young age indicated a prestigious background, perhaps even the son of a general, but to discover he was merely from a small border town was disheartening. As far as he knew, the most formidable lord of such a small town would only possess the cultivation of the spirit-gathering realm. With this realization, Feng Da's smile faded, and he turned his attention to Feng Xiao, who was now glaring at Su Yi with a grim expression. A thought began to take shape in his mind. Noticing Feng Da's expression, Su Yi remained unfazed and prepared to depart. Just then, Feng Da called out, "Wait." Su Yi turned back. "Do you have any further instructions?" Feng Da chuckled. "I had thought you possessed a notable background, but it appears not. As an outer sect elder responsible for managing the outer disciples, I feel compelled to advise you. New disciples without connections find it quite challenging to remain in the Lingua sect." Su Yi nodded, inquiring about the elder's intentions. Feng Da chuckled lightly, suggesting it was simple: find a patron. Observing Feng Da's demeanor, Su Yi responded with a smile. "How about I choose you as my patron?" He then produced a pouch of spirit stones, believing that this outer sect elder merely sought to profit from him, and he wished to avoid trouble upon his arrival. Witnessing this, Feng Xiao eagerly seized the spirit stones from Su Ye's hand, his excitement palpable. Indeed, uncle was impressive, effortlessly acquiring a pouch of spirit stones with just a few words. Feng Da saw no reason to intervene and turned to Su Yi, stating, "In that case, I shall provide you with conveniences at Lingua sect. However, I require your assistance with a matter." As Feng Da spoke, Su Ye's patience began to wane, and he turned to leave. Taken aback, Feng Da's expression shifted to one of anger. Meanwhile, at the mountain gate, the outer sect elders responsible for assessing the new disciples concluded their evaluations and began to rise. The elder who had tested Su Yi glanced at the 3 other elders, relieved that the assessments were over and pleased with the spoils they had gathered. "Come, I shall treat you all today at Hongyue Tower." Upon hearing this, the 3 outer sect elders smiled. Hongyue Tower was the only tavern affiliated with Lingua sect, renowned for its exquisite wine and cuisine, though they could seldom indulge. Perhaps only a few times a year. "Excellent. Let us go now. By the way, where's Feng Da?" one inquired. "I informed that lad to wait for us ahead," came the reply. "Ha, then let us be off." The 4 outer sect elders proceeded towards the mountain gate. Su Yi, confronted by Feng Da, furrowed his brow, questioning if there was more to discuss. Noticing Su Ye's impatience, Feng Da remained composed and stated, "Since you have chosen me as your patron, a price must be paid. Hand over your disciple quota for this year, and you may reapply next year." Realizing Feng Da's intentions, Su Yi cast a dispassionate glance at Feng Xiao and declared, "Seek out someone else." Feng Xiao felt a wave of humiliation wash over him at Su Ye's look. Feng Da, upon hearing the refusal, frowned and retorted coldly, "You would do well to acquiesce. Otherwise, I possess countless methods to ensure your disappearance here." In response, Su Yi scoffed, "If you wish for me to leave, then so be it. I possess the strength of an inner sect disciple. What concern is it of yours? Out of respect for your age, I grant you leniency, but do not overstep your bounds." "You." Feng Da's face darkened at Su Ye's insult. "Feng Da, come, let us drink." Just as Feng Da was about to retaliate, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Turning to see a friend from the sect, he smiled. "Wait, I have matters to attend to first." The 4 men exchanged glances with Su Yi, understanding Feng Da's intentions to place his underperforming nephew in Lingua sect. The elder who had previously been humiliated by Su Yi now coldly smirked. He had been troubled by this affair, contemplating a drink at Hanyue Tower to ease his mind. And now he saw that Feng Da's aim was indeed to secure the quota of this talentless youth, which delighted him immensely. Chapter 22. You, my boy, are indeed fortunate. The elder turned to Feng Da and smiled. What is the matter? Has this young man offended you? Upon hearing this, Feng Da suddenly understood. It seemed that his friend had some unresolved issues with the young man. Sighing, Feng Da reflected, I recognized his erratic nature. Which is why I intended for him to undergo training outside for a year, returning to participate in the linguistics test next year. However, I did not anticipate that he would not only show ingratitude but also insult the youth of today, who are increasingly lacking in manners. Upon hearing Feng Da's words, the elder glanced at Su Yi, furrowing his brow slightly. I believe Elder Feng is correct. Your temperament is excessively unruly and should be tempered through experience. Continuing, the elder addressed the 3 other elders present. This year's new student assessment is under our supervision. I believe it is necessary to revoke his spot. It would ultimately be for his benefit. Upon hearing this, the other 3 elders nodded in agreement, realizing that both Feng Da and the elder regarded Su Yi unfavorably. They were merely granting the 2 men a favor, which required little effort on their part. Seeing the consensus, the elder chuckled. Very well, let it be so. He then turned to Feng Xiao and said, since a spot has opened up, let it be given to Feng Xiao. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao was filled with excitement and promptly clasped his hands, expressing his gratitude to the elder. Feng Da observed this scene and nodded approvingly before turning to Su Yi, stating, hand over your disciple token. Witnessing how easily his spot was revoked, Su Yi felt a surge of anger. He glared at Feng Da, exclaiming, you truly have no shame. With that, he drew his sword and thrust it forward. Feng Da was taken aback and quickly sidestepped to avoid the attack. As he turned to face Feng Da, Su Yi unleashed his full sword intent and swept his blade with ferocity. A shadow of darkness crossed Feng Da's eyes as he gathered a tremendous amount of spiritual power in his palm and struck towards Su Yi. Bang! Su Yi immediately felt a powerful force strike him, sending him flying back several meters. As he steadied himself, he propelled forward again, his foot striking the ground with determination. And during this surge, he unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Feng Xiao. Feng Da, witnessing this, was furious, but fortunately, the elder beside him intercepted the sword energy. Fixating on Su Yi, Feng Da's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he kicked forcefully towards him. Bang! Su Yi was sent reeling backward, eventually half kneeling on the ground. With the tip of his sword embedded in the earth, halting his fall, a faint trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Observing the bloodstain on his leg, Feng Da's murderous intent intensified. How dared he injure him? The 3 outer sect elders, aside from the elder, regarded Su Yi with trepidation. They had initially perceived him as an ordinary new disciple, only to discover that he was a swordsman capable of engaging with cultivators of the transformation realm. Realizing this, they felt a twinge of regret. Such a talent, if mishandled, could one day bring them calamity. Feng Da's gaze bore down on Su Yi, his murderous intent swelling within him. He yearned to eliminate Su Yi, but after glancing at the surrounding outer sect elders, he contemplated and declared, keep a close watch on this fellow. I will notify the enforcement team. Disobedience must be dealt with. Having spoken, he turned and departed. Observing Feng Da's retreating figure, the 4 outer gate elders exchanged glances, their resolve gradually solidifying. Su Yi must perish. Although it may seem somewhat exaggerated, it was a necessary course of action. A talent like Su Yi, with such a haughty disposition, if allowed to leave unscathed, could spell disaster in the future. Before long, Feng Da returned accompanied by several young men clad in crimson robes, who then cast their gaze upon Su Yi, the one who had dared to strike an elder. Upon hearing this, the leading disciple regarded Su Yi with a tinge of regret. He was aware that the fault lay with Feng Da, yet he felt indebted to him for the care shown when he first entered Lingua sect. With this thought, he waved his hand, and 2 individuals stepped forward to escort Su Yi away. Witnessing this scene, Feng Da expressed his gratitude to the young men in red. The youth sighed. I can grant you a maximum of 3 days. Feng Da nodded. 3 days will suffice. The youth said nothing further and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Feng Da's expression darkened with a resolve to find a way to eliminate Su Yi within those 3 days. Humph, this brat is utterly arrogant. What happens today is truly deserved, scoffed the elder as he watched Su Yi's departure. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Feng Da's face. All right. I must also thank you all for your assistance. Come, today, I shall treat you. In response, the others echoed their agreement and followed Feng Da away. Within the dungeon, Su Yi was confined in a cell when a guard suddenly entered, casting a glance at him. So, you are the one who offended Elder Feng? Upon hearing this, Su Yi opened his eyes but remained silent. The guard, his eyes gleaming with excitement, perceived an opportunity. Having been in Lingyue's sect for 3 years, yet only possessing the cultivation of the gathering spirit realm, he had taken this position as an unremarkable jailer to avoid leaving the sect. Now, if he were to secretly eliminate this young man before him, Fengde might reward him with a promotion to head jailer. The guard's gaze grew increasingly fervent as he contemplated this. Suddenly, his pupils widened in shock as he beheld Su Yi, who had plunged his sword into his own heart. Momentarily stunned by the sight, the guard only reacted as the pain from Su Yi's action registered, and madness flickered in his eyes. What the hell are you doing? I merely asked you one question, and you kill me. Are you even human? Su Yi remained silent, subsequently burying the still-breathing guard beneath the straw mat on the ground before sitting on the bed to continue his meditation. In the deep of night, at the herb garden. The herb garden serves as the cultivation ground for spiritual herbs, supplying materials to the Pill Peak, and is of great importance to Lingyue sect, typically overseen by disciples of the Pill Peak in rotation. At this moment, Fengde, reeking of alcohol, stood outside the herb garden, his gaze eagerly fixed upon the interior. Before long, he spotted a disciple from Pill Peak exiting, a completely black branch in hand. Observing this, excitement gleamed in Fengde's eyes. Moments later, the Pill Peak disciple approached Fengde, regarding him with curiosity. What do you need this poisonous branch for? You don't even practice poison alchemy. Fengde took the black branch and smiled at his disciple, saying, recently, there have been quite a number of mosquitoes at my residence. Use this poisonous branch to drive them away. Having said that, he turned and left. Observing Fengde's retreating figure, the disciple sneered, then weighed the money pouch Fengde had given him before departing. At Fengde's residence, he gazed at a pot of boiling water and cast the black branch into it. Instantly, the branch became transparent. Looking at the pot, Fengde chuckled coldly, colorless, tasteless, and painless. You, my dear boy, are quite fortunate. Chapter 23. You must consume this chicken. The following day, within the confines of the prison, Su Yi opened his eyes, resolutely thinking, I must devour the sword intent. Upon hearing this, the sword spirit within his consciousness furrowed its brow, stating, your current sword intent is already saturated. If you forcibly attempt to consume more without proper digestion, any future attempts to elevate it will become exponentially more challenging. Su Yi replied coolly, that is a concern for another day. Fengde will undoubtedly return here. I must break through to the 3rd tier of sword intent and eliminate him. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the sword spirit refrained from further comment and began to channel the sword intent from the silver sword. At that moment, however, it suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside the cell and halted. Su Yi also heard the sound and looked outside. In the next moment, Fengde appeared at the cell door, producing a key to unlock it, while holding a roasted chicken in his other hand. Observing Su Yi seated cross-legged on the bed, Fengde placed the chicken on the table and said with a smile, I have come to apologize. Upon hearing this, Su Yi remained silent. He had no faith in Fengde's apology. It was clear that Fengde had ulterior motives akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Noticing Su Yi's lack of response, Fengde continued, I truly am here to apologize. At your young age, you are already a sword cultivator of exceptional talent, destined for greatness. I do not wish to offend a prodigy over a mere misunderstanding. Eat this chicken, and our grievances will be entirely resolved. With that, he placed the chicken on the table. Gazing at the chicken, Su Yi was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by anger. The chicken's dark hue clearly indicated it was poisonous. Fengde must think him a fool. Contemplating this, Su Yi looked at Fengde and coldly replied, I have a stomachache. Upon hearing this, Fengde's expression turned icy. Today, you will eat it, whether you like it or not. If you refuse, I shall force it upon you. With that, he moved to take action, but just then, Su Yi drew his sword and lunged at him. Fengde, enraged by the audacity of a junior repeatedly attacking him, sidestepped to evade, ready to retaliate. Yet, he found Su Yi standing still, seemingly frozen in shock. Elated, he thought that he had frightened the youth into submission. Just as his palm was about to strike Su Yi, he suddenly felt someone grasping him. Turning to look, he was startled to see a handsome youth in a white robe, Ling Qiuxiao, a true disciple from the law enforcement peak. Seeing Ling Qiuxiao, Fengde's expression shifted to one of respect. Senior brother, what brings you here? Ling Qiuxiao glanced at the black roasted chicken on the table and coldly remarked, do you intend to poison Su Yi? Upon hearing Ling Qiuxiao's words, Fengde's heart sank with a jolt. The mere mention of Su Yi's name indicated an acquaintance. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out over Fengde as he prepared to speak. Just then, a sudden pain pierced through his chest, and looking down, he was horrified to see a sword tip protruding from his body. The sight filled him with disbelief. for he understood that it was undoubtedly Su Ye's doing. As he beheld Feng Da's silhouette, Su Yi swiftly withdrew his sword, causing Feng Da to collapse to his knees. Observing this, Ling Chuxiao turned to Su Yi and said, "Let us depart." With that, he turned and walked away. Surprised by Ling Chuxiao's lack of reproach, Su Yi felt a wave of confusion wash over him, pondering whether Ling Chuxiao harbored some peculiar inclination towards him. With this thought, a frown creased Su Ye's brow, and casting a glance at Feng Da, who was fixated on him, he stepped outside. Moments earlier, upon seeing Ling Chuxiao enter, Feng Xiao sensed something amiss. After hearing his uncle's agonizing cries, he hastily returned to his residence, packed his belongings, and fled Lingyue's sect with the spirit stones accumulated by Feng Da over the years. Once outside Lingyue's sect, Feng Xiao sprinted away, tears streaming from his eyes, carried by the wind. He was overwhelmed with both excitement and sorrow. The exhilaration stemmed from possessing such an unprecedented number of spirit stones, while the grief was rooted in the loss of his beloved uncle. With this realization, Feng Xiao quickened his pace, shouting, "Uncle, rest assured, if I gain strength, I will avenge you." Before long, he vanished from Qinyan Mountain. Meanwhile, Su Yi followed Ling Chuxiao to a private room in the Red Moon Tower. As he gazed at the unfamiliar dishes before him, he fell into deep contemplation, realizing that he could no longer continue to absorb sword intent and must take time to digest it. During this period, he should seek out a physical cultivation technique to enhance his constitution. Ling Chuxiao observed Su Ye's pensive demeanor but chose not to interrupt, his admiration for Su Yi unwavering. After a while, having satisfied his appetite, Ling Chuxiao turned to Su Yi and said, "You are now considered my junior brother. Are you aware of my identity?" To this, Su Yi smiled and replied, "Upon arriving at Lingyue's sect, I was already under scrutiny and had yet to familiarize myself with my surroundings." Ling Chuxiao calmly explained, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a true disciple, as you would have learned in Yang City. However, I am a true disciple of the Law Enforcement Peak." Su Yi inquired, "Law Enforcement Peak?" Ling Chuxiao nodded. Lingyue's sect primarily consists of 3 branches: the Pill Peak, the Artifact Peak, and the Law Enforcement Peak. As the name suggests, the Law Enforcement Peak is responsible for maintaining order within the sect. Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded, understanding that his senior brother's intention was to invite him to join the Law Enforcement Peak. Observing Su Yi, Ling Chuxiao slowly sipped his tea and remarked, "Indeed, however, allow me to introduce you to the circumstances surrounding the Enforcement Peak. My master currently serves as the Peak Master. He is a person of unwavering integrity. For him, the sect holds greater significance than anything else. Consequently, when enforcing discipline, he disregards personal sentiments, which has led to the high-ranking officials of the Lingyue sect having offended him on numerous occasions. In other words, the Enforcement Peak is rather isolated within the Lingyue sect." Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt a certain admiration for the Peak Master, for his adoptive father was the Lord of Yang City, responsible for upholding its laws. Occasionally, he too encountered some ruffians connected to the other 3 prominent families and might exhibit leniency. In comparison, Yang City seemed like mere ants when juxtaposed with the Lingyue sect. If the Enforcement Peak Master truly acted as Ling Chuxiao described, then he must have amassed a considerable number of enemies. Noticing Su Ye's silence, Ling Chuxiao fixed his gaze on him and said, "The reason I am assisting you is due to my appreciation for your character. I now extend an invitation for you to join the Enforcement Peak. What do you say?" Su Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring, "May I ask how many disciples currently belong to the Enforcement Peak?" Ling Chuxiao replied with a smile, "Fewer than 100, I would say." At this, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the Enforcement Peak situation was even more dire than he had imagined. The Lingyue sect boasted hundreds of thousands of disciples. Yet the Enforcement Peak, one of its 3 principal peaks, had fewer than 100 disciples. With this thought, Su Yi shook his head and stated, "I apologize, but I cannot join." Upon hearing Su Ye's refusal, Ling Chuxiao frowned slightly. "I saved you in Yang City, even rescuing your family. Is this how you repay me?" Faced with Ling Chuxiao's anger, Su Yi remained silent. In truth, he had initially considered joining the Enforcement Peak, but after Ling Chuxiao's words, he hesitated. He feared offending the higher-ups of the Lingyue sect, which could spell disaster for Yang City. Indeed, Ling Chuxiao had saved him. Yet if it were merely Mu Qingqing targeting him, he could fight back with the slightest glimmer of hope. However, if joining the Enforcement Peak meant incurring the wrath of other high-ranking officials, it would be utterly disastrous. Thinking along these lines, Su Yi looked at Ling Chuxiao and reiterated, "I apologize, but I cannot join the Enforcement Peak." Chapter 24. A new generation stronger than the last. Seeing Su Ye's refusal, Ling Chuxiao's handsome features suddenly turned cold. "Are you certain you will not join?" Su Yi frowned slightly. "What? Do you intend to force me into joining? I will repay your kindness for saving me. But joining the enforcement peak is simply out of the question. Observing Su Yi, Ling Chuxiao suddenly rose to his feet. And then his right hand gathered a fiery orb of red spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi instinctively drew his sword, ready to strike. In response, Ling Chuxiao chuckled. Wait, I was merely jesting. With that, the burning spiritual energy in his right hand dissipated. Seeing this, Su Yi was perplexed, unable to comprehend Ling Chuxiao's intentions. Ling Chuxiao regarded Su Yi with increasing admiration. This young man was clearly audacious enough to draw his sword against him. With this thought, Ling Chuxiao smiled and said, I will not pressure you, but should you change your mind in the future, the enforcement peak will always welcome you. Su Yi remained silent. A frown etched upon his brow, and he genuinely began to suspect that Ling Chuxiao harbored ulterior motives toward him. Observing Su Yi's silence, Ling Chuxiao continued, do not overthink. As a disciple of the enforcement peak, I would never violate the law. At this juncture, Ling Chuxiao's gaze towards Su Yi was filled with admiration. However, upon witnessing the expression in Ling Chuxiao's eyes, Su Yi's heart suddenly sank. Without uttering another word, Ling Chuxiao departed. Watching Ling Chuxiao's retreating figure, Su Yi sheathed his sword and, after a moment's contemplation, also left. Upon exiting the Crimson Moon Tower, Su Yi resolved to procure a physical training manual. After inquiring around, he learned of a technique hall within the Lingyue sect and made his way there. Before long, he arrived at a towering edifice, and as he looked up, he saw the plaque emblazoned with the words Technique Hall in gilded letters. Recognizing it as the Technique Hall, Su Yi entered, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of people. Flanking the sides were lengthy counters staffed by numerous women clad in kipeos. Approaching one of the counters, Su Yi addressed the attendant. I wish to purchase a manual for physical training. Upon hearing this, the attendant's attractive face broke into a smile. What level of manual does the young master wish to acquire? Su Yi pondered for a moment. He was not well versed in manuals, but understood they were generally categorized into lower, middle, and upper grades of spiritual extremes. Thus, he replied, the lower grade of spiritual extremes will suffice. The woman responded with a smile, very well, that will require 100 contribution points. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi furrowed his brow. Contribution points? Are spirit stones not acceptable? The attendant shook her head. Spirit stones can only be used by disciples who have been part of the sect for over a year. From your attire, it seems you have recently joined the Lingyue sect. Su Yi inquired, where can I obtain contribution points? The attendant replied with a smile. You may accept several tasks at the task hall. Upon completion, you will earn contribution points. Hearing this, Su Yi let out a slight sigh, finding it somewhat troublesome. He thanked the attendant and turned to leave. Watching Su Yi's departing figure, the attendant shook her head slightly. She had another thought unspoken, that 100 contribution points was quite a substantial amount. And she found it hard to believe that a newly joined disciple like Su Yi could accumulate such points. However, she refrained from advising him, knowing that new disciples would inevitably seek to earn contribution points. Before long, Su Yi found the task hall. Upon entering, he saw numerous trees adorned with wooden plaques, each displaying various tasks. Upon closer examination, he discovered that these tasks varied widely, including cleaning, laundry, and delivering messages, evidently posted by other disciples of the Lingyue sect. Although simple, Su Yi noted that the contribution points awarded for these tasks were particularly meager, often just 1 or 2 points. Upon observing this, Su Yi ascended to the second floor, and after reviewing the tasks listed there, he felt satisfied. Most tasks involved hunting demonic beasts and dealing with dangerous individuals from the secular realm. Although some bore risks, the rewards were substantial, with each completed task yielding dozens of contribution points. He selected 4 tasks involving the hunting of peak-level second-tier demonic beasts and promptly departed. As he left, several inner disciples sighed slightly, reflecting on how the new disciples had become quite presumptuous. Attempting to undertake tasks meant only for inner disciples shortly after joining the Lingyue sect. Is that lad an outer sect disciple? I had thought he was an inner sect disciple. An inner sect disciple wouldn't be dressed like that, and at such a tender age, he must be a fresh recruit. Why didn't you stop him? If he encounters danger, it could spell disaster. It's fine, once he witnesses the might of the beasts. He'll surely be frightened back. Consider it a lesson for him. Half an hour later, after they had selected their tasks and were preparing to depart together, they were suddenly taken aback by the sight of a young man in white robes ascending the staircase from the second floor. It was none other than Su Yi. Covered in blood and holding 4 golden spheres, Su Yi's gaze was fixed on the orbs, causing the inner sect disciples to gasp in astonishment. Those golden spheres were the inner cores of magical beasts. In their state of shock, Su Yi presented the beast cores to the steward, who who regarded him with a sidelong glance before lightly tapping Su Yi's disciple token with his right hand, causing a sequence of numbers to enter the token. Observing this, Su Yi examined the token and noticed the figure 120 glowing upon it before departing without delay. The inner sect disciples, staring at Su Yi's retreating figure, found themselves unable to calm their turbulent emotions. Truly, one generation surpasses the last. Aren't you just 17? Get lost. Before long, Su Yi arrived in the outer sect disciple area, located his room, and after taking a bath and changing into fresh attire, he sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing the body cultivation technique he had just exchanged for. 10 minutes later, outside his door, a group of outer sect disciples had gathered, their eyes focused on a portly youth clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple. As this youth approached Su Yi's residence, the onlookers buzzed with excitement. This young man, named Lin Ba, ranked second among the outer sect disciples and possessed an 8th level cultivation in the spirit condensation realm. They knew a spectacle was about to unfold. The newly inducted disciple was bound to be thoroughly thrashed. Lin Ba arrived at Su Yi's door, his gaze brimming with eagerness. Though his talent was mediocre, he sensed an opportunity before him. Just as he was about to speak, the door swung open, revealing a striking young man wielding a sword. Su Yi regarded Lin Ba with a slight frown. Do you need something? Lin Ba grinned widely. Nothing much, just looking to give you a beating. With that declaration, he lunged at Su Yi, his right foot crashing down as he charged forward. Seeing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow and deftly sidestepped Lin Ba's kick. Lin Ba was taken aback, realizing Su Yi possessed some skill. As he prepared to attack again, Lin Ba suddenly froze. In a moment of shock, he watched as Su Yi drew his sword and, before Lin Ba could react, effortlessly pierced his left shoulder before withdrawing the blade. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and Lin Ba clutched his shoulder, letting out a horrified scream. The surrounding outer sect disciples were left dumbfounded by the scene. Chapter 25. Will you be my personal disciple? Observing Lin Ba, Su Yi refrained from striking, a twinge of perplexity stirring within him. He was entirely certain that he had never encountered the man before. Su Yi inquired, what prompts you to seek trouble with me? Upon hearing this, Feng De felt an overwhelming rush of indignation. How humiliating. After uttering such imposing words, he had been bested by this newly inducted disciple of the Lingyue sect with a mere stroke of a sword. Rage and embarrassment consumed him. Soon, the whispers of the outer disciples would echo throughout the entire outer circle in less than an hour. With this thought, Lin Ba prepared to turn away. But at that moment, his eyes widened in shock. In a swift motion, Su Yi delivered a kick to his chest, sending Lin Ba crashing to the ground, a scream escaping his lips as the injury was aggravated. At this juncture, fear gripped him. Regret flooded his mind. He now comprehended that this newcomer to the Lingyue sect was far from an ordinary adversary. He had struck a formidable iron plate. Su Yi gazed down at the prostrate Lin Ba and spoke coolly. I grant you one last opportunity to speak. Who sent you to trouble me? As Lin Ba observed Su Yi's impassive demeanor, he slowly rose and chuckled. A misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Lin Ba's nonsensical words, Su Yi drew his sword. In a state of panic, Lin Ba exclaimed, it was Zhao Yufei. At the mention of this name, Su Yi paused. Zhao Yufei? Wasn't she in Yang City? Could it be that she was related to this outer disciple? Noticing Su Yi's expression, Lin Ba assumed he was skeptical and thus elaborated. A few days ago, I saw senior sister Mu Qingqing return to the sect accompanied by a woman. I inquired and learned her name was Zhao Yufei. I overheard some inner disciples mention that she holds a grudge against you. I thought to curry favor with Zhao Yufei, hence my targeting of you. Who would have guessed that my senior brother was so formidable? I was blind to my own folly. I implore you, do not hold this against me. Having spoken, Lin Ba scrutinized Su Yi's expression. Noticing Su Yi remained silent, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly foolish. Zhao Yufei, personally brought to the sect by Mu Qingqing, was evidently a prodigy, and thus, an enemy of such a genius could only be another genius. Upon hearing Lin Ba's explanation, Su Yi grasped the situation. It appeared that Mu Qingqing had indeed brought Zhao Yufei to the Lingyue sect. Nevertheless, what charm did Zhao Yufei possess that would incite others to target him? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of killing intent flickered in Su Yi's eyes. He should have dealt with her decisively from the start. Casting a final glance at Lin Ba, Su Yi turned and returned to his quarters. As Su Yi departed, Lin Ba exhaled slowly. He no longer cared about the humiliation. His only wish was for Su Yi not to hold a grudge against him in the future. With a menacing glance at the surrounding outer disciples, Lin Ba made his exit. The outer disciples, astonished, witnessed the scene. An initiate of the Lingyue sect had vanquished Lin Ba with a single stroke of the sword. Names like Mu Qingqing and Zhao Yufei floated in the air. Though they were unaware of the full details, they sensed that the outer disciple area was about to become quite lively. Peacock Peak, one of the 10 peaks of the Lingyue sect, was overseen and inhabited by Elder Mu Yu within a grand hall. At this moment, Mu Qingqing stood to the side, her expression tense as she gazed ahead, where Zhao Yufei was seated upon a massive jade stone, her eyes tightly shut, emanating waves of chilling energy. Behind Zhao Yufei stood a graceful woman in palace attire, the venerable Elder Mu Yu, who was also seated on the ground, her hands resting on either side of Zhao Yufei's back. In the next instant, a golden formation enveloped the two of them. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of joy crossed Mu Qingqing's face. After bringing Zhao Yufei to Peacock Peak, she promptly alerted her master. Upon seeing Zhao Yufei, her master praised her profusely and took it upon herself to fully awaken Zhao Yufei's ice spirit body. It appeared certain that success was at hand. Another prodigy would emerge from Peacock Peak. Beside Mu Qingqing stood a young man named Zhao Yijian, the eldest disciple of Elder Mu Yu and a true disciple of Lingyue sect. Zhao Yijian observed the golden formation and then turned to Mu Qingqing, inquiring, "Junior sister, where did you find this ice spirit body? Your fortune seems extraordinary." In response, Zhao Yufei sneered, "I owe it all to Ling Chuxiao." At the mention of this name, Zhao Yijian's demeanor instantly chilled, for he and Ling Chuxiao were sworn rivals. Every encounter between them resulted in confrontation, though neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Noticing Zhao Yijian's expression, Mu Qingqing chuckled, "Master sent me to assist Ling Chuxiao with a task to alleviate the animosity between you two." A moment later, upon learning the backstory from Mu Qingqing, Zhao Yijian scoffed, "Ling Chuxiao is truly foolish. To have an ice spirit body right under his nose and yet remain oblivious. How laughable." As Mu Qingqing was about to respond, she seemed to sense something amiss, and her gaze abruptly shifted to the golden formation ahead. Cracks began to appear on its surface, followed by waves of chilling blue energy seeping through. In the next heartbeat, a resounding crash echoed as the golden formation shattered. Mu Qingqing quickly turned to see Zhao Yufei's once black hair transform into a striking ice blue, perfectly complementing her exquisite features, presenting the image of a stunning ice beauty. Moreover, she now radiated the aura of a condensation realm cultivator. Seeing this, Mu Qingqing smiled, for she knew her master had successfully activated Zhao Yufei's ice spirit body. With a sense of triumph, Mu Qingqing exclaimed, "Congratulations, master, on acquiring yet another remarkable disciple. And congratulations to junior sister for awakening her ice spirit body." Elder Mu Yu slowly rose, her regal attire subtly accentuating her curvaceous figure. She looked at the visibly excited Zhao Yufei and asked, "Are you willing to become my direct disciple?" Zhao Yufei immediately stood up and knelt before Elder Mu Yu, declaring, "Disciple is willing." Seeing this, Elder Mu Yu smiled and said, "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my third direct disciple." After speaking, she summoned a named disciple, instructing, "Convey this message. I have accepted a new direct disciple." The named disciple, surprised, glanced at Zhao Yufei before bowing to Elder Mu Yu and responding, "Yes." He then turned and departed. Elder Mu Yu turned to Zhao Yufei with a look of satisfaction. He then bent down to help her up, saying, "You shall reside here for the next couple of days. I will take your senior sister out to attend to some matters." Zhao Yufei cupped her hands respectfully and replied, "Rest assured, master." Elder Mu Yu nodded and then addressed Zhao Yijian, "Take care of your junior sister during these days. Ensure she is not bullied." Zhao Yijian smiled and assured, "Do not worry, master. With me around, no one in Lingyue sect would dare to mistreat her." Elder Mu Yu chuckled lightly and then looked at Mu Qingqing. "Let us go." With that, they departed. Once the two had left, Zhao Yijian turned to Zhao Yufei and said, "You have just awakened your ice spirit body. You must be somewhat fatigued. Go rest for now. If you need anything, just come find me." Zhao Yufei nodded. "Thank you, senior brother." Zhao Yijian smiled and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Yufei clenched her fists tightly, thinking, "Mu Bai, wait for me. Once I have perfected my training, I shall return to Yang City to avenge you." Chapter 26. The Affectionate Follower. The following day, when the news of Zhao Yufei being accepted as a disciple by Elder Mu Yu spread throughout the inner sect disciples area, the atmosphere became electrified. Elder Mu Yu was renowned as a beauty within Lingyue sect, and her strength ranked among the top 3 in the sect. Many prodigies aspired to be under her tutelage, but were consistently turned away. In fact, when Zhao Yijian was accepted by Elder Mu Yu, he did not dare to leave the mountain gate for several months, out of fear of being beaten. However, this time, they were somewhat prepared, for many had witnessed Mu Qingqing leading a stunning beauty to Peacock Peak. In the days since, some inner sect disciples had thoroughly investigated Mu Qingqing's background. At Peacock Peak, Zhao Yufei gazed darkly at Lin Ba, her voice cold as she inquired, Are you saying that Su Yi is currently at Linghua's sect? Recognizing the seriousness in Zhao Yufei's demeanor, Lin Ba smiled. Indeed, I saw Su Yi with my own eyes yesterday, which is why I came to inform you, senior sister. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yufei clenched her fists tightly. A few days prior, upon her arrival at Linghua's sect, Mu Qingqing had sent someone to find Su Yi, only to discover that he was not present. She had initially thought Su Yi was avoiding Mu Qingqing out of fear, but it turned out he had secretly become an outer sect disciple. This realization made Zhao Yufei feel disgusted with Su Yi. He had acted so arrogantly in Yang City. Yet here at Linghua's sect, he seemed to be cowering. If he were truly fearless, his abilities would easily qualify him as an inner sect disciple. Why settle for the status of an outer sect disciple? Turning to Lin Ba, Zhao Yufei thanked him, then turned on her heel to leave. Watching her slender figure depart, Lin Ba's eyes glimmered with a fervent light, and he sighed, pondering who in the future would be fortunate enough to win her heart. Not lingering on such thoughts, Lin Ba descended from Peacock Peak. Meanwhile, Zhao Yufei sought out Zhao Yijian and declared, "Senior brother, I seek vengeance." Surprised, Zhao Yijian asked, "You wish to take revenge?" Zhao Yufei nodded and recounted her grievances with Su Yi. Zhao Yijian understood her plight and coldly remarked, "Do not worry. I shall deal with that mere outer sect disciple directly." With that, he prepared to leave. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Yufei intercepted Zhao Yijian, saying, "Senior brother, I wish to personally take his life in the future. For now, I only desire to see that Su Yi kneel before me, repaying a portion of the debt owed to Mu Bai." At her words, Zhao Yijian regarded her with a touch of admiration. Such a devoted and righteous woman is indeed rare. This thought prompted him to inwardly scorn Su Yi, who had shown such disregard for humanity, seizing another's beloved and even taking the life of their childhood friend. Turning to Zhao Yufei, Zhao Yijian remarked, "If your intention is merely to humiliate him, I shall refrain from intervening." With that, he summoned a named disciple, instructing, "Go and summon Qian Chenglin." The disciple obeyed and departed immediately. Moments later, a young man clad in black robes entered, a smile gracing his features. Upon seeing Zhao Yufei, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face, and he then turned to Zhao Yijian, saying, "Senior brother, it has been a while. What brings me to your side?" "I have called upon you to request your assistance," Zhao Yijian replied, gesturing toward Zhao Yufei. "Junior sister, this is Qian Chenglin, ranked 5th among the inner disciples, possessing a cultivation level of the first stage of the transformation realm. He is more than capable of teaching Su Yi a lesson." Zhao Yufei clasped her hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior brother." Turning to Qian Chenglin, she added, "I appreciate your help, senior brother Qian." Qian Chenglin, understanding the animosity between Zhao Yufei and Su Yi, smiled and assured her, "Rest assured, junior sister. Since senior brother Zhao has spoken, I shall certainly assist you in dealing with Su Yi. After all, without senior brother Zhao's guidance, I would not have attained my current accomplishments." Hearing Qian Chenglin's words, Zhao Yijian smiled in return. He had recognized Qian Chenglin upon his entry to the sect, and over the years, had provided him with resources. Qian Chenglin had not disappointed him, as he had advanced to the transformation realm within just 2 years, claiming the 5th position among the inner disciples. After a brief exchange of instructions from Zhao Yijian, Qian Chenglin took Zhao Yufei away, fully grasping her intent to humiliate Su Yi. He thought to himself that all that was required was for Su Yi to kneel before Zhao Yufei. Excited by the prospect, Qian Chenglin felt that such a trivial task could win him favor with Zhao Yijian, making it a worthwhile endeavor. As for Su Yi, he could merely endure the humiliation. Meanwhile, Zhao Yufei gazed ahead, her heart racing with anticipation. She was on the verge of avenging herself. Her excitement stemmed from another reason as well. Su Yi had been exceedingly domineering in Yang City, stifling the younger generation to the point of breathlessness. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yufei cast a glance at Qian Chenglin, then shook her head. Perhaps Su Yi was formidable in Yang City, but within the Linghua sect, he was merely average. Before long, the duo arrived at the outer disciple area. After inquiring about Su Ye's whereabouts, they proceeded toward his residence. Noticing Qian Chenglin leading Zhao Yufei toward Su Ye's abode, several outer disciples could no longer suppress their curiosity and followed behind, eager to witness how Su Yi, who had triumphed over Lin Ba, would appear humble in the presence of inner disciples. Soon, Qian Chenglin, guided by a disciple from the outer sect, arrived at a courtyard. His gaze fell upon a strikingly handsome young man, who was seated beneath an ancient tree in the courtyard, his muscles subtly undulating beneath his garments, and beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Upon seeing Su Yi, Zhao Yufei's eyes instantly reddened, as uncontrollable memories flooded her mind of the humiliation she had suffered at Su Ye's hands, and the brutal scene of Lu Mubai's demise replayed vividly. Ahem. Qian Chenglin cast a glance at Su Yi and cleared his throat. As a prestigious fifth inner disciple, he certainly could not address an outer disciple first. Hearing the sound, Su Yi opened his eyes, glanced ahead, and upon noticing Zhao Yufei and Qian Chenglin, he furrowed his brow slightly. It was not that he was intimidated, but rather that he was at a crucial juncture in his body cultivation practice, on the verge of a breakthrough, making it ill-advised to be interrupted. With this thought, Su Yi looked at Qian Chenglin and said, "Please wait a moment, I shall attend to you shortly." After speaking, he closed his eyes once more and resumed his practice. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Qian Chenglin was momentarily taken aback. Licking dog? Although Zhao Yufei was indeed beautiful, how could such a derogatory term be directed at him? Especially by an outer disciple? The surrounding outer disciples, upon hearing Su Ye's remark, felt their hearts race with excitement. Inner disciples typically held themselves in high regard, and the outer disciples were often looked down upon. To witness an outer disciple openly insult an inner disciple, particularly Qian Chenglin, was electrifying. Noticing the expressions of the outer disciples around him, Qian Chenglin's face darkened, and he kicked open Su Ye's courtyard door, preparing to confront him. Just then, he heard voices from the outer disciples behind him exclaiming, "Greetings, senior brother." Turning around, Qian Chenglin saw Ling Chuxiao approaching. Startled, he quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "Senior brother." Upon seeing Qian Chenglin and casting a glance at Zhao Yufei, Ling Chuxiao understood the situation and nodded slightly at Qian Chenglin before stepping into the courtyard. Witnessing this, the outer disciples were astonished. It turned out that Su Yi was acquainted with Ling Chuxiao, which explained his audacity. Meanwhile, Qian Chenglin's expression grew increasingly grim as he regarded Ling Chuxiao. He had intended to flaunt his superiority here, but unexpectedly, he had been insulted by Su Yi. Though he could have retaliated, Ling Chuxiao's presence deterred him from doing so. He was acutely aware that rumors would circulate about him being insulted by an outer disciple without daring to respond, further darkening his mood. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a crimson glow emanating from Su Yi, who then opened his eyes and whispered something to Ling Chuxiao before rising and exiting the courtyard alongside him. What Qian Chenglin found most intolerable was that Su Yi, as he passed by, didn't even spare him a glance, a complete dismissal. Observing this, Qian Chenglin's expression soured further. Su Yi followed Ling Chuxiao to the Red Moon Tower, entering a private room. Looking at Ling Chuxiao, Su Yi smiled and said, "Yesterday, I hunted several demon beasts and exchanged them for contribution points. I was just thinking of treating you to a meal when you arrived." Ling Chuxiao poured himself a cup of tea and said, "Rest assured, I did not summon you to join the enforcement peak, but rather to teach you the art of swordsmanship." Su Yi furrowed his brow, questioning, "Teach me swordsmanship?" Upon noticing Su Ye's expression, Ling Chuxiao smiled and extended his right hand, whereupon a flicker of fiery sword intent suddenly manifested at the tip of his index finger. Surprised by this spectacle, Su Yi realized that Ling Chuxiao was indeed a sword cultivator, and moreover, a sword master, as he discerned that Ling Chuxiao possessed third-tier sword intent. Looking at Ling Chuxiao, Su Yi felt a deep admiration. His senior brother was truly a genius, excelling not only in cultivation but also in the way of the sword. However, regarding the matter of teaching him swordsmanship, he felt it unnecessary, as he had no intention of joining the enforcement peak. Hearing this, Ling Chuxiao sighed. "My intention in teaching you swordsmanship is not to recruit you into the enforcement peak, but merely to nurture you and forge a benevolent connection. Currently, the enforcement peak is isolated within the Lingyue sect. Should you rise in the future, it would benefit the enforcement peak as well." Su Yi replied with a smile. "Senior brother, you overestimate me. I am but a mere sword cultivator. Even if I were to rise, it would not make a significant impact. There is no need to trouble you with the matter of swordsmanship." Ling Chuxiao frowned slightly. "What? Do you look down upon me?" In response, Su Yi sighed, "Senior brother, please understand my situation. You have aided me, and I will repay you, but joining the enforcement peak is not something I fear. However, I have family to consider. My adoptive father is merely a small city lord in Yang City of the Tianyang Kingdom, with cultivation at only the second tier of sword intent. If I were to join the enforcement peak, I would expose him to potential retaliation." Upon hearing Su Ye's concerns, Ling Chuxiao understood his apprehensions and inwardly sighed. Realizing that Su Yi was correct, should he join the enforcement peak, those hostile individuals would certainly retaliate against his family. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Chuxiao looked at Su Yi and suggested, "What if I were to have my master send someone to protect your adoptive father?" Su Yi pondered for a moment before replying, "We can discuss that later." Ling Chuxiao stood up, a serious expression on his face, and said, "You should consider this. Joining the enforcement peak would be immensely beneficial. You would never lack for cultivation resources." With that, he departed. After Ling Chuxiao left, Su Yi took a moment to reflect before returning to his residence to continue his physical training. He was currently practicing the iron body technique, which comprised 3 tiers, and he was on the verge of breaking through the first tier. Once accomplished, it would significantly enhance his strength, allowing him to sustain himself in battle for longer durations. He was confident that he could easily defeat cultivators at the peak of the spirit condensation realm, and even contend with those at the first level of the spirit transformation realm. Meanwhile, Qian Qinglin and Zhao Yufei arrived at Peacock Peak. Qian Qinglin turned to Zhao Yufei and inquired, "What is the relationship between Su Yi and Ling Chuxiao?" At that moment, Zhao Yufei wore a grim expression and replied, "They have no relationship. They have hardly met, and according to Sister Mu, they merely found each other agreeable." Upon hearing that Su Yi and Ling Chuxiao were not closely related, Qian Qinglin let out a deep sigh of relief. "That is good. If there were a connection, I would even forego this matter to avoid offending Zhao Yijian. Ling Chuxiao is far too ruthless." With this thought, Qian Qinglin addressed Zhao Yufei, "Very well. Let us go again tomorrow." In response, Zhao Yufei poured a cup of tea for Qian Qinglin, saying, "Thank you, junior sister." As he inhaled the delicate fragrance wafting from the enchanting woman before him, Qian Qinglin's gaze towards Zhao Yufei ignited with fervor. He had heard of the affair between Zhao Yufei and Lu Mubai, and understood that her animosity towards Su Yi was driven by a desire for vengeance on Lu Mubai's behalf. Such a stunning beauty, endowed with extraordinary talent and profound emotional depth, she epitomized the ideal of a wife. If he could win Zhao Yufei's affection during this period, he would deem his life a success. With this thought in mind, Qian Qinglin's tone grew increasingly gentle as he conversed with Zhao Yufei. The following day, at dusk, Su Yi sat beneath the ancient tree in the courtyard, the setting sun casting a radiant glow upon his face, enhancing his striking features. Occasionally, female disciples passing by outside would pause to admire Su Yi, whispering to their companions in hushed tones. Suddenly, Su Yi heard a sound, opened his eyes, and beheld a man and woman entering his courtyard. The man was Qian Qinglin, and the woman was Zhao Yufei. Moments later, Qian Qinglin approached Su Yi, looking down upon him, and inquired, "Do you know my identity?" In response, Su Yi rose to his feet, meeting Qian Qinglin's gaze, having heard some rumors. Slightly lifting his chin to regard Su Yi, Qian Qinglin's expression soured. "If that is the case, why do you not greet your senior brother? Kneel before me." At this moment, Qian Qinglin was taken aback, for Su Yi exuded a sharp aura that he recognized as sword intent. Sensing this formidable sword intent, Qian Qinglin's countenance darkened. Although he was aware that Su Yi was a sword cultivator, he had not anticipated the depth of Su Yi's sword intent, which seemed to rival that of a peak practitioner in the spirit condensation realm. A genius. Qian Qinglin felt regret. He had initially thought Su Yi merely possessed a glimmer of sword intent. Glancing at Su Yi's youthful visage, he took a deep breath. Now, with the arrow on the string, he could not retreat. With this resolve, Qian Qinglin fixed his gaze on Su Yi and coldly commanded, "I said kneel." Bang! Qian Qinglin was propelled backward in an instant, filled with rage as he glared at Su Yi, about to speak. At that moment, under his furious gaze, Su Yi unsheathed his sword. Seeing this, Qian Qinglin swiftly drew his own blade, infusing it with spiritual energy, and slashed fiercely at Su Yi. Bang! Su Yi was forced to retreat, while Qian Qinglin also staggered back a few steps. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding outer disciples were left in astonishment. Su Yi was truly formidable. Beside them, Zhao Yufei watched Su Yi with a mix of shock and disbelief, struggling to accept that Su Yi could now contend with cultivators in the spirit transformation realm. Instantly, the thought of Su Yi restoring the glory of Yang City within Lingyue's sect surged uncontrollably in her mind. Chapter 28. The Life and Death Arena. Gazing at Su Yi, Qian Qinglin swung his blade towards him. Having reached this point, there was no choice but to defeat Su Yi. In response, Su Yi's figure darted to Qian Qinglin's side in an instant. The next moment, spiritual energy intertwined with sword intent, swirling dust from the ground into the air. The outer disciples watching this scene swiftly covered their mouths and noses, retreating in haste. In that moment, Su Yi and Qian Qinglin were embroiled in an intense battle. As he gazed upon the unruffled expression of Su Yi, Qian Qinglin felt an increasing shock within him. This Su Yi was capable of matching him, despite being in the transformation realm. Although Su Yi seemed to be at a disadvantage now, defeating him would not be an easy task. Observing the two figures engaged in a fierce battle, the surrounding disciples were left astounded, their eyes glimmering with envy. They were not envious of Su Yi's ability to stand toe-to-toe with Qian Qinglin, but rather of his strikingly elegant fighting style. One person, one sword. Simple, sharp, and swift. Moments later, Qian Qinglin's expression darkened further as he realized that capturing Su Yi would require at least a dozen minutes. This outcome was not what he desired. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop!" At the sound, Qian Qinglin instinctively retreated, turning to see an elder in white robes approaching. Recognizing the elder, Qian Qinglin exhaled softly. He knew this man was an inner-sect elder of the Lingyue sect. It appeared he had come to halt the fight, allowing Qian Qinglin to use the elder's presence as an excuse to spare Su Yi. Su Yi also noticed the elder and sheathed his sword, refraining from further action. Shortly, the elder arrived in the arena, casting a mildly surprised glance at Su Yi. Upon stepping closer, he realized that the one locked in combat with Qian Qinglin was, in fact, an outer sect disciple. Addressing the two, the elder reprimanded, "How dare you engage in a public brawl under broad daylight, disregarding the sect's rules?" Qian Qinglin cupped his hands in respect and replied, "It was my oversight. I found this new disciple too arrogant, and thus sought to teach him a lesson. However, since the elder has arrived, I shall let this young man off the hook." With that, he turned to Zhao Yufei and declared, "Let us leave." As Qian Qinglin's figure receded, the inner sect elder said nothing further. In the expansive Lingyue sect, Qian Qinglin was indeed a talent. More importantly, the elder knew that Qian Qinglin was affiliated with Zhao Yijian, and thus he would not press too hard, opting instead for a light admonishment. Just as the elder was about to depart, he suddenly glanced at Su Yi, who was watching Qian Qinglin's retreating figure. Su Yi spoke slowly. "I believe I have heard that the Lingyue sect has a life-and-death arena designated for disciples to resolve their grievances." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. This new disciple was indeed audacious. Qian Qinglin halted, turning back to Su Yi with a chilling glare. "What did you just say?" Su Yi met Qian Qinglin's gaze unwaveringly. "Since you wish to defend Zhao Yufei, I offer you an opportunity. Shall we ascend to the life-and-death arena? Do you dare?" Qian Qinglin's face was icy. Yet a flicker of regret stirred within him. It was not fear of Su Yi that troubled him, but rather the realization that he held no real grievance against him. His intent had merely been to humiliate Su Yi, yet he had not anticipated this new disciple's obstinacy. Furthermore, after their earlier clash, he understood that even if he were to kill Su Yi, he would suffer significant injuries himself, who would willingly endure months of pain. However, with so many witnesses present, refusing to respond was not an option. Upon reflection, Qian Qinglin gazed at Su Yi and declared, "If you seek death, I shall oblige you." Su Yi replied calmly, "Then let us proceed." With that, he prepared to take a step forward. Qian Qinglin sneered, "Do you intend to strike whenever you please?" Su Yi regarded him silently, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Witnessing this, a surge of anger ignited within Qian Qinglin, yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he stated, "I shall await you on the arena at dawn tomorrow." With that, he turned and departed, casting a glance at the astonished outer disciples. A glint of murderous intent sparked in his eyes. He resolved to seek a method to restrain sword cultivators before returning to ensure he inflicted minimal harm upon himself when he ultimately slayed Su Yi. As Su Yi prepared to leave, indignation welled within him. Since departing from Yang City, trouble had incessantly sought him out. Evidently, he had been too benevolent. Had he ever endured such treatment in Yang City? Observing Su Yi, the elder sighed and remarked, "Wait." Su Yi turned, asking, "What is your command, elder?" The elder's eyes reflected a sense of regret. "Your talent is commendable. There is no need to squander your life over a moment's indignation. I can approach Qian Qinglin to annul your life and death pact." Su Yi responded with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, elder, but it is unnecessary. I adhere to the principle of bending not, but breaking." With that, he turned to depart. The elder shook his head, murmuring, "To bend not, but break, foolishness." Without further words, the elder walked away. Moments later, only the outer disciples remained, exchanging glances filled with fervor. The outer disciples, often marginalized within Lingyue sect, had never witnessed such audacity from their peers. Yet, they understood that Su Yi was destined for death tomorrow. Qian Qinglin, ranked 5th among the inner disciples, was not to be trifled with. Inside his quarters, Su Yi sat cross-legged upon his bed, a chill radiating from his eyes. He had come to Lingyue sect to cultivate. Yet within mere days, he had faced Feng Da's greed for his quota, and now Qian Qinglin's demand for submission. He resolved that tomorrow he would slay Qian Qinglin to establish his authority and intimidate others, thus allowing him to cultivate his swordsmanship in peace. With this determination, Su Yi closed his eyes and began to practice his body refinement techniques. The following morning, at dawn, he arrived at the life and death arena, a designated space within the martial arts field for disciples to settle grievances. Here, Su Yi encountered many outer disciples, with some inner disciples present as well, yet Qian Qinglin had yet to arrive. Su Yi positioned himself within the arena, awaiting his opponent. As the inner disciples observed Su Ye's handsome visage, a flicker of anger ignited among them. The inner disciples held a lofty position over the outer disciples, akin to the distinction between royalty and commoners, a privilege they relished. Yet now, an outer disciple dared to challenge this hierarchy. Nevertheless, they refrained from mocking him. Having learned of the events from the previous day, aware of this new disciple's formidable strength and volatile temperament, time trickled by, and after half an hour, Qian Qinglin still had not arrived. Witnessing this, the outer disciples felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that the inner prodigy had succumbed to fear? At that moment, they suddenly noticed an inner sect disciple approaching, who addressed Su Yi, saying, "Senior brother Qian has asked me to inform you that he woke up late and is currently having his meal. He will be here shortly." Upon hearing this, the inner sect disciples exchanged cold smiles, fully aware that Qian Qinglin was deliberately attempting to humiliate Su Yi. Unfazed, Su Yi continued to wait. Chapter 29. A complete lack of order. By midday, the outer sect disciples present were growing increasingly displeased, as Qian Qinglin had yet to arrive. During this interval, another inner sect disciple came to relay the message that Qian Qinglin was taking a nap and would be along soon. The outer sect disciples felt that Qian Qinglin was being excessively rude. After all, did outer sect disciples not deserve respect? They mused that had Su Yi been an inner sect disciple, Qian Qinglin would not have treated him so dismissively. As more time passed and Qian Qinglin still did not appear, the onlookers began to disperse. Yet, Su Yi remained, steadfast in his wait. By evening, the disciples returned, only to find Su Yi alone in the arena. The outer sect disciples were at a loss for words. Did Su Yi not consider resting for a moment? Moreover, Qian Qinglin's behavior was utterly outrageous. However, they felt powerless to voice their grievances, for who would dare speak against someone of such elevated status? The inner sect disciples merely scoffed, believing this treatment to be entirely justified. Suddenly, they heard a voice proclaim, "Apologies, I overslept until now." Turning to look, they saw Qian Qinglin approaching, accompanied by Zhao Yufei. At that moment, they were taken aback by the arrival of an inner sect elder, the very same elder who had intervened to prevent a confrontation between Su Yi and Qian Qinglin the previous day. With a mocking expression, Qian Qinglin regarded Su Yi, fully aware that he was intentionally orchestrating this situation to highlight the disparity between them. Should Su Yi choose to leave prematurely, everyone would whisper that he had succumbed to fear. Yet, even in his absence today, no one would dare criticize him, for he was a prodigy of the inner sect. The inner sect elder turned to Su Yi and asked, "Are you certain you wish to engage in a life-and-death battle? It is not too late to reconsider." All eyes in the arena turned to Su Yi, who fixed his gaze on Qian Qinglin and replied, "Come forth." The outer sect elder shook his head and declared, "In a life-and-death battle, no outside interference is permitted. Those who violate this rule shall face death." Qian Qinglin stepped closer to Su Yi, a derisive smile on his face, and said, "You may strike first, if you wish." At that moment, Qian Qinglin's demeanor shifted as he became enraged, for Su Yi had drawn his sword and lunged towards him. In response, Qian Qinglin smirked, conjuring a crimson spear in his hand, his newfound method of countering sword cultivators, an inch longer, an inch stronger. With his right arm enveloped in formidable spiritual energy, he thrust the spear forward with great force. Bang! The spear met the sword, causing Su Yi to immediately retreat, while Qian Qinglin staggered back 2 steps. Witnessing this, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Qian Qinglin's eyes. Indeed, his strategy bore fruit. He now felt confident that after vanquishing Su Yi, he would only sustain minor injuries. In that instant, Su Yi unleashed a burst of sword energy towards Qian Qinglin. Then, with a powerful push off the ground, he charged at Qian Qinglin with his sword drawn. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Qinglin's expression turned disdainful. With a swift motion of his spear, he shattered Su Ye's sword energy and then lunged towards Su Ye's left shoulder with the weapon. Qian Qinglin knew that Su Yi would undoubtedly evade, otherwise, he would surely be injured. However, to his astonishment, Su Yi did not dodge. The spear pierced straight through Su Ye's left shoulder, yet his momentum remained unbroken. With a resounding crack, Su Yi thrust his long sword fiercely toward Qian Qinglin's brow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Qinglin instinctively released his spear, leaning sharply to the left to evade the impending strike. Seizing the moment, Su Yi decisively swung his ethereal sword downward. A piercing scream erupted from Qian Qinglin, reverberating through the air. He looked down in madness, only to see a severed arm on the ground, his own, staring at his empty left sleeve. A thunderous shockwave reverberated through Qian Qinglin's mind. At that moment, he heard Su Ye's agonized cry and turned to witness the horrifying sight of Su Yi extracting the spear from his left shoulder. With a forceful tug, flesh and skin peeled back, and in the next instant, blood gushed forth as the spearhead was violently withdrawn. The onlookers were stunned into silence, with some female disciples unable to bear the sight, promptly doubling over to vomit. Nearby, the elderly observer felt a pang of discomfort. Indeed, it was no surprise that Su Yi had been brought into the sect by Ling Qiuxiao, each participant more ruthless than the last. After discarding the spear onto the ground, Su Yi aimed his sword at Qian Chenglin once more. Just then, Zhao Yufei below the platform suddenly unleashed a palm strike towards Su Yi, her palm emanating a chilling aura. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi's expression twisted with fury, for he had been searching for an opportunity to eliminate her. With that, the sword energy surged to his right foot, and he delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Yufei's abdomen. The impact resonated like thunder, causing Zhao Yufei to feel as if a tempest roiled within her, overwhelming her with excruciating pain. At that moment, she caught sight of Su Yi lunging toward her with his sword, her pupils dilating in terror. Just as the blade was about to pierce her brow, a figure suddenly emerged before her, followed by a muffled grunt. As she turned to look, she saw Su Yi performing 2 somersaults in midair before landing heavily on the ground, his right knee slamming down with a cacophony of cracks. Seeing this, Zhao Yufei's expression brightened, for the one who had repelled Su Yi was Zhao Yijian. Observing Qian Chenlin's pitiful state, Zhao Yijian furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated Su Yi's ferocity. He turned his gaze towards Su Yi and commanded, "Kneel." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Yi replied with a cold smirk, "Bullying the weak, this so-called true disciple is nothing more than that." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yijian narrowed his eyes. The surrounding disciples were astonished. They found themselves admiring Su Yi, who showed no signs of yielding even in the face of true disciples. At that moment, Su Yi directed his attention to the inner sect elder nearby, who wore a complex expression. "Did you not just declare that anyone who intervenes would face merciless retribution? Zhao Yufei and this true disciple have both intervened. Will you carry out your threat?" The elder's face darkened. To kill? Zhao Yijian's strength was on par with his own, and his status far exceeded his, leaving him utterly reluctant to take action. Upon encountering the elder in silence, Su Yi coldly remarked, "This is Lingyue's sect, devoid of any semblance of order." At these words, the onlookers were taken aback, realizing that while Su Yi spoke the truth, such candidness could only serve to embarrass the higher-ups of Lingyue's sect. "You are utterly finished. There is no turning back." Observing Su Yi, Zhao Yijian's expression turned grim. To insult the sect was to invite death. With that, he charged at Su Yi. In that instant, Zhao Yijian erupted in fury as Su Yi dared to draw his sword against him. In the next moment, a resounding clash echoed as Zhao Yijian struck Su Yi back with a forceful palm, sending him crashing into a nearby building, causing him to spit out blood. Zhao Yijian's shadowy gaze fixed upon Su Yi. "I grant you 3 breaths to kneel. Otherwise, I shall send you to your demise." Su Yi glared at Zhao Yijian defiantly. "I shall kneel to your mother. Just because you are older and have practiced for 2 more years, had I been your age, I would dispatch you as easily as one would a chicken." These words ignited Zhao Yijian's wrath. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. With a swift motion, he summoned a swirling vortex of spiritual energy in his palm, unleashing it ferociously towards Su Yi. Chapter 30. Then consider it further. As the spiraling force approached, Su Yi swiftly regained his footing, preparing to counter with his sword. Just then, he beheld a glaring sword intent slicing towards Zhao Yijian. Perceiving this, Zhao Yijian abruptly altered his assault, directing the energy vortex to clash against the incoming sword strike. With a thunderous impact, both forces collided, causing Zhao Yijian to stagger backward. Su Yi turned to find Ling Qiuxiao had entered the fray, sword in hand. Zhao Yijian's expression darkened upon seeing him. "Ling Qiuxiao, do you intend to obstruct me?" Ling Qiuxiao sneered, "Spare me the pleasantries. You have disregarded the rules of Lingyue's sect by attacking Su Yi in a life-and-death arena. As the chief disciple of the law enforcement peak, is it not my duty to confront you?" Zhao Yijian's countenance soured at these words. Ling Qiuxiao continued, "What glory do you find in bullying a new disciple? How about this? Let us engage in a duel to the death, for we have long held disdain for one another." Zhao Yijian fell silent, though his strength was comparable to Ling Qiuxiao's. The latter's prowess as a sword cultivator placed him at an advantage. Thus, he could only remain mute. Noticing Zhao Yijian's silence, Ling Qiuxiao derided him. "A coward who preys on the weak." Furious, Zhao Yijian retorted, "You." At that moment, he glanced towards Su Yi, who was making his way towards Qian Chenglin. Witnessing this, Zhao Yijian coldly warned, "If you dare lay a finger on him, I swear I will kill you." Without turning back, Su Yi replied nonchalantly, "Huh? In less than 2 years, I could slay you as easily as one would butcher a dog." With that, and under Qian Chenglin's despairing gaze, He drove his sword directly into the center of his brow and withdrew it, leaving him to collapse heavily onto the ground. The onlookers were utterly stunned. Realizing that a grave incident had just unfolded, Su Yi turned to Ling Chuxiao, declaring, "I wish to join the law enforcement peak." Ling Chuxiao beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Shall you not take a moment to reconsider?" Su Yi nodded, "Then let us ponder this." Ling Chuxiao's expression faltered, realizing this young man was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Upon reaching this point, Ling Chuxiao turned to Zhao Yijian, urging him to take action, assuring him of his non-interference. Zhao Yijian's expression was one of profound displeasure. At that moment, Su Ye's gaze shifted to Zhao Yufei, his eyes glinting with intense malice. Witnessing this, Zhao Yufei was infuriated. Why should Su Ye's murderous intent surpass her own? After all, it was he who had slain her fiancé and brazenly insulted her in Yang City. What gave him the right to harbor greater hatred than she? Zhao Yijian addressed Zhao Yufei, instructing her to follow him, asserting that time was on their side, and vowing to eliminate Su Yi in the future. With that, he turned and departed. Zhao Yufei cast one last glance at Su Yi before following. At Peacock Peak, upon returning with Zhao Yijian, Zhao Yufei encountered Elder Mu Yu and Mu Qingqing. Noticing their unusual demeanor, Elder Mu Yu inquired about the situation, and Zhao Yufei recounted the events in detail. Hearing Zhao Yufei's account, Mu Qingqing sneered, suggesting that her junior sister need not take matters into her own hands. According to her knowledge, Ling Chuxiao had been attempting to recruit Su Yi into the law enforcement peak. Should Su Yi join, others would inevitably deal with him in due time. Zhao Yufei clenched her fists. She had come to understand the dynamics of the law enforcement peak within the Lingyue sect over the past few days. Yet she yearned to personally exact vengeance upon Su Yi to quell her inner turmoil. At this juncture, Elder Mu Yu addressed Zhao Yufei, advising her to focus solely on her cultivation by her side, postponing any other thoughts until she had grown stronger. Zhao Yufei respectfully acquiesced. Elder Mu Yu then turned to Zhao Yijian, stating that as a true disciple, he should not be so easily outmaneuvered by a new disciple. Henceforth, he too would cultivate alongside her. Zhao Yijian's countenance darkened. As a true disciple of the Lingyue sect, it was the first time he felt so humiliated by a fellow disciple of lesser standing. Elder Mu Yu then declared that it was time for them to depart, as remaining within the sect had become overly tranquil. With that, she led Mu Qingqing out of the grand hall, prompting Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yufei to follow suit. At the law enforcement peak, Su Yi accompanied Ling Chuxiao to the entrance of a grand hall. Upon raising his gaze, Su Yi noted the inscription above, Storage Hall. Slightly shaking his head at Ling Chuxiao's insistence to show him the wealth used to cultivate disciples at the law enforcement peak, he complied nonetheless. Ling Chuxiao, glancing at Su Yi, approached the entrance and placed a jade stone into the recess of the hall's door, which then opened automatically. Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the vast interior of the hall, where dozens of towering piles of spirit stones stood like small mountains. Moreover, it was filled with numerous treasures he had never encountered before. One could only describe it as opulent. Observing Su Ye's astonished expression, Ling Chuxiao felt a sense of satisfaction. He then closed the hall door, remarking that all the wealth within belonged to the law enforcement peak, and with so few disciples, Su Yi would undoubtedly never lack for resources in his cultivation endeavors. Upon hearing those words, Su Yi smiled softly, yet internally he sighed. Had he remained on the path of a cultivator, the sight of such treasures would undoubtedly have thrilled him. However, he was currently immersed in the way of the sword, where the essence of his advancement lay in absorbing sword intent and comprehending the sword path, rendering material wealth a lesser concern. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he beheld a young woman clad in a green dress accompanied by two youths approaching. In a short while, the trio arrived before Ling Chuxiao, greeting him warmly. "Senior brother." Ling Chuxiao nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Su Yi, gesturing towards the young woman with a smile. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my junior sister, Lin Shui. The one on the left, who is as robust as a bear, is Zhu Batian, my master's second disciple. The slender fellow on the right is Bao Xing, my master's third disciple. From now on, they shall be your senior brothers and sisters." Su Yi smiled at the three. "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. I am Su Yi, and I look forward to your guidance." Zhu Batian and Bao Xing immediately responded with cheerful smiles, acknowledging him warmly. However, Lin Shui regarded Su Yi with a somewhat frosty demeanor, offering no reply. She perceived that Su Yi, having just joined the law enforcement peak, had requested Ling Chuxiao to bring him to the treasure hall, clearly coveting the treasures of the law enforcement peak. The notion that Ling Chuxiao willingly accompanied Su Yi seemed implausible to her. Noticing Lin Shui's cool disposition, Su Yi paid it no mind. He had encountered many self-righteous individuals before. Ling Chuxiao turned to Su Yi with a smile. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Su Yi nodded slightly, expressing his contentment. Witnessing this exchange, Lin Shui frowned slightly. This newcomer seemed ungrateful. Ling Chuxiao, as the eldest and true disciple of the law enforcement peak, was not only exceptionally handsome, but also showed such warmth towards this boy. It was astonishing that he remained so unperturbed, and even if the law enforcement peak struggled to find disciples, the senior brother should not demean himself so. Contemplating this, Lin Shui addressed Su Yi coolly. After joining the law enforcement peak, you will undergo a 3-month probation period. We place great emphasis on character. Should you engage in any unscrupulous behavior during this time? Upon hearing this, Su Yi frowned slightly, preparing to respond. Observing this, Ling Chuxiao sighed, and then turned to Su Yi with a smile. Do not take it to heart. Junior sister Lin has a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. It is just her nature. Su Yi nodded, understanding that such personalities were not uncommon. He turned to Ling Chuxiao with a smile. Indeed, what the senior sister says has merit. Lin Shui, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of disdain. This boy was clearly a smooth talker, a hypocrite at heart. At that moment, Ling Chuxiao looked at Su Yi and said, You still bear some injuries. I shall take you to your residence for a rest. Su Yi nodded in agreement. Very well. With that, the two departed directly. Chapter 31. Expel him from the law enforcement peak. Shortly thereafter, Ling Chuxiao led Su Yi to a pavilion. Once Ling Chuxiao had departed, Su Yi found a sunlit spot on the rooftop, drew his spirit sword, and began to swing it aimlessly, without any particular technique, merely flailing. What he aimed to accomplish next was to comprehend the sword path and absorb sword intent, breaking through to the 3rd tier and becoming a sword master. Upon reflecting on this, Su Yi felt a profound appreciation for comprehending the essence of the sword. With this understanding, he needed only to persistently practice his swordsmanship, and his proficiency in the sword arts would advance at an extraordinary pace, far surpassing those who relied solely on practice to grasp the essence of the sword. Meanwhile, Lin Shui, Bao Xing, and Zhu Batian stood at the forefront of the storage hall. At this moment, Lin Shui's beautiful eyes brimmed with indignation as she addressed the two before her. That Su Yi must be aware that our law enforcement peak cannot find disciples, and with a modicum of talent. He is deliberately approaching the senior brother to exploit him for entry into our peak, coveting the abundant resources for cultivation. It is utterly despicable. Bao Xing hesitated for a moment before responding. Junior sister, I believe Su Yi is not as you portray him. He does not strike me as that kind of person, and besides, we have only just met him. Hearing Bao Xing's rebuttal, Lin Shui retorted angrily. Then tell me, why did Su Yi come to the storage hall upon arriving at the law enforcement peak? If not to covet our resources, what other reason could there be? To face hostility from the other members of Linghua's sect? Bao Xing struggled to find a counterargument. Yet he had conversed with the senior brother and learned some details about Su Yi. He understood that Lin Shui's animosity stemmed from Su Yi's overly indifferent attitude towards Ling Chuxiao. However, considering Su Yi's talent, would it not be more advantageous for him to apprentice under any elder of the Linghua sect rather than join the law enforcement peak? With a sigh, Bao Xing chose not to argue further. After all, Lin Shui was family to them, while Su Yi was merely a stranger, and it seemed unworthy to incite Lin Shui's ire over him. Noticing Bao Xing's silence, Lin Shui assumed that he had grasped her point. She then turned to Zhu Batian, second brother, what is your opinion? Zhu Batian pondered for a moment, then spoke in a somewhat naive tone. I believe junior sister has a point. At this, Bao Xing sighed again, thinking to himself that Zhu Batian, with his simple-mindedness, often found merit in everyone's words. Yet, he recognized that this second brother had a fondness for their little junior sister. When Lin Shui heard Zhu Batian's words, she smiled and said, Now that we are aware of Su Ye's ulterior motives, we cannot allow him to succeed. We must drive him out of the law enforcement peak. Zhu Batian asked. He was brought back by the senior brother. How can we expel him? Lin Shui snorted. Expelling him is not difficult at all. We need only to create some obstacles. And as for the senior brother, I refuse to believe he would become upset over a stranger. Upon hearing Lin Shui's words, Bao Xing slightly shook his head. At that moment, Lin Shui continued. However, out of respect for the senior brother, we should give this lad a chance. Will you assist me? Zhu Batian immediately replied. Of course, I support junior sister. Seeing both of her brothers in agreement, Lin Shui beamed. Then let us proceed. With that, she departed directly, followed closely by Zhu Batian and Bao Xing, Su Ye's residence. As Su Yi practiced his swordsmanship, he suddenly spotted Lin Shui and her companions approaching. After a moment of contemplation, he leapt down to stand before them. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. May I inquire as to your purpose in seeking me? Observing Su Yi's courteous demeanor, Bao Xing smiled, preparing to speak. However, his attention was abruptly drawn to Lin Shui. who wore an expression of indifference as she addressed Su Yi. Enough with the pretense. I am aware that you have come for the cultivation resources of the law enforcement peak. Once you grow stronger, you will undoubtedly betray us. Upon hearing this, Bao Xing sighed, realizing the potential offense taken, yet believing that Su Yi, with his evident civility, would likely not hold a grudge against Lin Shui. Naturally, he would lend his support to her. Su Yi's expression faltered momentarily before he replied with a smile. I presume, senior sister, that you harbor some misconceptions about me. Lin Shui scoffed. Look at you. Even with my words, you remain unperturbed. You display no spirit whatsoever. How could you possibly join the law enforcement peak? I shall offer you a chance. Withdraw from the law enforcement peak voluntarily, and I shall overlook this matter. Su Yi wiped the smile from his face and inquired. Am I to understand this as a threat? At this, Bao Xing's expression shifted dramatically. This young man was quick to change his tone. It seemed his brother's assessment was accurate. This lad was no easy opponent. Lin Shui's face flushed with anger as she realized Su Yi dared to speak to her in such a manner. She was at a loss for how to react. Having never encountered such defiance at the law enforcement peak. Beside Lin Shui, Zhu Batian, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of irritation and admonished Su Yi. How dare you? Just then, his eyes widened in shock as Su Yi unsheathed his sword. Reacting instinctively, he drew forth his massive sword, positioning it defensively. With a resounding clash, Su Yi's strike sent Zhu Batian reeling backward. Lin Shui and Bao Xing stood in astonishment. This young man was also a swordsman, and he had managed to repel Zhu Batian. Zhu Batian glared at Su Yi, a flicker of anger crossing his otherwise amiable face. He then enveloped his sword in a weighty, earthy-hued aura, preparing to counterattack. Just as he readied himself, Su Yi surged forward once more. In an instant, the surrounding grass was obliterated by their clashing sword energies, shards scattering in all directions, yet neither combatant yielded, locked in a fierce stalemate. Su Yi regarded Zhu Batian with mild surprise. Despite wielding a heavy sword, his speed was impressive, and his strength formidable. Had it not been for his training in the iron body technique, he would have struggled to withstand the onslaught. Zhu Batian, equally impressed, gazed at Su Yi with admiration. This young swordsman was a true prodigy. It had been long since he had engaged in such intense combat with someone of his own age, and he found the experience exhilarating. Observing the two fighters, Lin Shui's expression darkened as she noticed the mutual respect in their gazes. Bao Xing, taken aback by the scene, sighed softly after a moment, thinking to himself, another brute. Life is becoming increasingly challenging. With that, he seated himself on a nearby stone to observe the unfolding battle. The conflict intensified, with neither Su Yi nor Zhu Batian willing to relent. Half an hour later, the clash continued unabated. As Bao Xing leisurely observed the fierce duel between the two, he suddenly declared, "It is over." At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air, causing both combatants to stagger backward, ultimately halting their retreat by plunging their swords into the ground. Bao Xing rose and looked at the two. At this juncture, Su Yi and Zhu Batian were both drenched in sweat, their swords trembling slightly in their hands. Chapter 32. Excellent. Zhu Batian stood up and cast a glance at Lin Shui, whose expression was grim. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Su Yi and scoffed. I shall return another day to teach you a lesson. Understanding Zhu Batian's intent, Su Yi responded with a smile, I am always ready to oblige. Zhu Batian approached Lin Shui, letting out a sigh. I have failed as your senior brother. I could not assist you in dealing with him. Lin Shui offered consolation. No worries, you have done your best. I didn't anticipate that this lad possessed some talent. We shall devise another plan. Zhu Batian glanced at the strikingly handsome Su Yi, seemingly wanting to say something, yet after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately refrained and departed alongside Lin Shui. Observing their exit, Su Yi intended to retreat to his quarters for a brief respite. However, the sword spirit insisted on further practice. Thus, Su Yi ascended to the rooftop to continue his swordplay. At the law enforcement peak, beside a waterfall, Ling Chuxiao stood bare-chested beneath the torrential cascade, honing his swordsmanship. Perched upon a stone to the left of the waterfall stood a tall, middle-aged man, who continuously offered guidance to Ling Chuxiao. This man was none other than the master of the law enforcement peak. Noticing the myriad of wounds adorning Ling Chuxiao's body, the master sighed quietly. Over the years, the law enforcement peak had produced only one true disciple, Ling Chuxiao. Consequently, many perilous tasks fell upon him, which led to the enmity of numerous individuals. Although the higher-ups of the Lingwei sect dared not act against him due to his formidable presence, other true disciples would frequently seek to provoke Ling Chuxiao. Reflecting on this, the master felt a pang of sympathy. Ling Chuxiao had been taken in by him from a small mountain village when he was merely 3 years old. growing up within the law enforcement peak. To the master, Ling Chuxiao was akin to a son. After an hour, the master called, "Come up." In response, Ling Chuxiao unleashed a powerful sword energy, momentarily disrupting the waterfall's flow. In that fleeting instant, he leapt forth and landed before the master, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, master, for taking the time to guide me amidst your busy schedule." The master waved his hand dismissively. "As my disciple, it is my duty to teach you." However, he then shifted his tone. "I have observed that your killing intent has grown rather intense, bordering on an understanding of its essence. I advise you to stabilize your mindset in the coming days, lest you inadvertently grasp the essence of killing." Ling Chuxiao, puzzled, inquired, "Why should I not pursue an understanding of killing intent? It is said that such comprehension aids one's swordsmanship." The master suddenly grew irate. "Should you attain an understanding of killing intent, I would undoubtedly be compelled to act against you." Upon encountering the chief of the law enforcement peak, who was suddenly enraged, Ling Chuxiao remained unfazed, for he had long grown accustomed to his master's temperament, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. Observing Ling Chuxiao's silence, the chief's expression softened slightly as he remarked, "For an ordinary person to comprehend the will to kill is indeed of little consequence. However, as sword cultivators, we are inherently too rigid. Should we grasp this murderous intent, we risk losing our way and descending into demonic paths. Throughout history, all sword cultivators who have embraced such intent have ultimately turned to evil, without exception." Ling Chuxiao understood and nodded slightly, reassuring his master, "Rest assured, master, even if I wish to comprehend the will to kill, my innate talent limits me. Mastering the sword path is already my utmost capacity." The chief silently agreed with Ling Chuxiao, well aware of his disciple's capabilities. At that moment, Ling Chuxiao seemed to recall something, adding, "By the way, master, I have taken on a new disciple who has joined the law enforcement peak. He is also a sword cultivator with commendable talent and character." The chief contemplated for a moment and replied, "I have no obligations tomorrow. Summon this new disciple, so I may offer guidance on his swordsmanship. Also, bring Ba Tian and the others along. It has been a while since I last instructed them, and I wonder if they have been diligent." Ling Chuxiao smiled, "Certainly." The chief nodded and then turned to depart. After watching him leave, Ling Chuxiao proceeded to inform Su Yi and Zhu Ba Tian. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Yi arrived at the law enforcement hall. Upon entering, he spotted Lin Shui and the others engaged in cheerful conversation with Ling Chuxiao. Not wanting to intrude, Su Yi quietly stood to the side, awaiting the chief's arrival. Observing this scene, Ling Chuxiao was about to approach Su Yi when Lin Shui sternly interjected, preventing him from doing so. Just then, he caught sight of the chief entering the hall. Upon the chief's arrival, all four, including Ling Chuxiao, clasped their hands in greeting. Seeing this, Su Yi followed suit with a slight bow. The chief nodded and then turned to Su Yi, inquiring, "Are you the new disciple brought by Chuxiao?" Su Yi affirmed, "That is I." The chief appraised Su Yi, expressing satisfaction. To have comprehended second-tier sword intent at such a young age is commendable. "Are you aware of the position of the law enforcement peak within the Lingua sect?" Su Yi nodded. "Senior brother Ling Chuxiao has already informed me." The chief chuckled. "In that case, you are now one of us at the law enforcement peak. Demonstrate your sword intent, so that I may assess your suitability for various sword paths." A flicker of excitement coursed through Su Yi. Recalling Ling Chuxiao's words about the chief's mastery of swordsmanship, he released his sword intent, prepared for guidance. However, he soon noticed the chief's expression shift after perceiving his intent. Seeing the chief's unusual demeanor, Su Yi furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling premonition. Noticing the chief's disquiet, Ling Chuxiao inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" The chief's voice, laced with an icy undertone, slowly articulated, the embryonic form of the killing sword intent. Ling Chuxiao's gaze snapped to Su Yi, and recalling the chief's previous caution, he was taken aback. Listening to the conversation between the two, Su Yi pondered, what is the essence of the sword spirit and the sword intent of slaughter? Moreover, how could I possibly comprehend the sword intent of slaughter? The sword spirit's voice resonated, dripping with disdain. I imparted to you the path of the sword, which is the path of slaughter. It seems this little brat harbors some aversion towards it. Upon hearing this, Su Yi was about to inquire further when the master of the law enforcement peak suddenly cast a glance at him and declared, though I know it is unlikely, I must inform you that you are now merely a nascent form of the sword intent of slaughter. In the future, you are destined to fall into the path of darkness. It would be prudent for you to abandon your sword intent now. Su Yi furrowed his brow immediately. Abandoning his sword intent was out of the question. The master of the law enforcement peak snorted coldly. Then you may leave the law enforcement peak. We do not permit such a presence here. At that moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Su Yi interrupted the master of the law enforcement peak. Very well. With that, he prepared to depart. Chapter 33. Chapter Power. Seeing Su Yi about to leave, Ling Chuxiao hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. He then turned to the master of the law enforcement peak and, after a moment's contemplation, said, Master, it is no easy feat for Su Yi to elevate his swordsmanship to the second tier. He certainly will not relinquish his sword intent so readily. Please, grant me a moment to persuade him. The master of the law enforcement peak, knowing that Su Yi was a disciple brought in by Ling Chuxiao, did not wish to escalate the matter. He found some merit in Ling Chuxiao's words. With a cold snort, he turned and departed. Once the master had left, Su Yi looked at Ling Chuxiao and stated firmly, I will never abandon my sword path. With that, he too made to leave. Watching Su Ye's retreating figure, Ling Chuxiao let out a soft sigh. He felt troubled. It was a rare opportunity to have a talented disciple willing to join the law enforcement peak. Yet he never anticipated that Su Yi would embody the nascent form of the sword intent of slaughter. Observing this scene, Lin Shui felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Su Yi would leave without her needing to intervene. However, she noticed that her senior brother appeared somewhat disheartened. With this thought, Lin Shui approached Ling Chuxiao, her beautiful eyes meeting his, and comforted him. Senior brother, you are well aware of the master's temperament. I believe Su Yi will not abandon his sword intent. So let him go. At worst, we can seek another disciple to join us. In response, Ling Chuxiao sighed softly. It sounds simple. But given the current situation at the law enforcement peak, only a fool would choose to join us. Moreover, I truly have faith in Su Yi. He possesses great talent, is a sword cultivator, and has the fierce temperament suited for enforcement. With this thought, Ling Chuxiao exchanged a few words with Lin Shui before turning to leave. Not long after, Su Yi returned to his residence, feeling somewhat conflicted. He was tempted to leave the law enforcement peak outright. Yet he was reluctant to put Ling Chuxiao in a difficult position, as he had helped him numerous times and even saved his life. With a sigh, Su Yi resolved. In any case, I will certainly not abandon my sword intent. If the law enforcement peak cannot accommodate me, they will eventually ask me to leave. At that moment, Su Ye's gaze suddenly fell upon the stone table before him. Clenching his right fist, he struck down forcefully, instantly causing a web of cracks to appear on the surface of the stone table. Observing this, Su Yi frowned slightly. His body was still insufficiently strong. For a single punch could not shatter this stone table, despite its substantial thickness. With this in mind, Su Yi decided to practice his physique. But he felt that the previous training methods were too inefficient and resolved to procure some medicinal aids to enhance his cultivation. Upon reflecting on this, Su Yi retrieved his coin pouch, only to discover a mere handful of coins within, insufficient for his needs. At that moment, he was startled by a noise from outside and stepped out, whereupon his gaze fell upon Zhu Batian standing at the entrance. Upon recognizing him, Su Yi inquired, Do you require something? Zhu Batian hesitated briefly before responding. Engaging in combat with you is exhilarating. Yet I fear you may soon find it difficult to remain at the enforcement peak. Therefore, I wish to seize the opportunity to spar with you while you are still here. Upon hearing this, Su Yi found Zhu Batian rather intriguing. He too relished the thought of battling Zhu Batian, as it promised a thrilling and liberating experience. With that thought, Su Yi unsheathed his sword and launched an attack toward Zhu Batian. Seeing this, Zhu Batian's expression brightened with excitement as he drew his massive sword, swinging it down fiercely at Su Yi. Thus commenced an intense battle between the two. After half an hour, they paused, both drenched in sweat. Zhu Batian, gazing at Su Yi, grinned and said, You are impressive, but alas, you will not be able to remain at the enforcement peak. Su Yi replied with a smile, Even if I am not a disciple of the enforcement peak, does that mean I cannot frequently seek you out for sparring? Zhu Batian's smile widened at this. Of course you can. Su Yi chuckled lightly, then stood up, stating, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. As he turned to depart, Zhu Batian asked, Where are you headed? Su Yi responded, To earn some money. I wish to train my body, but I lack the funds. Upon hearing this, Zhu Batian pondered for a moment before producing a red token from his robe and handing it to Su Yi. Su Yi accepted it and examined it closely. Noticing a name inscribed on it, Zhongli. What is this? Su Yi inquired. Zhu Batian regarded him solemnly, explaining, This is the enforcement token of our enforcement peak. The name Zhongli refers to the grandson of an inner sect elder of the Linguist sect, who, 3 days prior, forcefully insulted a female disciple. I intended to undertake this task myself, but seeing that you require money, I am offering it to you. Su Yi contemplated this and asked, What is the reward for completing this task? Zhu Batian grinned, 100 low-grade spirit stones, or 100 contribution points. Su Yi was taken aback. 100 contribution points were quite substantial, sufficient for his training needs. With this in mind, he looked at Zhu Batian and inquired, "What must I do? Should I bring him back, or eliminate him directly?" Zhu Batian instantly understood why Ling Chuxiao treated Su Yi so favorably, as he was willing to consider killing Zhang Li without regard for his status as the grandson of an inner sect elder. Zhu Batian replied, "Killing him is unnecessary. Simply bringing him back will suffice. However, should he resist arrest, you may use force. Yet, as you are soon to depart from the enforcement peak, acting in such a manner would unnecessarily offend an inner sect elder. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider." Su Yi countered, "Am I not a disciple of the enforcement peak at this very moment? Moreover, this is an order from the enforcement peak. If that inner sect elder seeks revenge, I can simply approach the enforcement peak for assistance." Zhu Batian paused in thought, then chuckled, "You make a valid point." Su Yi said no more and proceeded down the mountain toward the enforcement peak. In the training ground, a young man clad in a red robe was surrounded by a dozen inner sect disciples, who were relentlessly questioning him. This young man was none other than Zhang Li. At this moment, an inner disciple glanced around, and then turned to Zhang Li, whispering, "Zhang Li, I heard that 3 days ago you spent the night with the renowned beauty disciple from the outer sect?" Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted their gazes toward Zhang Mu, their faces adorned with envy. They were all friends of Zhang Mu, often congregating together, asserting their dominance in the outer disciple area. Whenever they encountered striking new female disciples, they would tease them and even coerce them into drinking. But that was the extent of their actions, for the law enforcement peak loomed over them like a sword, preventing them from advancing further. However, just yesterday, they had heard that Zhang Li had managed to intoxicate the celebrated beauty disciple and taken her to his residence. Observing the envy on the faces of his friends filled Zhang Li with a sense of pride. A reminiscent smile graced his features as he remarked, "I must say, that female disciple possesses an exquisite figure, and her tolerance for alcohol is quite poor." After just a little, she collapsed onto the table. "I, too, had indulged a bit too much, which is why I brought her away." Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, their envy deepened, for that female disciple had long been the object of their desire. At that moment, another inner disciple looked at Zhang Li and queried, "But you are currently violating sect rules. Are you not afraid of being captured by the law enforcement peak?" Chapter 34. Your father, as well hearing his friend's words. Zhang Li scoffed dismissively. The law enforcement peak. They have made numerous enemies within the sect and are in a dire situation. They hardly have the inclination to concern themselves with such trivial matters. Moreover, my grandfather is an elder in the inner sect. Even if I were to be apprehended, a little maneuvering would ensure my swift release. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's dozen or so friends felt even more envious, silently lamenting why none of them had a grandfather who was an inner sect elder. Suddenly, they turned their gaze toward a figure approaching from a short distance away, a striking young man wielding a sword. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Li's expression soured, for the young man was none other than Su Yi. Since he had slain Qian Chenglin a few days prior, Su Yi had gained considerable notoriety within Lingua sect, and Zhang Li was well aware that Su Yi had joined the law enforcement peak. His arrival here could only spell trouble. As Su Yi drew closer to the group, he directed his attention to an inner disciple, inquiring, "I hear that Zhang Xing is here?" The inner disciple, feeling a twinge of fear, was apprehensive that Su Yi might act against him at any moment, so he discreetly glanced toward Zhang Xing. Noticing this, Su Yi turned to Zhang Li and said, "So, you are Zhang Li. Will you come with me, or shall I meet resistance?" Zhang Li's expression darkened further as he replied in a low voice, "Could you show me some consideration? My grandfather is..." Before he could finish, Su Yi interrupted him, stating, "I will ask you one last time. Will you come with me?" Zhang Li's countenance fell as he cast a sidelong glance at the surrounding inner disciples, among whom were several striking female disciples. In that moment, his resolve solidified. Had Su Yi approached him alone, he would have certainly complied, but with so many onlookers, surrendering would be too humiliating. Thus, he looked at Su Yi and declared, "My grandfather has summoned me. It would be unwise to disobey his command. Perhaps you could seek him out and inquire yourself?" Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, the disciples present could not help but curse him in their hearts, deeming him shameless for his blatant threat. Curiosity piqued among them regarding the actions of Su Yi, the newly initiated disciple of the enforcement peak. All eyes turned towards Su Yi, who, wielding his sword sheath, struck it fiercely upon Zhang Li's head, causing blood to gush forth instantaneously. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Yi continued to rain blows upon Zhang Li's body, exclaiming, "Searching for your grandfather? Do you think that just because your grandfather is an inner sect elder, you can bully female disciples at will? Can the grandson of an inner sect elder act with impunity?" The sounds of strikes and Zhang Li's agonized cries resonated through the air, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. while simultaneously marveling at the emergence of yet another fierce individual within the enforcement peak. After a brief moment, upon seeing Zhang Li's pleading expression, Su Yi ceased his assault. The disciples now gazed upon Zhang Li, curled up on the ground like a defeated dog, and silently resolved to become exemplary disciples who adhered to the sect's regulations. Su Yi glanced at Zhang Li before stepping forward to seize his garments and lift him up, then proceeded to depart. The disciples exchanged glances, bewildered by Su Yi's actions. In the task hall of the enforcement peak, an elderly man sat at the window. Boredom etched upon his face, slightly furrowing his brow in puzzlement. Why hadn't Zhu Batian returned yet after accepting a task? Given Zhu Batian's character, this seemed out of the ordinary. Could it be that he had been obstructed by Zhang Li's grandfather? Just then, the old man's attention was drawn to the entrance of the enforcement hall, where he beheld Su Yi entering, dragging along a swollen-faced man, bloodied and battered. Upon witnessing this scene, the elder frowned slightly and addressed Su Yi. You are a disciple of the enforcement peak. Why have you violated the law? Are you aware of the consequences imposed by the enforcement peak for such actions? In response, Su Yi smiled and said, This is a task I accepted, and I have come to report. The elder, now somewhat irate, retorted, This is your first visit to the task hall, and you have never accepted a task before. Do you truly believe I am so muddled as to be easily deceived? Su Yi explained, It was senior brother Zhu Batian who assigned me this task. The person I have here is Zhang Li. When I attempted to capture him, he resisted, and I had no choice but to strike him. The elder, rendered speechless, looked at the man in Su Yi's grasp and inquired, You claim this is Zhang Li? Su Yi nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, the elder's expression softened. Will you be contributing points or spirit stones? Su Yi replied, Contribution points. The elder gestured towards Su Yi's disciple token, and Su Yi noticed the number changed to 102. Curious, he asked, How shall Zhang Li be dealt with? The elder responded calmly. He will be incarcerated in the enforcement peak's prison. With that, Su Yi departed, dragging Zhang Li behind him. The elder sighed deeply, lamenting the arrival of yet another fierce individual, pondering the bleak future of the enforcement peak. At that moment, he noticed a strikingly beautiful young woman entering. It was Lin Shui. Lin Shui glanced in the direction Su Yi had left, and then turned to the elder, asking, Grandfather Li, did I not tell you not to assign tasks to Su Yi? In reply, the elder stated, This was not initiated by me. If you wish to assign blame, direct it toward Zhu Batian. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Shui was instantly filled with anger and turned to leave without a second thought. Soon, she found Zhu Batian, who was practicing with his sword. Upon seeing Lin Shui, Zhu Batian paused, ready to speak, but when he caught sight of the furious expression on her face, he sensed trouble. Lin Shui looked at Zhu Batian, her voice laced with indignation. Why did you assign that task to Su Yi? Zhu Batian pondered for a moment and replied, Junior sister, you misunderstand. The task I gave him is perilous. It is Zhang Li who violated the sect's rules. He is the grandson of an inner sect elder. At this point, he gazed at Lin Shui's striking features and sighed softly, I apologize. Please do not hold it against your senior brother. Lin Shui huffed coldly and walked away. Meanwhile, after imprisoning Zhang Li, Su Yi returned to his residence to commence alchemical practices. At that moment, he suddenly glanced ahead and noticed Lin Shui approaching. Is there something you need? He inquired. Lin Shui regarded Su Yi and said coolly, I advise you once more to leave the law enforcement peak. Since you refuse to abandon your sword path, why linger here? Upon hearing this, Su Yi chose to ignore her and continued with his alchemy. Witnessing his indifference, Lin Shui's anger flared, accompanied by a hint of embarrassment. She had never been so blatantly disregarded. With this thought, she exclaimed in fury, You are truly shameless. Your audacity is remarkable. To cling to the resources of our law enforcement peak without a shred of shame. You are a talent, yet you possess no sense of dignity. Still, Su Yi remained silent. Lin Shui, now even more enraged, pressed on, Do you not comprehend? Aside from my senior brother, who has been deceived into supporting you, no one at the law enforcement peak welcomes you. Do you think your silence absolves you? Do you understand how uncouth your behavior is? How did your father raise you? Is he also devoid of? At that moment, Lin Shui was taken aback as Su Yi suddenly drew his sword and lunged towards her. Chapter 35. My apologies. Enraged by this turn of events, Lin Shui retaliated by drawing her sword to strike Su Yi. In the next instant, a loud thud echoed as Lin Shui found herself sprawled on the ground. In her astonishment, she looked towards Su Yi, ready to speak, but he denied her the opportunity, delivering a fierce kick towards her. The sight of his approaching foot left Lin Shui's countenance pale. She swiftly rose to evade, but in her shocked gaze, Su Yi's foot landed heavily on her abdomen. A sharp pain coursed through her, and she collapsed again, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. At that moment, Su Yi abruptly turned, and in the air above, a sword soared towards them, upon which stood a middle-aged man, the master of the law enforcement peak. The next instant, the master landed gracefully, casting a glance at the fallen Lin Shui before fixing his gaze on Su Yi with a calm expression, inquiring, "Did you do this?" Upon seeing the master, Lin Shui felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. She had never endured such a beating. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Hearing her cries, the master of the law enforcement peak erupted in fury. Lin Shui was the granddaughter of his dear friend, who had come to the peak at a tender age. He had never even scolded her, and now she had been so brutally assaulted. As the law enforcement peak master gazed at Su Yi, he coldly declared, "Indeed, you cannot suppress your murderous sword intent. Today, I shall incapacitate you." With that, his right index finger became enveloped in a surge of sword energy, swiftly pointing towards Su Yi with such speed that there was no time for a reaction. Just as the fingertip was about to strike Su Yi, the law enforcement peak master suddenly beheld a figure appear before him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Ling Chuxiao. Immediately, he dissipated all his force, and in the next moment, the finger struck Ling Chuxiao instead. To the law enforcement peak master's astonishment, Ling Chuxiao staggered backward, crashing heavily against a tree and half kneeling on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the law enforcement peak master furrowed his brow, convinced that his strike was merely a commonplace jab, one that should not have sent an ordinary person like Ling Chuxiao reeling in such an exaggerated manner. Seeing Ling Chuxiao fall, Lin Shui's exquisite face displayed a look of concern as she swiftly rose and rushed to Ling Chuxiao's side, asking anxiously, "Senior brother, are you all right?" Just as Ling Chuxiao was about to respond, he suddenly noticed Su Yi approaching him and inquired, "How are you?" Hearing this, Ling Chuxiao secretly commended himself for his cleverness. In truth, he was unscathed. His act was merely to evoke sympathy from Su Yi, hoping to strengthen her resolve to remain at the law enforcement peak. With this in mind, Ling Chuxiao feigned weakness, saying, "I sustained some internal injuries." However, at that moment, he abruptly sprang to his feet. His gaze filled with shock as he turned towards the front, for Su Yi had drawn his sword and lunged at the law enforcement peak master. Witnessing this, Ling Chuxiao was rendered speechless. As Su Yi launched his attack, the law enforcement peak master let out a cold snort and unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Su Yi. The energy reached Su Yi, causing him to recoil violently against a wall, whereupon he spat out a mouthful of blood. After regaining his composure, Su Yi turned to the law enforcement peak master and sneered. It is said that the law enforcement peak master is just and honorable, willing to offend the entire sect to uphold the rules, yet it appears this is merely a facade. At these words, Ling Chuxiao and Lin Shui were left astonished. Within the sect, who had ever dared to speak to their master in such a manner? Even the sect leader treated their master with utmost respect. Su Yi was openly challenging authority. The law enforcement peak master's expression turned icy, his authoritative gaze fixed upon Su Yi. "You dare to slander me?" Su Yi retorted with a cold snort. "Slander? Do you know why I struck Lin Shui? You do not discern right from wrong, and yet you attack me. Should I be expected to praise you?" The law enforcement peak master's countenance darkened. He was tempted to retaliate, but restrained himself, for Su Yi spoke the truth. He had indeed allowed his anger to cloud his judgment. Seeing her master being questioned so audaciously by Su Yi, Lin Shui was incensed. "How dare you speak to my master in such a manner?" As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she looked at Su Yi with a cold smile. "Indeed, like father, like son. Your father must surely be a..." Before she could finish, Su Yi unleashed a sword strike towards Lin Shui. Observing this, the law enforcement peak master furrow in the following moments, Su Yi was nearly driven to madness. Despite being repeatedly wounded by the law enforcement peak master, he steadfastly continued to wield his sword against Lin Shui. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shui was suddenly gripped by fear. Was he truly insane? Observing Su Yi, the law enforcement peak master was consumed by rage, intensifying his force. Su Yi was violently thrown to the ground, carving a shallow trench in the earth before crashing against a tree, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet, Su Yi did not yield. He staggered to his feet. Faced with this defiance, the law enforcement peak master coldly warned, "If you strike again, you shall surely perish." A fierce expression crossed Su Yi's face as he retorted, "If I cannot avenge my father's humiliation, what kind of swordsman am I?" With that, he lunged a sword toward Lin Shui. Observing Su Yi's reckless assault, the law enforcement peak master raised his hand, poised to deliver a decisive blow. At that moment, Ling Chuxiao rushed to Su Yi's side, interposing himself and declaring, "Stop. I shall avenge you." He then boldly approached Lin Shui, who was taken aback. As Lin Shui stared in shock, Ling Chuxiao raised his hand. In the next instant, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Lin Shui immediately covered her left cheek, Disbelief etched across her face as she stammered, "You struck me? You actually struck me." Ling Chuxiao paid no heed to Lin Shui, turning his gaze toward the distant law enforcement peak master. Taking a deep breath, he implored, "Master, I understand that the Lingyue sect holds an irreplaceable position in your heart. You have acted decisively, disregarding the high-ranking members' opinions to enforce the sect's regulations with an iron fist, for which I hold great admiration. However, the law enforcement peak is now isolated and precariously positioned. I dare to ask, if you were to be jointly impeached by other high-ranking members of the Lingyue sect, can you fathom the chaos that would ensue?" The law enforcement peak master remained silent, having contemplated this matter himself, but had always shied away from examining it in detail. Now, hearing it articulated by his most esteemed disciple forced him to confront the reality. Noticing the law enforcement peak master's silence, Ling Chuxiao's expression brightened, and he pointed at the half-kneeling Su Yi, asserting, "He is merely 15 years old and already a swordsman of the second level of sword intent. Such talent is among the finest in the Lingyue sect. Given a bit of time, he will undoubtedly become one of the top 10 true disciples. Alongside me, your influence within the sect will significantly increase, and those individuals will hesitate to impeach you. At that time, cleansing the sect of its malefactors will not be out of reach." The law enforcement peak master sighed deeply. In truth, he had regretted his actions towards Su Yi as soon as Lin Shui mentioned Su Yi's father. However, he could not allow Su Yi to attack Lin Shui unchallenged. With this thought, he turned his attention back to Su Yi. In the midst of Ling Chuxiao and Lin Shui's astonishment, the law enforcement peak master slowly spoke, "I apologize." Chapter 36. The Diagram of Heaven and Earth. Upon hearing the law enforcement peak master's apology, Su Yi grasped his sword with his right hand and, with great difficulty, raised the sword's tip from the ground to stand upright. His anger subsided somewhat. At that moment, Ling Chuxiao, having regained his composure, glanced at Su Yi and let out a small sigh of relief, grateful that Su Yi could remain. Yet, the law enforcement peak master then declared, "However, you still cannot stay at the law enforcement peak." At this pronouncement, Ling Chuxiao's heart sank. "Master." The master of the law enforcement peak turned his gaze toward Ling Chuxiao, indicating that if he wished to remain, he must enter the Qianquan diagram and undergo its trials. Ling Chuxiao furrowed his brow tightly. The Qianquan diagram was a renowned treasure of the law enforcement peak, capable of testing the steadfastness of one's character. It was perilous, for if one were to lose themselves within the Qianquan diagram, it could lead to death. Even he lacked confidence in passing the test. Contemplating this, Ling Chuxiao looked at Su Yi, sighed, and intended to send him away. However, just as his gaze landed on Su Yi, he witnessed Su Yi addressing the master of the law enforcement peak, declaring, "I consent." Upon hearing this, Ling Chuxiao immediately interjected, "No," entering the Qianquan diagram. At that moment, he was taken aback as the master of the law enforcement peak swiftly approached Su Yi, administering a healing elixir and enveloping him in spiritual energy to mend his wounds. Moments later, Su Yi's injuries had significantly healed. The master regarded Su Yi with a serious expression. "This is your final opportunity. Are you certain you wish to enter the Qianquan diagram?" Su Yi nodded resolutely, now understanding that this master genuinely cared for the Lingyue sect and was a man of deep loyalty. Such a figure only strengthened his resolve to join the law enforcement peak, for he knew that before a genius rises, a solid foundation and support are essential. Seeing Su Yi's affirmation, the master's eyes reflected a glimmer of appreciation, and without further ado, he summoned a blue light from the palm of his right hand, which surged upward to form a towering blue barrier. The master then addressed Su Yi, "Step inside. If you succeed, you will be my fifth and final direct disciple." At these words, both Ling Chuxiao and Lin Shui were taken aback, recalling the master's declaration that he would only accept 5 disciples in his lifetime. Becoming a disciple of the law enforcement peak was indeed a lucrative opportunity, as the master was fiercely protective of his students. Upon hearing the master's proclamation, Su Yi lightly tapped his toes, leaping into the air and entering the blue barrier. The 3 onlookers gazed upward, witnessing the moment Su Yi crossed the threshold. The blue barrier shimmered and transformed into a grand projection, revealing a magnificent palace. Once inside the Qianquan diagram, Su Yi felt a momentary dizziness, which quickly dissipated. As he regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, finding himself within an opulent palace, filled with an alluring fragrance that ignited warmth in his abdomen. In the center of the palace, there was a vast bath filled with numerous purple-red petals, and surrounding it were enchanting women clad in delicate garments, all gazing at Su Yi with alluring expressions. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi's eyes turned crimson, and he promptly leaped into the bath. Outside, the 3 observers exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Given Su Yi's prior demeanor, they had expected his resolve to be exceptionally strong. Yet he had succumbed to temptation the moment he entered the Qianquan diagram. Ling Chuxiao now wore a worried expression as he gazed at the Qianquan diagram. For if Su Yi were to remain lost within for more than a quarter of an hour, it could lead to his demise. 10 minutes later, Su Yi still had not emerged. Witnessing this, the leader of the enforcement peak displayed a flicker of disdain in his eyes and was about to close the Qianquan diagram. Alarmed by this sight, Ling Chuxiao exclaimed, "Master, there are still 5 minutes left. Please grant Su Yi a final moment. I believe he will surely come out." Upon hearing this, the leader paused, though the disdain in his gaze intensified. Ling Chuxiao looked at the Qianquan diagram, perplexed. "Su Yi, why is your will so fragile?" Although the Qianquan diagram amplifies a person's desires several-fold, from his previous demeanor towards Zhao Yufei and Lin Shui, he hardly seems like a lecher. Could it be that Su Yi is merely feigning? The 5 minutes swiftly passed. The leader of the enforcement peak observed as Su Yi appeared to indulge himself, scoffing disdainfully before raising his hand to reclaim the Qianquan diagram. At that moment, he suddenly saw Su Yi turn his head to look at him and say, "Wait a moment." After speaking, Su Yi turned back again. The 3 onlookers were taken aback. Was Su Yi jesting? How could he remain so lucid, resolute? Su Yi's will was remarkably steadfast, and they soon realized that he had intentionally allowed himself to become lost in this state. Furthermore, Su Yi was capable of withdrawing from this disorientation at any moment. The leader of the enforcement peak regarded Su Yi in the projection before promptly retracting the Qianquan diagram. In the next instant, Su Yi descended from the air and landed steadily on the ground. The leader gazed at Su Yi, who wore a contemplative expression. With a sigh, he remarked, "A genius, and one with an exceptionally resolute spirit. Such a person is destined for greatness. If he remains in the mire of the enforcement peak, he may very well falter along the way." With this thought, the leader addressed Su Yi. "You may leave." Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "I will not leave." The leader retorted coldly, "At the enforcement peak, we do not permit anyone to comprehend the essence of the killing sword intent. Depart at once." Su Yi glanced at Zhao Yufei and then declared, "Very well. If I leave, I shall seek out an elder to become my master. When that time comes, should I encounter Zhao Yufei, I will certainly kill her. Trust me, I fear not death." Lin Shui, filled with anger, could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Su Yi's previous reckless attack on her had left a profound impression. The leader of the enforcement peak scrutinized Su Yi for a moment before abruptly turning and leaving. Su Yi's unwillingness to depart brought him a strange sense of delight, for since becoming the leader, it was the first time a young person had stubbornly clung to the enforcement peak without the desire to leave. Ling Chuxiao turned to Su Yi with a smile. "Congratulations. From now on, you shall be the 5th direct disciple of my master." Su Yi returned the smile. "I look forward to your guidance in the future, senior brother." Observing this exchange, Lin Shui scoffed before departing. Ling Chuxiao looked at Su Yi and said, "Junior brother, we shall discuss further another day." With that, he hurried after Lin Shui, who wore an irate expression. He awkwardly chuckled. "Xiao Xue, why are you so upset? I only acted out of necessity, and besides, I struck my own hand. I didn't even touch you. Please don't be angry, all right?" Lin Shui remained silent, quickening her pace. Witnessing this, Ling Chuxiao sighed and hastened to catch up. Observing their departing figures, Su Yi decided to return to his room. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted 2 individuals emerging from behind a sturdy tree, Bao Xing and Zhu Batian. Both regarded Su Yi with complex expressions, having witnessed everything that had transpired. They had now acknowledged him. Before long, Bao Xing approached Su Yi, stating, "I had some misunderstandings with you earlier, and I wish to apologize." Su Yi smiled. "It's nothing." Bao Xing returned the smile. "I hunted some demon beasts yesterday, and as the scenery here is quite delightful, how about we enjoy some wine and roasted meat tonight?" That evening, atop the rooftop of the loft, the 3 of them sat by a fire pit, where a demon beast was already roasted to perfection. Each held a jar of wine, engaging in merriment over food and drink. Just then, they noticed Ling Chuxiao arriving with Lin Shui. Bao Xing quickly invited the pair to sit down, and soon, Ling Chuxiao initiated a lively conversation. After a while, Ling Chuxiao and the others exchanged glances at Su Yi and Zhao Yufei, subtly shaking their heads. The 2 were dismissive of one another. And more troubling was Su Yi's occasional gaze towards Zhao Yufei, which carried a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 37. Sword Practice. The next day, news of Su Yi being accepted as a direct disciple by the master of the law enforcement peak spread throughout the Lingwei sect, thanks to Ling Chuxiao's influence. Reactions varied. Some were indifferent, while others were filled with anger. Within the loft of the law enforcement peak, Su Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, retrieving a silver sword. His heart surged with excitement, for he was about to begin absorbing sword intent. Should he break through to the third level of sword intent, he would possess combat prowess equivalent to a high-level spirit transformation realm practitioner, akin to a true disciple of the Lingua sect. With this thought, Su Yi prepared to summon the sword spirit. Just then, the sword spirit's voice echoed in his ears. You wish to absorb sword intent? Su Yi replied with a smile. Indeed, I believe I've made significant progress these past few days. At this moment, the sword spirit's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of anger. Fool. How many days have you practiced the sword, and how much comprehension of the sword path have you attained, to wish to absorb sword intent already? Unfazed by the sword spirit's tone, Su Yi responded, I have been a bit impatient. In his sea of consciousness, upon hearing Su Ye's words, the sword spirit's anger subsided somewhat. In a calmer tone, it said, the path of the sword cannot be rushed. To truly grasp the sword path at the swordmaster level requires at least a year of dedicated practice. You must seek out opponents to spar with, understand? Su Yi nodded, I understand. Having said that, Su Yi rose and departed. Shortly after, he arrived at Zhu Baitian's residence and observed Zhu Batian practicing his swordsmanship. Noticing Su Yi, Zhu Batian paused and smiled. Junior brother, do you seek me for something? Su Yi replied with a grin, I wish to practice swordplay with you. Upon hearing this, excitement flickered in Zhu Baitian's eyes. Without further ado, he lifted his massive sword and charged at Su Yi. In response, Su Yi drew his silver longsword and surged forward. An hour later, as Su Yi observed Zhu Batian becoming increasingly exhilarated by their sparring, he promptly retreated and addressed Zhu Batian, saying, Let us cease for now and resume tomorrow, shall we? Upon hearing this, Zhu Batian sheathed his sword and replied with a hearty smile, You are always welcome. Su Yi then turned and departed, returning to his loft to practice swordplay atop the roof. In the following days, Su Yi dedicated an hour each day to spar with Zhu Batian before returning to his abode to hone his swordsmanship and contemplate the essence of the blade. One day, during an intense bout with Zhu Batian, Su Yi suddenly noticed an outer sect disciple approaching, holding a letter. Observing this, both Su Yi and Zhu Batian halted their duel. Zhu Batian inquired of the disciple, Do you have something to discuss? The disciple nodded and handed the envelope to Zhu Batian, stating, This is for you. With that, he turned and left. Curiosity piqued, Zhu Batian opened the envelope, and moments later, a frown creased his brow. Noticing his expression, Su Yi asked, What is the matter? Zhu Batian tucked the letter away, his demeanor darkening as he replied, There are issues at home. Su Yi pondered for a moment before asking, Do you require my company on your return? Zhu Batian hesitated briefly before shaking his head, saying, No, your strength is insufficient. I must seek Brother Ling Chuxiao. With that, he strode away. Seeing this, Su Yi also departed, returning to his residence to practice his swordsmanship. The following day, Su Yi arrived at Zhu Baitian's abode, only to find the door firmly shut, indicating that Zhu had not yet returned. A frown creased Su Ye's brow, with Zhu Batian gone to accompany Ling Chuxiao. He found himself without a sparring partner. At that moment, Su Yi recalled Bao Xing and promptly made his way there. Before long, Su Yi reached Bao Xing's residence, where he found Bao Xing and Lin Shui seated beneath a flourishing tree in the courtyard, engrossed in a game of chess. Upon spotting Su Yi, Bao Xing began to rise to greet him, but Lin Shui restrained him. Observing her expression, Bao Xing sighed and resumed his seat, turning to Su Yi with a smile. Junior brother, what brings you here? Su Yi glanced at the composed Lin Shui, contemplated for a moment, and replied, Forgive my intrusion. With that, he turned to leave. Watching Su Ye's retreating figure, Bao Xing shook his head slightly, then looked at Lin Shui, saying, Why must you be this way? Su Yi has now become Master's direct disciple. He is someone you will encounter frequently. At this, Lin Shui remained silent. In truth, she had reflected over the past few days and realized that the misunderstanding between her and Su Yi might have originated from her own actions. Yet, inexplicably, every time she saw Su Yi, she felt compelled to confront him. In the Hall of Justice, the master of the Justice Peak regarded Su Yi with mild surprise. You wish to practice swordplay? He asked. Su Yi nodded, explaining, Both my senior brothers have left the sect, and Bao Xing is somewhat inconvenient. So I have come to seek your guidance. Intrigued by Su Ye's initiative, the master of the Justice Peak smiled, recalling that in all his years of teaching, this was the first time a disciple had approached him to request sword practice. He said, I have fewer matters to attend to at the moment. I can practice with you. As he spoke, a long sword materialized in his hand. Let us refrain from employing sword intent and cultivation. In response, Su Yi nodded and, suppressing his sword intent, drew his sword and lunged forward. At that moment, Su Yi noticed the swift swordplay of the law enforcement peak master, seemingly foreseeing his moves. With a flick of his long sword, he not only parried the incoming strike, but also delivered a powerful blow to Su Ye's chest. The sound echoed sharply as Su Yi staggered backward, his gaze brightening slightly as he regarded the law enforcement peak master. A true master of the sword, indeed. Without employing sword intent or profound cultivation, the master effortlessly subdued him with mere technique. With this realization, Su Yi charged forward once more. For a considerable time, the air was filled with the sharp sounds of clashing blades. Su Yi felt a searing pain coursing through his body, a result of the sword strikes. Yet he did not relent, for this was a remarkable opportunity. Observing Su Ye's unwavering spirit, the law enforcement peak master regarded him with a hint of admiration. It was known that even Ling Chuxiao would not endure such rigorous practice for long. Half an hour later, Su Yi retreated, slightly grinning as he addressed the master. Master, I shall return tomorrow. In response, the law enforcement peak master chuckled, go home and soak in medicinal baths. With that, he departed. Upon hearing the master's words, Su Ye's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could there be more to the sword marks on his body? With this thought, he hastily returned to his quarters, immersing the training medicine he had purchased earlier in boiling water. Stripping off his clothing, he plunged into the bath, and in that moment, he let out a cry, purely from the pain. In the following days, Su Yi practiced swordsmanship with the law enforcement peak master for half an hour each evening. This method proved immensely beneficial for his understanding of the sword path, and he found himself occasionally evading the master's attacks. Such progress was significant, considering that the law enforcement peak master was a true sword master. Half a month later, during an evening session, Su Yi practiced with the master for several minutes before pausing. He then cupped his hands in respect and said, I shall return tomorrow. Hearing this, the law enforcement peak master shook his head. For the time being, do not come again. I have matters to attend to. Su Yi felt a tinge of regret. Understood. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard the master call him back, turning to inquire, Master, do you have any instructions? The law enforcement peak master regarded Su Yi thoughtfully. Now that you have become my direct disciple, there are certain matters you must be aware of. The Lingyue sect harbors a formidable adversary against our law enforcement peak, namely, the Grand Elder. Exercise caution when you encounter him. Moreover, he has a disciple named Li Mu, a true inheritor. Be wary of him as well. Su Yi asked, why does the Grand Elder oppose our law enforcement peak? The master scoffed. Because his grandson violated sect rules, and I was compelled to eliminate him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Yi acknowledged, promising himself to be cautious around the Grand Elder and his disciple in the future. The law enforcement peak master nodded, go now. With that, Su Yi departed. Within a grand palace, an elderly man clad in a golden robe sat above, the Grand Elder of the Lingyue sect. Below on the left, several inter-sect elders were seated. The Grand Elder glanced at them and coldly remarked, the master of the Law Peak has recently taken on a personal disciple. Are you aware of this? Zhang Li's grandfather, Zhang Hu, retorted angrily, of course we are. That young man is named Su Yi. After some investigation, I found out he hails from Yang City in Tianyang Kingdom, his father being the lord of that city. The Grand Elder inquired, what is his talent like? Zhang Hu replied solemnly, at 15, he has reached the second level of sword intent. Upon hearing this, the other inter-sect elders were momentarily taken aback. Such qualifications marked him as a genius, comparable even to Ling Chuxiao. The Grand Elder's eyes glimmered with barely concealed anger. The master of the Law Peak, emboldened by the previous sect leader's endorsement, had been acting unilaterally within the Lingyue sect. Originally, we had an opportunity to impeach him at the next sect conference, but now, with the acquisition of a talented disciple, myriad uncertainties had arisen. Zhang Hu scoffed, Grand Elder, as far as I know, after Su Yi entered the sect, he has been exceedingly arrogant due to Ling Chuxiao's admiration for him. Just days ago, he killed inter-sect disciple Qin Chenglen. Yet he has the backing of the master of the Law Peak, leaving us with anger but no voice to express it. I implore you, Grand Elder, to uphold justice. The Grand Elder regarded Zhang Hu with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, then turned to the door and commanded, summon inter-sect disciple, Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, Su Yi returned to his quarters, preparing to indulge in a medicinal bath. However, upon inspecting his herbs, he realized he lacked sufficient quantities, prompting him to venture out. Before long, Su Yi arrived at the disciples' hall and was about to enter when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he noticed a throng of disciples parting to create a pathway. Through the opening walked a young man clad in the garb of a true disciple. Surrounding female disciples gazed at this true disciple with admiration. It's brother Li Mu. No wonder he is known as the most handsome in Lingyue sect. He truly is striking. Beauty aside, his cultivation is formidable. If only I could marry him. I'd wake up smiling every day, listening to their chatter. Su Yi felt somewhat exasperated. The master of the Law Peak had just warned him to be cautious of the Grand Elder and Li Mu. And now he encountered Li Mu himself. With this thought, Su Yi intended to turn back to the disciples' hall. However, Li Mu called out, "Halt!" Disregarding him. Su Yi continued on his way. Witnessing this, Li Mu's expression darkened. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly noticed several female disciples blocking his path. They looked at him, frowning slightly. "Did you not hear Brother Li Mu speaking to you? How rude. Indeed, it is an honor for you that Brother Li Mu addressed you. Yet you act so aloof. Clearly, you are envious of his looks." Hearing these remarks, Su Yi sighed. Since arriving at the Lingyue sect, he had encountered an abundance of foolishness. Li Mu, maintaining a calm facade, relished the situation before stepping forward to confront Su Yi, asking, "Are you Su Yi?" Su Yi replied, "I am. Do you need something?" In response, Li Mu suddenly struck Su Yi with a palm, and in the next moment, the sound of impact echoed as Su Yi was sent reeling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Observing Su Yi, Li Mu remained silent, his eyes betraying a hint of derision before he turned to leave. Su Yi slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Li Mu, stating, "In 3 months, at the life and death arena, will you dare to accept?" In response, Li Mu struck Su Yi once more, causing him to stagger backward and kneel on the ground. Eyeing Su Yi, Li Mu sneered. Engaging in a life and death pact with a genius was a profoundly foolish act. He understood the realm of prodigies well, for he himself was a genius. With this thought, Li Mu departed. Witnessing this, Su Yi suddenly let out a laugh. Not for any reason other than frustration. After straightening his attire, Su Yi entered the law enforcement hall to procure some medicinal herbs before making his way to the law enforcement peak. As Su Yi traversed partway, he was approached by an inner-sect female disciple who ran toward him. Upon seeing her, Su Yi inquired, "Do you seek my assistance?" The female disciple, breathless and visibly anxious, replied, "Senior Brother Su, my friend has been forcibly taken by Xiao Xiao, and he intends to commit heinous acts. As a member of the law enforcement peak, I implore you to save my friend." Su Yi was somewhat taken aback. The Lingyue sect truly housed a myriad of individuals. Regarding the female disciple, he commanded, "Lead the way." Gratitude washed over her face as she swiftly darted leftward. Following her, Su Yi soon arrived at a secluded courtyard within the inner disciple area, where he heard cries for help emanating from within. Without hesitation, Su Yi kicked the door open. Inside, he found a young man bare-chested, with a reasonably attractive female disciple beneath him. Upon witnessing this scene, a chill ran through Su Yi. He stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the young man's backside. Bang! The young man's head collided violently with the wall, and he spun around, glaring at Su Yi with fury. "What the hell are you doing?" he bellowed. Anger surged within Su Yi. How could this man question him after assaulting a female disciple? At that moment, the young man seemed to recognize Su Yi and coldly asserted, "She consented. Do not misunderstand." In light of this, Su Yi advanced to seize the young man, who gathered his spiritual power to resist. Witnessing this, Su Yi drew his sword, executing the technique he had learned from the law enforcement peak master, and struck the young man fiercely. Crack! Ah! Xiao Xiao screamed in agony and attempted to fight back. Noticing his defiance, Su Yi increased the force of his blows, relentlessly striking him with the spiritual sword. Moments later, when Su Yi observed that Xiao Xiao no longer dared to resist, he seized his hair and dragged him off the bed. At this juncture, the female disciple hastily donned her clothing and approached Su Yi, trembling as she expressed, "Thank you for saving me." With a sigh, Su Yi replied, "This is merely my duty. No thanks are necessary." Just then, Chapter 39, Master, I am your father. Not long after, Su Yi returned to the law enforcement peak with Xiao Xiao, intending to imprison her. At that moment, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he discovered an elderly man clad in golden robes, accompanied by several intersect elders, approaching him. Noticing the malevolent expression on the elder's face, Su Yi furrowed his brows slightly. At that instant, Xiao Xiao, who he was holding, let out a cold laugh, declaring, "You are finished. My master has arrived." Upon hearing this, Su Yi's frown deepened. Xiao Xiao's master could only be the Grand Elder, which left Su Yi perplexed. Why would the Grand Elder personally come to rescue an intersect disciple? Such favoritism was bewildering, and how had the Grand Elder learned of this incident so swiftly? Withdrawing his gaze, Su Yi focused ahead as the Grand Elder and several intersect elders reached him. The Grand Elder's authoritative visage was laced with a hint of frost. "How audacious! You dare publicly assault my disciple to such an extent? Do you not regard the sect's regulations?" Unfazed, Su Yi retorted, "Your disciple committed an act of violation." He paused, for he noticed a tearful young woman stepping out from behind the intersect elders. It was the very disciple who had been assaulted by Xiao Xiao. Upon seeing her, Su Ye's heart sank as the realization struck him. The woman glared at Su Ye, her voice trembling with anger. I was with Xiao Lang when you barged in, injuring him and taking him away. Can the disciples of the law enforcement peak act with such impunity? Maintaining a calm demeanor, Su Ye addressed the Grand Elder. I fail to comprehend your motives. If you truly wish to target me, there were far more dignified methods to do so than resorting to such a despicable trap. Frankly speaking, it tarnishes your esteemed position as the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed. It seems that those from the law enforcement peak, in their arrogance, do not hesitate to humiliate disciples. Now you dare to insult me. Today, I shall rid Lingyue's sect of this malignant tumor. With that, he prepared to strike at Su Ye. In response, Su Ye hurled Xiao Xiao towards the Grand Elder and swiftly retreated. The Grand Elder dissipated the spiritual energy in his hands to catch Xiao Xiao, then aimed to attack Su Ye once more. At that moment, the Grand Elder abruptly halted, casting a glance behind Su Ye. Turning around, Su Ye noticed the peak master of the law enforcement peak approaching them with a solemn demeanor. The peak master, his voice icy, addressed the Grand Elder. You dare to attack my disciple on my territory? Provide me with a reasonable explanation. With that, a sword imbued with flickering sword energy appeared in his hand. The Grand Elder, unfazed, chuckled coldly. Your disciple grievously harmed Xiao Xiao without cause. As her master, should I not seek justice for my disciple? According to sect regulations, Su Ye should have his cultivation abolished and be expelled from Lingyue's sect. Hearing this, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards Su Ye, his eyes filled with inquiry. Observing this, Su Ye looked at the Grand Elder and the surrounding inner sect elders, then sneered. You are all aware of the truth behind this matter. Any defense I offer would be futile. However, I must ask you, as the upper echelon of Lingyue's sect, do you not harbor any thoughts of consideration for the sect itself? Zhongli coldly remarked. What a sharp tongue you possess. Clearly, it is your fault. Yet you seek to bite back at us. Su Ye chose to ignore him and address the Grand Elder. Given your considerable age, I urge you to reflect. If a Grand Elder of any sect were to act as you have, would that sect not inevitably decline and face eventual destruction? Impudent. Zhang Hu seethed with rage, daring to curse the Lingyue sect. The Grand Elder turned to the Master of the Law Peak, stating, The truth stands. Your disciple has committed a transgression, and I must now administer punishment. With that, he struck towards Su Ye with an open palm. Witnessing this, the Master of the Law Peak swiftly drew his sword. In the next moment, a resounding clash echoed as both combatants were forced to retreat, a powerful aura radiating outward. A flicker of envy appeared in the eyes of several inner door elders at this spectacle. Gazing at the Master of the Law Peak, the Grand Elder's expression darkened. In other sects, a Grand Elder is second only to the sect leader in strength. Yet within the Lingyue sect, a Law Elder stood on nearly equal footing, perhaps even slightly stronger. Contemplating this, the Grand Elder turned to several nearby inner door elders and commanded, Act now. Upon hearing his words, the elders prepared to strike at Su Ye simultaneously, for no individual dared act alone, fearing retribution from the Law Peak Master. Observing the scene, the Master of the Law Peak coldly challenged, Dare you lay a hand on him? The elders halted, their apprehension evident as they regarded the calm demeanor of the Master, whose high status, formidable power, and, crucially, youth rendered him a formidable presence. Seeing their hesitation, the Grand Elder reassured, Strike without fear. I shall bear the consequences. This proclamation was precisely what the elders awaited. They charged at Su Ye, prompting the Master of the Law Peak to intervene, yet he was blocked by the Grand Elder. As the elders advanced upon him, Su Ye swiftly wielded his sword, a cloud of dust enveloping them. Then, he retreated, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he shouted, Lingyue sect leader, I am your father. At Su Ye's declaration, all present fell into stunned silence. Moments later, Zhang Hu regarded Su Ye with a furrowed brow, questioning his sanity. Just then, everyone looked to the sky, where a middle-aged man clad in white robes was soaring towards them on a sword. In the next instant, the white-robed man landed. The Master of the Law Peak, the Grand Elder, and several inner door elders all clasped their hands in respect, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the sect leader. The Lingyue sect leader remained silent, scanning the gathered crowd before his gaze settled on Su Ye. Did you just insult me? He asked in a calm tone. Su Ye shook his head, replying no. At this, Zhang Hu interjected furiously. How dare you deceive the sect leader? You clearly just insulted him. Ignoring him, Su Ye turned to the Lingyue sect leader, saying, The Grand Elder has set a trap for me, intending to kill me now. I implore you to see the truth. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, retorting, You assaulted someone without cause. This is an undeniable fact. At this moment, Su Ye suddenly turned to him and asked, Do you truly believe the sect leader cannot discern whether it is a trap? The Grand Elder cast a glance at the Lingyue sect leader, falling silent. At this moment, the Master of Law Enforcement turned to the Sovereign of Lingyue and said, "Sovereign, I implore you to grant me a little time. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. If Su Yi has indeed assaulted someone without cause, I will personally ensure his downfall." Upon hearing this, the Sovereign of Lingyue glanced at Su Yi with a hint of admiration. In truth, he had been present all along and had witnessed everything. Su Ye's demeanor throughout, particularly his questioning of the Grand Elder and several intersect elders, had resonated with him deeply. Contemplating this, the Sovereign of Lingyue addressed the Master of Law Enforcement. "I shall grant you 3 days." With that, he turned and departed. The Grand Elder cast a look at Su Yi, realizing that today, he could do nothing against him. Thus, he led several intersect elders away. Chapter 40, Astonishment. As the Grand Elder left, the Master of Law Enforcement turned to Su Yi, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. I shall commence my inquiries at once." With that, he prepared to leave. Noticing this, Su Yi stepped forward to intercept the Master of Law Enforcement, saying, "Master, there is no need for further investigation. Since the Sovereign has granted us 3 days, it signifies his support in this matter. If we do not pursue it, the Grand Elder shall not exploit this situation further." Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the Master of Law Enforcement pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. "Be cautious in the coming days. Avoid unnecessary appearances outside the law enforcement peak. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot always come to your aid as I did today." Su Yi replied, "Understood." The Master of Law Enforcement then took flight on his sword. Watching the Master ascend into the sky, Su Yi felt a twinge of envy. Flying on a sword was indeed magnificent. As he withdrew his gaze, Su Yi found himself in a predicament. With the Master of Law Enforcement occupied and Zhu Batian and Ling Chuxiao yet to return, he lacked a sparring partner. At this moment, his eyes wandered to the west, the direction of Bao Xing's residence. However, after a moment's contemplation, Su Yi dismissed the idea of seeking Bao Xing, knowing that Lin Shui would surely disallow it. Shaking his head at this thought, Su Yi turned to head back to his dwelling when his gaze fell upon the silver sword hanging from his chest. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, his sword spirit. How could he have forgotten her? Su Yi mused, "Sword spirit, would you accompany me in practicing?" Before long, the voice of the sword spirit reached Su Ye's ears. "Find a secluded place." Understanding the implication, Su Yi realized that the sword spirit was of a unique and transparent nature. If discovered, it could lead to complications. With this in mind, he began to search the law enforcement peak. Though he had spent many days there, most of his time had been dedicated to sword practice, leaving little opportunity to explore. Before long, Su Yi arrived at the southernmost part of the law enforcement peak, where he beheld a small river surrounded by verdant ancient trees. Satisfied with the scene, he remarked, "Sword spirit, come forth. I believe this place is quite suitable, and with your keen senses, you can swiftly evade any intruders." As his words fell, a flash of silver light appeared before him, gradually coalescing into a figure, which transformed into the form of a small girl, the sword spirit herself. Su Yi gazed at the exquisite visage of the sword spirit, letting out a faint sigh. The notion that the one who was to impart the art of swordsmanship to him was a girl who appeared to be merely in her teens left him somewhat speechless. Observing Su Ye's expression, the sword spirit seemed to discern his thoughts, and a melodious, cool voice emerged from her lips. "By the span of your human lifetimes, this sword spirit is older than your ancestors." Su Yi was half convinced and then replied, "I understand. Let us commence our sword practice." With that, he unsheathed the spiritual sword in his hand, only to notice that the sword spirit held nothing. He remarked, "I forgot to provide you with a sword." A hint of disdain flickered across the sword spirit's delicate face. "Do I require a sword to spar with you?" Su Yi was perplexed. Yet, in the next moment, he understood as he witnessed the sword spirit extend her hand and grasp a branch. Seeing this, Su Yi hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" The sword spirit replied calmly, "While I may lack combat prowess, in terms of comprehension of the sword path, I consider myself second to none. You, however, must restrain your sword intent when facing me." Su Yi remained silent, feeling that the sword spirit was boasting. He resolved to hold back his strength. With this thought, he launched an attack with his sword. However, as Su Ye's blade approached the sword spirit, she remained still. Seeing this, he contemplated halting, but in the next instant, to his astonishment, she moved. The sword spirit merely raised her hand and swung the branch. It was an ordinary motion, yet it appeared swift to Su Yi, and he suddenly realized he had no means of defense. This seemingly simple maneuver seemed to sever all his avenues of retreat. In the next moment, Su Yi closed his left eye, as the branch wielded by the sword spirit struck his eyelid. Feeling the sting on his eyelid, Su Yi was utterly shocked. What was this? Why was this sword spirit's technique so profound, so intricate that he could hardly articulate it? In that moment, he felt a surge of relief. Grateful that he had recently practiced the iron body technique. Otherwise, he might have ended up with a single eye. Observing Su Yi, a hint of regret appeared on the sword spirit's refined features. I apologize. I often spar with my master and forgot how weak you are. Next time, I shall restrain myself. Upon hearing this, Su Yi rubbed his left eye, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. The sword spirit was not exaggerating. She was at least more adept in the sword path than the peak master of the law enforcement division. Practicing with such an individual would undoubtedly accelerate his comprehension of the sword path. With this in mind, Su Yi poured all his energy into his next attack, lunging at the sword spirit with his sword once more. As before, he noticed that the sword spirit remained unmoving, yet he did not falter. Instead, he preemptively closed his eyes. The next moment, he saw the sword spirit swing the branch. It was slow, yet alarmingly swift. Instantly, the branch entered his mouth, driving towards his throat. Witnessing this, Su Yi was taken aback, then bit down fiercely, severing the branch before hastily retreating. Seeing this, the sword spirit appeared slightly embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, she said, I am still getting accustomed to this. How about you try again? This time, I will hold back to the utmost. I shall only strike, not thrust. Upon hearing this, Su Yi broke into a cold sweat. This sword spirit, not to mention her despair-inducing mastery of the sword path, wielded techniques that were consistently lethal. The first strike dazzled the eye, while the second pierced the throat. If the sword spirit possessed any cultivation, upon realizing this, Su Yi exhaled deeply and then charged towards the sword spirit once more. As he approached, he witnessed the sword spirit sidestepping, and then the branch in its hand struck his leg with a slow yet swift motion, eliciting a searing pain. Nevertheless, Su Yi bore the agony in silence and swung his sword horizontally at the spirit. However, it seemed as though the spirit had anticipated Su Ye's move, as it swiftly bent down just before Su Ye's blade could reach, and the branch lashed against Su Ye's thigh with tremendous force. Su Yi could endure the pain. Minutes later, when he saw the branch aimed at his face, he shouted, "Stop!" Instantly, the sword spirit halted. Taken aback, Su Yi noted that the branch was mere moments from striking his face, yet the spirit obeyed his command with such terrifying control. Contemplating this, Su Yi rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a multitude of bruises covering his skin. Witnessing this, Su Yi felt a pang of envy. In just a few minutes, the sword spirit had struck nearly every corner of his body with that branch, save for his head and lower regions. It was worth noting that the sword spirit possessed no cultivation. The speed and mastery of its attacks instilled in Su Yi a sense of inferiority. Observing Su Ye's expression, the sword spirit discarded the branch, a trace of imperceptible pride gleaming in its cold eyes. It floated before Su Yi, patted him on the shoulder, and consoled him. Do not compare yourself to me. In this world, no one can rival my mastery of the sword. You have done remarkably well. With that, it transformed into a beam of silver light and entered Su Ye's consciousness. Chapter 41. Li Mu came to my house. As the sword spirit vanished, Su Yi composed himself, and a glimmer of hope appeared on his handsome face. He vowed that he would one day attain the swordsmanship of the spirit. With this thought in mind, he set off, occasionally grimacing as the pain throbbed. At the Elder's Peak, the Grand Elder sat high in a grand hall, flanked by the senior members of the Elder's Peak. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the entrance of the hall, where a striking young man clad in the attire of an inner disciple entered. Li Mu. Li Mu stepped into the hall. Glancing up at the Grand Elder and clasping his hands in respect, he inquired, "Disciple greets the master. May I ask why you summoned me?" The Grand Elder asked. "Did you hear about yesterday's incident involving Su Yi?" Li Mu's mind raced, and a look of disdain crossed his face. He had heard a bit, but thought the master was not serious. Otherwise, how could Su Yi have survived the situation? The Grand Elder shook his head slightly. I initially assumed that this newly admitted inner disciple was inconsequential. Yet, he has shown such reckless disregard for his life, openly insulting the sect leader. I was careless. Now, the sect leader stands with the law enforcement peak on this matter, and my hands are tied. Upon hearing the words of the law enforcement peak's leader, Li Mu understood the gravity of the situation. What merit does Su Yi possess to warrant such concern from you, master? Rest assured, I will take care of Su Yi. I will kill him. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. There is no need to kill him. Find a way to cripple him instead. If necessary, we can target his family. Li Mu clasped his hands, replying, "Disciple understands." The Grand Elder cast a penetrating gaze towards the direction of the enforcement peak. "Go," he commanded. Li Mu turned and departed. Once outside the Grand Hall, his expression darkened. He truly did not wish to confront Su Yi, for Su Yi was a prodigy. To harbor enmity towards a genius was contrary to the principles he had long adhered to. Yet, with his master's directive, what choice did he have? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Mu quickened his pace, soon arriving at the outer sect disciples' hall. There, he approached an elderly man clad in the robes of an outer sect elder. This was the very elder who had been humiliated by Su Yi during the disciple assessment. Upon seeing Li Mu, a look of respect appeared on the elder's face, and he inquired, "What brings you here, senior brother?" Li Mu responded with a congenial demeanor. "I wish to investigate the information of an outer sect disciple. This disciple has only recently joined the sect, and you should possess his records." The elder appeared somewhat troubled. "It is not that I am unwilling to assist. However, sect regulations dictate that I cannot disclose disciple information to anyone other than the sect master or the head of the enforcement peak. Violating this rule could lead to expulsion from the sect." Li Mu furrowed his brow slightly, aware of the regulation, and found himself in a bit of a predicament. Was it truly necessary to involve his master for such a trivial matter? Contemplating this, he said, "To speak frankly, I am here on the orders of my master, the Grand Elder. You need not worry. Should any issues arise, I shall take full responsibility." The elder sighed. "I implore you not to put me in a difficult position. I am but a humble figure. This is simply not feasible." Li Mu shook his head, murmuring softly, "Upon stepping outside, one encounters obstacles." The elder's countenance shifted at these words. Just as Li Mu was about to leave, he noticed the elder extending a piece of paper towards him. Taken aback, Li Mu glanced at the paper and discovered it contained Su Yi's information. Seeing this, Li Mu looked at the elder, ready to inquire, but the elder interjected. "Since this is the Grand Elder's command, I must comply. There is no need for you to make another trip." Li Mu began to grasp the implications. It seemed there was some unresolved history between the elder and Su Yi. With this realization, he focused on the paper in his hand, murmuring, "Tianyang Empire, Yang City." With that, Li Mu stepped away. Watching him depart, the elder felt an immense sense of relief. Having lived to this age, the only thing he truly valued was a tranquil mind. Su Yi's earlier public humiliation of him had troubled his sleep for quite some time. At that moment, he noticed a young woman in a green dress at the staircase of the second floor, intently watching Li Mu's retreating figure, seemingly observing for quite some time. This woman was Lin Shui. After Li Mu vanished from sight, Lin Shui descended the stairs and approached the elder, asking, "Did Li Mu request Su Yi's information from you?" The elder's heart sank. He was well aware of Lin Shui's identity and immediately adopted a stern expression. "Do not accuse me falsely." Lin Shui scoffed. "Must I fetch my master to investigate this matter?" The elder's face darkened. Lin Shui continued, "If you tell me now, I shall not hold it against you." The elder nodded slightly. Witnessing this, Lin Shui turned and left. Meanwhile, at the enforcement peak, Su Yi was practicing swordsmanship in the attic when he casually glanced below and noticed Lin Shui standing at his door. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi contemplated for a moment before leaping down, casting a glance at Lin Shui without uttering a word. Observing Su Yi's handsome visage, Lin Shui's expression turned somewhat frosty as she remarked, "Li Mu has gone to Yang City." Instantaneously, a surge of anger engulfed Su Yi. Li Mu's journey to Yang City could only spell trouble, likely aimed at his adoptive father. With this thought in mind, Su Yi dashed towards the law enforcement peak. At that moment, he unexpectedly encountered a figure blocking his path. It was Lin Shui. Fixing his icy gaze upon her, Su Yi coldly commanded, "Step aside." Lin Shui, her brows slightly furrowed, replied, "If you proceed like this, you're merely courting death. Li Mu is not someone you can contend with. I believe it would be wiser for you to seek your master first." At her words, Su Yi inhaled deeply and then sprinted towards the law enforcement hall. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the hall, where the peak master was seated at a table, frowning at a jade slip. Noticing Su Yi's hurried entrance, the peak master inquired, "What is the matter?" Su Yi met the peak master's gaze and coldly declared, "Li Mu has gone to my home." Hearing this, the peak master's expression darkened, and he turned to Su Yi, saying, "I am aware of this matter. However, rest assured, Li Mu would not dare to harm your family. At most, he will merely investigate you." Su Yi's brow furrowed tightly. The peak master continued, "Li Mu is not that foolish, nor is the Grand Elder. At the very least, they will not act so rashly within a month. Trust me." Su Yi found solace in his words. The peak master then regarded Su Yi earnestly, stating, "I was remiss. Do not worry, I will dispatch someone to protect your family." With a sigh of relief, Su Yi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master," before turning to depart. After Su Yi left, a woman clad in black appeared before the peak master. He addressed her, "The Grand Elder cannot wait any longer. You should not linger at Lingwei sect. Go to Yang City and keep an eye on Su Yi's family." The woman, her brows knitted in concern, questioned, "Father, does Su Yi merit such attention from you?" The peak master replied solemnly, "Since I have taken him as my personal disciple, I must bear responsibility for him. Moreover, he is deeply emotional, fierce in character, and possesses remarkable talent. In the future, he will undoubtedly alleviate the burdens of the law enforcement peak." The woman said nothing further and vanished from the peak master's sight. Chapter 42. Writing a letter. Meanwhile, upon exiting the law enforcement hall, a shadow of worry crossed Su Yi's eyes. Although the peak master assured him that Li Mu's visit to Yang City would not jeopardize his family, he had also mentioned a time frame of 1 month. With this thought lingering in his mind, Su Yi's gaze turned icy as he considered his next steps and made his way to Baohang's residence. Before long, Su Yi arrived at Baohang's dwelling, finding him and Lin Shui engaged in sword practice. Upon seeing Su Yi, both Baohang and Lin Shui paused. Baohang looked towards Su Yi and said, "Junior brother." Su Yi approached and inquired of Baohang, "Tell me, where's Li Mu's home?" Baohang's brow furrowed slightly. He was aware of Li Mu's trip to Yang City, and now with Su Yi asking this question, he feared that Su Yi's temperament would lead to recklessness. Upon contemplating this, Bao Xing gazed at Su Yi, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Junior brother, please remain calm. Li Mu dares not take any action, and our master will surely send someone to protect your family. Do not act impulsively." Hearing this, Su Yi realized that Bao Xing would not divulge any further information. After a moment of reflection, he turned to the cold-faced Lin Shui beside him and said in a calm tone, "Tell me, let us settle our grievances once and for all." Lin Shui's expression turned frosty. After a moment of silence, she slowly replied, "Nanning Kingdom, Yulua City, Li family." Without a word, Su Yi turned and departed. Witnessing this scene, Bao Xing sighed and looked at Lin Shui, saying, "Junior sister, aren't you putting him in danger?" Lin Shui replied coolly, "Do you truly believe he is a fool? If he were to act recklessly, there would be no remedy. With such a temperament, he is bound to meet his demise eventually." Bao Xing remained silent, acknowledging that Lin Shui had a point. Although Su Yi possessed a fierce temperament, he did not appear to be foolish. A day later, in Yang City, Li Mu arrived and sought out a local resident to inquire about Su Yi's past, subsequently making his way to the Lu family. Upon encountering Li Mu, Lu Jun was taken aback upon learning of his identity and promptly treated him with utmost hospitality. During their conversation, Lu Jun shared everything he knew about Su Yi with Li Mu. After gaining the information, Li Mu took his leave and headed to the city lord's residence. Within the Su family, Su Hai, accompanied by the senior members of the family, regarded Li Mu with grave expressions. They had already been informed of Li Mu's identity and had learned through their informants that he had come to Yang City to investigate Su Yi's background. They understood that Su Yi had made enemies. However, they were not entirely surprised. Given Su Yi's temperament, it would have been more peculiar had he not attracted adversaries. Seeing Su Hai's solemn demeanor, Li Mu revealed a gentle smile, reassuring him, "There is no need for alarm. Your son is quite esteemed at Lingua sect. I have no intentions of harming you." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Su family grew even graver. They feared not the enemy, but rather this hypocritical gentleman. Noting their silence, Li Mu turned to Su Hai with a smile, saying, "I come with no ill intentions. I merely wish for you to write a letter to Su Yi. The content is inconsequential. It simply needs to bear your handwriting." Su Hai's heart sank, while simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. It was evident that Li Mu's request for a letter was a means to threaten Su Yi, indicating that he did not dare to confront him openly. Resolving himself, Su Hai coldly replied, "As Su Yi's father, do you truly believe I would compose a letter for you to use as leverage against him?" Li Mu sighed inwardly. Although Su Hai had refused, what could he do in response? It was impossible to take action against Su Hai. The law enforcement peak master was not someone to be trifled with. Frustration welled up within him, and he addressed Su Hai, saying, "If you refuse to write, I assure you, within a month, you shall experience the grief of sending a white-haired man to bury a black-haired one." Su Hai, filled with both worry and rage, glared at Li Mu and retorted, "Does Lingua sect have no laws? I refuse to believe you can act with such impunity." In response, Li Mu raised his right hand, which was instantly enveloped in a surge of explosive red spiritual energy. The members of the Su family gasped in shock at this display. The next moment, Li Mu swung his hand down with great force. Bang! The members of the Su family turned their gazes toward the towering tree beside Su Hai, which had just been obliterated by Li Mu's strike. A profound sense of dread enveloped their hearts. At that moment, Li Mu glanced at Su Hai, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Should I return, the fate of this tree will be yours." With that, he turned and departed. Watching Li Mu's retreating figure, Wang's expression darkened, her heart igniting with fury. Su Yi, that brat caused me unease in Yang City, and now, having left, he has brought such enmity upon the Su family. Once outside Yang City, a hint of disdain flickered in Li Mu's eyes. A bad temper? Stubborn and unyielding? I never imagined him to be such a brute. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Nanning, at Yuluo City, within the Li family, Su Yi arrived to meet a middle-aged man and a frail-looking young girl, who were none other than Li Mu's father and sister. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yi produced several spirit stones and tossed them to the middle-aged man. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the man's eyes as he looked at Su Yi, curiosity evident in his gaze. Turning to the young girl, Su Yi retrieved a piece of paper and a pen, crouching before her. He handed the pen and paper to the girl, smiling as he said, "Write your name on this paper, and these spirit stones shall be yours." Upon hearing this, the girl hesitated, glancing at the middle-aged man, who nodded in encouragement. Seeing this, she took the pen from Su Yi and inscribed her name on the paper. With the transaction complete, Su Yi stood, collected the paper, and turned to leave. As he walked away, the middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly grave. He then addressed the young girl, "You should go to your aunt's house for the time being. I will seek out the young master." In response, the girl displayed an unexpected stoicism for her age and nodded. "All right." The middle-aged man departed immediately. A day later, upon returning to Lingyue sect, Su Yi had just reached the law enforcement peak when an outer sect disciple approached him, delivering a letter. "Senior brother, this is for you," the disciple said before leaving. Curious, Su Yi took the envelope and discovered it was a letter from Wang. He opened it to find the initial portion filled with reprimands, which he dismissed. However, he soon reached the concluding line, "Your adoptive father has been injured by your enemy." At those words, a surge of sword energy erupted in Su Ye's hand. And in the next instant, the envelope was reduced to fragments, drifting to the ground. He then raced toward the Grand Elder Peak in a furious rush. Anger. Revenge was imperative. Before long, amidst the astonished gazes of several disciples at the Grand Elder Peak, Su Yi ascended to an arena on the martial stage and surveyed them before solemnly proclaiming, as a disciple of the law enforcement peak, "I challenge all inner disciples of the Grand Elder Peak to a life and death battle." The disciples of the Grand Elder Peak were incensed by Su Ye's declaration. Historically at odds with the law enforcement peak, they had always held the upper hand. Now, this newly joined disciple had the audacity to challenge them to a fight to the death. Such arrogance. Arrogance that left them too stunned to respond. Chapter 43. Even if the sky falls, I shall not emerge. As Su Yi stood on the arena, the disciples of the Elder Peak unleashed a torrent of scornful remarks. Observing this scene, Su Yi smirked. "Have you not heard my declaration? I challenge the inner disciples of the Elder Peak to a battle, even a wheel battle if necessary." Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the disciples fell silent. Were it not for the stakes of life and death, they would have eagerly rushed in to overwhelm him and ensure his demise. Yet, this was indeed a battle to the death. It was only recently that Su Yi had slain Qian Qinglin, the fifth-ranked inner disciple. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, a look of disdain crossed Su Ye's face as he surveyed them from above. Are the disciples of the Elder Peak merely a bunch of cowards? At his words, the blood surged within them, prompting one inner disciple to approach the arena. Just then, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning to look, he saw a young man who brought him great joy, Zhou Tong, the fourth-ranked inner disciple. The disciples of the Elder Peak were invigorated. "Zhou, go up and crush that insolent brat. He is far too arrogant. Reduce him to a mere wretch and toss him out of the Elder Peak." Hearing such exclamations, Zhou Tong's gaze turned icy as he regarded Su Yi. "Do you really believe that defeating that waste, Qian Qinglin, makes you invincible among the inner disciples?" Su Yi calmly retorted, "Enough with the idle chatter. Come forth." Zhou Tong's expression grew even colder, emanating a formidable aura. Reaching the pinnacle of the first stage of the spirit transformation realm. Then, with a swift push from his toes, Zhou Tong leapt onto the arena. As he landed, Zhou Tong witnessed Su Yi drawing his sword and lunging toward him. In response, Zhou Tong enveloped himself in spiritual energy and charged at Su Yi. Bang! In the next moment, amidst the excited gazes of the crowd, Su Yi was propelled backward, spitting out blood, while Zhou Tong remained unyielding, not having retreated a single step. The spectators were initially thrilled, but their expressions shifted in shock as they turned their attention to Zhou Tong, who now bore a sword protruding from his abdomen. Su Ye's sword. Realization dawned on the crowd as they looked back at Su Yi, finding him devoid of a weapon. A wave of dread washed over them. Zhou Tong's astonished eyes locked onto Su Yi. "How could I lose to just one strike?" he thought, bewildered. Moments earlier, he had struck Su Ye's chest with a palm, and yet Su Yi had merely spat blood. How could a swordsman possess such formidable physical resilience? As these thoughts raced through Zhou Tong's mind, his pupils constricted in alarm. Su Yi was advancing toward him, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "No. What are you planning? Get away from me." With a calm gaze fixed upon Zhou Tong, Su Yi felt a surge of murderous intent. He could not yet eliminate Li Mu, but avenging his adoptive father by slaying a few inner disciples was certainly within reach. Amidst the stunned expressions of the onlookers, Su Yi approached Zhou Tong, extracting the blade from his abdomen, and then aimed for his brow. In that instant, Su Yi sensed an overwhelming aura enveloping him, causing his sword to falter momentarily. Suddenly, the elder appeared before him, unceremoniously tossing Zhou Tong off the arena before turning to Su Yi and declaring, "I concede on his behalf." At that moment, Su Yi felt the oppressive aura dissipate. He looked at the elder and asserted, "This is a battle to the death." The elder surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Who can attest that this is a battle to the death?" Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, several disciples present could not contain themselves, exclaiming that this was merely an ordinary sparring match, yet he deceitfully claimed it to be a life-and-death battle. Indeed, this was clearly just a routine contest. Su Yi suddenly chuckled, expressing his admiration for the sect leader, who, with such a grand elder and a group of spineless disciples, could still manage to lead the Lingyue sect to prosperity. This truly deserves commendation. At this remark, all present glared at Su Yi, feeling a pang of discomfort. It was undoubtedly distressing. However, Zhou Tong, the fourth disciple of the inner sect and the most formidable disciple of the Grand Elder's peak, could not simply perish. At that moment, all eyes shifted to one side, where the law enforcement peak master was seen soaring towards them on his sword. In the next instant, he landed beside Su Yi, remaining silent but fixing his gaze on the Grand Elder. The arrival of the law enforcement peak master instantly hushed the crowd. He was the most feared figure within the sect. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes at the law enforcement peak master, a surge of murderous intent boiling within him. Yet he restrained it with great effort. Su Yi then addressed the disciples of the Grand Elder's peak with a cold smile. "Since you have chosen to be shameless, I am left with no choice. I shall reiterate my challenge to the inner sect disciples of the Grand Elder's peak, a life-and-death battle." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Grand Elder's peak glared at Su Yi, their anger boiling over as they wished to insult him. Yet the presence of the law enforcement peak master rendered them hesitant. Noticing the lack of challengers, a look of disdain crossed Su Ye's face. "How pitifully cowardly for one so young. Have you no ambition? Reflect on this. If you cower today, what use will it be even if you become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future? You will always remember how you were openly humiliated by me, yet dared not respond. Does that not gnaw at your conscience?" The disciples of the Grand Elder's peak were further incensed. Su Yi was truly striking at their hearts. Just then, Su Yi turned, his expression suddenly icy, as he noticed Li Mu approaching slowly. Li Mu, wearing a smile, harbored a sense of disdain within. Having devised a plan to deal with Su Yi, under the gaze of the crowd, he ascended the stage and stood before Su Yi, slowly stating, "Su Yi, I am your grandfather." At this proclamation, the crowd was rendered speechless. Li Mu, usually gentle and approachable, and well-liked within the Lingyue sect due to his handsome appearance, was unexpectedly resorting to insults today. As Su Yi prepared to respond, Li Mu cut him off, continuing, "Su Yi, are you angered by your father's inability? Fear not. I offer you this opportunity. Let us engage in a life-and-death battle. I shall not wield a weapon. What say you?" Just as Su Yi was about to speak, he suddenly felt a presence behind him. Bao Xing had appeared, swiftly covering his mouth and lifting him off the ground. The spectators looked on in bemusement as Bao Xing whisked Su Yi away, many having conceived various outcomes. Yet none anticipated that Su Yi would be carried away like a child. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced Li Mu's face. He believed he had discerned Su Ye's weakness. Even if Su Yi fled now, it mattered not. He would return for another encounter. Foolish indeed. On the other side, when Su Yi realized that he had reached the mountainside, he quickly turned to Bao Xing and exclaimed, "Senior brother, let go of me." Bao Xing remained silent and continued to run. Observing this scene, Su Yi was somewhat speechless and began to struggle. However, in the next moment, he was astonished to see Bao Xing's arms enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, tightly holding him in place, rendering him unable to break free. At this sight, Su Yi suddenly recognized the formidable strength of his usually low-profile third senior brother. Contemplating this, Su Yi ceased his struggles and looked at Bao Xing, saying, "Senior brother, please stop. Do you think I resemble a fool?" Upon hearing this, Bao Xing released Su Yi but remained silent. Su Yi continued, "If a person stronger than me insults me, and I engage in a life-and-death battle with him, wouldn't that be foolish?" Bao Xing sighed. "Do not blame your senior brother. Your previous actions were simply too reckless." Su Yi chuckled, "Rest assured, senior brother. We shall return first. How could I be so foolish?" With that, he He turned and dashed toward the training ground. Watching Su Ye's retreating figure, Bao Xing pondered for a moment, still feeling somewhat uneasy, and decided to follow him, resolving that if Su Yi acted foolishly, he would simply knock him unconscious. Before long, Su Yi arrived back at the training ground, where he noticed Li Mu and the Grand Elder preparing to leave. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the platform and approached Li Mu. Seeing Su Yi return, Li Mu smiled, ready to speak, when suddenly he noticed a piece of paper appear in Su Ye's hand, which was then thrown toward him. Upon receiving it, Li Mu's expression darkened as he realized that Su Yi had sought out his family. At that moment, Su Yi addressed Li Mu, "Since we have come to this point, in 3 months, shall we engage in a life-and-death battle?" Li Mu looked up, remaining silent, his heart filled with apprehension. It was not that he was cowardly, but rather that Su Ye's insistence on a life-and-death battle in 3 months indicated he was confident in his ability to defeat him. Moreover, Li Mu had learned in Yang City that Su Yi had suddenly become a swordsman, which suggested he had encountered significant fortune. Noticing Li Mu's silence, Su Yi frowned slightly, questioning why Li Mu, as a true disciple, who was considerably stronger than him, was behaving so timidly. This cautiousness was puzzling. Contemplating further, Su Yi proposed, "How about this? A life-and-death battle in 2 months?" Li Mu responded, "If we are to have a life-and-death battle, let it begin now. Your father is a waste." Upon hearing Li Mu's refusal, the disciples of the Grand Elder's Peak were perplexed, unable to comprehend why he would not agree, and what exactly he feared from Su Yi. Could it be that Su Yi could attain the strength of a true disciple within 2 months? Listening to Li Mu's words, Su Yi replied in a calm voice, "If you dare to utter another disrespectful word, I shall return to the Law Peak and enter seclusion for several years. Even if the sky were to fall, I would not emerge. When I do finally exit, I will annihilate your entire family and ensure our conflict is absolute. Do you wish to test that?" Upon hearing this, the expression of everyone at the Elder Peak turned grim. What Su Yi had mentioned was entirely feasible, as Li Mu had now reached the spirit transformation realm, and breaking through even a single level within this realm required an extensive amount of time. The same principle applied to the sword path. Su Yi, currently at the Sword Master realm, still possessed considerable potential for advancement. Noticing Li Mu's silence, Su Yi was about to speak again when he suddenly caught sight of the Law Enforcement Peak Master gazing at him, commanding, "Leave." Casting a glance back at Li Mu, Su Yi followed the Law Enforcement Peak Master and Bao Xing as they departed. Once the trio had exited, the elder turned his attention to Li Mu. Not harboring any intention of reproach, for he understood his disciple well, Li Mu was astute. It was clear that Li Mu had discerned something significant, which led him to decline the life-and-death duel with Su Yi. This thought stirred a flicker of anger within the elder. Over the years, the Elder Peak had consistently held the upper hand in its contests with the Law Enforcement Peak, and now, a mere Su Yi dared to act so brazenly at the Elder Peak. With this in mind, the elder departed. Chapter 44, The Absolute Kill on Su Yi. Witnessing the elder's departure, Li Mu also turned to leave. Moments later, only the disciples of the Elder Peak remained, their hearts ablaze with indignation as they watched Su Yi's retreating figure. Today had been a significant embarrassment. Being pressured by a peer at such a young age was indeed disheartening. Not long after, Li Mu returned to his residence, when suddenly he heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he discovered an inner sect disciple accompanied by a middle-aged man standing before him. This man was none other than Li Mu's father, whom Su Yi had located in Rainfall City. Upon recognizing the man, Li Mu welcomed him into the house. As soon as they entered, the middle-aged man clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Young master, a disciple from the Linguist sect arrived in Rainfall City yesterday and had my daughter write a letter." Li Mu replied solemnly, "I see. How are my parents faring?" The man smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, young master. The master and madam are living quite well in the capital. You truly possess foresight, having concealed them before joining the Linguist sect." Li Mu sighed. It was an unavoidable situation. This world is harsh. Until we acquire absolute strength, we must remain low-key and endure. The middle-aged man nodded, "Indeed. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Li Mu looked at him, patting his shoulder. "Thank you for your efforts." The man smiled and replied, "It is my duty." With that, he turned and left. After his departure, Li Mu gazed out at the setting sun, then disdainfully remarked, "What use is having a sense of shame?" Meanwhile, Su Yi followed the Law Enforcement Peak Master back to the Law Enforcement Peak. The master regarded Su Yi and inquired, "Do you know why I stopped you?" At this, Su Yi shook his head, honestly admitting his confusion, as the Elder Peak and the Law Enforcement Peak were clearly at odds. What was wrong with him humiliating the Law Enforcement Peak today? Noting Su Ye's response, the Law Enforcement Peak Master spoke gravely, "You are still too weak. If that elder were to truly disregard everything to confront you, I would be unable to save you. Moreover, your disposition is excessively rigid. Too much rigidity can lead to fracture. I hope you will contemplate this in the future." After saying this, the peak master of the enforcement department glanced at Su Yi, and upon seeing his silence, he sighed and turned to leave. He understood that a person's character cannot be altered simply by will. Baoxing looked at Su Yi, hesitated to speak, but ultimately refrained and walked away. Watching the retreating figures of the two, Su Yi's fists gradually clenched. Strength, the wellspring of everything, was still inadequate. If he were sufficiently strong, neither the Grand Elder nor Li Mu would dare to threaten him with his family. With this thought, Su Yi resolved to accelerate his comprehension of the sword path, striving to swiftly break through to the third level of sword intent and become a true disciple. Once he attained the status of a true disciple, the Grand Elder would surely regard him with more caution. With this determination, Su Yi ventured into a secluded forest and summoned the sword spirit to begin his sword practice. For the ensuing period, Su Yi tirelessly trained day and night with the sword spirit, sleeping merely 1 hour a day, enduring pain and fatigue. Yet, his efficiency was remarkably high, and his mastery of the sword path was rapidly advancing. Witnessing Su Yi's diligence, the sword spirit felt a sense of satisfaction. In its heart, Su Yi was its disciple, and seeing such effort from its disciple brought it joy. Half a month later, while Su Yi was being relentlessly trained by the sword spirit, he suddenly observed the spirit transform into a swirl of silver light and enter his consciousness. Puzzled by this spectacle, he turned around to see Baoxing had arrived. Baoxing looked at Su Yi and smiled. "So, you are here practicing your swordsmanship. I wondered where you had been for the past half-month." Su Yi smiled back and inquired, "Do you need something from me?" Baoxing replied, "Indeed, our master will be imparting a new sword technique to us shortly, and I am here to inform you. Remember to come tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. He had just begun to feel a connection with the sword spirit during their practice, and now the peak master wanted to instruct his disciples in swordsmanship, which would waste his time. However, he recognized that not attending would be impolite and might arouse suspicion. Thus, Su Yi responded, "I understand." Baoxing nodded and departed. Once Baoxing was gone, Su Yi summoned the sword spirit again and resumed his practice. The following day, beside the waterfall at the enforcement peak, there lay a spacious patch of grass. The peak master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing Su Yi, Baoxing, and Lin Shui. Observing the three, the peak master spoke in a calm tone, "From today onward, I shall teach you a sword technique known as the accumulation sword technique." Baoxing inquired, "Accumulation sword technique? I have spent many years at the enforcement peak, yet I have never heard of this technique. How is it that we possess such a sword technique?" The peak master responded slowly, "This technique is one I have created over the years and has only recently been perfected. Naturally, you have not encountered the accumulation sword technique before. It comprises 3 moves. The first move, thrusting step, the second move, chi step, and the third move, sword chi slash." Upon hearing the peak master's explanation, Baoxing was puzzled. "Master, these 3 moves do not seem related to the name of the accumulation sword technique. Why is it called so?" The peak master chuckled, "Because the execution of the first and third moves, unlike the second move, requires one to accumulate energy in place, with a maximum accumulation time of 5 seconds and a minimum of 1 second. The longer the accumulation, the greater the power." Upon hearing this, Baoxing found himself at a loss for words. "Master, in combat, every second must be seized. Standing still to accumulate power only makes one a target." The head of the law enforcement peak turned his gaze towards Baoxing, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This will test your battle awareness. My sword accumulation technique possesses formidable offensive power, yet it requires sacrificing defense. However, I have devised a solution to this flaw: distance. As long as you maintain a proper distance from your opponent and effectively utilize the first move, the thrust step, they will be unable to reach you." With that, the head of the law enforcement peak summoned a spiritual sword into his hand. Then, to the astonishment of the three, a radiant golden light enveloped him. Moments later, he advanced swiftly, covering 4 to 5 paces in an instant. He turned to the trio, grinning. "This is the first move of the sword accumulation technique, the thrust step. Now let us begin practicing." With that, he produced 3 jade slips and tossed one to each of them. Upon receiving the slips, the 3 found open spaces to commence their training. For a period of time, Su Yi practiced the sword accumulation technique under the watchful eye of the head of the law enforcement peak during the day, and engaged in swordplay with the sword spirit at night. After 10 days, Su Yi felt utterly exhausted. Baoxing and Lin Shui, noticing Su Yi's fatigue, exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Shui turned to Baoxing, inquiring, "Senior brother, why does Su Yi appear so drained?" Baoxing scrutinized Su Yi, who was practicing the sword accumulation technique not far away. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Junior brother has matured." This only deepened Lin Shue's confusion. The following day, at dawn, the head of the law enforcement peak regarded the three. "Show me your practice of the sword accumulation technique. I wish to assess your progress." Baoxing and Lin Shui executed the technique in succession. Though somewhat unrefined, they had nonetheless crossed the threshold of understanding. When they finished, Su Yi hesitated, stepping forward. Golden light began to gather around him, and in the next moment, he swiftly teleported 2 to 3 paces ahead, displaying remarkable proficiency. Observing this, the head of the law enforcement peak was quite pleased. As a sword practitioner, Su Yi's progress in the sword techniques far surpassed that of the non-sword practitioners, Baoxing and Lin Shui. However, he soon noticed Su Yi cease his movements, prompting him to ask, "What is the matter?" Su Yi, somewhat embarrassed, admitted, "I have only mastered the first move." The head of the law enforcement peak frowned slightly at this revelation. Only the first move? Baoxing and Lin Shui, who are not sword practitioners, have already learned 3 moves. Yet you, who comprehend the sword intent, have only grasped the first move. It is evident you have been slacking. With this thought in mind, the head of the law enforcement peak instructed, "For the next few days, you must also practice at night." Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt a tinge of exasperation. He had not taken the sword accumulation technique seriously, as mastering sword techniques was already mentally taxing. Coupled with his nighttime practice with the sword spirit, he felt utterly drained. Thus, he had abandoned the sword accumulation technique. Not expecting the head of the law enforcement peak to insist on his nighttime practice, it seemed he would have to forego his sessions with the sword spirit, and his progress in comprehending the sword path would inevitably slow. In the ensuing days, the three began their training in the sword accumulation technique under the vigilant gaze of the head of the law enforcement peak. As night fell, Su Yi remained, practicing the second move of the technique under the stern scrutiny of the head. After 3 days, amidst the approving gaze of the head of the law enforcement peak, Su Yi successfully mastered the second move, the sword energy step, as well as the third move, the sword energy slash. Upon witnessing Su Yi's remarkable progress in such a brief span, the head of the law enforcement peak felt a mixture of satisfaction and a desire to reprimand him. The satisfaction stemmed from recognizing Su Yi's undeniable talent, while the urge to chastise arose from the belief that Su Yi had been somewhat lazy. Contemplating this, the head of the law enforcement peak addressed Su Yi, reminding him that despite his impressive abilities, he must remain diligent. Otherwise, his talents would ultimately be squandered through neglect. After enduring half an hour of the head's admonishments, Su Yi assured him of his future commitment to hard work before taking his leave. Watching Su Yi's departing figure, the head of the law enforcement peak nodded in approval. Meanwhile, at the Grand Elder peak, the Grand Elder summoned the senior members to convene in the discussion hall, where Li Mu was also present. After listening to various reports from the senior members regarding trivial matters, the Grand Elder spoke up, stating that he had a pressing issue to discuss. Su Yi. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened with indignation. The recent incident where Su Yi single-handedly subdued all the inner disciples of the Grand Elder peak had left them feeling humiliated. The Grand Elder continued, noting that although the law enforcement peak had fewer disciples, their quality was exceptional. Originally, there were only 4, Ling Chu Xiao and his companions, who could be managed. But now with Su Yi, who possessed the potential to become a true disciple, the plans for the upcoming 7 Peaks competition in 3 months might be jeopardized. Concerned murmurs rippled through the assembly, as the 7 main peaks of Lingyue sect were tasked with nurturing outstanding disciples, and failure to meet this standard could result in the dismissal of their peak leaders. The head of the law enforcement peak had only accepted 4 apprentices in the past decade, and with the impending competition, it was inevitable that they would be at the bottom. At that point, the other 5 peaks could unite to oust the head of the law enforcement peak. And now with Su Yi's presence, the situation had become even more precarious. The Grand Elder's voice cut through the tension, chilling the atmosphere as he declared his decision. Thus, I have resolved to eliminate Su Yi within these 3 months. The assembly was taken aback by the Grand Elder's cold proclamation. While they harbored thoughts of disposing of Su Yi, they were acutely aware that he had the backing of the head of the law enforcement peak, who would likely oppose any such actions. At that moment, an elder stepped forward, addressing the Grand Elder. "Peak Master, I urge you to reconsider. If we act against Su Yi, the head of the law enforcement peak will undoubtedly retaliate." Interrupting, the Grand Elder gestured for the elder to cease, asserting, "Su Yi has only recently joined the law enforcement peak, and his bond with its leader is not yet profound. This presents the optimal opportunity for us to act against him. Moreover, must we be the ones to carry out the deed?" Hearing this, the eyes of the other elders glimmered with intrigue, recalling the Grand Elder's extensive connections. Li Mu, however, hesitated before rising to speak. He offered a respectful bow to the Grand Elder and expressed, "Master, I believe we should proceed with caution. After all, the head of the law enforcement peak is no fool. We do not necessarily need to eliminate Su Yi. Convincing him to withdraw from the law enforcement peak would suffice." The Grand Elder remained silent in response. Observing this, Li Mu continued, "We could attempt to win Su Yi over. If he refuses, we can always resort to alternative measures later." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder contemplated for a moment before turning to Li Mu and stating, "Let us proceed as you suggest." The following day, at the law enforcement peak, Su Yi was preparing to practice swordsmanship with the sword spirit when he suddenly heard the spirit announce that someone was approaching. Moments later, Su Yi encountered Li Mu, who had arrived. Upon seeing Li Mu, Su Yi spoke in a calm tone, "What brings you here? Have you agreed to engage in a life-and-death battle with me?" Li Mu chuckled and replied, "Why harbor such enmity towards me? To be precise, there is no real grievance between us, merely a divergence in our positions. My master has summoned you, so I would appreciate your cooperation." Upon hearing this, a smirk appeared on Su Ye's face as he contemplated their intentions. As for danger, he was rather eager for the Grand Elder to take action against him in the Lingyue sect. With this thought in mind, Su Yi looked at Li Mu and said, "Lead the way." Li Mu smiled and turned to depart, with Su Yi following closely behind. Before long, the two arrived at a private room within the Red Moon Tower. Upon entering, Su Yi saw the Grand Elder seated in the main position. "Please, take a seat." The Grand Elder greeted him with a smile. Su Yi settled into a chair opposite him and inquired, "You summoned me, Grand Elder. What is the matter?" The Grand Elder gazed at Su Yi and said, "I wish for you to withdraw from the law enforcement peak and join my faction." Su Yi frowned slightly at this proposition. Observing his reaction, the Grand Elder continued, "There is no need for hasty rejection. Your talent is remarkable. Even within the Lingyue sect, you would rank among the top 10. With such potential, becoming a true disciple or even the future subsect leader should be well within your grasp. Why remain in the quagmire of the law enforcement peak?" At this moment, Li Mu, sitting beside Su Yi, interjected, "If you join the Grand Elder's faction, my master can expedite your ascension to true disciple status and provide you with abundant cultivation resources. Furthermore, the head of the law enforcement peak is not as admirable as you might think. He is isolated by the entire sect. Have you never questioned this?" As Li Mu spoke, he noticed a contemplative expression on Su Ye's face. He then added with a smile, "Leaving the law enforcement peak and joining the Grand Elder's faction would be entirely beneficial for you." In response, Su Yi turned to Li Mu and said, "You claim my master is of poor character, but I have never heard him speak ill of you." Upon hearing this, both the Grand Elder and Li Mu's expressions darkened. The Grand Elder fixed his gaze on Su Yi and coldly remarked, "So, you are rejecting my invitation?" Listening to the Grand Elder's icy words, Su Yi suddenly asked, "I am rather curious. There are 5 true disciples at the law enforcement peak. Why do you persistently target me?" In reply, Li Mu explained, "It is because you have only recently joined the law enforcement peak and have yet to form a deep bond with the peak leader. You should withdraw to avoid squandering your potential." At this point, Li Mu paused, and under his somewhat frigid gaze, Su Yi rose and strode towards the door of the private room. Observing Su Ye's retreating figure, the Grand Elder snorted coldly, "This is your final opportunity. If you do not withdraw from the law enforcement peak, I assure you, I will bring ruin upon your family." Upon hearing this, Su Yi halted his steps, turned to face the Grand Elder, and exclaimed, "To hell with you." With that, he forcefully pushed the door open and departed. Stepping out of the private room, Su Yi felt his expression grow increasingly frigid. He began to realize that the Grand Elder was indeed a cunning and malicious individual, capable of any treachery. While he harbored no fear for himself, he was deeply concerned about the safety of his adoptive father. Upon contemplating this, Su Yi quickened his pace and soon arrived at the law enforcement hall. However, after wandering around, he found no sign of the law enforcement peak master, prompting him to exit. Just as he stepped out of the grand hall, he encountered Bao Xing. Upon seeing Su Yi emerge from the law enforcement hall, Bao Xing remarked, "Junior brother, master has stepped out for matters. Do return in a couple of days." At these words, Su Ye's expression darkened. Noticing his demeanor, Bao Xing inquired, "What troubles you? Is there an urgent matter?" Su Yi recounted the elder's attempts to coerce him and the threats directed at his family. Upon hearing this, Bao Xing scoffed, "Fear not, junior brother, that elder merely speaks empty threats. He would not dare to harm your family, for such actions would lead to his demise at master's hands." Yet, Su Yi remained uneasy, unconvinced that the elder had no recourse. Observing Su Ye's troubled expression, Bao Xing reassured him, "Do not worry. Look at me. My family resides in Nanning Kingdom. I have been with the law enforcement peak for 4 to 5 years. Has that elder ever dared to act against my family? Moreover, I am aware that Master has already dispatched someone to Yang City. Listening to him, Su Yi replied, while that may be the case, I still harbor some concerns. I fear the elder may act out of desperation. Therefore, when Master returns, please convey my message. I shall return to Yang City to check on things. With that, he departed. Watching Su Ye's retreating figure, Bao Xing felt a surge of indignation, muttering to himself, damn it, threatening disciples with their families. What a disgraceful elder. Meanwhile, in the elder's peak, the elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a forest clearing. Before long, he turned to find a man clad in blood-red robes with crimson hair appearing before him. 2 days later, at the gates of Yang City, Su Yi gazed upon the city with a sense of excitement. To be honest, he had never ventured far from home throughout his life. Now, departing Yang City for a month, he felt a twinge of homesickness. He resolved to bring Su Hai to Lingyue's sect, ensuring his safety until he had acquired sufficient strength. With this thought in mind, Su Yi entered Yang City. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the streets, which should have been bustling with activity, were rather desolate. This sight puzzled him, but he did not dwell on it, and quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at the Su residence, where he found a crowd gathered at the gates, seemingly composed of members from the Lu family. Seeing this, Su Ye's heart sank as he approached. Upon entering, he witnessed the Lu family's elder berating Wang Shi in front of the Su family gate, declaring, if you do not hand over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones today, I shall raise your Su family to the ground. Hearing the elder's words, a surge of anger surged through Su Ye's handsome visage as he stepped forward. The Lu family's elder, who had been scolding Wang Shi, was taken aback upon seeing Su Ye's presence. However, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he seemed to recall something. Upon seeing Su Yi, Wang Shi's expression brightened, and she immediately burst into tears, rushing towards him and gripping his arms. Su Yi, I implore you, save your adoptive father. He has been captured. Upon hearing this, Su Ye's heart sank. Meanwhile, the Lu family's elder looked at Su Yi and said, ah, is this not the most talented individual of Yang City? At that moment, under the astonished gaze of the man, Su Yi unsheathed his sword and pierced through his throat. The man felt an unbearable discomfort. His eyes filled with disbelief as he stared intently at Su Yi. With a sudden kick, Su Yi sent him crashing to the ground. He then turned to Wang Shi and coldly inquired, who captured my adoptive father? Wang Shi wiped away her tears and replied, it was a red-haired man. He claimed to be from the Blood Wolf gang. Su Yi asked, do you know where the Blood Wolf gang is located? Wang Shi shook her head. I do not know. Su Yi then directed his gaze towards the members of the Su family, commanding them to mobilize all their resources to gather intelligence on the Blood Wolf gang. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Su family swiftly departed with the rest of the clan. Half a day later, the members of the Su family returned, and upon seeing their downcast expressions, Su Ye's heart sank. The eldest elder of the Su family looked at Su Yi and said, we found nothing. At these words, Su Yi clenched the spiritual sword in his hand, knowing that the elder must have sent someone to obstruct their investigation. Just then, he spotted Lu Jun approaching. Lu Jun regarded Su Yi with a frigid expression and handed him a note, stating, this was left for you by the one who captured your adoptive father. Upon receiving the note, Su Yi glanced at it and discovered an address along with a chilling message. Come alone, or your adoptive father will surely perish. Seeing this, Su Yi used his sword aura to shatter the note into fragments before dashing off. Observing Su Ye's retreating figure, Lu Jun smirked. He had witnessed the red-haired man defeat Su Hai with a single blow, exuding an aura that suggested he possessed at least high-level cultivation in the transformation realm. Even if Su Yi were to be overestimated, with his current strength in the transformation realm, he would be doomed without a doubt. That night, Su Yi arrived at a cliff, but found no one there. As he gazed into the distance, memories of moments shared with Su Hai flooded his mind, and he silently vowed that he would rescue Su Hai, even at the cost of his own life. With this thought, Su Yi suddenly turned around and saw a man slowly approaching him. The man was clad in red, with striking red hair and an exceptionally handsome appearance. In the next moment, the man stood before Su Yi, his narrow eyes fixed on him, a smile playing on his lips. You truly dare to come. Should I commend your foolishness or your loyalty? Su Yi ignored him, his gaze scanning behind the man as he coldly demanded, where's my adoptive father? In response, the man in red chuckled, your adoptive father is currently with the Blood Wolf gang. I will give you a chance. If you take your own life now, I will release your adoptive father, and I shall not go back on my word. However, should you refuse, I will kill you and feed your adoptive father to the beasts. Su Yi nodded, I will take my own life. The man was taken aback by this response. At that moment, he saw golden light emanating from Su Yi, and the next second, Su Yi was before him with sword in hand. Witnessing this, the man's face betrayed a hint of disdain as a powerful aura surged around him, deflecting Su Yi's sword. He then swiftly raised his foot and kicked towards Su Yi. Su Yi braced himself with his sword. Bang! In the next instant, Su Yi felt an overwhelming force strike him, causing him to stagger backward. Kneeling on the ground while still gripping his sword. Observing the man, Su Yi's expression turned grave. This individual possessed formidable strength. At least at the advanced stage of the spirit transformation realm, far beyond what he could currently withstand. The man, with hands held in an embrace, was enveloped in a faint red glow as he gazed at Su Yi, declaring, "Since you wish to accompany your adoptive father to the underworld, I shall grant your wish." With that, he extended his right palm, and a stream of crimson light began to drift slowly towards Su Yi. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly heard the voice of the sword spirit resonate within him. "Unleash your sword." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi drew his sword and unleashed a wave of sword energy towards the red light. With a resounding crack, the sword energy and the crimson light shattered simultaneously, vanishing into the ether. Stunned by this spectacle, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. But the voice of the sword spirit echoed once more. "I have elevated your sword intent to that of a sword master, though it will not last long." Hearing this, Su Yi, with unwavering resolve, charged towards the man. Noticing the surge in Su Yi's sword intent, the man appeared taken aback. He retaliated with another beam of red light. However, the next instant, he froze, for Su Yi did not evade. The crimson light struck his left shoulder, even as Su Yi's sword approached his brow. In response, the man sidestepped, and a lock of his hair fell to the ground. Observing the fallen strand, he retracted his earlier dismissive attitude, fixing his gaze on Su Yi, who was gripping his left arm tightly. With a fierce twist, a sound of grinding bones echoed in the air. Witnessing this, the man's eyes narrowed. The secret technique to enhance sword intent. What luck! Before he could finish, he fell silent as Su Yi charged toward him. The ensuing battle escalated fiercely. Despite Su Yi's calm demeanor, the man's expression darkened as he realized that Su Yi fought recklessly, disregarding his own safety. Determined to strike even at the cost of severe injury. Their clash grew increasingly brutal, both sustaining injuries. Though Su Yi bore the brunt of severe wounds while the man suffered only minor ones. After several minutes, the man delivered a powerful strike to Su Yi's chest, sending him crashing backward into a tree, whereupon he half-kneeled, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. The man surveyed Su Yi, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Now I understand why the Grand Elder would risk being ensnared by the law enforcement peak to ensure your demise. Such talent, able to inflict wounds upon me." In response, Su Yi rose with his sword in hand, feeling as though he had lost all strength to continue the fight. His desperate efforts had only managed to carve a single wound upon the man, who remained largely unscathed. Noticing Su Yi standing once more, the man's eyes glinted with a shadowy delight. "I relish individuals like you. The thrill of slaughter is unmatched." He began to approach Su Yi. Just then, he abruptly glanced upward, spotting a woman clad in a black dress standing before him. The sight of her caused a flicker of concern to cross his features. "Who are you?" The woman paid him no heed, turning instead to Su Yi. "Are you Su Yi?" Su Yi nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, the woman spoke gently. "Rest assured, your adoptive father is now safe." Upon hearing this, the man's pupils constricted sharply. "You've gone to the Blood Wolf gang." The woman turned her head, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes as she gazed at the man. "I have annihilated every member of your Blood Wolf gang." Chapter 47. The Parasite of the Sect. Upon hearing the woman's words, the man was instantly consumed by fury, lifting his foot to strike her face. Observing this, the woman deftly sidestepped, seizing his hair with her right hand, and then raised her knee to deliver a brutal blow to his face. The man let out a pained scream, and in his astonished gaze, the woman's left fist struck mercilessly against his throat. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing echoed, as the woman forcefully kicked him away. Stunned by the scene, Su Yi marveled at the ferocity of the woman in the black dress. At that moment, the woman turned to Su Yi and said, "I am from the law enforcement peak, sent by the peak master to safeguard your adoptive father. However, there were some delays along the way." Su Yi inquired, "Is my adoptive father unharmed?" The woman nodded. "Your adoptive father is now in Yang City. I plan to escort him to the capital, where he will be safer." Su Yi shook his head. "No, that won't do." The woman furrowed her brow. "Why not?" After a moment of hesitation, Su Yi replied, "Because I have killed one of their princes." The woman was momentarily taken aback, then said, "In that case, let us remain in Yang City. I will stay to protect your adoptive father. Rest assured, incidents like today will not recur. You need only focus on enhancing your strength." After contemplating for a moment, Suyi clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you. He then turned to leave. As the woman had stated, his immediate priority was to cultivate his strength and avenge the elder's family. Watching Su Ye's departing figure, the woman's eyes grew increasingly cold. The elder was a parasite of the sect. A day later, Su Yi returned to the law enforcement peak. Upon arriving, he summoned the sword spirit and practiced fervently, his desire to grow stronger intensifying. Time flew by, and soon half a month had passed. In the forest, Su Yi gazed at the sword spirit, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He had made rapid progress in comprehending the sword path during this period. According to the sword spirit, with another half-month of diligent practice, he could devour sword intent and break through to the third tier, becoming a sword master. Just as Su Yi was about to strike, the sword spirit suddenly transformed into a silver light and darted into his sea of consciousness. He sensed an impending arrival. Before long, he spotted Ling Chuxiao and Zhu Batian approaching. Gazing at Su Yi, Ling Chuxiao smiled. Junior brother, you certainly know how to pick a spot. Let's go for a feast. Hesitant, Su Yi pondered. He wished to dedicate his time to practicing with the sword spirit and breaking through to the next level, yet declining the invitation felt unwise. I'll put away my sword. Let us go, Su Yi finally responded. With that, Ling Chuxiao and Zhu Batian led Su Yi away. At the Red Moon Tower, within a private room, the 5 direct disciples of the law enforcement peak gathered around the table, engaged in lively conversation. Seeing them, Su Yi felt an urgency. He longed to conclude this gathering swiftly and return to practice with the sword spirit. He was merely half a month away from being able to devour sword intent, and he did not wish to squander a single day. Resolving to make the most of his time, Su Yi began to eat voraciously. Upon encountering Su Ye's sudden voracity, Ling Chuxiao and his 3 companions were rendered speechless. Had Su Yi not dined that morning? In the astonished gaze of Ling Chuxiao and the others, Su Yi consumed 11 out of the 13 dishes on the table in a mere span of minutes. As he gazed at the final 2 dishes, feeling rather full, he noticed that Ling Chuxiao and his companions showed no sign of departing. Gritting his teeth, he seized his chopsticks and polished off the dish on his left within a minute, subsequently directing his attention to the last remaining dish. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly heard Ling Chuxiao's attempt to intervene. Dismissing it, Su Yi thought little of the rudeness of his actions, for he was simply unable to restrain himself any longer. In the next instant, he scooped a morsel of food into his mouth. Ling Chuxiao cast a glance at Su Yi, feeling exasperated. Junior brother, do you not know that purple bird meat and green snake meat should not be consumed together in a short span of time? Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow, about to inquire further when he was abruptly interrupted by a rumbling sound from his stomach, followed by a wave of mild cramps. He urgently realized he needed to relieve himself. Feeling the urgency, Su Yi hastily rose and dashed out of the private room. As they watched Su Ye's retreating figure, Ling Chuxiao and his companions faintly heard the sound of an explosion from outside. Upon hearing this, Ling Chuxiao silently resolved to bring Su Yi to Red Moon Tower for meals more often in the future. He surmised that Su Yi must have been saving his funds for cultivation resources and had refrained from indulging in meals, leading to this predicament today. Contemplating this, Ling Chuxiao turned to Lin Shui and the others, suggesting, in that case, let us reconvene another day. The trio nodded in agreement and rose to depart. On the law enforcement peak, as night fell, Su Yi emerged from the restroom, feeling utterly drained. He found himself somewhat bemused, having endured a day of discomfort. Had he known, he would have preferred to have a proper meal with Ling Chuxiao and the others. Given the current state of affairs, it seemed he would be unable to practice swordsmanship today. With this thought, Su Yi clutched his stomach and made his way back to his quarters. Not far away, within a pavilion, Ling Chuxiao and his companions were sipping tea, observing Su Ye's weary figure and suppressing their laughter. Typically, Su Yi projected an image of resoluteness, speaking little and exuding a certain aloofness. Thus, when such a down-to-earth situation unfolded before them, it struck them as a stark contrast. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Lingua sect, the outer gate elder, tasked with guarding the mountain gate, suddenly spotted a flying demonic beast swiftly approaching from the distant horizon. In the next moment, the beast landed, revealing 4 individuals of remarkable demeanor disembarking from its back. They were none other than the 4 disciples of Elder Muyu. Elder Muyu turned to Zhao Yufei and the others, instructing, "You may return to Peacock Peak and rest." Understanding that their master had other matters to attend to, the trio clasped their hands in acknowledgement and departed. Watching them leave, Elder Muyu soared into the air, heading towards the Grand Elder Peak. Before long, Elder Muyu arrived at a grand hall on the Grand Elder Peak, where he found the Grand Elder seated above, accompanied on the left by 2 elderly gentlemen. These 2 elders were the respective heads of the Dan Peak and Chi Peak, 2 of the 3 main peaks. with a slight nod to the three individuals. Elder Muyu took a seat beside the peak master of the Chi Peak. The Grand Elder turned his gaze towards the trio, his voice icy as he inquired. In 2 months, the sect's grand competition will commence. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three shifted subtly. Initially, their plan was to join forces after the competition to impeach the master of the Law Peak, as it only had 4 disciples. Although their talents were commendable, their numbers were insufficient. However, now there was an additional contender, Su Yi. It would have been manageable if Su Ye's talent had been lacking, but regrettably, he possessed exceptional abilities. Consequently, the master of the Law Peak now held sway over 3 disciples who had the potential to become true disciples, which was quite alarming, considering Linghue's sect boasted only 10 true disciples in total. Contemplating this, the Chi Peak master addressed the Grand Elder, speaking slowly. As far as I know, Su Yi and Lin Shui are still quite weak. We merely need to ensure they do not have the opportunity to seclude themselves during this period. If the Law Peak ranks last in the competition, we can impeach the master of the Law Peak. Chapter 48, A Flurry of Activity. 2 days later, within the Law Peak's forest, while practicing swordsmanship with the sword spirit, Su Yi suddenly heard the distant ringing of a bell. His expression changed as he recognized it as the urgent summons from the mission hall, indicating something pressing had occurred. Aware that practice was no longer feasible, the sword spirit transformed into a silver light and entered Su Yi's consciousness. Witnessing this, Su Yi dashed towards the mission hall. Before long, he arrived at the hall, where he encountered Ling Chu Xiao and his 3 companions hastily emerging from the law hall, each burdened with a multitude of mission tokens. Spotting Su Yi, Ling Chu Xiao urged, "Hurry and accept the mission. The disciples of Linghue's sect have gone wild today. The number of tasks has surged." Having said this, he swiftly departed with remarkable agility. Perplexed by the urgency, Su Yi pondered briefly before entering the mission hall. Upon entering, he saw an elder guarding the hall, who tossed several mission tokens towards him. Quickly catching them, Su Yi examined one before departing. Not long after, he reached the area designated for inner disciples and soon witnessed an inner disciple mercilessly assaulting a female disciple. Upon seeing Su Yi, the female disciple burst into tears, exclaiming, "Senior brother, save me." At this, a flicker of anger crossed Su Ye's face as he prepared to confront the inner disciple. However, upon noticing Su Ye's presence, the disciple stood frozen, refusing to engage. Observing this, Su Yi refrained from further action and simply seized the inner disciple and left. As Su Yi proceeded to execute tasks with the mission tokens, he gradually sensed something amiss. The tasks were trivial matters, and even capturing those who violated the sect's rules resulted in mere 1 or 2 days of confinement. By evening, Su Yi and his companions had managed to address all the transgressions of the disciples, after which they returned home, utterly exhausted. The following morning, as Su Yi prepared to practice swordsmanship in the forest, he was once again startled by the ringing of the bell from the mission hall. Upon hearing the sound, Su Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he proceeded nonetheless. After all, the disciples of the law enforcement peak were tasked with such duties. An hour later, Su Yi and the 5 others had efficiently completed their assignments. He then ventured into the forest to summon the sword spirit and commenced his sword practice. However, scarcely had he trained for half an hour when the bell tolled once more. This sound ignited a flicker of anger within Su Yi, as he sensed something amiss. Contemplating this, he chose not to proceed to the task hall, but instead made his way to the law enforcement peak's prison, seeking the cell where the disciples of the Elder Peak were detained. Inside the cell, 10 disciples from the Elder Peak were confined, individuals whom Su Yi had apprehended just the day before, and who were due for release the following day. Approaching one of the inner disciples, he inquired, "Were you instigated by someone?" The question fell on deaf ears, as none of the disciples responded. Observing their silence, Su Yi let out a cold laugh, delivering a swift kick that sent the disciple sprawling to the ground. Subsequently, his fists rained down upon the hapless disciple. The disciple cried out in agony, and after a brief moment, Su Yi paused, asking once again, "Speak. Were you ordered by someone?" Still, the disciple remained mute. Just as Su Yi was about to strike again, he abruptly turned to see Bao Xing entering the room. Glancing at Su Yi and then at the fallen inner disciple, Bao Xing sighed. He too was aware of the targeting of the law enforcement peak. Yet he understood the dire consequences that awaited them should they resort to violence against these disciples. With this thought, Bao Xing addressed Su Yi, "Let us depart. Do not cause further trouble." Heeding this, Su Yi cast one last glance at the disciple before following Bao Xing out. After Su Yi's departure, the inner disciple slowly rose to his feet, just as a female disciple approached him, saying, "Fear not, it will be over soon." The inner disciple nodded in response, though his eyes were filled with a venomous glare. A day later, Su Yi and his companions accepted a new task and exited the law enforcement hall. Yet, as soon as they stepped outside, they were confronted by a throng of disciples. Suyi furrowed his brow, for he recognized many of them as victims from recent days. Ling Chuxiao addressed them, his voice resonant. What is it that you desire? In response, the group of disciples hurled accusations at Su Yi and his companions. What do you mean by what do we want? You have been apprehending individuals without cause these past days. Just the other day, while I was sparring with a friend, Su Yi approached and attempted to seize him. When my friend resisted, Su Yi brutally injured him and took him away. Is it permissible for the disciples of the law enforcement peak to act so recklessly? Does the Linguist sect have no rules? We demand that the leaders of the law enforcement peak punish you. As the words of the crowd echoed, a chilling aura enveloped Su Yi and his companions. At that moment, the disciples suddenly looked up to see a stately woman clad in palace attire accompanied by a burly elder soaring through the air, landing before them. It was Elder Mu Yu along with the peak master of the artifact peak. The peak master surveyed Su Yi and his companions, declaring, "You have violated sect rules. You are to be imprisoned for 3 months." Upon hearing the words of the peak master of the instrument peak, the expressions of Ling Chuxiao and the other 3 turned exceedingly grim. Having been imprisoned for 3 months, they would undoubtedly be unable to participate in the sect's grand competition, which would spell disaster for the law enforcement peak. At that moment, everyone suddenly turned their gaze towards Su Yi, who leapt onto the roof of the task hall, gathered his energy, and bellowed, "Spirit Moon Sect Master, I am your father." At this proclamation, all present were rendered speechless. What was Su Yi doing? Did he desire to court death? After delivering his audacious declaration, he leapt down, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the gathered disciples. Minutes later, the crowd looked up to see a man in white robes soaring in on a sword, landing gracefully before them. It was indeed the Spirit Moon Sect Master. Upon his arrival, everyone present bowed in greeting. Just then, Su Yi directed his attention towards the sect master, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt a powerful aura rushing towards him as the sect master pointed at him. With a resounding thud, Su Yi found himself half kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Unfazed, he wiped the blood from his lips and turned to the sect master, declaring, "Sect Master, Elder Mu Yu and the peak master of the instrument peak conspired to frame the disciples of the law enforcement peak. I implore you to see through this." In response, the peak master of the instrument peak bowed to the Spirit Moon Sect Master, asserting, "Sect Master, these 4 from Ling Chuxiao have been recklessly capturing disciples within the sect. I beseech you to discern the truth." The other disciples echoed their sentiments, bowing in unison. A gaggle of fools. At that moment, the disciples were taken aback as Su Yi berated them, falling into silence. How dare he? The sect master was present. Did they truly believe their dim-witted conspiracy could escape his notice? What treachery lay behind their deceit of the sect master? Su Ye's gaze bore down upon them, his voice frosty. Chapter 49, suppressing the entire scene. Hearing Su Ye's words, the expressions of the disciples shifted, glancing at the unperturbed sect master. They realized a heavy truth. The sect master had yet to speak. Was he enraged? The peak master of the instrument peak narrowed his eyes. Did the sect master know of this matter? Surely he did, yet he had maintained a neutral stance amidst the ongoing conflict between them and the law enforcement peak. However, with Su Yi's audacious remarks, they could no longer disregard the sect master's sentiments. But now was the opportune moment. With this thought in mind, the peak master of the instrument peak glared at Su Yi, sneering, "Impudent. It is you who have violated the sect's regulations. Now you seek to use the sect master as a shield. Today, I shall punish you on behalf of the law enforcement peak." With that, he extended his hand into a claw and charged fiercely at Su Yi. Witnessing this, Ling Chuxiao and the others' expressions changed, rushing to intervene. Just then, they saw a sword materialize before Su Yi, thrusting towards the peak master of the instrument peak. In the next instant, a resounding clash echoed as the peak master was forced back. Steadying himself, he turned to face the advancing figure of the law enforcement peak's master. A flicker of trepidation crossing his features. What did he intend to do? Upon hearing this, the master of the law enforcement peak hastened his pace, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the master of the artifact peak. Without hesitation, he delivered a forceful kick to the latter's chest. Bang! In the terrified gaze of the disciples, the master of the artifact peak was sent flying backward by this strike, landing in a most undignified manner upon the ground. As he found himself sprawled on the earth and surveyed the surrounding onlookers, a profound sense of humiliation surged within him, accompanied by disbelief. The master of the law enforcement peak was known for his strict adherence to the sect's regulations and would never act against them, especially not in the presence of the sect leader. What had transpired today? Casting a glance at the fallen master of the artifact peak, The master of the law enforcement peak then fixed a cold, penetrating gaze upon Elder Mu Yu. Witnessing this, a flicker of apprehension crossed Elder Mu Yu's otherwise solemn features. The oppressive aura exuded by the master of the law enforcement peak caused the expressions of the gathered disciples to darken. Had their actions truly incited his wrath? The thought sent shivers through them, for the anger of the master of the law enforcement peak was no trifling matter. The 5 members of Su Yi felt a surge of exhilaration amidst the silence that enveloped the arena, particularly Lin Chuxiao and his companions. Ordinarily, regardless of how others might provoke the law enforcement peak, the master would turn a blind eye as long as the provocateurs did not egregiously violate the rules. Yet today, he had struck, and his intervention had decisively quelled the atmosphere, leaving both Elder Mu Yu and the master of the artifact peak utterly speechless. The sect leader, observing the stern demeanor of the master of the law enforcement peak, let out a sigh and addressed the disciples before her, saying, "Enough, enough, it is all a misunderstanding. Return to your respective duties." Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the disciples felt as if a great weight had been lifted and promptly turned to leave. A moment later, as the master of the artifact peak witnessed the departure of the disciples, he rose to his feet, his face contorted with anger. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon encountering the master of the law enforcement peak's impassive expression, he swallowed his words. Noticing this exchange, the sect leader furrowed her brow and directed her gaze at the master of the artifact peak, saying, "You may return as well." Upon hearing this, the master of the artifact peak's expression darkened, and he turned to depart. Elder Mu Yu shot a resentful glance at the master of the law enforcement peak before following suit. At this juncture, the sect leader turned to the master of the law enforcement peak and inquired, "Is this my fault?" The master of the law enforcement peak replied calmly, "The sect leader is being too hard on herself." With a heavy sigh, the sect leader found herself in a dilemma. On one hand was the diligent master of the law enforcement peak, while on the other stood the entire upper echelon of the sect. Contemplating this, she prepared to leave but seemed to recall something, turning her gaze towards Su Yi, who was staring at the master of the law enforcement peak with unbridled admiration. As the sect leader's gaze fell upon him, Su Yi opened his mouth to speak, but to his astonishment, the sect leader suddenly unleashed a burst of spiritual energy towards him. Bang! Su Yi was sent stumbling backward by the force. Witnessing this, he felt no anger. Instead, he found it rather lighthearted. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Yi, the sect leader took to the skies on her sword and departed. After the departure of the master of Linyue sect, the head of the law enforcement peak turned to Su Yi and his companions, stating, before the sect competition, "Do not leave the law enforcement peak, nor undertake any tasks. Focus on your cultivation to secure a commendable ranking." With that, he turned and walked away. Observing the retreating figure of the law enforcement peak master, Ling Chuxiao and the others were filled with indignation. Their master had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Linyue sect, yet ultimately faced isolation from the entire sect. At that moment, Ling Chuxiao addressed Su Yi and the others. "Let us return and cultivate diligently, striving to bring honor to our master in the sect competition." Hearing this, Zhu Batian declared, "I am now at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, and I am confident I can secure first place among the inner disciples." Beside him, Baoxing suddenly glanced at Zhu Batian and chuckled, "First among the inner disciples? I'm afraid I cannot concede that to you." Zhu Batian grinned. "Ah, I knew you were concealing your strength. Then let us settle it in the competition." Witnessing this exchange, Ling Chuxiao's mood brightened somewhat, and he remarked, "All right, what are you all bickering about?" He then turned to Su Yi and Lin Shui. "You two should aim for the top 10 in the inner sect, while I shall strive for a place among the top 3 of the true disciples." At this, Zhu Batian laughed. "Good, let us all work hard together." In response, the 4 of them burst into laughter, and Su Yi couldn't help but smile as well. Though he had joined the Linyue sect for only a short time, he had already discerned a deeper bond among the disciples of the law enforcement peak compared to those of other peaks. After chatting for a while, the 5 of them went their separate ways. Su Yi returned to the forest and summoned the sword spirit. Gazing at the sword spirit before him, he felt a surge of anticipation. In half a month's time, he would be able to absorb sword intent and break through to the sword master realm. With this thought, Su Yi launched an assault with his sword. In the following period, Su Yi practiced swordsmanship with fervor, exerting himself to the utmost in his duels with the sword spirit, even sacrificing sleep. However, these efforts were not in vain. Over the past few days, Su Yi had noticeably accelerated his understanding of the sword path. 10 days later, while engaged in sword practice with the sword spirit, Su Yi suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. He then noticed the figure of the sword spirit becoming somewhat blurred, and in the next moment, he was enveloped in darkness, losing consciousness. The sword spirit looked at the collapsed Su Yi and sighed softly, realizing that he had exhausted himself. With this thought, a hint of admiration appeared in the sword spirit's gaze. Diligent and relentless, what a worthy disciple. With this in mind, the sword spirit transformed into a silver light and entered Su Yi's sea of consciousness. The following day, Su Yi slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the sunlight above. Suddenly, he felt a slight headache. Rising to his feet, he summoned the sword spirit once more, eager to continue his sword practice. Chapter 50. I want to eat. Seeing Su Yi's determination to continue practicing, the sword spirit expressed concern. Perhaps you should take a day to rest. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively and, gripping his sword, lunged at the sword spirit. Observing this scene, the sword spirit ceased her persuasion and began to spar with Su Yi, her gaze filled with increasing admiration. 3 days later, Su Yi noticed the sword spirit had halted, prompting him to inquire, "What is it?" The sword spirit looked at him with her beautiful eyes and smiled. "You are now capable of absorbing sword intent." Upon hearing this, Su Yi's face broke into a smile, brimming with excitement. The process of devouring the sword intent would be swift. Within a maximum of 3 days, he could attain a breakthrough to the sword master realm. Consequently, he would possess the strength to become a true disciple. At that juncture, even the Grand Elder would think twice before taking action against Su Yi's family. 4 true disciples represent the very future of the sect, each one exceedingly precious. With this thought in mind, Su Yi produced a silver small sword and seated himself on the ground, his gaze filled with eager anticipation as he looked upon the sword spirit before him. Observing this scene, the sword spirit smiled and directed the silver small sword to hover above Su Yi's head. In the next moment, a beam of silver light enveloped Su Yi. Feeling the sword intent surrounding him, Su Yi restrained his excitement and began the process of devouring it. Time passed, and in the deep of night, while immersed in the sword intent, Su Yi suddenly sensed the absence of the enveloping energy. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the sword spirit standing before him and inquired, "What is it?" The sword spirit hesitated for a moment before replying. "Could you fetch me some food from the Red Moon Tower?" Su Yi was taken aback and asked, "You eat?" The sword spirit responded, "Previously, I was gravely injured and had little appetite, but now, as your sword intent grows stronger, I have regained some of my vigor." At this, Su Yi noticed the sword spirit displaying a hint of eagerness. "It has been centuries since I have savored delicacies. Please hurry and procure some for me." Hearing this, Su Yi glanced at the darkened sky, feeling somewhat speechless. "Even if I were to go, it would have to wait until tomorrow. The Red Moon Tower is closed for the night." The sword spirit regarded Su Yi and said, "That is acceptable, but you must promise to go at dawn." Su Yi nodded in agreement. However, he hesitated momentarily before asking the sword spirit, "By the way, after you eat, will you, relieve yourself? And you won't do it in my sea of consciousness, will you?" He halted mid-sentence upon noticing an unfriendly expression on the sword spirit's exquisite face. Quickly, he reassured, "Rest assured, I will buy you the finest dishes from the Red Moon Tower tomorrow." At his words, the sword spirit's demeanor relaxed, and it unleashed a beam of silver light from the small sword hovering above Su Yi, enveloping him once more in sword intent. The spirit then transformed into a silver beam and entered Su Yi's sea of consciousness. Witnessing this, Su Yi closed his eyes once again, continuing to devour the sword intent. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Yi abruptly opened his eyes and glanced at the position of the blazing sun, realizing it was nearly noon. With this realization, he recalled the silver small sword and made his way down the law enforcement peak. Before long, he spotted the Red Moon Tower not far away and quickened his pace. However, just a few steps later, he halted abruptly, a surge of killing intent flashing in his eyes upon seeing Zhao Yufei and Mu Qingqing exiting the Red Moon Tower. Suppressing his killing intent as he regarded Zhao Yufei, Su Yi continued to approach, for he understood that he could not confront her at this moment. His immediate priority was to achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd tier of sword intent. Zhao Yufei, noticing Su Yi ahead, paused momentarily before her expression turned icy. She approached Su Yi directly. As Su Yi met Zhao Yufei's gaze, he stopped, remaining silent, though his eyes reflected a cold demeanor. Upon witnessing Su Yi's expression, Zhao Yufei suddenly chuckled softly, remarking, "The number 1 genius of Yang City has now become a target of disdain at Lingua sect." At these words, Su Yi found a hint of amusement, though he felt a twinge of impatience. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not mind engaging in a verbal spar with Zhao Yufei. But with his imminent ascension to sword master, he simply lacked the inclination and time for trivial banter. With this thought, Su Yi gazed at Zhao Yufei, his tone flat. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I have no interest in the barking of dogs. Let us engage in a life and death battle." In response, Zhao Yufei's expression turned icy. Ready to retort, However, Mu Qingqing, standing nearby, grasped Zhao Yufei's delicate wrist and gently shook her head. Observing this, Zhao Yufei inhaled deeply and declared, "Cherish the time you have left. Your days are numbered." Disregarding her, Su Yi strode towards the Red Moon Tower. The onlookers, witnessing Su Ye's silence and departure, exchanged disdainful glances. "See, the once arrogant Su Yi has cowered." One sneered, "Umph, he only dares to boast before those with lesser backgrounds." Listening to the derisive remarks behind him, Su Yi felt an increasing admiration for the leader of Lingyue's sect, despite the apparent ignorance of its disciples. The sect thrived under such circumstances. Before long, Su Yi entered the Red Moon Tower. Observing his retreating figure, Zhao Yufei clenched her fist tightly, while Mu Qingqing cast her a sidelong glance, cautioning, "Do not let this trifling matter hinder our greater objectives." At this, Zhao Yufei took a deep breath and followed Mu Qingqing towards Peacock Peak. Moments later, Su Yi emerged from the Red Moon Tower, holding 2 signature dishes. His gaze curious as he pondered how the sword spirit, whose form was ethereal, could partake in food. Not long after, Su Yi returned to the law enforcement peak, entering the forest to summon the sword spirit. Upon seeing the dishes in Su Ye's hands, the sword spirit's eyes sparkled with excitement. To Su Ye's astonishment, the sword spirit's tiny hands solidified, reaching for the food and beginning to eat. After observing for a while, Su Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, conjuring a silver small sword to begin absorbing sword intent. Approximately an hour later, while immersed in the process, Su Yi suddenly heard the sword spirit's voice. "I shall sleep for a few days. Do not disturb me." He then sensed the sword spirit entering his consciousness. At Peacock Peak, as Zhao Yufei and Mu Qingqing entered the Great Hall, they encountered Elder Mu Yu. The elder turned to Zhao Yufei, inquiring, "Have you secured the Ice Spirit Pearl?" In response, Zhao Yufei waved her right hand, and instantly, a blue radiance appeared in her palm. As the light dissipated, a pearl emerged. Elder Mu Yu's gaze fell upon the pearl, which was entirely blue, adorned with an intricately carved light blue phoenix, emanating waves of chilling energy. Returning his gaze, Elder Mu Yu smiled at Zhao Yufei, saying, "Excellent. A high-quality spiritual artifact, the Ice Spirit Pearl. When combined with your Ice Spirit physique, it is truly a match made in heaven. More importantly, I can harness the ice energy within the pearl to facilitate your breakthrough to the transformation realm within a day. Perhaps even to the 3rd or 4th level of that realm." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yufei's expression brimmed with excitement as she respectfully addressed Elder Mu Yu. "I apologize for the trouble, Master." Chapter 51, The Battle of Life and Death. After speaking, Zhao Yufei followed Elder Mu Yu into the depths of the Grand Hall. Mu Qingqing gazed at their retreating figures, her eyes reflecting a tinge of envy. A day later, Mu Qingqing witnessed a surge of icy blue energy emanating from the Grand Hall, soon after which Zhao Yufei and Elder Mu Yu emerged. Noticing the exhilaration radiating from Zhao Yufei's countenance, Mu Qingqing smiled and remarked, "Congratulations, junior sister, on your breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm." At the summit of the Grand Elder, Su Yi sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of sword intent, when he suddenly heard a sharp voice calling from outside, "Su Yi, come out." At the sound, Su Yi opened his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within them, for he recognized that voice. It belonged to Zhao Yufei. With that thought, Su Yi rose and ventured outside. Before long, he emerged from the forest and arrived at the martial arena of the law enforcement peak, where he encountered Zhao Yufei and Mu Qingqing. Behind them stood numerous disciples from the Peacock Peak, all casting icy glares in his direction. Upon seeing Su Yi, a trace of murderous intent flickered in Zhao Yufei's eyes. With her slender fingers, she flicked a piece of red paper towards him. Su Yi reached out to catch it, and upon inspecting it, he discovered 3 flamboyant characters inscribed upon the paper: Death Challenge. Zhao Yufei fixed her gaze on Su Yi and coldly taunted, "A battle of life and death. Do you dare accept?" At her words, the murderous intent in Su Ye's eyes intensified, and he was about to acquiesce. Suddenly, he perceived a sharp sword energy hurtling toward the Death Challenge paper in his hand, and in the next instant, crack. The challenge was shattered by the force of the sword energy. Everyone turned to see Ling Chuxiao striding toward them. Ling Chuxiao cast a glance at Zhao Yufei, then turned to Su Yi and shook his head. "You cannot accept this challenge." Su Yi inquired why not. Ling Chuxiao regarded Zhao Yufei with a somewhat complex expression and explained, "I have received news that she broke through to the spirit transformation realm yesterday, specifically, the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm." After saying this, Ling Chuxiao looked back at Su Yi. "Thus, you cannot accept." Upon hearing Ling Chuxiao's words, Su Yi cast a surprised glance at Zhao Yufei. How had he not discerned her remarkable talent before? Noticing Su Ye's gaze, Zhao Yufei's proud demeanor blossomed. As she provocatively asked, "What is wrong? Afraid to accept?" Su Yi replied resolutely, "I accept. We shall meet at the battle arena at dawn tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Ling Chuxiao let out a deep sigh. The disciples of the Peacock Peak, standing behind Zhao Yufei, exchanged glances filled with disdain. What does talent matter? They thought. He is ultimately a reckless fool. Zhao Yufei has already advanced to the spirit transformation realm. They all know Su Yi will inevitably meet his demise tomorrow. As Su Yi agreed, excitement flickered in Zhao Yufei's eyes as she declared, "I will await you tomorrow." With that, she turned and departed. The disciples of the Peacock Peak cast one last look at Su Yi with expressions akin to those observing a doomed soul before they too left. Watching Zhao Yufei's retreating figure, Su Yi let out a cold laugh. With just one night remaining, he would surely break through to the third stage of sword intent, granting him the combat prowess of a high-level spirit transformation. Defeating Zhao Yufei would be more than manageable. Upon reflecting on this, Su Yi expressed his gratitude to the concerned Ling Chuxiao beside him and proceeded towards the forest. Observing Su Ye's retreating figure, Ling Chuxiao sighed, realizing he must inform their master. Within the forest, Su Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the essence of sword intent. The following day, Su Yi abruptly opened his eyes, and with his right palm lifted, he gazed down to see a silver small sword, composed entirely of sword energy, floating in his palm. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Yi smiled, dissipated the sword energy, and rose to leave. At Peacock Peak, in the martial arts arena, Zhao Yufei stood atop the platform, while below her gathered numerous disciples from Peacock Peak and some other peaks who had come to witness the event. As they beheld Zhao Yufei's cold and striking demeanor, a fervent glimmer ignited in their eyes. "Where's Su Yi? Why does he keep our senior sister waiting?" They paused their discussions, turning to see Su Yi slowly approaching, accompanied by Ling Chuxiao and 3 others. Upon his arrival, Zhao Yufei's eyes brimmed with intense malice. Su Yi cast a glance at her before leaping onto the arena. An elder from Peacock Peak bellowed, "The life and death contest begins." As Su Yi drew his sword to strike, he suddenly noticed Zhao Yufei hurling an ice-blue orb towards him. Attempting to evade, he was taken aback as the orb curved and struck his sword, instantly engulfing him in a chilling force. In the next moment, he found himself encased in ice-blue blocks, rendering him immobile. The expressions of Ling Chuxiao and his companions shifted dramatically at this sight. Meanwhile, the disciples of Peacock Peak erupted in excitement, witnessing Su Yi rendered powerless against Zhao Yufei's onslaught. Zhao Yufei's expression darkened as she unleashed wave after wave of icy power upon him. She intended not to simply kill Su Yi, but to systematically incapacitate him with her frigid might. Feeling the relentless cold energy infiltrating his body, Su Ye's countenance grew grim. He had not anticipated that Zhao Yufei possessed such a freezing artifact. He found himself utterly helpless. The disciples of Peacock Peak, seeing Su Yi unable to retaliate, were filled with exhilaration, convinced that he would surely be defeated. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly heard the voice of the sword spirit, "I shall dispel the icy force." As the words echoed, he felt a loosening sensation, and the chilling energy that had enveloped him dissipated, with newfound fury igniting in his eyes. Su Yi lunged at Zhao Yufei with his sword. Zhao Yufei's disbelief was palpable as she realized Su Yi had broken free from the ice spirit orb's grip. In the next instant, bang! To the astonishment of all present, Su Yi repelled Zhao Yufei with a single strike, leaving her utterly stunned. This Su Yi was indeed at the Swordmaster realm. With a glacial glare directed at Zhao Yufei, Su Yi advanced, wielding his sword against her. Before the incredulous onlookers, Zhao Yufei was soon overwhelmed, unable to defend herself. Had it not been for the protection of the ice spirit orb, she would have already faced defeat. After a brief moment, the onlookers witnessed Zhao Yufei spitting out a mouthful of blood under Su Ye's relentless assault. Her figure staggering across the arena before finally halting at the edge, utterly devoid of strength to retaliate. Zhao Yufei slowly rose, her countenance exceedingly grim as she gazed at the unperturbed Su Yi before her. In a sudden move, Su Yi brandished her sword, aiming for the space between Zhao Yufei's brows, but halted abruptly as a regal woman in palace attire appeared before Zhao Yufei, Elder Muyu. Elder Muyu regarded Su Yi with a calm voice, stating, "She is lost. You must leave Peacock Peak immediately." Just as Su Yi was about to respond, a voice rang out, Lin Shue's, declaring, "Shameless." The crowd turned in astonishment towards Lin Shue, who glared at Su Yi, saying, "Just wait. I will seek my master." With that, she attempted to depart. Witnessing this scene, Elder Muyu's expression darkened. In response, Su Yi slowly interjected, "There is no need." Lin Shue halted, her gaze towards Su Yi filled with confusion. Su Yi glanced at Elder Muyu, asserting that such shamelessness did not warrant the summoning of a master. promising instead that she would naturally repay this in due course. Having said this, she leaped down from the arena, departing with Ling Chuxiao and the others. As they watched Su Ye's retreating figure, Elder Mu Yu's demeanor turned as dark as the stormy sea. Chapter 52. Su Yi must die. After Su Yi and her companions left, Elder Mu Yu assisted Zhao Yufei away to the Grand Hall. Upon arriving, Mu Qingqing and Zhao Yijian also entered. When they beheld Zhao Yufei's injuries, their anger surged, mingled with shock. Zhao Yufei, now at the third level of the spirit transformation realm, had been reduced to such a state by Su Yi. Elder Mu Yu, striving to temper her wrath, turned to Zhao Yufei and inquired, "Are you all right?" At this, Zhao Yufei felt a heavy constriction in her chest, overwhelmed by anger and helplessness. In Yang City, Su Yi stood invincible and tyrannical, yet here at Linghua's sect, she found herself utterly powerless against him. This thought only intensified the pressure in her chest, igniting a fiery rage within her. Noticing Zhao Yufei's condition, Elder Mu Yu's expression shifted in alarm. She is losing her mind. At this pronouncement, both Mu Qingqing and Zhao Yijian's expressions altered. Elder Mu Yu swiftly produced a golden pill from her palm, approached Zhao Yufei, and gently placed the pill in her mouth before rendering her unconscious. Seeing this, Mu Qingqing hurriedly supported Zhao Yufei and turned to Elder Mu Yu with a worried expression. Elder Mu Yu glanced at the unconscious Zhao Yufei and instructed in a solemn tone, "She is not in grave danger. Take her to rest. Stay by her side in the coming days and soothe her spirit." Mu Qingqing nodded, understood. With that, she carried Zhao Yufei away. Elder Mu Yu then turned, her gaze drifting outside the Grand Hall, filled with a profound murderous intent. On the law enforcement peak, Ling Chuxiao and Lin Shui, along with the others, observed Su Yi with complex expressions, astonished by the revelation that Su Yi possessed the strength to rival the third level of the spirit transformation realm. Ling Chuxiao looked at Su Yi and asked, "Have you perhaps broken through to the Sword Master realm?" Su Yi smiled faintly, replying, "It was merely luck." Upon hearing Su Ye's response, the astonishment of Ling Chuxiao and the others deepened. After all, how old could Su Yi be? At this moment, Zhu Batian suddenly declared, "I shall enter seclusion." With that, he turned and departed. Ling Chuxiao gazed at Zhu Batian's retreating figure, shaking his head slightly. He understood that Zhu Batian had been provoked by this younger disciple. However, this was a positive development. Now that Su Yi possessed the strength of a true disciple, the law enforcement peak would not be at the bottom during the upcoming sect competition in 2 months. With this thought, Ling Chuxiao felt a sense of satisfaction. Su Yi was someone he had watched grow, albeit at an astonishing pace. Subsequently, under Su Ye's somewhat bashful gaze, Ling Chuxiao praised him before taking his belongings and departing with Lin Shui. They resolved to enter seclusion, striving to enhance their strength before the sect competition commenced. Observing this, Su Yi promptly turned towards the law enforcement hall, intending to apply for the position of a true disciple. This would instill a sense of caution in the Grand Elder, preventing him from recklessly targeting Su Ye's family. Before long, Su Yi arrived at the law enforcement hall and expressed his intentions to the Peak Master. The Peak Master was taken aback upon hearing Su Ye's words. He had actually broken through to the Sword Master realm. Moreover, it was a self-taught achievement, as he had provided Su Yi with no guidance in swordsmanship beyond imparting the sword accumulation technique. After a moment's contemplation, the Peak Master looked at Su Yi and stated, "You cannot become a true disciple at this time." Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow. "Why not?" The Peak Master replied solemnly, "You are currently too conspicuous. If you were to become a true disciple now, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly be greatly provoked. While he may not dare to confront you openly, he will certainly resort to underhanded tactics in private. It would be prudent for you to wait until after the sect competition to apply for true disciple status." Su Ye's expression darkened as he inquired, "Master, why does the sect leader tolerate such despicable behavior from the Grand Elder?" The Peak Master's expression grew complex. The Grand Elder was once exemplary, responsible towards the sect and dedicated to guiding his disciples. Previously, the Lingyue sect faced a significant calamity, and it was largely due to the Grand Elder's efforts that we weathered the storm. Do you believe I would endure this situation without retaliation if it were not for that? Taken aback by the Peak Master's explanation, Su Yi asked, "What caused the Grand Elder to change so drastically?" The Peak Master snorted coldly. His sole grandson was excessively arrogant, teaming up with several friends to brutally kill the sect's top genius at that time, after which I eliminated him. Since that incident, the Grand Elder's temperament has transformed entirely. After a brief pause, Su Yi responded, "I see. I shall wait until after the sect competition to become a true disciple. I will take my leave now." The Peak Master regarded Su Yi. "Go ahead. While you have broken through to the Sword Master realm, do not become complacent. In the path of swordsmanship, Stagnation equates to regression. Su Yi replied, I understand, master. I will retreat into seclusion immediately. With that, he turned and departed. After Su Yi left, the peak master stood in silence for a long while, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. Grand Elder, I hope you do not overstep your bounds. At the Grand Elder Peak, Elder Mu Yu, the peak master of the Weapon Peak, the Alchemy Peak master, and the Grand Elder were engaged in a heated discussion. The Weapon Peak master was furiously incensed, declaring, Su Yi must die. He has reached the Sword Master realm at merely 15 years of age. Upon hearing this, the master of Dan Peak let out a cold snort. Must he die? Why don't you go and assassinate him? Can you not think? Do you believe that the master of the Law Enforcement Peak is merely jealous? The master of Chi Peak, upon hearing these words, became even more infuriated. Are we not to kill him? Should we allow that brat Su Yi to grow unchecked? Do not forget, the Law Enforcement Peak has Ling Chu Xiao, Bao Xing, and Zhu Batian. Each of them is no ordinary individual. Given the long-standing enmity between us and the Law Enforcement Peak, do you truly think they will tolerate our existence? Enough. At these words, the master of Dan Peak's expression turned equally furious, ready to speak, but at that moment, he suddenly heard the voice of the Grand Elder. He huffed softly and fell silent. The Grand Elder cast a glance at the master of Dan Peak, then turned to the master of Chi Peak. Speaking in a deep voice, currently, Su Yi is thriving within the sect. Should we strike, it cannot be at this moment. Hearing this, the master of Chi Peak suppressed his inner fury, thinking, we must devise a plan. Su Yi now possesses the strength of an almost true disciple. He will undoubtedly achieve an impressive ranking in the upcoming sect competition. If that occurs, our plans to eliminate the master of the Law Enforcement Peak will surely fail. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, then suggested, let us ensure that Su Yi does not participate in the competition. While we cannot kill him, incapacitating him is still feasible. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the eyes of the four men brightened simultaneously, turning their gazes toward the Grand Elder, indicating that he indeed had a plan. Meanwhile, at the Law Enforcement Peak, Su Yi entered the forest and called out, Sword Spirit. The Sword Spirit's cool voice responded, what is it? Did you not say you needed to rest for a few days? Hearing the Sword Spirit's words, Su Yi, who had been feeling tense, relaxed somewhat and replied with a hint of teasing, Ling Chu Xiao and the others are currently in seclusion. The thought of their increasing strength leaves me no desire to rest. I must also enter seclusion to practice my swordsmanship. Chapter 53, Provocation. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the Sword Spirit said nothing further. After a moment, it appeared before Su Yi. Seeing the Sword Spirit, Su Yi drew his sword and launched an attack. For a period afterward, he resumed his sword practice. But this time he allowed himself to rest more frequently, taking a break for half an hour after every hour of practice, engaging in conversation with the Sword Spirit. A day later, while practicing swordsmanship, Su Yi suddenly heard a voice from outside calling, Su Yi. Upon hearing this, Su Yi frowned slightly, feeling a surge of irritation. Without a doubt, they were here to cause trouble. With this thought, a glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes as he stepped out of the forest. Emerging into the training ground, Su Yi saw several inner sect disciples clad in Dan Peak attire standing before him. Seeing that they were merely inner disciples, Su Yi sighed. He had expected at least a true disciple, yet this was not the case. Looking at them, Su Yi expressed his confusion. Are you fools? Do you not realize that I already possess the strength of a true disciple? Upon hearing this, the leading disciple's expression changed, and he hastily replied, Su Shixiang. You misunderstand us. We are not here to cause trouble. We have come to challenge you. Su Yi furrowed his brow. Is there really a difference? The disciple organized his thoughts and spoke. Senior brother, at the tender age of 15, you have already transcended to the rank of Sword Master. The entire Lingyue sect now regards you as the foremost prodigy within our ranks. Your fearlessness in the face of authority has garnered our admiration, especially after learning of your past deeds. Thus, I wish to engage in a friendly duel with you. Upon hearing this, several other disciples echoed their agreement. Su Ye's expression softened slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, in that case, let us proceed. As soon as the words left his lips, the disciple lunged towards Su Yi. Observing this, Su Yi refrained from drawing his sword, instead parrying the disciple's attacks with his scabbard. After half an hour, the disciple suddenly retreated, gazing at Su Yi with a face full of reverence. Senior brother Su, you are indeed formidable. I am in awe. Su Yi smiled in response. You are quite impressive yourself, considering your primary focus lies in the alchemical arts. The disciple chuckled. Senior brother, you flatter me. With that, we shall take our leave. After speaking, he turned and departed. Watching the disciple's retreating figure, Su Yi felt a twinge of confusion, admiration. He found it hard to believe and dismissed the thought. turning back to the forest to practice his swordsmanship with the sword spirit. However, over the next 2 days, Su Ye's patience waned. For every hour brought forth yet another inner sect disciple seeking to challenge him under the guise of admiration. Initially, Su Ye was somewhat tolerant, but now he suspected these individuals were merely toying with him. In the martial arts arena, a disciple from the Chi Peak approached Su Ye, clasping his hands in greeting. "Senior brother, I have long admired your prowess." At that moment, Su Ye interrupted him brusquely, stating coldly, "I will only engage in life and death battles." Upon hearing this, the Chi Peak disciple's expression changed, and without uttering another word, he turned and left. As Su Ye prepared to return to the forest, a distant bell tolled, and suddenly, a blue light emerged in the air, displaying a message. Su Ye glanced up, and after a moment, his brow furrowed in concern. This blue light served as a means for the sect to disseminate information, and the message indicated that Lingyue's sect was set to engage in a friendly competition with the Bloodslaughter sect the following day. Each peak was required to send forth a disciple to participate. While this was commonplace, Su Ye sensed something amiss. With Ling Chu Xiao and the others currently in seclusion, it appeared that only he from the law enforcement peak was available to compete. Realizing that the incessant challenges he had faced over the past 2 days had prevented him from entering seclusion, Su Ye began to suspect a conspiracy. He concluded that it would be wiser to abstain from this competition. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the law enforcement hall to inform the peak master of his reluctance to participate. Upon hearing his intentions, the peak master advised, "Given that Chu Xiao and the others have been in seclusion for several days, it would be inappropriate to summon them now. Just participate. It won't be a significant burden." Su Ye furrowed his brow, but remained silent. The peak master continued, "Moreover, the disciples sent by the Bloodslaughter sect are all newcomers, having joined the sect for no more than 5 years. As a rising star within our sect, you would be a fitting representative for the law enforcement peak. Such an opportunity to bring glory to our sect is one we cannot afford to overlook." Upon witnessing the unwavering determination etched upon the face of the law enforcement peak master, Su Ye let out a sigh. "In that case, I shall participate." Hearing Su Ye's agreement, the law enforcement peak master smiled, saying, "If you manage to secure first place in the competition, I shall reward you with a high-quality spirit sword." At this, Su Ye's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, master." He then turned and departed. Observing Su Ye's retreating figure, the law enforcement peak master smiled gently, for regardless of whether Su Ye achieved first place, he intended to bestow upon him a high-quality spirit sword. The following day, at the sect square, the Spirit Moon sect master stood with the assembly, when a moment later, they beheld an elder clad in a crimson robe approaching, accompanied by 3 young men and a young woman, members of the Bloodslaughter sect. The Spirit Moon sect master regarded the elder with a smile, exclaiming, "I did not anticipate that the Grand Elder would personally escort your sect's disciples." The elder responded with a smile, "Given the rapport between our 2 sects, it is only fitting." After exchanging pleasantries, the Spirit Moon sect master turned his gaze toward the disciples behind the elder. Among them, 3 possessed cultivation levels of the 4th and 5th stages of spirit transformation, while the last, a short-haired youth in a blood-red robe, only had the 1st stage of spirit transformation. Briefly pausing on the short-haired youth, the sect master invited the elder to a banquet at the Red Moon Tower, to which the elder readily agreed. At that moment, the short-haired youth scanned the disciples behind the Spirit Moon sect master and finally fixed his gaze upon a handsome young man dressed in white, declaring, "Are you the swordsmanship prodigy that has stirred such commotion within the Spirit Moon sect these past few days?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Su Ye. Slightly furrowing his brows, Su Ye pondered, "What commotion? I haven't made any announcements through the law enforcement peak." It was undoubtedly the Grand Elder's doing, aimed at inciting animosity against him. Contemplating this, Su Ye addressed the short-haired youth. "Do you require something?" The short-haired youth's expression turned icy as he replied, "How about this? Tomorrow, in the competition, you and I shall face off." Su Ye frowned slightly. The challenge seemed overtly pointed. Realizing this, he glanced at the distant Grand Elder, who wore an indifferent expression, as if to say, "I am not familiar with them." Witnessing this, Su Ye became convinced that a conspiracy was at play, for he had heard that the Grand Elder was notoriously sociable. And given the amicable relations between the Bloodslaughter sect and the Spirit Moon sect, it was implausible that the Grand Elder was unacquainted with these individuals. With this thought, Su Ye examined the short-haired youth, noting his 1st stage spirit transformation cultivation. This revelation left Su Ye perplexed. Surely, someone at the 1st stage could not possibly be his adversary. Just then, the short-haired youth taunted, "What's wrong? Have you become timid?" The talented newcomer of the Spirit Moon sect cannot be a coward. The youth's provocative words only solidified Su Ye's certainty of a scheme unfolding. With that in mind, he regarded the short-haired youth in silence. The members of the Spirit Moon sect, witnessing Su Ye's sudden quietude, were taken aback. Given his temperament, such behavior was unexpected. Observing the scene, the Grand Elder of the Bloodslaughter sect stepped forward to ease the tension, guiding the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect alongside the Spirit Moon sect as they proceeded toward the Red Moon Tower. The short-haired youth observed Su Ye's continued silence, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he followed closely behind the elder, walking at a leisurely pace. At that moment, he suddenly cast a sidelong glance, noticing Su Yi hastening towards his left side. Moments later, Su Yi arrived beside him. Witnessing this, the short-haired youth sneered, preparing to speak, when Su Yi interjected in a hushed tone only they could hear, stating, "I am your father." Taken aback by Su Ye's insult, the short-haired youth was momentarily stunned, which quickly turned into fury as he raised his hand to strike Su Yi. However, given that they were on the territory of the Lingyue sect, the blow lacked force, and Su Yi would undoubtedly evade it. Yet, to his bewilderment, in the next instant, Su Yi stepped forward to meet the attack with his chest. The outcome was a pained cry from Su Yi as he staggered backward, ultimately half kneeling on the ground while spitting blood. The short-haired youth stood frozen at the sight. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the youth's sudden aggression towards Su Yi, then turned their attention to Su Yi, who was now half kneeling, wiping the blood from his lips before unsteadily rising to his feet, glaring at the short-haired youth, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? Just because I declined your challenge, you resort to ambushing me?" The short-haired youth hesitated, anger flaring in his eyes. At that moment, Su Yi interrupted him, chastising loudly, in the Lingyue sect, to strike against its foremost newcomer on the very first day. "What is your intention? Do you hold the Lingyue sect in such disregard?" He then directed his gaze towards the head of the law enforcement peak and the elder, asserting, "He has violated sect rules and deserves severe punishment." The crowd fell silent, astonished by Su Ye's words. Although the short-haired youth's ambush was indeed wrong, the call for capital punishment seemed excessive. The short-haired youth, realizing Su Yi had called for the wrath of the stern-looking elder, felt his complexion darken. It was the first time he had encountered someone so swift in seeking vengeance. He merely mocked Su Yi, and now it seemed he wanted him dead. In response, the Grand Elder's expression darkened as he cast a scornful glance at the short-haired youth. Thinking him a fool, he knew full well that the youth would not have attacked Su Yi simply for a jest, as Su Yi was not one to remain silent under provocation. At this juncture, the Grand Elder of the Bloodslaughter sect turned to Su Yi, suggesting, "I believe this is all a misunderstanding. Grant me the favor of your understanding, will you?" Su Yi ignored him, instead addressing the head of the law enforcement peak and the elder, insisting, "I implore you to uphold the sect's regulations." Noticing this, the Grand Elder of the Bloodslaughter sect furrowed his brow, then looked at the short-haired youth, commanding, "Apologize." The short-haired youth's expression soured as the Grand Elder's voice turned icy. "I demand your apology." With a deep breath, the short-haired youth turned to Su Yi, muttering, "I apologize." Hearing this, Su Yi narrowed his eyes, now certain that the short-haired youth had connections with the Grand Elder and was unwilling to let the matter rest. He turned back to the head of the law enforcement peak, ready to speak again. At that moment, the sect master of Lingyue interjected, "Since an apology has been made, let this matter rest. There is no need for hostility." Su Yi cast a glance at the sect master, recognizing the folly in openly contradicting him in front of others. The sect master sought to ease the tension, and the crowd resumed their journey towards the Red Moon Tower. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi stealthily departed, returning to the Law Peak. His mood was far from pleasant, for he sensed the undercurrents of conspiracy surrounding the competition. Yet he could not discern the nature of this scheme. Shaking his head in resignation, he reasoned that the Law Peak master would be present, ensuring that no grave mishap would occur. With this thought in mind, Su Yi retreated to his quarters to rest. As dusk fell, Su Yi arrived at the Law Hall, where he requested a technique for controlling one's aura from the Law Peak master. The following day, at the Lingyue sect's martial arena, the sect leader, accompanied by several elders, occupied a crescent-shaped platform above the arena. To his left sat the Grand Elder of the Bloodslaughter sect, while to his right were the Law Peak master and another elder. Below them gathered numerous disciples. Casting a glance at the disciples, the Lingyue sect leader proclaimed the commencement of the grand competition. "This is merely a spar. Do not inflict injury upon one another." As his words echoed, a boy with short hair leaped onto the arena, casting a silent gaze at Su Yi. Seeing this, Su Yi immediately sprang up as well. Under such an atmosphere, to refuse would surely invite a beating from the Law Peak master, let alone the sect leader. The short-haired boy regarded Su Yi with a look of disdain, as if to say, "You were the one who initiated this." In response, Su Yi wasted no time and lunged forward with his sword drawn. The short-haired boy swiftly produced a crimson sword in his right hand and launched an attack at Su Yi. With a resounding clash, their weapons met. And both Su Yi and the boy were forced back, though the latter stumbled back a couple of extra steps. They quickly resumed their assault on one another. And for a fleeting moment, Su Yi held a slight advantage, pressing the boy with relentless strikes, yet he could not secure a decisive victory. Observing the short-haired boy, Su Yi became fully convinced that the boy was concealing his true strength. Nevertheless, Su Yi refrained from unleashing his full sword intent, deliberately suppressing his combat prowess to the first level of spirit transformation. After 10 minutes of intense struggle, Su Yi noticed a mocking smile appear on the boy's face, followed by an unexpected surge in the boy's power, which was substantial, at least at the 7th level of spirit transformation. In an instant, Su Yi found himself at a disadvantage, being pushed perilously close to the edge of the arena. This turn of events caused a subtle shift in the expressions of the Lingyue sect spectators. While those from the Bloodslaughter sect remained impassive, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along, the Law Peak Master watched the duel with an increasingly frosty gaze. Realizing that the short-haired boy's attacks were becoming increasingly vicious, targeting the vital meridians of Su Yi. A damaged meridian could spell disaster for Su Yi. With this troubling thought, the Law Peak Master glanced at the elder beside him. Noticing the Law Peak Master's gaze, the elder turned to meet his eyes briefly before returning his attention to the arena, his expression inscrutable. As Su Yi felt the pressure of the short-haired boy's relentless onslaught, a flicker of anger ignited within him. He then unleashed his full sword intent in a counterattack. Caught off guard, the short-haired boy was momentarily pushed back by Su Yi's strike. However, he quickly regained his composure, enveloping the tip of his weapon in a blood-red aura and thrusting it towards Su Yi. Gazing at the short-haired boy, Su Yi's countenance darkened. Although he had momentarily improved after unleashing his full sword intent, he remained at the mercy of the short-haired boy's assault. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Moreover, the spirit blade revealed to him a crucial detail. The short-haired youth wore a mask upon his face, clearly indicating he was not a new disciple. A quarter of an hour later, when the master of the law enforcement peak observed that Su Yi was on the verge of collapse, he promptly conceded defeat. Upon uttering these words, he witnessed Su Yi unleashing a powerful strike towards the short-haired youth, followed by a swift retreat to create distance. Witnessing this scene, the master of the law enforcement peak exhaled in relief. However, just then, his brows furrowed, for Su Yi did not concede. Instead, he cast a fleeting glance at him. Winking. Chapter 55. Is this how it ends? Perplexed by Su Yi's wink, the master of the law enforcement peak felt a surge of confusion. Observing Su Yi's audacity to remain distracted amidst their duel, the short-haired youth's anger flared. He swiftly brandished his spear and lunged towards Su Yi. Remarkably, Su Yi did not evade, remaining motionless as if stunned. The short-haired youth's expression shifted dramatically, for the spear's tip was aimed directly at Su Yi's heart. In a frantic motion, he tilted his wrist, causing the spear to strike violently against Su Yi's chest. Blood erupted from Su Yi's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his handsome face directed towards the short-haired youth, reflecting disbelief. His body trembled twice before going limp, motionless. Witnessing this, everyone was left in stunned silence. At that moment, an elder from the Lingyue sect leaped onto the stage, bent down to assess Su Yi's aura, and soon his expression darkened as he glanced at the sect master of Lingyue, subtly shaking his head. The crowd was engulfed in a sense of absurdity. Was this truly the end? The Grand Elder observed Su Yi with a calm demeanor, a flicker of delight evident in his gaze. Although this outcome thwarted his plans to eliminate Su Yi, death was still a satisfactory alternative. Just then, an idea struck him, and he shot a fierce look towards the master of the law enforcement peak. The master of the law enforcement peak, filled with rage, glared at the short-haired youth, conjuring a surge of sharp, sword energy aimed at him. The short-haired youth's expression changed drastically. In response, both the Grand Elder and the Grand Elder of the Bloodslaughter sect sprang into action, positioning themselves before the master of the law enforcement peak, simultaneously striking towards him. In the next instant, a thunderous boom reverberated as the sword energy, infused with chaotic spiritual power, spiraled outward, causing the surrounding disciples to retreat hastily. Concurrently, the master of the law enforcement peak staggered back 2 steps, while the 2 opposing elders retreated half a step. Witnessing this, both the Grand Elder and the Bloodslaughter sect elder were overtaken by a sense of trepidation. The master of the law enforcement peak shot a glare at the Grand Elder, furiously rebuking him. It's one thing for the Bloodslaughter sect elder to impede my path, but why must you intervene as well? This duel was expressly forbidden from resulting in death. Do you intend to betray your own sect? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's countenance darkened. He was acutely aware that his intervention was unwarranted, yet he could not simply stand by while the members of the Bloodslaughter sect, whom he had invited, faced peril. He could not afford to let the situation escalate into enmity with them. The disciples present observed the Grand Elder's silence, their faces displaying dissatisfaction. Normally, they were indifferent to the Grand Elder's hostility towards Su Yi, even offering support. However, now that Su Yi was being slain by members of another sect, the implications were starkly different. When the Grand Elder caught sight of the disciples' expressions out of the corner of his eye, his countenance grew even more grim. What could he do? He truly did not know how to justify the situation. At that moment, he suddenly witnessed the typically reticent leader of the Lingyue sect take action. The sect master gestured sharply towards the short-haired youth on the stage, causing the space around him to ripple slightly. In the next instant, the youth was propelled backward, crashing violently to the ground, his expression instantly turning despondent. Observing this scene, the elder of the Bloodshatter sect's countenance shifted, yet he seemed to ponder something and chose to remain silent. At this juncture, the Lingyue sect master turned to the head of the law enforcement peak and remarked, "The actions of the Bloodshatter sect were merely unintentional, and Su Yi was distracted on the stage, bearing some responsibility himself. How about we allow the Bloodshatter sect to compensate Su Ye's family with some material goods and offer an apology? Let us consider the matter settled." The head of the law enforcement peak, upon hearing this, wore a frosty expression and remained mute. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Bloodshatter sect addressed the head, stating, "The Bloodshatter sect can compensate Su Yi with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." The disciples of Lingyue sect gasped in astonishment, simultaneously envying Su Ye's family. Indeed, Su Yi did not die in vain. The head of the law enforcement peak glanced at the Grand Elder of the Bloodshatter sect and said, "My disciple cherished swords above all else in life. Therefore, you shall provide him with a superior quality spirit sword." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Su Yi lying motionless on the stage, he acquiesced without further ado. With his agreement, the head of the law enforcement peak, his expression grim, approached the stage and lifted Su Yi in his arms, soaring away on his sword. Simultaneously, his icy voice resonated from the skies. "You shall not leave until the superior quality spirit sword arrives. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy." The Grand Elder's expression darkened at his words, and then he entwined his right hand with spiritual energy, forming a beam of light that swiftly darted towards the horizon. Once this was accomplished, he turned to the elder beside him and sighed softly, aware that he would have to bear the financial burden. However, there was some profit to be gained. At least Su Yi was dead, and surprisingly, the head of the law enforcement peak had not pursued the matter to the bitter end. The Lingyue sect master cast his gaze towards the departing figure of the head of the law enforcement peak, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Fascinating," he remarked. Before addressing the crowd, let us conclude this sparring session here. With that, he made his exit. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a whirlwind of emotions and dispersed in various directions. Half a day later, the individuals from the Bloodshatter sect delivered the superior quality spirit sword to the law enforcement peak. Inside the law enforcement hall, the head presented a blood-red long sword to Su Yi. Upon receiving it, Su Yi examined the blade and remarked with a smile, "This sword is quite impressive." Hearing this, the head of the law enforcement peak experienced a peculiar sensation. Truth be told, it was his first time engaging in such an act. At that moment, Su Yi seemed to recall something and addressed the head, "Master, I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and exited the law enforcement hall. On the road leading out of the Lingyue sect, the Grand Elder accompanied several members of the Bloodshatter sect. Casting a glance at the short-haired youth, the Grand Elder smiled and said, "It is no surprise that you are the foremost genius of the Bloodshatter sect, possessing the cultivation of the 7th level of spirit transformation at such a young age." In response, the short-haired youth smiled slightly and said, "Senior, you flatter me." At that moment, the elder of the Bloodshatter sect turned to the Grand Elder and said, "Congratulations on successfully executing the plan to eliminate Su Yi." Hearing this, the Grand Elder felt a sense of relief and chuckled, expressing his gratitude. However, he suddenly froze, along with everyone else present, as they gazed incredulously ahead. There stood a youth, holding a sword that was entirely crimson, none other than Su Yi. A faint smile graced Su Ye's face as he looked at the short-haired boy and remarked, "This sword is quite impressive." With that, he turned and departed without a care. The Grand Elder and the members of the Bloodslaughter sect watched Su Ye's retreating figure, their hearts aching with frustration. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder took a deep breath and addressed the Grand Elder of the Bloodslaughter sect, stating, "I shall not see you off. Travel safely." With that, he turned and walked away. Observing the Grand Elder's back, The members of the blood slaughter sect seethed with anger. Meanwhile, Su Yi arrived at Qingyan town. Situated at the base of Lingyue sect's mountain, surrounded by the bustling crowd, he felt a sense of ease. For his purpose in coming here was to unwind from his persistent tension. At that moment, he glanced at the nearby shops and mused, Sword Spirit, would you care to join me for a stroll? Just as he spoke, he heard the Sword Spirit suggest finding a secluded spot. Upon hearing this, Su Yi promptly exited Qingyan town and ventured into a forested area, where he soon encountered the Sword Spirit. To his astonishment, the Sword Spirit, once somewhat ethereal, had materialized before him. Witnessing this transformation, Su Yi was filled with wonder. However, the Sword Spirit did not afford him the opportunity to inquire, instead striding toward Qingyan town. Observing this, Su Yi shook his head and followed suit. Chapter 56. Are you truly this foolish? A quarter of an hour later, Su Yi gazed at the numerous garments he was carrying, feeling somewhat speechless. The Sword Spirit had led him to procure an assortment of dresses. Meanwhile, the residents of Qingyan town observed the scene with peculiar expressions, seeing a disciple of the Lingyue sect trailing behind an unassuming girl, laden with clothing. Noticing their curious gazes, Su Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, as it was the first time in his life he had carried things for someone else, and so much at that. With this thought, he turned to the Sword Spirit and inquired, Are you hungry? Upon hearing this, the Sword Spirit ignored him, her gaze wandering with fascination over the surrounding shops. It was not that she had a penchant for clothing. Rather, she was simply intrigued by the mundane after being confined within the silvery sword for decades. Seeing that the Sword Spirit was unresponsive, Su Yi sighed softly, forcing himself to disregard the strange looks from the onlookers, and continued to follow her. On the other side, after the Grand Elder of Lingyue sect departed, he was filled with immense anger, simultaneously sensing a profound sense of impending danger. Despite his repeated attempts to target Su Yi, he found himself thwarted each time. Contemplating this, the Grand Elder's expression darkened as he commanded, Summon someone. At his words, an inner disciple approached and inquired, What are your orders, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder glanced at the disciple and instructed, Go inform the leaders of Chi Peak, Pill Peak, and Peacock Peak to convene at the Master Peak. Upon receiving the command, the disciple bowed and promptly departed. Witnessing this, the Grand Elder made his way toward the Master Peak. Half an hour later, at the Law Enforcement Peak, the Master of Law Peak was examining a jade tablet when he noticed a disciple entering. He inquired, What is it? The disciple respectfully replied, The sect leader has summoned you for an important matter. Upon hearing this, the Master of Law Peak furrowed his brow slightly, then rose and exited the Grand Hall. In the evening, Su Yi returned to Law Peak, visibly fatigued. Looking at the garments in his hands, he sighed. Practicing swordplay with the Sword Spirit had never left him feeling this exhausted. Contemplating this, Su Yi prepared to retreat to his quarters when he suddenly noticed a sharp, sword-shaped light appearing in the sky. Recognizing this emblem, which was specifically used by the Master of Law Peak to summon disciples, he made his way to the Grand Hall. Before long, Su Yi arrived at the Grand Hall, where he found Ling Chuxiao and 3 others present. Acknowledging Su Yi with a nod, Ling Chuxiao greeted him silently. Once everyone had gathered, the Master of Law Peak spoke in a calm tone, I have an announcement regarding the sect competition. At this, Su Yi and the others perked up, for their foremost concern was the sect competition, as it would determine whether the Master of Law Peak would face impeachment. Observing their expressions, the Master of Law Peak smiled and continued, The sect leader has announced a change in the rules for this competition. Instead of determining victory one by one on the arena, we will compete in the secret realm of Lingyue sect, known as Qingxiu. Upon hearing this, Ling Chuxiao asked, Does this mean that each peak's disciples will occupy a city, and the peak that secures all cities will be declared the winner? The Master of Law Peak replied with a smile, Precisely. This transforms the competition from individual combat to a team-based battle, which is beneficial for honing the disciples' collaborative combat skills. Su Yi understood this change, but remained indifferent, for whether in personal battles or life-and-death struggles. It bore little significance for him. After all, he would soon become a true disciple following the sect competition. The Master of Law Peak scanned Su Yi and the others with a look of satisfaction, stating, Although our Law Peak is small in number, all I ask is that you strive to hold one city and avoid being the first eliminated. Hearing this, Zhu Batian confidently declared, Rest assured, Master. We shall achieve a commendable result in the sect competition, proving that Law Peak is not to be underestimated. At Zhu Batian's words, Ling Chuxiao and the others laughed. Despite being the weakest, they felt an inexplicable excitement and a surge of passion. The Master of Law Peak, witnessing this scene, chuckled and said, Go now. There is no need for seclusion in the coming days. Take the time to relax. In response, Su Yi and the others bowed respectfully to the Master of Law Peak before departing the Grand Hall. Once outside, they exchanged a few words before parting ways. Watching their retreating figures, Su Yi sighed softly, well aware that Ling Qiao and the others would likely return to seclusion. He wished to do the same. Yet due to the desire to break through to the Sword Master realm, he felt little inclination for seclusion. At that moment, Su Yi was abruptly reminded of the hunger gnawing at his stomach. Realizing that he had not eaten throughout the day, he shook his head and proceeded down the mountain of the law enforcement peak. Shortly thereafter, he reached the base and made his way towards the Red Moon Pavilion. Some disciples nearby cast him glances tinged with subtle mockery. Observing this, Su Yi felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. He could not fathom the source of their misplaced superiority. However, he soon sensed an oddity, for he noticed that some female disciples regarded him with eyes reflecting a hint of pity. Some even sighed softly in his direction. In light of this, Su Yi was puzzled. He could comprehend their derision, but the pity was perplexing. Surely something was amiss. Could it be that the Grand Elder was up to mischief once more? As he pondered, Su Yi's thoughts drifted to the upcoming grand competition. This realization caused his brow to furrow deeply. He recalled that the rules for this competition had been altered to a group siege battle. If the disciples from other peaks joined forces to assault them within the city, would they not be doomed? As this notion settled in, Su Yi's expression darkened, growing increasingly convinced of its validity. Casting a glance at the passing disciples who regarded him with scorn, he decided against heading to the Red Moon Pavilion and changed his course. At the main hall of the sect leader's peak, Lingyue, the sect leader, was attending to internal affairs when she noticed Su Yi's arrival, her brow knitting in disapproval. Who permitted you to come here? Are you not aware that except for the true disciples, no others are allowed on the sect leader's peak? In response, Su Yi clasped his hands respectfully and replied, Sect leader, you may impose any punishment you deem fit, but before that, I implore you to revert the rules of this grand competition back to the previous format of individual duels. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Lingyue's frown deepened, and she reprimanded. This decision was made in conjunction with other elders of the sect. Who are you to question it? It seems I have indeed been too lenient with you. Noticing the icy demeanor of Lingyue, Su Yi's voice rang clear. Why do you show such favoritism? Do you truly not understand that the current rules will plunge our law enforcement peak into peril? Do you genuinely wish to witness the demise of our disciples? Forcing my master out of Lingyue's sect? Is your folly so profound? Impudent. Lingyue thundered, her rage igniting as she unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy towards Su Yi. Bang! The energy struck Su Yi, forcing him to kneel momentarily before he rose again, casting a final glance at Lingyue before turning to leave. Lingyue, witnessing his retreat, scoffed. Do you presume that what you can conceive is beyond the grasp of this sect? That your master is oblivious? At her words, Su Yi halted, turning to face Lingyue once more. The Lord of Lingyue glanced at Su Yi and said, During this Lingyue sect competition, I shall be present throughout. The disciples of the law enforcement peak will not face life and death crises. Furthermore, even if your peak ranks last in this competition, I shall not permit the Grand Elder and others to impeach your master, the head of the law enforcement peak. Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt a sense of relief within, and as if struck by a thought, he added, Sect Master, since you support my master, why not express it clearly instead of allowing the Grand Elder to create chaos? The Lord of Lingyue snorted coldly. The complexities of this situation are beyond your comprehension. With a hint of impatience in his gaze, he warned, do not utter another word. Noticing the Lord's growing irritation, Su Yi bowed slightly and turned to leave. As he walked away, the Lord of Lingyue suddenly chuckled, a blend of exasperation and faint admiration glimmering in his eyes. It had been a long time since he encountered a disciple bold enough to speak so directly to a sect leader. Such forthrightness reminded him of the former head of the law enforcement peak, which also explained why Su Yi's repeated disrespect had gone unpunished. Meanwhile, as Su Yi exited the Grand Hall, he halted abruptly, for standing before him was the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder glared at Su Yi with fury, incredulous that Su Yi dared to approach the sect master's peak. It was evident that Su Yi had come to speak ill of him. Su Yi glanced at the Grand Elder and attempted to step away. In response, the Grand Elder barked, You are utterly audacious. Do you know the consequences of an inner disciple approaching the sect master's peak? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the head of the law enforcement peak. Su Yi paused, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded the Grand Elder with disdain. I have come to realize that you are utterly devoid of self-awareness. This only fueled the Grand Elder's rage, and he advanced towards Su Yi. Unfazed, Su Yi continued, My master is stronger than you and is the head of the law enforcement peak. Do you truly believe your past actions can intimidate him? Let me ask you this. If my master were to strike you down for your violations of sect rules, What recourse would you have? The Grand Elder's expression darkened ominously. Su Yi scoffed. Your continued defiance is truly laughable. If you possess any courage, strike me now and see if my master does not end you. Furious, the Grand Elder trembled with rage, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy as he charged at Su Yi. Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly, realizing the Grand Elder was indeed making a move. Just as the Grand Elder's strike was about to land, the Lord of Lingyue appeared before him, intercepting the blow. The Lord furrowed his brow as he regarded the Grand Elder, who had staggered back a few steps. Grand Elder, do not act impulsively. At this, the Grand Elder's chest heaved violently, fixating his gaze fiercely on Su Yi, who now breathed a sigh of relief and cast a calm glance at the Grand Elder before making his way down the mountain towards the sect master's peak. As he gazed at Su Yi's departing figure, the Elder's eyes turned crimson, and after a brief moment, he swept his sleeves and departed. Witnessing this scene, the Lord of Lingyue let out a subdued sigh. Once, the Elder was the most amiable elder of the Lingyue sect. But ever since the death of his only grandson at the hands of the law enforcement peak master, the Elder had changed. The disciples of the various peaks looked gravely ahead, where the Elder's residence stood. Inside, the Elder was in a frenzy, violently smashing objects, his spiritual energy wreaking havoc throughout the grand hall, resonating with thunderous crashes of fury. He was consumed with the desire to personally eliminate Su Yi at the law enforcement peak. Outside the hall, Li Mu stood with hesitation etched across his handsome features. He had initially intended to seek the Elder for a matter, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided to wait until the Elder's anger had subsided. He deemed it wiser to return in a month's time. With this thought, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, at the law enforcement peak, upon returning, Su Yi made his way into the forest, determined to enhance his strength. Although the Lord of Lingyue assured him of safety during the upcoming sect competition, he had never intended to place all his hopes in others. With this resolve, Su Yi summoned forth the Sword Spirit. The Sword Spirit, upon seeing Su Yi, appeared quite pleased and asked, "Practicing swordplay?" Su Yi shook his head, explaining, "No, the sect competition is imminent, and the situation may be perilous. I wish to inquire if you possess any defensive sword techniques." At this, the Sword Spirit's icy gaze flickered with a trace of disdain. Defense? As a sword cultivator, what need have you for defenses? The best defense for a sword cultivator is to vanquish the opponent. Su Yi found himself at a loss for words. Yet he recognized the validity in the Sword Spirit's statement. Then, the Sword Spirit extended a slender finger and pointed at Su Yi's forehead, releasing a beam of silver light that swiftly entered Su Yi's sea of consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi promptly closed his eyes and discovered a sword technique manifesting in his mind, entitled Sky Severing. He inquired, "What is this?" The Sword Spirit regarded him coolly and replied, "This technique possesses formidable offensive power. Given your current prowess, should you execute Sky Severing, even a peak spirit transformation cultivator would be compelled to retreat." Elated by this revelation, Su Yi felt invigorated, although he was presently at the realm of a sword master. Having recently achieved a breakthrough, his comprehension of the sword path was still lacking, limiting his combat strength to the 5th level of spirit transformation. Yet, this Sky Severing technique promised to elevate his power to the peak of spirit transformation. Such potential was astonishing. Noticing Su Yi's excitement, a barely perceptible smile flickered in the Sword Spirit's eyes before it transformed into a beam of silver light and entered Su Yi's sea of consciousness. After the Sword Spirit's departure, Su Yi moved to an open area and commenced his practice of Sky Severing. An hour later, Su Yi halted his movements and turned his gaze toward a distant mountaintop. He sheathed his sword into the left scabbard, gripped the hilt tightly with his right hand, and bent his knees slightly. In the next moment, silver radiance began to coalesce upon the spirit's sword. At that instant, the Sword Spirit reappeared before Su Yi, observing the spirit's sword in his hand with a tranquil demeanor. Suddenly, Su Yi drew the sword with a fierce motion, unleashing a colossal, explosive crescent-shaped silver sword chi, accompanied by a powerful gust, hurtling toward the distant mountaintop. Boom! As the sword energy surged forth, the mountaintop was shattered by the devastating blow of the heavenly slash, accompanied by a resounding echo. Within the law enforcement hall, the peak master, engrossed in studying a jade slip, suddenly lifted his gaze. His sharp eyes turned towards the direction of Su Yi, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. The Sword Spirit, witnessing this scene, displayed an expression of admiration, poised to speak to Su Yi. However, upon turning her head, she discovered Su Yi was now half kneeling on the ground, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, breathing heavily. Chapter 58. I ask you, are you embarrassed? Exhausted? Su Yi felt utterly drained, his sword intent waning to an alarming degree, his body frail and weak. Observing Su Ye's current state, the sword spirit remarked, I neglected to inform you that utilizing the heavenly slash with your current level of sword intent would be quite taxing. Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised his gaze to the sword spirit and inquired, to what extent must my sword intent advance to execute the heavenly slash without succumbing to such fatigue? The sword spirit replied, I cannot say. This technique is not a high-level sword art. I have long forgotten its specifics. Su Yi felt somewhat speechless at this response, but soon excitement surged within him. With the heavenly slash as his trump card, he felt unafraid even against cultivators at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. The sword spirit observed him and gently shook her head. Given your current condition, it would be unwise to continue practicing swordsmanship. You should rest for a while. Nodding in agreement, Su Yi remained silent as the sword spirit entered his sea of consciousness. After resting for a brief moment, Su Yi rose and made his way back to his dwelling, yearning for 3 days and nights of uninterrupted rest. For the next month, Su Yi enjoyed a leisurely routine, practicing swordsmanship for several hours each day and accompanying the sword spirit on excursions down the mountain. Half a month later, the sect's grand competition commenced. Above the Zhongzhou Peak, a massive, deep purple vortex loomed, marking the entrance to the secret treasure of the Lingyue sect, known as Qingxiu. Before the entrance, 4 enormous flying demonic beasts hovered, representing the 3 main peaks and the Peacock Peak disciples competing in the event. In front of Qingxiu, a crescent-shaped observation platform floated in midair. At this moment, the Lingyue sect master and the esteemed elders of the sect occupied the platform. The Lingyue sect grand competition officially begins. The resonant voice of the Lingyue sect master echoed in the ears of all present. Upon hearing this announcement, Ling Qiuxiao and his companions prepared to leap into the vortex. At that moment, Zhao Yijian, seated atop the nearby green bird, glanced at the disciples from the law enforcement peak, then turned his gaze towards Ling Qiuxiao, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. Ling Qiuxiao, once you enter Qingxiu, it would be wise to remain hidden within the city. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are beaten like a stray dog. Hearing Zhao Yijian's words, Ling Qiuxiao, Lin Shui, Bao Xing, and Zhu Batian all furrowed their brows slightly. Ling Qiuxiao opened his mouth to respond, but, upon glancing at the other competing disciples from the 3 peaks, he fell silent, a shadow of gloom crossing his countenance. Witnessing this exchange, upon encountering Ling Qiuxiao's silence, Zhao Yijian let out a cold laugh and prepared to lead the disciples of Peacock Peak into the vortex. Just then, he suddenly heard a voice, You are nothing but a sycophant. Everyone was taken aback, gazing at Su Yi in astonishment. Indeed, it was Su Yi who had spoken, and they found themselves at a loss for words. While the other disciples endeavored to maintain their composure in front of the sect master, elders, and prodigies, Su Yi boldly chose to insult. Hearing Su Ye's words, Zhao Yijian narrowed his eyes, a hint of frost creeping across his handsome face. He glared at Su Yi and said, Do you dare insult me? Su Yi replied with a cold smile, Insult you? Am I not merely stating a fact? If it weren't for the other disciples teaming up with you, would you dare speak to my senior brother in such a manner? If the rules of the grand competition had not changed, would you be so audacious? I ask you, once we enter the city of illusions, would you dare to duel my senior brother? As Su Ye's inquiries rang out, Zhao Yijian's expression darkened. Dare he? Certainly not. For he could not match Ling Qiuxiao in strength. If he were to face Ling Qiuxiao in a duel, he would undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated. His earlier provocations had merely been an attempt to entice Ling Qiuxiao into a confrontation once they entered the city of illusions. Observing Zhao Yijian's silence, a mocking smile appeared on Su Ye's face. You claim to possess strength, yet cannot refrain from boasting foolishly. Are you not embarrassed? I ask you, in front of the Lingyue sect, are you not humiliated? Although their expressions remain unchanged, your standing in their eyes has surely diminished significantly. You, a young true disciple, have suffered such disgrace. Listening to Su Ye's words, Zhao Yijian's countenance darkened even further, his fists clenched tightly, his entire body trembling slightly. Witnessing this scene, several other true disciples regarded Su Yi with a newfound wariness, recognizing his sharp tongue. They resolved never to engage in quarrels with him in the future. On the observation platform, the head of the law enforcement peak suddenly turned to Su Yi, admonishing, Silence. Before the sect master, how can you be so reckless? You clearly lack any sense of decorum. Get inside at once. Yet, despite his words, he could not deny that Su Ye's remarks brought him a peculiar sense of pleasure. In response, Su Yi offered a respectful gesture to the head of the law enforcement peak. Ling Qiuxiao, unable to contain his laughter, then led Su Yi and the others into the city of illusions. The other disciples, glancing at Zhao Yijian, also proceeded to enter. Mu Qingqing grasped Zhao Yijian's arm and entered alongside Zhao Yufei. Observing this, The Lingyue sect master cast a curious glance at the stern-faced head of the law enforcement peak, wondering why someone so particular about rules would take Su Yi under his wing. At that moment, everyone turned their attention forward, where the deep purple vortex transformed into a massive transparent sphere. Inside the city of illusions, Su Yi surveyed his surroundings, and what met his eyes was a sea of red. The sky was dark, the moon was crimson, the earth was stained red, and even the ancient cities bore a blood-like hue. At this juncture, Zhu Batian looked at Su Yi, laughing heartily. "Junior brother, well done." Lin Shui and Bao Xing also exhibited expressions of admiration, thoroughly impressed by Su Yi's words. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yi smiled faintly, though he found Zhao Yijian rather disagreeable. At that moment, Ling Chuxiao suddenly spoke. "Enough. Let us first return to our fortress and discuss matters there. It could prove perilous if we encounter them out here." With that, a map materialized in his hand, and he dashed to the left. Observing this, Su Yi and the others promptly followed suit. Before long, the five of them approached a fortress, intending to enter, when they halted abruptly. Before them stood several figures, 3 men and 3 women, who were none other than the true disciples from the other 3 peaks. Zhao Yijian cast a glance at Su Yi, his eyes filled with a fierce intent to kill. "Today, we shall eliminate you first, and bring disgrace upon your law enforcement peak," he declared, prompting Zhao Yufei and the others to prepare for an attack. Seeing this, Ling Chuxiao and his companions wore grim expressions, readying themselves to retaliate. Just then, everyone paused, their gazes turning quizzically towards Su Yi. In an unexpected display, Su Yi leapt into the air and shouted, "Master, I," but before he could finish, a bolt of crimson lightning descended from the heavens, striking him down to the ground. All were taken aback. What was Su Yi attempting to accomplish? Chapter 59. How about conceding? Outside the City of Illusions, spectators on the viewing platform regarded the city order in the hands of the Lingyue sect master with peculiar expressions. The head of the law enforcement peak's lips twitched, and he turned to the Lingyue sect master. "Your discipline is lacking. I shall ensure he receives a thorough reprimand upon his return." The Lingyue sect master waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor inscrutable as ever. Inside the City of Illusions, Su Yi rose to his feet. Despite the dramatic display of lightning, its power was not as formidable as it appeared. It merely caused him a bit of discomfort. Ling Chuxiao looked at Su Yi with concern and asked, "Junior brother, what transpired?" Su Yi waved his hand, and then turned to face the 6 individuals opposite them, inquiring, "Do you believe that if we fight with all our might, you would be injured?" At this, the expressions of the 6 turned grave. While they were not afraid of injury, if the opponents were to fight desperately, it could lead to far worse consequences. It was certain that both Su Yi and Ling Chuxiao would not hold back. Suddenly, Zhao Yijian sneered, "Injured? You jest. Today, you shall undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated." In response, Su Yi glanced at Zhao Yijian and replied with a smile, "Senior brother, do calm your temper. How about this, a one-on-one duel? I shall step forward, and you may send anyone to face me. Life or death battle. Should I perish, I guarantee that our law enforcement peak will withdraw from this competition." Upon hearing this, Ling Chuxiao's expression shifted. "No. If there is to be a life or death battle, it should be me." Su Yi looked at Ling Chuxiao and smiled. "Senior brother, your strength is too formidable. If you were to step forward, they would undoubtedly refuse to accept. I am the most suitable candidate." Just as Ling Chuxiao was about to object again, Zhao Yufei suddenly fixed her gaze on Su Yi and coldly retorted, "If we were to attack you directly now, you would certainly be eliminated. Why should we grant you this opportunity?" Su Yi ignored him and turned to the other somewhat stirred disciples of the true inheritance, smiling as he said, "Seniors, the sect leader and several elders, along with many disciples, are watching us now. I have brought up this matter. If you refuse, does that not imply that you fear me? Can you tolerate such implications?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of a few disciples towards Su Yi were akin to that of bewildered fools. Although Su Yi had attained the strength of a true inheritance disciple, his time in this realm was still brief, rendering him no match for them. This act of his was akin to digging his own grave. Observing their expressions, Su Yi smiled and stepped forward, declaring, "It seems you have consented. Let us proceed." At this juncture, Zhao Yijian's eyes flickered with murderous intent, ready to strike at Su Yi. Suddenly, he noticed a woman in a purple dress stepping forth beside him. The woman glanced at Zhao Yijian and said, "Allow me to handle this. I have long found him displeasing." With that, she approached Su Yi. Witnessing this, Zhao Yijian's eyes brightened. The woman's name was Yuling, and her prowess ranked among the top 3 among the true inheritance disciples. With her intervention, Su Yi was undoubtedly doomed. Ling Chuxiao's expression changed upon seeing Yuling, and he turned to Su Yi, urging, "Junior brother, retreat at once." At that moment, Su Yi unsheathed his sword, and a beam of sword light swiftly reached Yuling. With a hint of disdain in her eyes, she conjured a pale purple long sword and thrust it towards Su Yi, simultaneously shattering his sword light. In response, Su Yi forcefully pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air, and swung his sword down toward the woman. In the next instant, their blades clashed violently, and an overwhelming force surged through Su Yi's body, sending him hurtling backward. At that moment, a faint purple spiritual dragon manifested at the tip of Yuling's sword, and she thrust both palms forward, unleashing a purple lightning dragon towards Su Yi. With a grave expression, Su Yi unleashed his sword intent, fiercely stabbing at the lightning dragon. Crack! Instantly, a surge of electrical energy enveloped Su Yi, causing a tingling sensation throughout his body. Just then, his pupils constricted sharply as he noticed Yuling's right leg swinging toward his head. Reacting swiftly, Su Yi bent low and rolled violently to the left, narrowly avoiding the attack. Boom! Yuling's kick struck a massive boulder beside Su Yi, shattering it completely. Seizing the sword hilt, she instantly appeared beside Su Yi. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he attacked with his sword, only to be continuously repelled by Yuling's long sword, utterly overwhelmed. As they watched Su Yi being thoroughly dominated, Ling Qiuxiao and the others wore expressions of concern. At this rate, in just a few minutes, Su Yi would surely be slain by Yuling's blade. On the opposite side, Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yufei displayed excitement, regarding Su Yi as if he were already a corpse. Outside the city, on the observation platform, the head of the law enforcement peak gazed somberly at Su Yi, who was in a position of utter disadvantage within the sphere. Nearby, upon seeing the worried expression of the law enforcement peak leader, the Grand Elder felt a surge of satisfaction. He felt an urge to laugh aloud. At the main seat, sect leader Lingyue sighed, initially believing Su Yi to be a talent, but it now appeared he was merely an impulsive brute, audacious enough to propose a life-and-death battle. Was it truly impossible to refrain from such a challenge? Within the city of illusion, upon witnessing Su Yi's exhaustion, the moon spirit seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, causing him to spit out blood and collapse to the ground. Observing this scene, Zhao Yijian and the others felt a surge of excitement. They realized they could eliminate the enforcement peak without engaging in battle with Ling Qiuxiao and his group. It must be said, Su Yi was indeed a remarkable talent. Feeling the pain coursing through him, Su Yi slowly rose to his feet. The moon spirit regarded him with a disdainful glint in her beautiful eyes and said, "Will you choose to end your own life? Or shall I take matters into my own hands?" Hearing this, Ling Qiuxiao's expression darkened as he looked at the moon spirit and insisted, "Spare him. We will voluntarily withdraw." The moon spirit turned her gaze toward Ling Qiuxiao and replied coolly, "If he dies, you will still have to withdraw, unless you kneel and plead for my mercy." Her eyes glimmered with hope as she regarded Ling Qiuxiao, for he had never compromised within the Lingyue sect. He had resisted the 9 great true disciples with unwavering resolve, and even when gravely injured, he had never bowed his head. Ling Qiuxiao's face grew grim as he glanced at Su Yi in the distance, preparing to speak. Just then, Su Yi's voice rang out, "Wait." Everyone turned their attention towards Su Yi, who was now gradually standing upright. He looked at the moon spirit and said, "You are the sect master's disciple. I offer you a chance to concede. What do you say?" Taken aback, the moon spirit scoffed, "Have you gone mad?" In response, Su Yi remained silent, flipping his left hand to reveal a sword sheath. He then sheathed his long sword and, with his legs slightly bent, summoned a series of sharp silver rays that converged upon the blade in his hand. Noticing this, the moon spirit furrowed her brow, a sense of impending danger rising within her. As she considered this, her expression grew increasingly serious, and she lifted her long sword into the air, thrusting it fiercely towards Su Yi's brow. As the sword approached Su Yi, he suddenly drew his own blade. In the next moment, a brilliant silver sword aura, stretching dozens of feet, surged forth with tremendous force, slicing towards the moon spirit. Upon witnessing this, the moon spirit's pupils constricted sharply, and she conjured a golden jade talisman, which she shattered in haste. A golden shield emerged before her as an immediate defense. The next instant, to the astonishment of all present, the colossal sword aura crashed against the shield, shattering it instantly. The moon spirit found herself enveloped in the silver sword energy. With a resounding crash, her garments were torn asunder, and she soared through the air in a crescent arc before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater in the crimson earth, where she violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in utter shock. Outside, on the observation platform, the sect master of Lingyue, the leader of Enforcement Peak, the Grand Elder, Elder Mu Yu, and numerous observing elders and disciples all stared at the sphere in disbelief. Chapter 60. Is it time to cast aside shame? Within the city of illusion, Su Yi gazed at the moon spirit, who lay exposed upon the ground. His expression unchanging and his eyes filled with a fierce, murderous intent. He then grasped his sword and staggered towards her. Seeing this, the moon spirit's countenance darkened like a stormy sea. She slowly rose, and with a flick of her wrist, a set of garments materialized, enveloping her exquisite form. As she gazed at Su Yi approaching from the front, a tremor coursed through her heart. From the boy's indifferent gaze, she understood that Su Yi genuinely intended to kill her. Upon seeing Su Yi stride toward Yu Ling, the onlookers reacted with expressions of profound disbelief. Su Yi had actually emerged victorious. Moments later, Su Yi stood merely 2 meters away from Yu Ling, poised to strike with his sword. At that instant, a young man appeared before him, a true disciple of the 5th rank, Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng cast a glance at Su Yi, then embraced Yu Ling and retreated rapidly. Witnessing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Was he preparing to act shamelessly? Zhao Yijian and the others wore grim expressions. They wished to save face, yet could not afford to. They discerned that Yu Ling had sustained severe injuries. If the battle continued, her life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Given that Yu Ling was the sect leader's disciple, how could they not intervene? Observing their actions, Su Yi chuckled derisively at the 6 of them. Zhao Yijian and the others did not linger any longer. They hastily departed with the gravely wounded Yu Ling. As they left, Su Yi exhaled in relief, only to feel his legs weaken, causing him to kneel with his sword in hand. In truth, he was in a far worse state than Yu Ling. At least she could still harness spiritual energy, while his sword intent had waned to the utmost limits after executing the sky-severing technique. If he continued to fight, he would surely meet his demise. Noticing Su Yi kneeling on the ground, Ling Qiushao's expression shifted. He approached Su Yi, lifted him onto his back, and proceeded toward the city ahead. Behind them, Bao Xing, Zhu Batian, and Lin Shui exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in the other's eyes. A genius. Su Yi was an extraordinary talent. The enforcement peak had stumbled upon a treasure. With this thought, the 3 of them also entered the city. Outside, on the observation platform, the sect leader of Lingwest suddenly turned to the head of the enforcement peak and remarked, "I did not expect you to have mastered such an astonishing sword technique." Hearing this, all eyes turned toward the head of the enforcement peak. He intended to refute the claim, but seemed to ponder something before responding with a smile. It is not the sword technique that is extraordinary, but rather Su Yi's inherent strength. He possesses great potential, and since Su Yi is currently weak, it is better to attribute the technique to himself to mitigate the scrutiny from others. Upon hearing the head of the enforcement peak's response, no one expressed doubt. Since Su Yi had first showcased his prowess within the Lingyue sect, his background had been thoroughly investigated. Throughout his life, Su Yi had never left Yang City. His first venture beyond its borders was to the Lingyue sect. At this moment, the Grand Elder glared at the head of the enforcement peak, his inner fury igniting, as he cast a shadowy gaze toward the enormous orb ahead. Within the city, Ling Qiushao laid Su Yi upon a bed, administering a healing pill and advising him to rest well before departing. As Ling Qiushao and the others left, a wave of drowsiness washed over Su Yi. Just then, the sword spirit suddenly appeared at his bedside. The sword spirit looked at Su Yi and said, "You must not sleep." Taken aback, Su Yi opened his eyes and inquired, "Why not?" The sword spirit replied, "You have just executed the sky-severing technique, and your sword intent is depleted. If you do not sleep now, it can actually help strengthen your sword intent." Su Yi felt puzzled. Sword intent strength? The sword spirit nodded, stating that with each elevation of sword intent, the quantity would increase, yet the enhancement of its quality would be virtually negligible. If your sword intent is sufficiently robust, you could indeed transcend ranks in battle among sword cultivators. Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt invigorated, although he was uncertain of the concept of transcending ranks in sword cultivation. He trusted the sword spirit's words implicitly. The sword spirit glanced at Su Yi before entering his consciousness. Noticing this, Su Yi struggled to rise, feeling as though his eyelids were engaged in a battle. To distract himself from this sensation, he resolved to shift his focus. With that thought, he stood up and exited his room. Inside the chamber, Ling Qiushao, who was studying sword techniques, looked up in surprise as Su Yi suddenly entered, his expression betraying concern. "Junior brother, how are you out of bed? What about your injuries?" In response, Su Yi waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "It's merely some superficial wounds. I grew a bit bored and wished to converse with you." Ling Qiushao chuckled at Su Yi's words and invited him to sit. To his astonishment, their conversation extended into an entire day and night. At one point, after sipping tea, Su Yi began to share his insights regarding the sword path, and Ling Qiushao, with his profound understanding of swordsmanship, imparted much foundational knowledge to him. Seeing that Su Yi showed no intention of leaving, Ling Chuxiao felt no annoyance. He recognized Su Ye's proud nature and his reluctance to engage with others. Within Lingyue sect, he considered himself the individual Su Yi was most familiar with. He could not afford to neglect Su Yi, especially since it was his presence that had welcomed Su Yi into the sect. Thus, as Su Yi continued to pose questions, another day passed. The following morning, while conversing, Su Yi suddenly felt a clarity wash over his mind, and in the next moment, he realized that his previously languid sword intent had surged back to vitality. Aware of this transformation, Su Yi bid farewell to Ling Chuxiao and prepared to depart. Ling Chuxiao, witnessing this, rose to escort Su Yi out, watching him leave with a sense of camaraderie. Within a grand hall of a city, Zhao Yijian, Wuxing, and 6 other true disciples convened. Zhao Yijian cast a glance at Yu Ling, remarking, "Sister, your injuries have healed. We must now attend to the task assigned by our master." Zhao Yufei, overhearing this, interjected coldly, "I believe we should gather the 100 participating disciples and directly assault the law enforcement peak to eliminate them." At Zhao Yufei's suggestion, the others nodded in agreement. Had it not been for Su Yi, they would have relished the opportunity to engage playfully with the law enforcement peak disciples, prolonging their elimination. However, with Su Yi emerging as a formidable contender capable of defeating Yu Ling, a palpable sense of crisis enveloped them. Upon witnessing the expressions of those around him, the usually reticent Wuxing suddenly spoke, "Esteemed colleagues, while it would be exceedingly simple to eliminate the law enforcement peak first, I believe it is prudent to refrain from directly attacking them. After all, so many eyes are upon us." As Wuxing's words resonated, a hush fell over the assembly. None wished to pursue such a course of action. They too were prodigies within the Lingyue sect, and uniting to assault a few peers was something they found hard to accept. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, they were no match for the law enforcement peak. Wuxing continued, "We could extend an opportunity to Ling Chuxiao and his companions, allowing them to surrender Su Yi in exchange for their safety. Without Su Yi, even in direct combat, what is there for us to fear?" Chapter 61, Breaking the Law. Hearing Wuxing's proposition, a flicker of intrigue ignited among the crowd. Observing their reactions, Wuxing smiled, "Tomorrow, I shall represent you all and approach the law enforcement peak with this proposal. If Ling Chuxiao is wise enough to yield Su Yi, we shall grant him a chance. Should he refuse, we will join forces to confront them directly." Upon hearing this, Yu Ling turned to Wuxing and inquired, "Is it not too perilous for you to go alone?" Wuxing responded with a smile, "In the face of conflict, one does not slay the envoy. Besides, they are disciples of the law enforcement peak, known for their adherence to rules. Ling Chuxiao, being an honorable person, would not act otherwise. Rest assured." Reassured by Wuxing's confidence, Yu Ling felt relief. Indeed, despite their adversarial relationship with the law enforcement peak, one could not deny their disciples' commitment to decorum. At that moment, Zhao Yijian surveyed the surroundings and calmly stated, "Since no one opposes, let us proceed as Wuxing suggests." Wuxing smiled, "I shall go tomorrow." Witnessing this exchange, Zhao Yufei's eyes reflected concern. She harbored a nagging feeling that this course of action would lead to trouble. The following day, in the city where the law enforcement peak's disciples resided, Su Yi awoke and resolved to navigate the upcoming competition with caution, striving to remain unscathed. For the other peaks had joined forces, leaving no opportunity for the law enforcement peak. With this thought in mind, Su Yi sought out Ling Chuxiao and his 3 companions. Making his way to the city gate, he glanced at them and said, "Brothers and sisters, for this competition, let us endure for 2 days before withdrawing." Upon hearing this, Ling Chuxiao and the others furrowed their brows. Withdraw? They were determined to bring honor to the law enforcement peak and could not entertain such a notion. Seeing their expressions, Su Yi sighed, "Though I too wish to persevere, the other 3 peaks have united, numbering over 100. We, on the other hand, are merely 5. How can we possibly contend? If we stubbornly resist, it will only result in injuries, with our fate remaining unchanged." Zhu Baishan's expression darkened. "But being the first eliminated would surely invite trouble from our master and the elders." Su Yi looked at him and replied, "We are being targeted by their coalition, which is why we would be the first to fall. Those outside are observing. Even if we choose to withdraw, we shall not suffer disgrace. As for your concern about our master facing difficulties, the sect leader has assured us that such a fate will not befall him." Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the 4 individuals let out a silent sigh, for Su Yi spoke the truth. In such a predicament, there was utterly no recourse. To stubbornly endure would only result in injury. Ling Chuxiao sighed, acknowledging Su Ye's insight. They had been targeted and thus were the first to be eliminated, which was not particularly shameful. After withstanding for a couple of days, they would withdraw voluntarily. At this moment, A voice unexpectedly echoed, causing the five to turn their heads. They discovered Wu Sheng standing at the foot of the city. Ling Chuxiao regarded Wu Sheng with a furrowed brow and inquired, "Do you seek something?" Wu Sheng glanced at Su Yi before smiling and stating, "Ling Chuxiao, I am here to offer you a chance for a fair battle against us." Upon hearing this, the four felt a flicker of hope. They would certainly welcome a fair confrontation. However, Su Yi frowned slightly, for with Zhao Yufei and Zhao Yijin present, he had little faith that their adversaries would honor the promise of a fair fight. Observing their expressions, Wu Sheng chuckled and added, "However, we have one condition. You must surrender Su Yi." In an instant, a murderous intent ignited in Su Ye's eyes. The expressions of Ling Chuxiao and the others turned icy. Ling Chuxiao looked down at Wu Sheng with disdain and scoffed, "Surrender Su Yi? Do you truly believe that is feasible?" Wu Sheng, slightly frowning, retorted, "Why would it be impossible? If you hand over Su Yi, we will grant you a fair fight. Moreover, we have no intention of killing him. At most, we would merely incapacitate him. Get lost." Ling Chuxiao snapped back at Wu Sheng. The very notion of surrendering Su Yi was an affront to the law enforcement peak. At this, Wu Sheng's demeanor shifted to one of cold fury, and he declared, "If that is the case, then we shall expel you today." With that, he turned to leave. Witnessing Wu Sheng's retreating figure, Ling Chuxiao and the others seethed with anger, prepared to turn back. Just then, they noticed Su Yi unsheathing his sword and charging downwards. Sensing the commotion behind him, Wu Sheng pivoted sharply, only to find Su Yi had already arrived before him. Sword in hand. Enraged, Wu Sheng's hands became enveloped in earthy spiritual energy, forcefully grasping the blade. With a resounding clash, Su Yi spun his sword fiercely, causing Wu Sheng to relinquish his grip. At that moment, Su Yi delivered a powerful kick to Wu Sheng's chest. Wu Sheng stumbled back 2 steps, his eyes burning with rage as he growled, "You seek death." In response, Su Yi suddenly turned to Ling Chuxiao and the others atop the city and called out, "Assist me." With that, he engaged Wu Sheng in fierce combat. Seeing this unfold, Ling Chuxiao hesitated momentarily, but then he noticed Lin Shui rushing forward. Upon witnessing Lin Shui's determination, the remaining trio sighed softly and leapt down as well. In a whirlwind of motion, under Wu Sheng's astonished and furious gaze, Su Yi and his allies swiftly subdued him, sealing his powers. Casting a glance at Wu Sheng, Su Yi prepared to drag him back to the city. At that moment, Ling Chuxiao abruptly intercepted Su Yi, sighing heavily, "Release him. We of the law enforcement peak may accept defeat, but we shall never forsake our principles." Upon hearing this, Su Yi released Wu Sheng, turning to Ling Chuxiao and calmly stating, "Senior brother, is it adhering to principles when they conspire against us? All 3 peaks have united against us. Why should we remain bound by the rules? Moreover, with the presence of Wu Sheng, we can engage in a clever maneuver with them, making it plausible to escape from the last position." Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Wu Sheng's expression darkened instantly, ready to voice his protest, only to be silenced by a sharp slap from Su Yi. Noticing that Ling Chuxiao remained silent, Su Yi continued, "Senior brother, you are the eldest disciple of our law peak, and the authority lies with you. If you wish to release him, then do so. There is no need to consider my feelings." Upon hearing this, Ling Chuxiao cast a glance at Wu Sheng, then turned to Su Yi and replied, "You are right. I have been too rigid." At this, Su Yi and the others smiled and proceeded to escort Wu Sheng into the city. Once inside, Su Yi confined Wu Sheng to a cell. Inside the cell, Wu Sheng glared at the departing Su Yi, seething with anger, shameless. In response, Su Yi swiftly turned, seized Wu Sheng by his hair, and forcefully slammed him against the adjacent wall, creating a resounding impact that left a dent on the surface. Wu Sheng was taken aback. How could a disciple of the law peak violate the law? Su Yi glanced at him once more before departing. After exiting the cell, Su Yi resolved silently that they would not leave the city. Should the other 3 peaks attack, Wu Sheng would serve as a bargaining chip, and if they chose to disregard him, they could depart at their own discretion. For the next 2 days, Su Yi gathered with Ling Chuxiao and the others at the city gate, indulging in food and drink from his storage ring. To this, Ling Chuxiao and his companions accepted with apparent resignation, feeling somewhat bewildered. They had anticipated fierce battles upon their arrival, yet it felt more like a leisurely holiday. Chapter 62, My Arm is Gone. Within the city, Zhao Yijin and the others felt a weight in their hearts, for Wu Sheng had not returned for 2 days, indicating something must have gone awry. Yu Ling surveyed her surroundings and remarked coldly, "It seems that Ling Chuxiao and his companions are unwilling to compromise." At this statement, the expressions of the others grew grim. Observing this, Zhao Yijin scoffed, "Since they refuse to accept our goodwill, let them not blame us." Yu Ling said nothing further but left the room, gathering 100 disciples from the 3 peaks to head towards the city where the Law Peak was located. Zhao Yijian and the others followed suit. Zhao Yufei gazed at the imposing figures ahead, her heart racing with excitement, resolutely deciding that this time she would ensure Su Ye's downfall. In the city of the Law Peak, Su Yi and Ling Chuxiao were drinking when they suddenly turned their gaze toward the city gates, where a cloud of red dust was rolling in the distance. Moments later, Zhao Yijian, Yu Ling, and the 5 true disciples arrived with 100 followers. Witnessing this, they all rose, their expressions serious. Seeing the Law Peak disciples reveling at the city gate, Zhao Yijian's eyes blazed with fury, and he coldly exclaimed, "How dare you break the rules and imprison Brother Wuxing? This is utterly shameless. It is undoubtedly you who led this," he declared. "Today, I shall see you perish here." As soon as he finished speaking, his followers moved to attack the city. In response, Ling Chuxiao and the others immediately positioned themselves to block the assault. At that moment, Su Yi contemplated briefly before deciding to leave. Upon witnessing Su Ye's departure, Zhao Yijian waved his hand, signaling the crowd behind him to halt. "Wait a moment. Su Yi must be seeking to plead for Wu Sheng. Let us rescue him first before we launch our assault." At this, the group came to a stop. Observing this scene, the 4 atop the city wall, Ling Chuxiao and her companions, breathed a sigh of relief, though their anger simmered beneath the surface. The current situation indicated that they were destined for elimination today. Before long, Su Yi ascended the city wall, his right hand grasping Wu Sheng. Zhao Yijian's voice turned cold as he demanded, "Release Wu Sheng at once." In response, Su Ye's expression remained impassive as he retorted, "Withdraw immediately, or I shall take his life." With that, a spiritual sword materialized in his right hand. The countenance of Zhao Yijian and his companions faltered. Su Yi had reached such an extreme. How could he still dare to threaten them without fearing a violent reprisal? At that moment, Yu Ling cast a frosty glance at Su Yi and declared, "Wu Sheng is the personal disciple of the Peak Master of the Qi Peak. I find it hard to believe you would dare to kill him." Su Yi met her gaze and replied, "You may attempt to assault the city if you wish." At this, the expressions of the crowd below darkened. While others might hesitate, Su Yi, with his reckless nature, could very well follow through. And even a 50% chance was too great a risk to take. Noticing their silence, Su Yi pressed on. "Are you not retreating?" Zhao Yijian and the others, their faces growing increasingly grim, began to withdraw. Witnessing this, Wu Sheng's eyes filled with humiliation, quickly replaced by disdain as he called out to the crowd below, "You need not concern yourselves with me. I am a true disciple of the Qi Peak Master. How could he dare to kill me? At most, he would merely give me a beating. Attack them swiftly." Hearing Wu Sheng's words, the crowd's spirits lifted. Zhao Yijian then exclaimed, "Wu Sheng is right. How could Su Yi dare to kill him? Unless he wishes to be cast out of the Linguist sect. Charge." With that, they rushed toward the city gate. Upon witnessing this, a chill flickered in Su Ye's eyes. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, and a flash of light sliced through Wu Sheng's left shoulder. "Ah!" Wu Sheng immediately felt a searing pain, turning his head to see his severed arm lying on the ground, his expression turning blank in shock. The onlookers were moment upon witnessing the scene. The leader of Linguist sect was taken aback. The City of Void was indeed crafted by the Peak Master of Qi Peak. And being a master of weapon inscriptions himself, a flicker of concern emerged in his eyes. If the Peak Master truly harmed Su Yi and thus provoked the law enforcement Peak Master, it would undoubtedly lead to turmoil within Linguist sect. As the entrance closed, the law enforcement Peak Master cast a glance at the Linguist sect leader, remaining silent. With a sigh, the Linguist sect leader produced the City of Void order to open the entrance, but as he was not a weapon inscription master, it would take him at least a few minutes to do so. Inside the City of Void, Zhao Yijian and the others, who were preparing to retreat, suddenly beheld a fissure appear in the sky, followed by the emergence of the Qi Peak Master. He immediately struck at Su Yi with a palm, sending Su Yi crashing down violently, resulting in severe injuries. Their hearts leaped with joy at this sight. However, upon witnessing this scene, Ling Chuxiao and the others' expressions changed drastically as they rushed forward to intervene. Yet, the Qi Peak Master unleashed several weapon inscriptions, forming a cage that rendered them immobile. The Qi Peak Master glanced at the injured Wuxing, who was clutching his left arm and wailing in agony, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Wuxing, looking at the Qi Peak Master, frantically exclaimed, "Master, kill him. Avenge me." The master of the Qi Peak was preparing to depart with the martial artist when, unexpectedly, he found himself under attack from the master of the enforcement peak. A whirlwind of emotions, shock, fury, and fear overwhelmed him as he gathered his energy. However, before he could fully harness his power, the master of the enforcement peak's sword was already upon him, striking his face with a brutal force that left him reeling in pain. With a gaze as frigid as ice, the Enforcement Peak Master relentlessly assaulted the Chi Peak Master, delivering blow after blow, rendering him utterly defenseless. As the searing agony coursed through his face, a cry of despair escaped his lips despite his efforts to suppress it. A wave of humiliation washing over him. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing the Enforcement Peak Master strike the Chi Peak Master as if he were a mere child. And in that moment, the disciples grasped the stark reality that the Enforcement Peak Master was second only to the sect leader in strength within the Lingua sect. After a brief moment, when the Enforcement Peak Master finally ceased his assault, having left the Chi Peak Master's face a gruesome sight, he cast a glance at Su Yi and declared, "Should anyone dare to bully the weak again, I shall take their life." With that, he hoisted the Chi Peak Master and departed from the city of Su. Outside the city, upon hearing the Enforcement Peak Master's words, all but the sect leader bore grim expressions, their resolve to impeach the Enforcement Peak Master only intensifying. Seeing the Enforcement Peak Master leave, Su Yi instructed Ling Chuxiao to assist him, then seized the martial artist's hair and approached the city gate, addressing Zhao Yijian and the others ahead, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and stating, "If you depart now, we will withdraw voluntarily. Otherwise, I shall take his life." The crowd below paused momentarily, taken aback by Su Ye's unexpected desire to retreat rather than fight to the bitter end. Zhao Yijian exchanged a glance with Su Yi before leading his group away. Witnessing this, Su Yi turned to Ling Chuxiao and said, "Let us go." Without hesitation, Ling Chuxiao produced a token, and a crimson array enveloped the five of them. As Zhao Yijian and the others realized Su Yi was indeed leaving, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. After all, who desires injury in such a grand competition? With this thought, they slowed their pace. Suddenly, Su Yi cast a glance at the martial artist and, without warning, swung his spiritual sword down towards the martial artist's neck. The martial artist's pupils dilated in terror, and in mere moments, he lost consciousness. The anguished scream drew the attention of Zhao Yijian and the others, who turned sharply to witness the martial artist's state, their fury igniting. Over 100 individuals unleashed their techniques, charging toward the city in a furious throng. Su Yi regarded them with an expression of indifference as he, along with the astonished Ling Chuxiao and the others, vanished from sight. As they departed, Zhao Yijian and the others halted, their gazes fixed on the direction Su Yi had taken, fists clenched tightly, feeling a profound sense of defeat and humiliation. This Su Yi treats us as fools. In the next moment, Su Yi and his companions reappeared outside the city of Su. The disciples below turned their eyes towards Su Yi, disbelief etched across their faces. They could hardly fathom that Su Yi had indeed taken the life of the martial artist. On the observation platform, the Grand Elder and others gazed at Su Yi, their eyes shimmering with intense murderous intent. Their resolve to eliminate Su Yi had only grown stronger, for they had come to a complete understanding. This genius would certainly repay every slight. Come forth. At that moment, the master of the law enforcement peak glanced at Su Yi and his companions. In response, Su Yi and his 5 companions disregarded the stares of the crowd and approached, standing beside the master of the law enforcement peak in succession. Su Yi cast a glance at the Grand Elder and the others. Upon witnessing the murderous intent in their eyes, his fists clenched involuntarily. How weak he felt. Had he possessed the power of the Sword Sect, these individuals would not dare to target him repeatedly. He vowed silently to grow stronger. With that thought, Su Yi turned to the master of the law enforcement peak and said, "Master, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave and return to seclusion." The master of the law enforcement peak looked at Su Yi and, upon seeing the expression on his face, seemed to comprehend his thoughts. He sighed. "The sect leader is still present. You may depart after the competition concludes." Su Yi remained silent, standing quietly beside the master. The Grand Elder glanced at Su Yi, a profound sense of crisis emerging within him. Su Yi was extraordinarily gifted and ruthless, should he be allowed to grow. Seeking revenge on the law enforcement peak would become far more challenging. With this in mind, the Grand Elder suddenly addressed Su Yi, "You wicked disciple, should you grow stronger, you will undoubtedly bring calamity upon the Lingua sect." Taken aback, Su Yi coldly chuckled. "Does the Grand Elder have any evidence to support such a claim? Why do you slander me without cause?" The Grand Elder's gaze was frigid as he replied, "You could have spared Wu Sheng, yet you chose to kill him. As fellow disciples of the sect, there was no deep-seated enmity between you. What else could you be if not a wicked disciple?" Su Yi's expression remained calm as he retorted, "No deep-seated enmity? He conspired with other true disciples to kill me. Surely the Grand Elder has not overlooked that?" The Grand Elder frowned slightly, for all present had heard those words, and he could not deny them. Noticing the Grand Elder's silence, Su Yi continued, "Since he sought to kill me, why could I not retaliate? Furthermore, the sect competition permits killing. My actions were entirely justified. May I inquire, Grand Elder? Why should I be deemed a wicked disciple for something so reasonable? The Grand Elder's expression darkened. Observing this, Suyi was about to speak again when the master of the law enforcement peak suddenly interjected, Enough. As a disciple of the sect, how can you speak to the Grand Elder in such a manner? At this, Suyi fell silent and withdrew his gaze. The other disciples exchanged glances at the Grand Elder's displeased countenance, feeling a twinge of envy. It appeared that having exceptional talent truly allowed one to act with impunity. Had they spoken to the Grand Elder in such a fashion, he would have surely struck them down without hesitation, disregarding any sect regulations. Meanwhile, the master of the Pill Peak glanced at the Grand Elder before addressing the sect leader. Sect leader, I believe the Grand Elder is quite right. While Suyi has not breached any sect rules, his actions hardly reflect the conduct expected of our righteous sect. I propose we strip Suyi of his cultivation and expel him from the Lingua sect. Elder Mu Yu and several other elders voiced their agreement with the opinions of the Danfeng Peak Master, urging the sect leader to expel Suyi for the future reputation of the Lingua sect. Chapter 64, Madness. The disciples, witnessing the elders collectively calling for Suyi's expulsion, felt a sense of resentment. To them, Suyi's actions seemed justifiable, even commendable. The sect leader and the law enforcement peak master furrowed their brows at the elders' stance. At that moment, Suyi glanced at them and sneered, How absurd. You elders have repeatedly violated sect regulations, yet dare to consider yourselves righteous. While I have committed no infraction and am labeled as a heretic. Truly laughable. Elder Mu Yu attempted to interject, but was swiftly interrupted by Suyi, who turned to the sect leader and stated, I have a report. I must inform you that the Grand Elder has conspired with the Blood Wolf gang to assassinate my father and has colluded with the prodigies of the Blood Slaughter sect to harm me. Hearing Suyi's accusations, the Grand Elder fumed. Nonsense. When have I ever done such things? Suyi cast him a disdainful glance and continued, Sect leader. I must add another point. The Grand Elder has deceived you. The Grand Elder's fury boiled over. If you dare to slander me, I will ensure your downfall. Suyi laughed coldly. You claim to be innocent? Do you truly believe that the sect leader and my master cannot uncover your deeds? Who do you take for a fool? The expression of the Lingua sect leader darkened at Suyi's words. The Grand Elder, Elder Mu Yu, the Danfeng Peak Master, and the other elders glared at Suyi, their faces contorted with displeasure. Did the sect leader know? Undoubtedly. If they continued to argue, it would be as if they disrespected the sect leader. They had never anticipated a disciple bold enough to voice such allegations publicly. Was Suyi truly unafraid of death? Seeing their silence, Suyi addressed the Lingua sect leader again. The Grand Elder's actions violate sect regulations, and according to those regulations, he deserves death. I implore you to execute the law before all the disciples. Do not let them down. The disciples gasped in astonishment. Suyi was demanding the sect leader to execute the Grand Elder. The Lingua sect leader's expression grew grim. Suyi had leveraged the disciples' presence, and if he refrained from acting, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of injustice. Yet, how could he execute the Grand Elder, a pinnacle force within the Lingua sect, who, under his watch, had committed no egregious offenses? Noticing the sect leader's demeanor, the law enforcement peak master turned to Suyi and commanded, Silence. In response, Suyi shot a glance at the fuming Grand Elder before returning to stand quietly beside the law enforcement peak master. Observing this, the Lingua sect leader sighed and glanced over the Grand Elder and the other high-ranking officials, declaring, Suyi's actions are within reason. Your claims of him being a heretic are unfounded. Thus, no punishment shall befall him. Upon hearing these words, the assembly comprehended that the sect leader had aligned himself with the law enforcement peak regarding this matter. With this realization, the disciples cast envious glances at Suyi, who had made quite a remarkable impression that day. The Grand Elder, upon hearing the sect leader's pronouncement, momentarily stood in stunned silence. But gradually a sinister expression crept across his face, followed by a sudden spurt of blood, after which he erupted into maniacal laughter. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was rendered speechless. After the Grand Elder's laughter subsided, he turned to the sect leader, his expression oscillating between mirth and sorrow, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, Sect leader, this is unjust. It is utterly unfair. The master of law enforcement peak killed my grandson, and you did nothing to intervene. Now, I wish to cripple one of his disciples, and you refuse me. This is so unjust. Ha ha. The sect leader, observing the now hysterical Grand Elder, wore a grim countenance, for he recognized that the Grand Elder had lost his sanity. Below, the disciples stood in astonishment, their hearts racing, overwhelmed by the multitude of shocking events that had transpired that day. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, The Grand Elder suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Yi and charged at him with ferocity. Seeing this, the Master of Law Enforcement Peak immediately rose, drawing his sword to strike at the Grand Elder. Bang! The Grand Elder was sent sprawling backward, and in his right hand appeared a formidable dagger, unleashing a dazzling blade aura towards the Master of Law Enforcement Peak. The Master's expression grew increasingly frigid, his sword intent surging around him, his robe billowing without wind. Then, his sword transformed into an immense golden sword-shaped apparition, slashing down upon the Grand Elder, emanating an overwhelming aura in all directions. Bang! The colossal golden sword obliterated the Grand Elder's blade aura and struck him directly, causing his complexion to flush crimson as he was forced to retreat several paces, ultimately collapsing to one knee. The Master of Law Enforcement Peak moved with astonishing speed, and at the instant the Grand Elder knelt, his sword descended upon the Grand Elder's left shoulder. Witnessing this, Elder Mu Yu and the Peak Master of the Alchemy Peak exchanged glances filled with palpable apprehension. Gazing at the solemn Master of Law Enforcement Peak, the Grand Elder laughed even more maniacally. At that moment, the sect leader sighed and addressed the Master of Law Enforcement Peak, saying, "Take him away." Upon hearing this, the Master of Law Enforcement Peak struck the Grand Elder's nape with the hilt of his sword, rendering him unconscious. He then hoisted the Grand Elder and turned to Su Yi and his companions, instructing, "You may leave as well." With that, he soared away on his sword, vanishing into the horizon. Witnessing this, Su Yi and his companions also departed. As they surveyed the disarray left behind, the disciples could only sigh in awe. The events of the day would forever be etched in their memories. They would always remember the fearless youth who had driven the Grand Elder to madness. The sect leader scanned the crowd and declared, "Do not dwell on other matters. Continue to observe the grand competition." In response, the onlookers redirected their gazes toward the arena, though their thoughts had already drifted far beyond the skies. Upon returning to the Law Enforcement Peak, Su Yi exchanged a few words with Ling Chu Xiao and the others before departing, resolved to make the most of every moment to enhance his strength. Bao Xing cast a glance at Su Yi, sighed, and then turned to Ling Chu Xiao, saying, "Although our junior brother has been at the Law Enforcement Peak for 3 months, there remains an undeniable sense of estrangement between us." Ling Chu Xiao smiled gently and replied, "That is simply his nature. Given time, things will improve." Zhu Batian and the others nodded in agreement, exchanged a few more words, and then departed one after another. In the depths of the forest, Su Yi summoned his sword spirit, ready to commence his sword practice. The sword spirit, with her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yi, said, "Wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Su Yi halted and inquired, "What is it?" The sword spirit replied softly, "It is not the right time for you to comprehend the sword path. Rather, you should focus on enhancing the intensity of your sword intent." Confounded, Su Yi thought that he could elevate his sword intent at any time and preferred to strengthen his abilities first, eager to break through to the great sword master level. The sword spirit continued gently, "The sword master realm is a foundational stage. It is crucial to solidify your base now. If you lay a strong foundation, your future breakthroughs will yield even greater combat prowess." Su Yi nodded, realizing that he should heed the sword spirit's counsel. Observing this, the sword spirit prepared to enter Su Yi's sea of consciousness but seemed to recall something, adding, "I advise you not to provoke the Grand Elder in the future." Su Yi frowned slightly at this remark, pondering why he would be the one to provoke him when it was the Grand Elder who had been targeting him. The sword spirit furrowed her brows and remarked, "Have you not noticed that both the Law Enforcement Peak Master and the Sect Master have been tolerating the Grand Elder? They have known each other for decades. You, as a newcomer of only a few months, cannot compare. Should they reconcile in the future, you would find yourself in a precarious position." Su Yi felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Although he did not particularly care for the sword spirit's words, he recognized that her intentions were for his benefit. With this thought, he nodded and replied with a smile, "Understood. I will refrain from provoking him in the future." The sword spirit said nothing further and directly entered Su Yi's sea of consciousness. Witnessing this, Su Yi stepped into a clear area, his gaze fixed upon the distant mountaintop. He then gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, and after a brief moment, drew it sharply, unleashing a tremendous sword energy towards the mountaintop. Bang! The sword energy struck, shattering the mountain's summit into fragments. Su Yi instantly felt his sword intent wane, accompanied by a powerful wave of weakness coursing through his body. Glancing ahead, he chose not to rest but continued executing his celestial slash. In the next moment, Su Yi drew his long sword again, but this time, nothing emerged save for a faint waft of sword energy that ultimately dissipated into the void. At that moment, Su Yi felt a piercing headache, as if his skull would shatter against a stone. Yet, he endured the pain, resting briefly before rising again to perform the celestial slash. Within the sea of consciousness, the sword spirit observed this scene, a look of admiration gracing her delicate features. To continue executing the celestial slash in such a state of waning sword intent was akin to having one's marrow drawn. 2 days later, the sect's grand competition concluded abruptly. The disciples of Lingyue's sect felt that this event lacked the fervor of previous years, knowing full well that it was all due to Su Yi. In the Grand Elder's Peak, within a grand hall, the Grand Elder sat despondently in a side chair, his countenance heavy with despair. Opposite him stood 2 figures, the sect master and the law enforcement peak master. The Lord of Lingyue gazed at the Grand Elder, who appeared troubled, and heaved a sigh. Grand Elder, he began, why must you be this way? I grew up alongside the law enforcement since childhood in Lingyue sect. At that time, you were already an esteemed elder, guiding us in our cultivation. We held you in great respect. However, you have repeatedly violated the sect's regulations, and I can no longer turn a blind eye. I must ask you, can the amiable Grand Elder of your ever return? Upon hearing these words, a shadow of anguish crossed the Grand Elder's face. He raised his head and, with a hoarse voice, uttered, I have devoted my life to the sect, yet, in the end, what has it yielded? My grandson was slain by the law enforcement. Even if my grandson erred, should not my lifelong dedication to Lingyue sect warrant him a reprieve? The Lord of Lingyue sighed at the Grand Elder's lament. At that moment, the Master of Law Enforcement interjected, even had I not taken his life, his demise was inevitable. Anger flared in the Grand Elder's eyes, and he was about to retort. However, the Master of Law Enforcement continued, your grandson's character was undeniably reckless. He conspired with several friends to kill the sect's most talented disciple. Even then, I spared him and offered him a chance, but what did he do? Instead of mending his ways, he resorted to bullying within the sect, and has even grasped the intent to kill. Grand Elder, do you understand the implications of your grandson comprehending such malevolence? Listening to the Master of Law Enforcement's words, the Grand Elder clenched his fists tightly. He knew that his grandson was indeed not a good person, perhaps even a villain, and possessing the intent to kill foretold a future as a sinister figure. Chapter 65. The big yellow dog observing the Grand Elder's expression, the Master of Law Enforcement, who had remained composed, sighed softly. To become a nefarious figure, even if I do not end his life, he will inevitably perish at the hands of others. Moreover, it is preferable to fall by the hands of kin than by outsiders. Grand Elder, for these past years, you have been venting your frustrations. Have I ever uttered a word against it? As the Grand Elder listened to these remarks, tears streamed down his weathered cheeks, for he recognized the truth in the Master of Law Enforcement's words. Yet, he could not swallow this bitterness. His only grandson had perished, and he felt compelled to unleash the fury within his heart. The Lord of Lingyue regarded the Grand Elder solemnly and declared, Grand Elder, let it go. Lingyue sect needs you. In response, the Grand Elder clenched his fists tighter, his face a mask of turmoil. After a long silence, he lifted his gaze to the 2 before him, his eyes reddened. I can let it go? I can continue to devote myself to the sect as before. I know my grandson deserved his fate. However, I am unable to accept it. Hearing this, the Lord of Lingyue's eyes sparkled with insight as he addressed the Grand Elder. What would it take for you to find peace within yourself regarding this matter? At that moment, the Master of Law Enforcement interjected, if you can relinquish your grievances, I shall grant you the opportunity to strike him. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder turned to the Master of Law Enforcement, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Kill Su Yi. I swear, once Su Yi is dead, I shall return to my senses. From this day forth, I shall never mention this matter again. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, the leader of Lingyue's sect and the head of the law enforcement peak exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. The notion of killing Su Yi was utterly inconceivable. Not only was Su Yi the Grand Elder's cherished disciple, but his innate talent also rendered such a choice impossible. Furthermore, they were currently in no position to create discord. The Grand Elder's seriousness raised the question of whether he was genuinely vengeful or merely seizing an opportunity. Noticing the expressions of the 2, the Grand Elder continued, Su Yi is a direct disciple of the law enforcement, and though he has only recently joined, if you permit me to take the life of one of your disciples, I assure you, I will dispel the resentment in my heart. The brows of both the Lingyue sect leader and the head of the law enforcement peak knitted even tighter. Observing this, the Grand Elder hesitated momentarily and then bowed deeply, saying, I beseech you, allow me this. Seeing this scene, the leader of Lingyue sect quickly helped the Grand Elder to his feet, a glimmer of joy appearing in his heart. Since someone like the Grand Elder was willing to humble himself, uttering a plea, it must indicate his sincerity. With this thought, the leader turned his gaze towards the head of the law enforcement peak. The head of the law enforcement peak, however, was clearly torn. To take the life of his own disciple? Such an action was in stark contradiction to the principles he had upheld all along. Yet, having known the Grand Elder for decades, it would not be an exaggeration to call him his first mentor. If the Grand Elder was truly willing to let this matter go, he would, of course, be amenable. Seeing the head of the law enforcement peak remain silent, the Grand Elder's voice grew stern. Must I truly kneel before you? As he spoke, he prepared to lower himself. The Linguist sect leader hastily intervened, turning to the head of the law enforcement peak and stating, Law enforcement, our Linguist sect has fallen behind the other 4 sects due to internal strife over the years. If the Grand Elder can set aside his grievances, our Linguist sect can then freely pursue development. Furthermore, we have known each other for decades. Can that not surpass a mere acquaintance with Su Yi for a few months? Besides, Su Yi acts recklessly and will undoubtedly not remain loyal to Linguist sect in the future. Upon hearing this, the head of the law enforcement peak appeared even more conflicted. He then glanced at the Grand Elder, letting out a deep sigh. If you truly believe that killing Su Yi will allow you to let go of this matter. The Grand Elder replied resolutely, if I speak a single falsehood, may I meet with a wretched end. Upon hearing this, the head of the law enforcement peak fell silent, gently nodding in agreement. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in the Grand Elder's eyes. I shall go and deal with Su Yi immediately, he declared, preparing to depart. Wait. At that moment, the head of the law enforcement peak stopped him. The Grand Elder's brows tightened in response. The head of the law enforcement peak sighed. Though Su Yi has only recently joined my law enforcement peak, he is nonetheless my cherished disciple. He has sustained injuries for the sake of the sect. Grant me 2 days' time. After some contemplation, the Grand Elder replied, very well. Rest assured, once I have dealt with Su Yi, our enmity shall be forever resolved. There is no need for excessive deliberation. The sacrifice of Su Yi alone, as I understand it, would greatly affect his adoptive father. After Su Ye's demise, we can adequately compensate his father, the leader of Linguist sect remarked. Glancing at the head of the law enforcement peak, the head of the law enforcement peak remained silent, casting a determined glance at the Grand Elder. In 2 days, I will bring Su Yi here, he declared before turning and departing. The following day, within the forest of law enforcement peak, Su Yi wore a grimace of pain, preparing to draw his sword when suddenly, the voice of his sword spirit resonated, announcing, someone approaches. Upon hearing this, Su Yi halted, turning to discover the master of the law peak standing not far before him. Seeing the master, Su Yi forced himself to adopt a calm demeanor and inquired, Master, what is it that you seek from me? The master gazed at Su Yi, a fleeting hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but it quickly dissipated as he smiled. You appear to have been practicing swordsmanship diligently these past few days. In response, Su Yi nodded. Observing this, the master continued, in the realm of swordsmanship, one must balance tension and relaxation. It is unwise to remain perpetually taut. I have come merely to advise you to rest well for the next 2 days and not to overexert yourself. Upon hearing the master's words, Su Yi felt a warmth in his heart and replied, what you say is true, master, but I still feel too weak. If I were of the sword sect, would the Grand Elder dare to target me repeatedly? The master sighed, his expression turning serious. What? Are you disregarding the words of your master? Feeling even more warmed by the master's concern, Su Yi replied, I would not dare. I shall rest now. The master nodded, then tossed a ring to Su Yi. Upon receiving it and inspecting its contents, Su Yi was astonished to find it contained 10,000 essence stones. Looking up at the master in confusion, he asked, what is the meaning of this, master? The master chuckled, consider it a reward for your commendable performance in the sect's grand competition. Moreover, how can one rest without sufficient funds? Gratefully, Su Yi stored the ring, saying, thank you very much, master. The master waved his hand, preparing to depart, but suddenly paused. Turning to Su Yi with a question, do you have any dreams? After a moment's consideration, Su Yi replied, to traverse the world with my sword, so that none dare to provoke me. The master smiled wryly, such a dream is daunting, unless you become invincible. With that, he cast one last glance at Su Yi before soaring away on his sword. As Su Yi watched the master depart, he examined the ring once more, puzzled by the master's unexpected kindness, knowing that even Ling Chuxiao had not received such treatment. It seemed implausible that his own temperament could elicit such favor from the master. At that moment, the sword spirit appeared before Su Yi, prompting him to ask, am I overreacting to this attention? The sword spirit shook its head. When circumstances are unusual, there is often something amiss. I believe it would be prudent for you to investigate further. Pondering this, Su Yi furrowed his brow, acknowledging the wisdom in the spirit's words. Very well, I shall conduct an inquiry. With that, the sword spirit entered Su Ye's consciousness. Without delay, Su Yi set forth, and not long after, Under the sword spirit's disapproving gaze, he arrived at the law peak. Foolishness, he thought, to confront the master directly. Upon reaching the grand hall of the law peak, he discovered the master was absent, prompting him to exit the hall and return toward the forest. Along the way, he reflected that perhaps he had overthought the matter. The master's actions might simply have been a gesture of concern for his well-being after being injured in the city. With this thought, Su Yi ceased his speculations and soon returned to the forest, only to be greeted by the sight of a large yellow dog rolling merrily on the ground ahead. Upon encountering Su Yi, the large yellow dog dashed toward him, tongue lolling, intent on licking his hand. Witnessing this, Su Yi's eyes narrowed with disdain, for he was acutely aware of the canine's unsavory habits. With that thought, a fierce expression crossed his face, which sent the dog fleeing in terror. Observing the retreating figure of the dog, Su Yi felt a flicker of admiration. A mere mutt had managed to reach the Lingyue sect. Not dwelling on it further, he resumed his practice of the heaven-slashing technique. The following day, Su Yi sat on a stone, rubbing his temples in agony as he rested. Suddenly, he spotted an outer sect disciple approaching. Upon seeing Su Yi, the disciple's eyes gleamed with admiration, and he said, "Senior brother, a letter for you." With that, he handed over an envelope before turning to leave. Holding the envelope, a wave of excitement washed over Su Yi. It was likely a correspondence from the Su family. With anticipation, he opened the letter, only to be met with 6 cryptic words. In the dead of night, gather at the foot of the mountain. The sender was none other than Li Mu. A cold smile crept onto Su Yi's face. The Grand Elder is up to mischief again. I shall see what schemes you have in store. With that, he resumed his sword practice. Later that night, in Qingyan town, at a table by the window on the 2nd floor, Su Yi sat across from Li Mu. Eyeing Li Mu with a hint of suspicion, Su Yi inquired, "Is it just you alone?" Li Mu chuckled softly, replying, "Why must you think so ill of me? There is no enmity between us, merely differing factions." At this, Su Yi furrowed his brow. "What is it you wish to convey?" Taking a sip of tea, Li Mu looked at Su Yi and replied calmly, "The law enforcement peak intends to kill you." Su Yi's expression hardened at the revelation. Noticing his reaction, Li Mu added, "Do not be rash. Do you think I would resort to such crude tactics of division? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Our fates as the weak are essentially at the mercy of the powerful. If they deem us undesirable, our lives are forfeit." Li Mu's words prompted Su Yi to recall the law enforcement peak master's sudden insistence that he rest well, instilling a measure of belief in Li Mu's warning. Li Mu then smiled. "In truth, I envy you for your fearless spirit. You dare to act boldly, even against formidable foes." Su Yi, gazing intently at Li Mu, asked, "Even so, what reason do you have for divulging this to me?" Li Mu responded, "Because your talent is commendable within the Lingyue sect. You are on par with the best. You are forthright, and if you survive, you are destined for greatness. I merely seek to forge a bond of goodwill with you." Su Yi's expression darkened. "You claim my master seeks to kill me. Do you possess evidence?" Chapter 66. My brother is dead. Upon hearing Su Yi's question, Li Mu stood up, saying, "If you doubt my words, venture to the Grand Elder's peak tonight, and you will understand. However, I advise you, if you disregard your adoptive father, you may live, but should you concern yourself with him, your fate is sealed. Yet, I suspect you would not attempt to escape alone. Should you survive, I hope you will remember the bond of goodwill we established today." With that, he turned and departed. Gazing at Li Mu's retreating figure, Su Yi's expression darkened considerably. Although he did not wholly believe Li Mu's words, he recognized that, as Li Mu suggested, there was no need for such a clumsy scheme of discord. At that moment, the voice of the sword spirit resonated, urging him to visit the Elder's peak, assuring him that it could conceal his aura, provided he remained sensible enough not to be detected. Upon hearing this, Su Yi rose and departed. A quarter of an hour later, he stealthily arrived at the Elder's peak, shrouded by weeds and ancient trees, his gaze fixed intently on the grand hall ahead. After half an hour, just as Su Yi was preparing to leave, he suddenly spotted 2 figures approaching the hall. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the master of the law enforcement peak and the master of Lingyue sect. At this sight, Su Yi's heart momentarily faltered. Yet he retained a flicker of hope. Perhaps the master of law enforcement was here to confront the elder? However, the subsequent scene shattered his hopes entirely. For the elder emerged from the hall, a smile adorning his face, leading the 2 men inside. To Su Yi's further indignation, the master of law enforcement also bore a smile, an unusual sight, given his notorious reputation for seriousness. With this realization, Su Yi cautiously crept closer to the hall, crouching behind an ancient tree on the left side. Inside the hall, the elder welcomed the master of law enforcement and the master of Lingyue sect to take their seats. The master of Lingyue sect glanced at the elder, chuckling, It appears the elder is in good spirits these days. In response, the elder sighed. You two youngsters have been coming to counsel me daily, and with the prospect of eliminating Su Yi in a couple of days, I have found some solace. Upon hearing the elder's words, the master of law enforcement's expression grew slightly uneasy. Conversely, the master of Lingua sect's delight only intensified indeed. In the Lingua sect, the true pillars are we three. As long as we unite our efforts, the Lingua sect will surely ascend to greater heights. At this proclamation, both the master of law enforcement and the elder chuckled, as their mutual aspiration to enhance the Lingua sect brought them together. Outside the hall, Su Ye's countenance fell as he absorbed this conversation, now firmly convinced of Li Mu's assertions. Just as he resolved to depart, he felt his left foot press against something soft, followed by the sharp bark of a dog. Startled, he turned to find a large yellow dog beside him, the very one he had seen at the law enforcement peak. Without a second thought, Su Yi crouched down. Within the hall, upon hearing the yellow dog's barking, the three men turned their attention to the outside. The master of law enforcement immediately stood, declaring, "I shall investigate," and strode out of the hall. Outside, Su Yi watched as the master of law enforcement approached his location, his nerves taut with tension. At that moment, he noticed the yellow dog chasing after an insect, darting out of sight. The master of law enforcement, seeing the dog emerge from beside the ancient tree, frowned slightly, reflecting on the increasing laxity of the disciples guarding the mountain gate. With that thought, he turned back to the hall. Witnessing this, Su Yi exhaled a sigh of relief and then cautiously surveyed his surroundings before slowly rising to depart. Not long after, Su Yi descended from the elder peak and made his way towards the law enforcement peak. Along the journey, his countenance was dreadfully grim. At this moment, he knew he could easily flee, escaping from the Lingua sect. The world was vast, and he doubted that anyone from the sect could track him down. Moreover, given his talents, joining a force comparable to the Lingua sect would be a trivial matter. However, thoughts of his family weighed heavily on him. With this realization, Su Ye's thoughts spiraled, his brow furrowing in distress. After a moment, he returned to the law enforcement peak and proceeded to his residence, where he retrieved paper and ink and began to write at his desk. The following day, Su Yi sat silently upon his bed as time slipped away. By noon, he suddenly heard footsteps outside, followed by the voice of the law enforcement peak master. Rising, he stepped out of his room and encountered the peak master. The peak master regarded Su Yi with a hint of pity in his eyes before smiling and saying, "I bring good news. The elder has repented. He has vowed to set aside his grievances and no longer regard the law enforcement peak as an enemy." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy appeared in Su Ye's eyes, and he replied, "That is truly wonderful. But what prompted the elder's sudden change of heart?" The peak master chuckled softly. "In recent days, I and the sect master have been guiding the elder. Besides, he is not inherently malevolent. He merely harbored resentment. With that resentment now dissipated, he naturally will not continue to oppose the law enforcement peak." Su Yi nodded and inquired, "Will my master come to see me?" The peak master hesitated for a moment before responding. After his repentance, the elder felt remorse for his previous actions towards you and wishes to offer an apology. However, given his status, it would be inappropriate for him to come in person, so I would like you to go instead. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Su Ye's heart. His eyes suddenly reddened as he looked at the peak master and said solemnly, "My brother has died." The peak master paused. Taken aback, "Your brother has died?" With his eyes brimming with tears, Su Yi produced a letter from his bosom and handed it to the peak master, stating, "Last night, a letter arrived from home, informing me that my brother succumbed to a grave illness that encased his body in ice. He passed away the day before yesterday, master. I can no longer delay my return. As for the elder's apology, I shall attend my brother's funeral first and then return." The peak master, after a moment of contemplation, returned the letter to Su Yi, saying, "That is acceptable. However, a significant event will transpire within the sect in 3 days. Do not let that time slip away." Acknowledging the elder's consent, Su Yi cast a deep glance at the peak master and replied, "Understood." Before departing, watching Su Ye's retreating figure, the peak master let out a deep sigh. He truly did not wish to harm Su Yi, but in comparison to the elder, Su Yi seemed utterly insignificant. In the great hall of the elder peak, the elder looked at the peak master with a furrowed brow and asked, "Has Su Yi returned?" The peak master replied coolly, "Su Yi's brother has died. In light of our past bond as master and disciple, let him live for 3 more days." The elder frowned. "What if he does not return?" The peak master asserted, "That is impossible. What reason would Su Yi have to not return? If he does not, I shall personally bring him back." Upon hearing this, the grand elder felt a sense of relief, with the master of the law peak personally taking action. There was no doubt that Su Yi would be unable to escape. At the foot of Lingua sect, Su Yi mounted a flying beast and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 67, Fool. Moments later, Su Yi had already distanced himself from Linghue's sect atop the flying beast. At this moment, his anger intensified with each thought, prompting him to halt the beast and unleash a devastating strike into the forest ahead. With a thunderous roar, a vast area of trees collapsed, startling many beasts within. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi calmed his raging emotions and continued his journey on the beast. Half a day later, Su Yi beheld the distant Yang city and resolved to return to the Su family and instruct Su Hai to gather their people for departure. With this thought, he urged the flying beast to accelerate, soon arriving at Yang city. The townsfolk looked up in astonishment, and their surprise deepened upon recognizing Su Yi atop the beast. Not long after, Su Yi returned to the Su family. In the family hall, he found Su Hai in discussion with the clan elders. Upon seeing Su Yi, Su Hai paused momentarily before hastily rising and approaching him. "What brings you back?" he inquired. Feeling warmth in his heart, Su Yi replied, "Father, we must." But Su Hai interrupted, "I heard you have reached the Swordmaster realm?" At these words, the members of the Su family turned their gazes towards Su Yi, filled with anticipation. The Swordmaster realm. Such power was on par with the higher echelons of the spirit transformation realm, capable of sweeping through all of Yang City. Observing the expectant look on Su Hai's face, Su Yi smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, I have reached the Swordmaster realm." Yet, as he attempted to elaborate, Su Hai once again interrupted him, brimming with excitement. "Call someone in." As soon as he spoke, a guard entered the hall. Su Hai, looking at the guard, instructed, "Inform Yang City of my son's return and invite everyone to a feast at the Su family." Upon hearing this, the guard glanced at Su Yi, also feeling a surge of excitement, before turning to leave. Watching Su Hai's exuberance, Su Yi sighed, swallowing the words he had intended to say, not wanting to turn his father's joy into panic. Su Hai turned to Su Yi, saying, "You've just returned, and I imagine you're weary. Go rest. We will discuss matters at the banquet this evening." Su Yi smiled and replied, "Very well." As he turned to leave, a shadow of deep sorrow crossed his face, and internally he chastised himself for being so prideful. Watching Su Ye's retreating figure, Su Hai and the senior members of the Su family were filled with excitement. With Su Yi among them, the rise of the Su family was imminent, destined to reach unprecedented heights. At Linghua sect, on the Law Peak, Bao Xing was preparing to leave the sect on a mission when he noticed the master of the Law Peak approaching him. "Master, what brings you here?" he asked. The master smiled. "Are you leaving Linghua sect?" Bao Xing nodded. "Yes, I accepted a task relatively close to my home. It's a good opportunity to check in." After a moment's thought, the master instructed, "Once you complete your task, visit Yang City and seek out Su Yi. Return with him." Bao Xing, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Has my junior brother returned?" The master of law enforcement nodded, noting that a significant event would transpire within the sect in 2 days. Concerned that Su Yi might lose track of time, he instructed, "You should go and bring him back." Bao Xing understood and replied with a smile, "Very well. I'll take a quick look at home and head to Yang City to find my junior brother tomorrow." "Be cautious," the master of law enforcement remarked before departing. Bao Xing then made his way down the mountain. At the Su residence, after returning to his room, Su Yi sat cross-legged on his bed. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a silver small sword and declared, "I shall devour the sword intent." The sword spirit appeared before him, observing Su Yi with a furrowed brow. "What do you intend to do?" "I will directly break through to the sword sect and annihilate the Linghua sect. Otherwise, my Su family will be in peril." Su Yi's eyes were filled with intense hostility. Upon hearing this, the sword spirit sighed and replied, "If you pursue this course, your swordsmanship will inevitably weaken, and you may find yourself stagnant at the sword sect from this point onward." Su Yi retorted coldly, "That is still preferable to being hunted by the Linghua sect. If it were only myself, I would not mind. Being pursued is one thing, but my Su family consists of hundreds, including over 100 elderly, women, and children, who cannot possibly escape the clutches of the Linghua sect." The sword spirit sighed again, recognizing the truth in Su Ye's words. It was evident that the Su family could not evade the Linghua sect's pursuit. Contemplating this, the sword spirit looked at Su Yi and said, "Do not act impulsively. If the situation becomes dire, I can elevate your realm to that of the sword sect in an instant. Let us observe the circumstances over the next 2 days. There may yet be a turning point." Upon hearing this, Su Yi relinquished his immediate desire to absorb the sword intent, though he found it hard to envision any potential turning point. With this thought in mind, he exited his room to attend a banquet. On the following day, early in the morning, as Su Yi awoke, he heard a knock at the door, followed by the voice of a maid announcing, "Young master, someone is here to see you." Responding to her call, Su Yi quickly dressed and opened the door, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "Senior brother. What brings you here?" Bao Xing replied with a grin. "My master sent me to find you, fearing you might lose track of time. He asked me to bring you back." Upon hearing Bao Xing's words, Su Ye's murderous intent surged within him, yet his face remained cheerful. "Senior brother, you've traveled such a distance. I must extend my hospitality." Bao Xing waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need to trouble yourself." With a playful smile, Su Yi stepped forward and threw an arm around Bao Xing's shoulder, exclaiming, "Let us go." With that, he led Bao Xing away. Bao Xing, witnessing this display, did not resist, though he felt that Su Yi was overly enthusiastic. Moments later, the two exited Yang City. Bao Xing turned to Su Yi and inquired, "Junior brother, where are you taking me?" Su Yi responded with a grin. "The beasts on the back mountain of Yang City are quite exquisite and delicious." Realizing his junior brother's intentions, Bao Xing felt a warmth in his heart, appreciating Su Ye's thoughtfulness in personally hunting beasts for his entertainment. With this in mind, Bao Xing's demeanor became even more amiable, and he engaged Su Yi in lively conversation. Noticing Bao Xing's exuberance, Su Yi offered responses here and there. Although Bao Xing recognized Su Ye's reserved nature, he remained unfazed, understanding that his junior brother had a warm heart beneath his cool exterior. 10 minutes later, Su Yi led Bao Xing to the back mountain, during which Bao Xing maintained an enthusiastic demeanor, continuously encouraging Su Yi to loosen up and be more cheerful. Upon witnessing the actions of Bao Xing, Su Yi felt a significant reduction in his murderous intent. Observing Su Ye's sudden halt, Bao Xing remarked, "It seems we have arrived. Junior brother, do not move. Allow me to hunt the demon beasts. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in battle." With that, he surged into the depths of the mountain. Watching Bao Xing's retreating figure, Su Yi sighed, feeling a pang of compassion. He found himself unable to kill without cause. Furthermore, even if he were to eliminate Bao Xing, it would hold no significance in the grand scheme of things. Moments later, Bao Xing emerged, carrying 2 demon beasts, and cheerfully addressed Su Yi, "Junior brother, light a fire." In response, Su Yi smiled and replied, "No need for food. Let us go and drink instead." With that, he turned and walked away. Observing Su Ye's departing silhouette, Bao Xing felt somewhat speechless. His junior brother was indeed full of surprises. With this thought in mind, Bao Xing discarded the demon beasts and followed suit. Chapter 68. The Great Qin Empire. On this day, Su Yi guided Bao Xing on a delightful tour of Yang City before returning to the Su residence, where he arranged accommodations for Bao Xing to rest before taking his leave. The following morning, Su Yi made a pivotal decision. He would first send some of the weaker clan members away, for even if he were to break through to the Sword Sect realm, he could not possibly fend off the numerous members of the Linguist sect. With this thought, Su Yi stepped outside. As he exited, he noticed a streak of light descending from the sky, which soon landed in the courtyard, a small spirit bird. At that moment, Bao Xing emerged from the nearby room, nodded in acknowledgement to Su Yi, and swiftly grasped the spirit bird. The bird transformed into a beam of light that entered Bao Xing's ear. After listening intently, he revealed that the message from the law enforcement peak master instructed him to bring Su Yi back to the Linguist sect immediately. Su Yi regarded Bao Xing and inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" Bao Xing replied with a smile, "Our master has sent word. We must return at once. Allow me to freshen up, and then we shall depart." At these words, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Ye's eyes as he responded, "You may return first. I wish to remain in Yang City for another couple of days." Hearing Su Ye's words, Bao Xing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. It was abnormal for their master to summon him for such trivial matters, as the law enforcement peak master seldom involved himself in such affairs. Moreover, Su Ye's actions yesterday had been rather unusual, and now he was attempting to evade the order. Then, Su Yi continued, "Brother, I have not returned in a long time. I wish to, that will not do. Since our master has issued a command, you must accompany me back. There will be ample time in the future to return." Bao Xing interrupted, his gaze towards Su Yi growing colder. Su Yi met Bao Xing's stare, unyielding. "You should leave first." Bao Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, but then he was taken aback as Su Yi drew his sword and advanced towards him. In that moment, Su Ye's blade pierced through Bao Xing's forehead. Staring at Su Yi in disbelief, Bao Xing thought, "Am I truly finished?" Su Yi shook his head, remarking, "I have come to realize that the disciples of the Linguist sect are not merely foolish," and withdrew the sword. Bao Xing collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes wide in shock. Observing the lifeless body of Bao Xing on the ground, Su Ye's expression turned grave. With Bao Xing's demise, the leader of the law enforcement peak would undoubtedly receive the news. At this juncture, it was too late for Su Hai to arrange for anyone to escape. This realization sparked a flicker of rage within Su Yi. How dare they slay a member of the Su family? I shall eradicate every disciple of the Lingyue sect. After issuing orders to a guard to remove Baoxing's body, he returned to his quarters. Upon learning of Baoxing's death at Su Ye's hands, the members of the Su family gathered in the main hall, engaging in fervent discussions. Ultimately, they reached a unanimous conclusion. Su Yi had brought calamity upon them, a catastrophe of monumental proportions. However, they did not blame Su Yi. After all, he was the cherished jewel of the Su family. As long as Su Yi remained alive, the rise of the Su family, even beyond the borders of the Tianyang Empire, was merely a matter of time. After deliberating, they proceeded to Su Ye's courtyard to persuade him to flee, but their frustration mounted when he stubbornly refused. Declaring with childlike naivety, "I shall live and die with the Su family," they felt helpless in the face of Su Ye's temper. Once he set his mind on something, no amount of persuasion would sway him. Yet, they were also comforted, knowing that Su Yi was deeply sentimental and held a strong sense of belonging to the Su family. Finding their attempts to convince him futile, they departed, gathering the members of the Su family to prepare for battle. Half a day later, as Su Yi sat cross-legged in his chamber, he suddenly opened his eyes, glancing out the window with a chilling glint. He then stepped out of his room, his figure flickering as he made his way to the outskirts of Yang City. Upon arriving, he encountered the leader of the law enforcement peak. The leader regarded Su Yi with a complex expression and inquired, "Where is Baoxing?" Su Yi did not answer, instead countering, "Am I not a person of deep sentiment?" The leader hesitated momentarily before responding, "Not entirely bad." Although their time together had been brief, the leader's decades of experience, coupled with Su Ye's youth and lack of guile, allowed him to perceive Su Ye's profound emotional depth. Su Yi pressed on, "Then do you acknowledge that my talent ranks first within the Lingyue sect?" The leader furrowed his brow slightly. "That can be counted." Su Ye's countenance suddenly grew cold. "Then why do you seek to kill me?" At this, the leader paused, a sigh escaping his lips. "In your next life, perhaps exercise a bit more restraint. Now, answer my question. Where is Baoxing?" Hearing the leader's words, Su Yi chuckled icily. "With a cadre of rulers like you in the Lingyue sect, it's no wonder you languish in obscurity." He then called out, "Sword Spirit." Within his sea of consciousness, the Sword Spirit sighed, preparing to elevate Su Ye's sword intent to the realm of the Sword sect. However, sensing something amiss, she abruptly halted. Meanwhile, the leader's expression darkened at Su Ye's words, and he unleashed a blade of sword chi toward him. In response, Su Yi reached for his sword, but just then, a ball of golden flames appeared before him, enveloping the sword chi before dissipating into the ether. The leader then turned his gaze to the figure behind Su Yi, his voice frigid. "From the Great Qin Empire?" Upon hearing this, Su Yi turned to find a robust man clad in armor. The man assessed Su Yi with satisfaction before addressing the leader with a smile. "This young man is under my protection. What say you?" The chief of the law enforcement peak narrowed his eyes. "Are you attempting to abduct a disciple of my Lingyue sect?" The man chuckled. "To some extent, yes. After all, you intend to kill him anyway. Might as well do me a favor and sell him to the Great Qin Empire. What do you say? How did you know we were going to kill Su Yi? Have you planted a spy within my Lingyue sect?" The chief glared at the man, a long sword materializing in his hand. Upon seeing this, the man ceased his words, conjuring a spear engulfed in flames. He leapt into the air, the spear's tip igniting with a flicker of fire, and then lunged fiercely at the chief. As the chief thrust forward, the flame at the spear's tip erupted into a ferocious fire dragon. Witnessing this spectacle, the chief was enveloped by a sword intent, causing his sword to swell in size as he retaliated against the spear's tip. A resounding crash echoed, and, under Su Ye's astonished gaze, a tremendous force surged outward like a raging tempest. In the next moment, both figures were forced to retreat. Once the chief regained his stance, he cast a wary glance at the man, a flicker of caution gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, a gaping hole had been burned into his voluminous robe. The man looked down at his armor, now marked with sword imprints, then turned his gaze back to the chief, admiration evident in his eyes. "As expected of the sword sect, your blade is remarkably sharp. This matter will be remembered by my Lingyue sect. It seems the Great Qin Empire has forgotten how it was once battered by the four sects." After speaking, the chief glanced at Su Yi before departing on his sword, aware that he could not eliminate Su Yi with this man present. Chapter 69. The Celestial City. As the chief departed, Su Yi exhaled in relief and turned to the man, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your timely rescue, senior." The man smiled and replied, "How do you intend to repay me?" Taken aback by the man's question, Su Yi pondered, "What would you like in return?" The man sheathed his spear and began. "Allow me to introduce you to the Great Qin Empire." Su Yi waited attentively for more. The Great Qin Empire was originally just a small nation among the 100 in the southern region. However, a century ago, an extraordinary emperor arose within our ranks. This emperor, possessing unparalleled talent, broke through to the spirit realm at the age of 40 and ascended to the throne. He then dedicated himself to governance, amassing and nurturing prodigies, and established the 36 prodigy cities, enabling our great Qin Empire to flourish and rise to a power that could rival the 5 major sects within just a few decades. Hearing this, Su Yi felt a wave of admiration for that illustrious emperor. It was well known that the southern region had always been dominated by sects, with the 5 sects reigning supreme for centuries. The arduous journey of the great Qin Empire to reach such heights was beyond his imagination. The man regarded Su Yi with a smile. I am Gu Lai, the general of the north for the great Qin Empire. Today, I extend an invitation for you to join us and become the lord of the celestial city, one of the 36 prodigy cities. Su Yi remained silent, contemplating for a moment before asking, given the might of the great Qin Empire, why have I never heard of you? Gu Lai chuckled. There are 2 reasons. First, the great Qin Empire is quite distant from Yang City, and you have seldom ventured beyond it. Second, the 5 major sects intentionally suppress our news. Su Yi inquired further. Why choose me? And how did you come to know of my existence? The Grand Qin Empire has thrived to this day through the discovery and recruitment of exceptional talents, gathering them to serve our illustrious realm. Upon hearing Gu Lai's words, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Observing this, Gu Lai continued, since your entrance into the Lingyue sect, you have been noted by our associates. We are well aware of your experiences. Rest assured, upon your integration into the Qin Empire, we shall share a mutually beneficial relationship. We will provide you with protection and resources, and in return, you shall contribute to our cause. Naturally, in times of necessity, you will also be required to take to the battlefield. It was then that Su Yi began to trust Gu Lai's assertions. The notion of reciprocity resonated with him, for it was only logical that they would extend such assistance. Contemplating this, Su Yi declared, I shall join. There was no other choice for him. Aligning with the Qin Empire was his only path forward, for how could he defend against the Lingyue sect otherwise? Seeing Su Yi in agreement, Gu Lai beamed. Then let us depart at once. I have other prodigies to recruit. Su Yi nodded and turned towards Yang City, determined to bring the Su family along. In the Su family hall, the clan members had gathered. Su Hai and the elders experienced a blend of joy and concern. They were elated that Su Yi had become the lord of the Qin Empire, a position far superior to that of Yang City. Yet they were apprehensive about the prospect of him facing the 5 major sects on the battlefield, a perilous endeavor indeed. Father, esteemed elders, do not hesitate. The worst that can happen is that I will return to Yang City once I grow stronger. Su Yi, noting their silence, assumed they were reluctant to leave Yang City. Su Hai chuckled in response. What are you saying? We are overjoyed by your ascent to lordship in the Qin Empire. Indeed, Su Yi, you are overthinking. Our concerns stem merely from worry. Yang City is but a remote border town. How could we be so attached? The elders chimed in. Hearing their words warmed Su Ye's heart. The support of the Su family brought him immense joy. Humph. Your quest for fleeting glory has made our Su family the target of the Lingyue sect, forcing us to abandon our homeland. This is the epitome of selfishness. At that moment, Su Mu regarded Su Yi with a frosty expression. At these words, Su Hai frowned slightly and sighed. He contemplated reprimanding Su Mu, but refrained, understanding that Su Mu had long harbored grievances regarding Su Ye's acquisition of the heir's position. Su Yi paused, then looked at Su Mu and smiled. If you wish to scold me, wait until we reach Tian City, and you may unleash your frustrations then. For now, let us prepare to depart from Yang City. At this, Su Hai and the elders sighed in relief, feeling even more gratified. Their years of efforts had not been in vain. Su Mu, seeing Su Ye's demeanor, snorted coldly and turned away. Observing this, Su Hai and the elders ceased further discussion and began to instruct the Su family members to pack their belongings. Half a day later, amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the Lu, Wang, and Zhao families, several large flying beasts soared into the sky from Yang City. The Su family members sat atop the backs of these majestic creatures, a mixture of tension and excitement coursing through them as they watched the rapidly retreating landscapes and cities below. On the back of the majestic purple flamingo, Su Yi and Gu Lai stood facing each other. The 36 cities of the heavenly prodigies are in close proximity to the imperial capital. If you have no pressing matters, do come and explore the capital more often, Gu Lai remarked with a smile. Su Yi responded in kind, certainly. Gu Lai glanced at Su Yi and continued. By the way, upon entering the heavenly city, you shall face a trial. Su Yi furrowed his brow. A trial? He recalled that the prodigies from the 36 cities had departed over a decade ago after achieving their cultivation, and in the intervening years, each of the 36 cities had elected a local power as their lord. Thus, upon arriving at the heavenly city, he he would likely encounter difficulties. Of course, it is not just you. The other 35 prodigies will face similar challenges, Gulai added. Su Yi chuckled. That seems only natural. Gulai looked at Su Yi with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He was well aware of the trials Su Yi had endured at Linghua's sect. With deep emotions and exceptional talent, Su Yi was indeed a worthy investment. Who would wish to invest in a treacherous wolf? Such incidents had not been uncommon in the history of the Great Qin Empire. 3 days later, 3 miles from the heavenly city, several flying demonic beasts descended. The members of the Su family leaped down, gazing ahead at the heavenly city, which sprawled over an area more than 10 times that of Yang City. All feeling a surge of excitement. I will leave you here, otherwise, they might refrain from giving you a hard time, Gulai stated, looking at Su Yi. With that, he departed into the sky with the flying beasts. As Gulai vanished from sight, Su Yi turned to Su Hai. Let us settle in first. He then made his way towards Yang City, followed closely by the rest of the Su family. Before long, they entered Yang City. The sight that greeted them was one of prosperity, yet their spirits were dampened, for no one had come to welcome Su Yi, the newly appointed city lord. Even the residents merely glanced at them before turning away. Unperturbed by this scene, Su Yi focused on helping his family gain access to the lord's residence. He approached a nearby resident with a smile. Excuse me, sir, I am the new city lord. The man turned and walked away without a word. Su Ye's brow furrowed slightly at this dismissal, and he turned his gaze to a woman not far ahead. Upon meeting Su Ye's eyes, she and those around her frowned and quickly distanced themselves. Chapter 70, Shao City. Seeing this, Su Yi abandoned his inquiries and addressed his family behind him. Please wait a moment. I shall look for assistance. With that, he turned and walked away. The Su family members exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Su Yi, typically so fiery, was exhibiting such restraint today. On the bustling streets, the residents of the heavenly city observed the Su family with a hint of discontent, believing that under Lord Zhao's governance, the city had flourished. They were unwilling to accept Su Ye's unexpected ascension to replace him, for the prodigy lord of years past had left the city in ruin. Moments later, Su Yi returned to his family, stating, I found someone, let us go. At this, they followed closely behind him as he ventured deeper into the heavenly city. Soon, Su Yi led the Su family to the lord's residence. The members of the Su family gazed upon the lord's mansion before them, their eyes alight with astonishment at its opulence. It was their first encounter with such a lavish structure. Subsequently, Su Yi and Su Hai led the family into the mansion, beginning their organizational efforts. Su Hai turned to Su Yi and said, You should rest for now. Su Yi nodded in agreement and replied, Very well. I shall go practice my swordsmanship. With that, he turned and departed. Observing Su Ye's retreating figure, a trace of concern crept onto Su Hai's face. The current opposition from Tian City towards Su Yi, the newly appointed lord, was troubling, and he pondered how the local powers had yet to make their move. In light of this, Su Hai felt fortunate that he and the Grand Elder had recently advanced to the spirit transformation realm. Otherwise, they would indeed be a hindrance. At that moment, a beautiful woman approached and addressed Su Hai. Head of the family, we should procure some grain, or we may go hungry tonight. Sister-in-law, leave such matters to the maids. You need not worry, Su Hai replied. The woman smiled, asserting, the women of the Su family must oversee our logistics. With that, she summoned several guards and maids before taking her leave. Witnessing this, Su Hai shook his head and exchanged a knowing smile with his elder brother, Su Lin. Meanwhile, Su Yi explored the mansion and stumbled upon a small training ground. Although it paled in size compared to that of the Linghua sect, it was sufficient for his sword practice. He stepped into the center of the training area and began to wield his sword, driven by a pressing desire to break through to the sword's sovereign realm. Achieving this would ensure that, at the very least in the southern region, others would think twice before attempting to threaten the Su family. An hour later, Su Yi ceased his training, realizing that the Su family had just arrived in Tian City and would be quite busy. It would be remiss of him not to lend a hand. With this thought in mind, Su Yi made his way to the main hall of the mansion, where he found Su Hai and the elder members of the Su family wearing expressions of concern. Noticing this, he approached and inquired, What is the matter? Has something occurred? Su Hai glanced at Su Yi and responded with a smile. It's nothing of great consequence. Nothing of consequence? At that moment, Wang Shi shot Su Hai a disapproving look before turning to Su Yi and stating, The shops in Tian City refuse to sell us grain. Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly and addressed the members of the Su family. Understood. I shall handle this matter. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Su Hai intended to follow, but was stopped by Wang Shi. Where do you think you are going? To be a hindrance? Su Yi possesses formidable strength at the higher levels of the spirit transformation realm. Who in Tian City could possibly challenge him? At her words, Su Hai halted. Letting out a deep sigh, the Xiao family, the former lords of Tian City, was represented by Xiao Cheng, who sat across from Su Yi in the hall. Surrounded by key members of the Xiao family, Xiao Cheng looked at Su Yi and said with a smile, "Young friend, what brings you to the Xiao family?" Su Yi replied, "I shall not waste words. I have come to inform you that I will not interfere in the affairs of Tian City. It shall remain yours. Once I reach a certain level in my training here, I will take my leave." "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Cheng inquired, his expression still warm and welcoming. As the upper echelons of the Xiao family heard Su Ye's words, they were filled with disdain. What nonsense about a prodigy, merely a brash young lad. And a coward at that. Observing this scene, Su Yi furrowed his brow, merely seeking a favor from the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng displayed a hint of helplessness on his face. "My young friend, you refer to the matter of those shops refusing to sell grain to your Su family, correct? That places me in a difficult position. I am no longer the city lord and cannot compel them in the least. Perhaps you should consider other options." The reason those shops declined such a lucrative deal was undoubtedly his directive, aiming to force Su Yi out of Tian City. However, seeing this timid lad, it should not be a challenging endeavor. Upon hearing Xiao Cheng's words, Su Yi let out a soft sigh. Witnessing this, Xiao Cheng's face broke into a grin. About to speak. At that moment, Su Yi was suddenly enveloped in a surge of sword intent, and he swiftly struck the sword sheath against Xiao Cheng's face. The sound echoed sharply. Xiao Cheng felt a searing pain on his cheek, and in a fit of rage, he prepared to retaliate. Su Yi denied him that opportunity. Seizing Xiao Cheng by the throat and forcefully slamming him onto the table, relentlessly striking his face with the sword sheath. Before long, Xiao Cheng's visage was left a gruesome mess. The senior members of the Xiao family stood agape as they watched Su Yi mercilessly assault Xiao Cheng, the air filled with his anguished cries. Unbridled audacity. One elder from the Xiao family finally snapped back to reality, his right fist enveloped in explosive spiritual energy. Launching an attack at Su Yi, with a flash of sword light, to the disbelief of the onlookers, a sword hole pierced through the elder's brow. The elder stared in horror at Su Yi before collapsing to the ground, breathless. As this scene unfolded, the crowd was left in stunned silence, with some women succumbing to fear and tears. Their gazes were laden with profound dread as they regarded Su Yi, paying them no mind. Su Yi hoisted the bloodied and battered Xiao Cheng from the ground and exited the Xiao residence. On the streets, when the citizens of Tian City beheld Su Yi dragging a bloodied figure, they were momentarily taken aback. Su Yi, assaulting someone from the Xiao family? Why does the Xiao family not intervene? That is the city lord. Someone recognized Xiao Cheng and exclaimed in shock. At this revelation, everyone froze momentarily, their hearts trembling. Wasn't he, this new city lord, supposed to be a coward? If he were not, he would have shown his anger upon arrival in Tian City. Yet, what was transpiring now? Seeing the unfolding scene, Su Yi sighed softly. He had intended to focus solely on elevating his swordsmanship upon arriving in Tian City, avoiding conflict altogether. Yet, the world is rife with malefactors, and his current actions were aimed at instilling fear in the citizens of Tian City, ensuring they would cease their troubles with the Su family in the future. With this thought, Su Yi quickened his pace. Reaching the city gate, where he hung Xiao Cheng aloft. Xiao Cheng, scorn the city lord, and remain here for 3 days as punishment. Whosoever dares to intervene shall face merciless retribution. With that, Su Yi proceeded directly towards the city lord's manor. As they beheld Xiao Cheng hanging at the city gate, the residents of Tian City were gripped by fear, realizing that the newly appointed city lord was indeed a formidable figure. Chapter 71. Trials on the Other Side. As Su Yi arrived at the city lord's mansion, he noticed a crowd gathered before the entrance. Numerous horse-drawn carriages were stationed ahead, laden with bags of rice and various meats, including chicken, duck, and fish. A few well-dressed, portly merchants, upon seeing Su Ye's return, immediately displayed expressions of reverence and began to speak. "The city lord has returned. We were not at the shop when you sent someone to purchase grain, and those young servants who did not recognize you caused a misunderstanding. We sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Boss Lin is correct. Those unwise young servants have already been dismissed." The members of the Su family observed the merchant's sudden shift in demeanor with curiosity, pondering what Su Yi had accomplished in just a brief moment away. Su Yi looked at them and smiled. "It is nothing, merely a misunderstanding." With that, he retrieved several spirit stones from his storage ring and tossed them to the merchants. "What is this, city lord? You need not pay us. Delivering grain to the city lord's mansion is our duty. Indeed, we cannot accept payment, even if you insist. This is far too generous." The merchants were taken aback by Su Ye's lavishness. Observing their astonishment, Su Yi chuckled. When purchasing goods, one must indeed pay. As for the amount, it can be deducted from future grain sales by the Su family, with adjustments made accordingly. Upon hearing this, the merchants praised Su Yi once more. He waved his hand dismissively and entered the Su family residence. As Su Yi departed, the merchants collectively sighed in relief, inadvertently glancing towards the city gate. When they saw Su Yi emerging from the Xiao family with Xiao Cheng in tow, they felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Meanwhile, Su Yi arrived at the training grounds and commenced sword practice. On that day, the three prominent families of the city, Zhou, Wu, and Zheng, learned of Xiao Cheng being displayed at the city gate by Su Yi and were immediately incensed. Prior to Su Yi's arrival, they had formed an alliance with Xiao Cheng, aiming to force Su Yi out. Years ago, when that young prodigy had first arrived, they had made his life exceedingly difficult. Now, witnessing Su Yi's audacity, they feared what the future might hold. Contemplating this, the leaders of the three families, accompanied by their elders, gathered to approach the city lord's mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, Su Hai regarded the leaders with a grim expression. Are you plotting rebellion? Rebellion? Huh. The newly appointed city lord carries quite the authority. Zhou Ji, the head of the Zhou family, sneered at Su Hai. Summon Su Yi. We demand to know why he treats Lord Xiao in such a manner. Wu Tao, the head of the Wu family, coldly insisted. At this, Su Hai's expression darkened further. Just as he was about to respond, a voice rang out from behind him. What brings the three families to my city lord's mansion? The gazes of the gathered members shifted towards Su Hai's back, where a striking young man clad in white robes stood. It was Su Yi. Su Yi stepped beside Su Hai, casting a friendly glance at the assembly. Release Lord Xiao, and then apologize. Zhou Ji's eyes turned frigid as he glared at Su Yi, his tone icy. Wu Tao and Zheng also regarded Su Yi with unfriendly expressions. Su Yi furrowed his brows slightly, pondering the underhanded tactics employed by Xiao Cheng against the Su family. Should I not take action against him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji narrowed his eyes, questioning whether Su Yi had any evidence to substantiate his claims of Xiao Cheng's clandestine schemes. At this moment, a formidable aura emanated from Zhou Ji, revealing his cultivation level at the third stage of the spirit transformation realm. Wu Tao and Zheng then also revealed their capabilities. Their gazes towards Su Yi laced with a chilling intensity. They had resolved to instill a sense of fear in Su Yi. Even if they couldn't expel him from Tian City, they aimed to ensure he would tread lightly henceforth. Today, an apology from Su Yi was deemed necessary. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi shook his head slightly, unleashing the full force of his sword intent, which instantaneously suppressed their imposing presence. The members of the three prominent families were momentarily taken aback, engulfed in silence as they felt the piercing sword intent radiating from Su Yi. After a brief pause, Su Yi cast a glance at them, retracted his sword intent, and turned to depart. Ultimately, Tian City required governance, and the three families held sway over significant economic resources in Yang City. They could not be overly oppressed. However, should they persist in their folly, Su Yi would not hesitate to impart a lesson they would never forget. As they watched Su Ye's retreating figure, the members of the three families wore expressions of embarrassment. They had assumed Su Ye's cultivation was only marginally superior to Xiao Cheng's, yet they had not anticipated the vast difference in strength. Their discomfort was palpable. Su Hai, witnessing the unfolding events, said nothing and stepped into the city lord's residence. Zhou Ji, Wu Tao, and Zheng then exchanged glances with the onlookers, their faces grim, before steeling themselves to depart. The crowd, astonished by the abrupt exit of the three families, understood that the dynamics of Tian City were about to shift. In the following days, Tian City remained tranquil. Observing this, Su Yi dedicated himself to sword practice, continuously comprehending sword intent and executing the heavenly slash. During this time, he discovered a significant enhancement in his sword intent, enabling him to perform the heavenly slash twice consecutively, a revelation that filled him with exhilaration, prompting him to train with even greater diligence. One morning, after freshening up, Su Yi arrived at the training grounds, prepared to practice his swordsmanship. At that moment, he suddenly heard the voice of his sword spirit. Your pace of comprehending the sword path is far too sluggish. Taken aback, Su Yi retorted internally, wondering how this could be considered slow. After all, he had transitioned from merely grasping sword intent to breaking through to the sword master realm in just a few months. For ordinary sword cultivators, advancing a tier often took years. The sword spirit continued. Your sword intent is one of slaughter. The most effective method for you is to engage in combat with others, to battle against beasts, rather than secluding yourself and training alone. While solitary practice is beneficial, it will hinder your combat awareness. You should venture forth to gain experience. Nodding in agreement, Su Yi recognized the wisdom in the sword spirit's words. He had long harbored the desire to venture out, yet he hesitated, mindful that the Su family had only just arrived in Tian City, and his departure felt premature. With this thought, Su Yi sheathed his sword, exited the city lord's residence and made his way to the city gates. Presenting the city lord's token, he infused it with a surge of sword energy, causing the token to ascend skyward and transform into a magnificent character for heaven, dazzling even in the daylight. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi proclaimed, "Summon the patriarchs of the three great families. There are matters of utmost importance to discuss. Those who defy this command shall face dire consequences." As his words resonated, the celestial character descended from the heavens, amplified Su Ye's voice several-fold, reverberating throughout the entire heavenly city. The patriarchs of the three families, upon hearing Su Ye's declaration, felt a surge of anger, yet upon recalling Su Ye's formidable strength, they made their way to the city gate. Moments later, they arrived and confronted Su Yi. Zheng Nan gazed at Su Yi and inquired, "What is the purpose of our summons?" Before he could finish, Su Yi raised a hand to interrupt, unsheathed his sword, and unleashed a torrent of explosive sword energy towards the trio. Startled, the three swiftly employed their own techniques to counter. Bang! In the next instant, under Su Ye's indifferent gaze, they were sent reeling backward, their garments torn with sharp gashes at their waists, though their flesh remained unscathed. Chapter 72. Yi Xian. The patriarchs of the three families regarded this spectacle with profound trepidation. Zheng Nan, still fixated on Su Yi, asked, "What is the meaning of this, city lord?" Su Yi replied with a smile, "I shall be departing from Heavenly City for a time." Realization dawned upon the three. Su Yi was concerned that upon his departure, they would impose difficulties on the Su family, hence his display of power to intimidate them. A wave of humiliation washed over them. For Su Yi had summoned them merely to deliver a striking blow. Casting a glance at them, Su Yi declared, "I am leaving. The Su family is still unfamiliar with this city, and I hope for your cooperation." With that, he turned to depart. Observing Su Ye's retreating figure, Zhou Ji clenched his fists tightly, feeling a profound sense of humiliation wash over him as he caught sight of the residents' gazes. He had never been treated in such a manner before. With these thoughts, a surge of passion flooded his heart, and he addressed Su Yi, "From this day forth, my Zhou family shall withdraw from Heavenly City, and we shall be irreconcilable with your Su family." At this proclamation, the onlookers were taken aback. Just then, Su Yi abruptly turned, his gaze fixed on Zhou Ji. "Are you serious?" Zhou Ji's expression was frigid as he retorted, "I cannot accept the capricious rule of a city lord like you. I shall lead the Zhou family to another city, and I am confident in our strength." Before he could finish, Su Yi swiftly unsheathed his sword, and in the blink of an eye, a beam of sword light pierced Zhou Ji's forehead. Zhou Ji was instantly rendered dazed. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, he collapsed heavily to the ground. At this moment, Su Yi turned his attention to Zheng Nan and Wu Tao. As Su Ye's gaze fell upon them, both men felt a tremor within and spoke in unison. "The Zheng family will surely assist the Su family in governing Heavenly City. We harbor no ulterior motives. The Wu family is the same. Rest assured, City Lord. We shall keep a close watch on the Zhou family and prevent any retaliation." Hearing this, Su Yi smiled and said, "I appreciate your cooperation." He then turned and departed. As they watched Su Ye's figure fade, the crowd was engulfed in tumultuous emotions, filled with a deep sense of sorrow. Regret washed over them. Had they welcomed Su Yi more warmly upon his arrival, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Zheng Nan sighed, hoisted Zhou Ji's lifeless body, and turned to leave. Lingwei sect, Peacock Peak. Elder Mu Yu summoned Zhao Yijian, Zhao Yufei, and Mu Qingqing to his presence. Zhao Yijian clasped his hands in respect as he addressed Elder Mu Yu, "Master, you summoned us. What is your command?" Elder Mu Yu replied in a calm tone, "You have rested for 2 months within the sect. It is time for you to venture out for training. Take Yufei and Qingqing with you to the beast battlefield." Hearing this, Zhao Yijian furrowed his brow slightly. The beast battlefield was a chaotic place, teeming with various factions. While he was indifferent to the dangers, he worried about being unable to look after Yufei and Qingqing. Elder Mu Yu chuckled, "There is no need for concern. Once you arrive at the beast battlefield, no one will dare to trouble you." At that moment, Mu Qingqing inquired, "Master, why do you say that?" "Because your senior sister Yi Xian will be there," came the response. The three understood immediately. Yi Xian was the most formidable direct disciple of Lingwei sect, who, with her singular prowess, kept the other young talents in check. Even Ling Chuxiao would not dare to act recklessly in her presence. However, she had been training outside for quite some time and rarely appeared within the sect. It was unexpected for her to be found at the beast battlefield. Zhao Yijian smiled. "In that case, my 2 junior sisters and I shall set off today." Elder Mu Yu nodded, "Exercise caution." The three bowed to Elder Mu Yu before turning to leave. The beast battlefield was a designated area established through a collaboration between the southern region's human and demon races, intended for the younger generations of both factions to engage in combat. serving both as a means of training and as a way to vent the animosities between the two races. The Beast City was built by the southern region's human race within the battlefield to provide a resting place for the youth seeking to hone their skills. On one particular day, a striking young man clad in white robes arrived at this ancient and grand city. It was Suyi. As Suyi gazed upon the imposing structure before him, he let out a sigh of relief. After a relentless journey of half a month, he had finally arrived. Resolute, he prepared to step into the Beast City. At that moment, a guard at the entrance obstructed his path, asking, "Is this your first visit?" Suyi nodded, and the guard continued, "To enter the Beast City and secure accommodation, one must pay a lodging fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones per day." Without hesitation, Suyi produced 100 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the guard. Upon receiving the payment, the guard instructed, "You may enter." As Suyi was about to proceed, he sensed something and suddenly turned around, noticing a blue bird descending from the sky, carrying 3 individuals, Zhao Yijian and his companions. The trio paused in surprise upon seeing Suyi. Moments later, Zhao Yijian regained his composure, excitement flashing across his face. "You traitor! I never expected to encounter you here. Today, I shall rid Linghua's sect of you." With that, he prepared to strike at Suyi. In response, Suyi's eyes turned cold as he swiftly drew his sword, lunging towards Zhao Yijian. At that instant, both young men felt an invisible force enveloping them, an oppressive pressure that rendered them momentarily breathless. Fortunately, the force dissipated as quickly as it had come. Turning to see the source, Suyi discovered a man clad in black robes standing outside the city gate, observing them. The guard outside was taken aback and immediately bowed. "We pay our respects to the city lord." The man waved his hand dismissively at the guard and then directed his gaze towards Suyi and Zhao Yijian, stating, "Fighting is prohibited within the Beast City." With that, he soared into the air, rapidly heading towards the Beast battlefield. Upon witnessing this scene, Suyi cast a glance at Zhao Yijian before making his way towards the Beast City. Zhao Yijian regarded Suyi with a shadowed gaze, questioning whether he dared to face the battle outside the city. In response, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Suyi's eyes as he leapt outside the Beast City. Observing this, Zhao Yijian brandished his sword and charged at Suyi. Suyi forcefully propelled himself forward, launching towards Zhao Yijian. The clash of their swords echoed, sending both men reeling backward before they simultaneously surged forward to engage once more. At that moment, Suyi suddenly spotted Zhao Yufei and Mu Qingqing advancing towards him, causing his expression to darken. Against the 3 of them, he was undoubtedly outmatched. Realizing this, Suyi unleashed his sword intent with full force, swiftly turning his body to unleash a wave of explosive silver sword energy that forced Zhao Yijian and the others to retreat. Without hesitation, Suyi charged into the Beast City. Witnessing this, Zhao Yijian and his companions wore grim expressions, given Suyi's temperament. Was he not supposed to fight them to the death? Zhao Yijian glared at Suyi, snarling, "You worthless coward, come out and fight." Suyi responded with a cold smile, declaring that the term shameless no longer suited them, advising them to stick together and not to stray alone before turning to leave. Zhao Yijian's face darkened. While staying together was not difficult, the presence of numerous elite figures from powerful factions made it embarrassing. Meanwhile, as Suyi walked a few steps, he was confronted by a young woman in a white robe who appeared before him. She cast a glance at Suyi and then swiftly lashed out a kick aimed at his chest. The force of the blow sent Suyi hurtling backward, ultimately propelling him out of the Beast City. Chapter 73. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? As Suyi exited the Beast City, the guard at the entrance immediately seethed with anger and glared at the woman, ready to scold her. However, upon seeing her, he fell silent. Zhao Yijian, upon spotting the woman, brightened and exclaimed, "Sister Yixian." Yixian nodded slightly, stepping out of the Beast City and regarding Suyi with a calm voice. "You are the traitor of Linghua's sect, Suyi?" At her words, Suyi furrowed his brow slightly. He had heard of Yixian from Ling Chuxiao and knew she was the most formidable disciple of the Linghua sect. With this in mind, he glanced back at Zhao Yijian and his companions, feeling a weight of despair within. Noticing Suyi's silence, Zhao Yijian scoffed, preparing to signal Zhao Yufei and Mu Qingqing to attack. "How about a one-on-one?" Suyi suddenly proposed to Yixian. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain appeared on Yixian's cool countenance. "You wish to fight me?" Suyi met her gaze, affirming his challenge. "Do you have the capability to face Sister Yixian?" Zhao Yijian mocked, after which he drew his sword and charged forward. "Stop!" Yixian interjected, halting Zhao Yijian and the others. Hearing her command, Zhao Yijian paused, his expression turning sour as he addressed Yixian. "Sister, this brat is cunning. He possesses a sword technique capable of contending with the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Not long ago, Sister Ling suffered a loss against him. If I and the two sisters join forces, he will have no chance of survival. I implore you to reconsider." In response, Yi Xian remained silent, a powerful aura suddenly emanating from her. Sensing this formidable aura, Zhao Yijian's expression changed in alarm. It was the realm of spiritual weaponry. Su Yi, upon witnessing this, appeared somewhat troubled. Yi Xian regarded Su Yi and calmly stated, "Unleash your sword technique. I hope you do not disappoint me." In response, Su Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "My sword technique is quite powerful, yet I fear that a single strike may obliterate the beast city, inciting the wrath of its lord. I must position myself away from the city. Do not boast unnecessarily. How could you possibly destroy the beast city with a single blow? Why not ascend to the heavens?" Zhao Yijian retorted sarcastically. Su Yi chose to ignore him, focusing his gaze on Yi Xian instead. A sudden spark of interest flickered across Yi Xian's face as she remarked, "How intriguing." With that, she leaped gracefully before Su Yi and said, "Come. Let me witness your swordsmanship." Su Yi, observing Yi Xian, firmly grasped the hilt of his sword and slightly bent his knees. In an instant, a cascade of sharp silver light converged upon his long sword. Noticing this, Yi Xian's demeanor turned serious. Despite Su Ye's lower cultivation, she would never underestimate anyone. Meanwhile, Zhao Yijian and his companions wore grave expressions, contemplating the possibility that Su Yi's claim of being able to annihilate the beast city might be serious. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. In the next moment, Su Yi drew his sword with force, unleashing a massive, piercing silver ray towards Yi Xian. Observing this, Zhao Yijian and his companions turned their attention to Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian's expression remained calm, and she conjured a long spear, sweeping it through a burst of spiritual energy to counter the silver ray. However, the following instant left Yi Xian, Zhao Yijian, Zhao Yufei, and Mu Qingqing momentarily stunned. The silver ray, before it could reach Yi Xian, unexpectedly fizzled out. Realizing this, Yi Xian swiftly turned her gaze towards Su Yi, who had vanished from sight. Clearly, he had fled. "Su Yi, you scoundrel!" Zhao Yijian exclaimed, glaring towards the beast city in fury. Hearing this, Yi Xian also looked towards the city, spotting Su Yi's retreating figure, which soon disappeared into a building. Upon witnessing this, a chilling glint filled Yi Xian's eyes. Zhao Yijian, vexed, felt once again deceived by Su Yi. Each encounter with Su Yi left him feeling intellectually overwhelmed. "Let us depart. Rest assured, unless Su Yi remains within the beast city, I shall ensure his demise," Yi Xian declared to Zhao Yijian and his companions. With that, she led them into the depths of the beast city. Inside the building, Su Yi gazed out at Yi Xian and her companions with a somber expression, then said, "Sword spirit, conceal my aura during the night. I must venture out to hone my skills and elevate my power." The sword spirit responded, "Understood." Hearing this, Su Yi glanced at the darkening sky and closed his eyes. An hour later, Su Yi was abruptly roused by the sword spirit's voice, "I am hungry." Taken aback, Su Yi thought, even in such perilous circumstances, "You still think of food, you truly are carefree." Nevertheless, he rose and stepped outside his room. Meanwhile, within the adjacent room, Yi Xian observed Su Yi entering the tavern. After a moment's contemplation, she exited and approached Su Yi's neighboring room, knocking gently on the door. The young man inside, hearing the knock, felt a tinge of impatience and opened the door ready to scold. But upon seeing Yi Xian, he smiled and said, "Yi Xian, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xian produced a pouch of coins and tossed it to the young man, requesting a room exchange. The young man understood immediately, having witnessed the earlier incident between Su Yi and Yi Xian outside the beast city. Without further ado, he packed his belongings and departed. Observing this, Yi Xian cast a cold glance at the inn where Su Yi resided before entering her own quarters. An hour later, Su Yi emerged from the inn accompanied by his sword spirit and returned to his lodging. However, just as he settled in, the sword spirit spoke up, informing him that Yi Xian was in the adjacent room. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of coldness appeared in Su Yi's eyes as he stepped outside. He approached the opposite room and knocked on the door. Moments later, a woman emerged. Upon seeing Su Yi, she frowned slightly and inquired if he needed something. Without hesitation, Su Yi produced several low-grade spirit stones and tossed them to her, smiling as he said he wished to exchange rooms. The woman hesitated, wanting to refuse. But having witnessed Su Yi's formidable strength outside the beast city, she recognized he was superior to her. With this realization, she stepped outside. Seeing this unfold, Su Yi entered the room, but just a few minutes later, he heard Yi Xian's voice and promptly stepped outside. He noticed a woman exit the neighboring room just as Yi Xian was about to enter. Upon spotting Su Yi, Yi Xian merely cast him a dispassionate glance before attempting to proceed. "Yi Xian, do you have feelings for me?" Su Yi suddenly exclaimed loudly, taken aback by his words. Yi Xian's handsome features darkened with a hint of chill as she turned to him and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, do you like me? Otherwise, why have you been so attached? I even changed rooms, yet you specifically chose to stay next door. Is this not an indication of affection?" Su Ye's voice grew louder. The commotion drew the attention of several unaware elites, who stepped out of their rooms to observe Su Yi and Yi Xian, their eyes filled with envy. Witnessing this, Yi Xian's expression soured further. "Though you are beautiful and talented, I am not fond of women lacking in certain attributes, and matters of the heart cannot be forced. Please cease your pursuit of me," Su Yi declared before retreating into his room and slamming the door with evident agitation. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the onlookers couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian's figure, seemingly confirming his assertion. Enraged, Yi Xian stormed into her room, similarly slamming the door shut. In the stillness of the night, after Yi Xian entered her room, several elites exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Later that night, within his room, Su Yi opened his eyes, rose, and gently opened the window. Noticing that Yi Xian was absent from her room, he called out, "Sword Spirit." Upon hearing his command, the Sword Spirit promptly concealed Su Ye's presence. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yi gently opened the door and glanced at the adjacent closed door before proceeding towards the outskirts of the Beast City. Moments later, as he exited the city, Su Yi abruptly quickened his pace, swiftly distancing himself from the confines of the Beast City. With a sense of relief washing over him, he realized that his sole focus now should be on honing his skills and enhancing his strength. At that moment, a chill swept over Su Yi as he turned to look behind him. Approaching from a distance was a woman clad in white robes. Her figure well-proportioned and her features strikingly handsome, none other than Yi Xian. Upon seeing her, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Su Ye's eyes. If she sought death, then she would have no one to blame but herself. With that thought, he ignored the advancing Yi Xian and hastened his steps, determined to distance himself from the Beast City and prepare to unleash his sword technique, Heavenly Slash, upon her. He was confident that he could execute it twice in succession and doubted Yi Xian's ability to withstand it. Moments later, as Su Yi realized that the Beast City was no longer in sight, he halted and faced Yi Xian, ready to unleash his attack. Just then, he cursed himself for his folly, for Yi Xian had charged at him with a spear, and he knew that preparing for Heavenly Slash required time. In the midst of his thoughts, Yi Xian's long spear was upon him. With no other choice, Su Yi drew his sword and executed a less potent version of Heavenly Slash. In the next instant, a brilliant silver sword aura surged towards Yi Xian, colliding with the tip of her spear and momentarily forcing her back by 2 steps. Witnessing this, Su Yi sheathed his sword and sprinted to the left with all his might, quickly widening the distance between them. A few minutes later, glancing back, Su Yi observed Yi Xian rapidly closing in on him. His expression darkened. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before she caught up. Moments later, he felt a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him from behind. Instinctively, he held his sword and spun around to strike, only to find that a spear enveloped in violet flames collided fiercely with his blade, imparting an intense heat that forced him to stagger backward. Just as Su Yi regained his footing, he saw Yi Xian preparing to thrust her spear at him again. In a moment of urgency, he unleashed all his sword intent to defend himself and retreated once more. At that instant, he called out to her, "Stop! I have something to say." As he steadied himself, he noticed Yi Xian had ceased her assault. After a brief contemplation, he continued, "I truly cannot comprehend this. We bear no enmity towards one another. Why do you insist on taking my life?" "No enmity?" Yi Xian's voice was frigid. Seeing her reaction, Su Yi added, "Even if there were, they would merely be minor conflicts. Is it truly necessary for you to go so far as to kill me? After all, you are a disciple of the righteous path. Such actions are unbecoming." Yi Xian scoffed, "You betrayed the Linghua sect. Of course I must kill you." "Betrayed the Linghua sect?" Su Yi retorted. "It was the Grand Elder who coerced the law enforcement peak master and the sect leader to target me. You can investigate this matter upon your return." As he spoke, Su Yi silently implored, "Sword Spirit, when I battled the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, you aided me in elevating my sword intent by a level. Can you grant me that boon once more?" The voice of the Sword Spirit resonated. "Very well. However, the breakthrough to the Swordmaster realm will come with significant side effects." Upon hearing this, Su Ye's heart leaped with joy, ready to respond, when suddenly Yi Xian interjected. Su Yi turned to Yi Xian, who sighed and said, "You might as well take your own life." In response, Su Yi remained silent, inwardly resolving to elevate his sword intent by a tier. No sooner had he uttered this thought than he felt his sword intent surge in strength. In that instant, Su Yi unleashed the full force of his sword intent, enveloping himself in a radiant silver aura. Witnessing this, Yi Xian's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she exclaimed, "A grand sword master. You possess a secret method to enhance your sword intent." Without replying, Su Yi directed a fierce burst of sword energy towards Yi Xian, propelling himself forward with the energy. Thrusting his sword at her, Yi Xian, sensing the imminent danger, enveloped herself in a cocoon of purple spiritual power and swiftly swept her spear forward. With a resounding clash, Su Ye's sword struck Yi Xian's spear, causing her to stagger backward. Elated by this turn of events, Su Yi pressed his attack. In response, Yi Xian abruptly withdrew her spear and retreated, quickly creating distance between them. Given that Su Yi had used a secret method to elevate his sword intent to that of a grand sword master, she realized that as a mere third-tier spiritual practitioner, she could not withstand his onslaught. She resolved to wait until the effects of Su Ye's secret method waned before delivering a fatal blow. As Yi Xian fled, Su Yi prepared to pursue her, but the sword spirit's voice echoed, "Do not chase. Your grand sword master's state will not last long." Upon hearing this, Su Yi abandoned the pursuit. Just as he halted, he felt his sword intent revert to that of a sword master, followed by an intense wave of pain surging through his sea of consciousness, contorting his face in agony. Moreover, a debilitating weakness enveloped his body. Struggling to remain upright, Su Yi propelled himself forward into the nearby forest and soon found refuge in a cave. Upon entering, he promptly sat down, focusing his mind to regain composure, though his once handsome visage now appeared more contorted with distress. A day later, within the cave, Su Ye's striking features darkened, for despite the passage of time, the pain in his sea of consciousness persisted, and his body remained frail. The side effects had proven overwhelmingly severe. Not dwelling on it further, Su Yi continued to meditate, awaiting the restoration of his mind and body. Half a day later, the voice of the sword spirit pierced the silence. "Yi Xian is nearby." At this, Su Yi opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. If Yi Xian were to find him now, he would undoubtedly perish. Resolving this, Su Yi rose and ventured deeper into the cave. After a brief moment, he arrived at the heart of the cavern, which was expansive and contained several frigid pools emanating a chilling aura, arranged around a central, larger pool. Gritting his teeth, Su Yi impulsively chose one of the larger icy pools and leapt in. The moment he submerged, an agonizing cold enveloped him entirely. It wasn't long before he felt himself sink to the bottom, and upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find the pool's depths vast and seemingly endless. Without further contemplation, Su Yi closed his eyes, centering himself to alleviate his physical discomfort. After several minutes, he abruptly opened his eyes, raising his gaze to behold a figure clad in white robes swaying before him. Chapter 75. Crisis. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ye's heart sank. He recognized it was undoubtedly Yi Xian. Realizing this, he remained motionless, his eyes fixed intently upon the figure above. Outside the cold pond, Yi Xian surveyed the numerous icy waters before her, harboring a premonition that Su Yi was ensconced within one of them. Yet, the thought of leaping into each one to search was utterly implausible. Resolute in this understanding, she turned to depart. Once Su Yi observed Yi Xian's silhouette vanish, he exhaled a sigh of relief, sensing that she was reluctant to see him ensnared in the icy depths. With this thought, he resumed his meditative state. But mere minutes later, he caught sight of Yi Xian's form re-emerging above. Yi Xian, gazing at the several cold ponds ahead, produced a handful of green pills. With a swift gesture, she unleashed her spiritual energy, causing the pills to plummet into each pond, dissolving instantly into a viridescent liquid that permeated the water. Witnessing this, Su Ye's expression darkened. Although he was unaware of the nature of these substances, he was certain they were far from benign. With this realization, he struck the icy surface with both hands and leaped forth. As Su Yi emerged from the pond, Yi Xian conjured a spear in her grasp. Observing this, Su Yi addressed her, "I believe." Just then, Yi Xian lunged at him with aggression. In response, Su Ye's expression hardened as he swiftly drew his sword, enveloping it in a blade of energy before thrusting it forward. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly retracted her spear, leaping into the air. The weapon's tip aimed directly at Su Ye's brow. A fierce expression crossed Su Ye's face. He neither flinched nor dodged, instead directing the tip of his sword towards Yi Xian's left eye. In reaction, her complexion shifted as she retreated, landing gracefully before regarding him with a calm tone. "I underestimated you." Su Yi remained silent, poised to launch an attack. Yi Xian prepared to counter. Just then, both heard a low growl resonating from the largest cold pond. Drawing their attention, beside her, Yi Xian's eyes fixated on the pond, her expression turning grave. In the next instant, two enormous green eyes emerged from the depths, followed by the colossal head of a monstrous serpent breaking the water's surface. Startled, Yixin gasped, a pinnacle level 5 beast. At her words, Su Yi turned and fled, fully aware that a level 5 beast equated to the pinnacle of the spirit weapon realm. Yixin, too, instantly pivoted to escape. Behind them, the giant serpent observed their retreat without making a move. As Su Yi and Yixin noted the beast's lack of pursuit, they both exhaled in relief, realizing that for some reason, the serpent could not leave the cold pond. Suddenly, Su Yi was jolted by a resounding roar from behind, causing pain to resonate in his ears. Upon hearing this, both he and Yixin's expressions soured. They understood that this sound would inevitably draw many more beasts. Indeed, upon exiting the cave, they were met with a throng of monstrous creatures congregated at the entrance. The monstrous beasts swiftly gathered at the entrance of the cave, their ferocious gazes fixated upon Su Yi and Yixin, gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. Observing these creatures, Su Ye's expression darkened, and he turned to Yixin, saying, "Let us unite, otherwise we shall surely perish." Upon hearing this, Yixin's face contorted with hesitation. She had initially been pursuing Su Yi, yet now found herself ensnared in such a predicament. The prospect of joining forces with him was unpalatable, as it felt fundamentally wrong. Noting Yixin's silence, Su Yi let out a cold laugh. "Then we shall await our demise together." With that, he leaned against a rock, choosing not to speak further. Yixin, her countenance troubled, realized she had not outright rejected his proposal. How could Su Yi be so brash? In that moment, she spotted several more beasts approaching. Observing this, she glanced at Su Yi but remained silent. Understanding her acquiescence to ally with him, Su Yi declared, "We shall strike from the west." Without delay, he drew his sword and charged forward. Yixin, not hesitating, summoned a spear and unleashed a stream of violet flames toward the beasts in the west. The creatures, witnessing this, opted not to attack but rather retreated, evading the onslaught. As Su Yi and Yixin noticed the beasts encircling them without assaulting, their expressions darkened, realizing that the creatures were evidently biding their time, waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, Su Yi turned to Yixin, commanding, "We must force our way out." Yixin nodded in agreement. With that, Su Yi surged forward, and Yixin followed closely behind. Remarkably, the beasts did not assault Su Yi. Instead, they parted to grant him a passage, converging upon Yixin instead. Faced with the onslaught of a dozen beasts, Yixin's expression soured. She understood that she might be torn apart by these monsters. Enveloped in violet spiritual energy, she ignited her spear with blazing flames, resembling a dragon of fire, continuously repelling the beasts that lunged at her. Yet, overwhelmed, she began to tire. Just then, a silver sword aura appeared before her, slicing back the beasts that threatened her. The source of this sword aura was, of course, Su Yi. With his return, the beasts ceased their attack, reverting to their previous stance of encirclement without aggression. Yixin, taken aback, did not expect Su Yi to return, as he could have easily escaped moments prior. Thus, she inquired, "Why did you come back?" "Having agreed to ally with you, you are now my comrade. Abandoning a teammate to flee alone is something I cannot do, though I understand that you, as a member of the Lingyue sect, may not comprehend this." Initially moved by Su Ye's words, Yixin felt a chill at his jibe against her sect, prompting a cold snort in response. "You defend, and I shall attack," Su Yi declared, turning to Yixin. With that, he sheathed his sword, gripping the hilt with his right hand, preparing to unleash his technique, Heavenly Slash. Yixin said nothing further, positioning herself beside Su Yi, her gaze warily fixed on the beasts ahead. Roar! At that moment, the two suddenly heard the deafening roars of the beasts, and soon several more creatures gathered around them. Observing the monstrous forms ahead, Su Yi unsheathed his sword with a sudden fervor. In the next instant, a colossal burst of silvery sword energy descended with a thunderous crash. Roar! Under the astonished gaze of Yixin, several beasts were cleaved in two by Su Ye's formidable strike, the scene drenched in gore. Yet, what left her astounded was not the bloodshed but the sheer might of Su Ye's swordsmanship. Were this attack directed at her, she would surely not withstand it. Damn it! Su Ye's gaze turned grim as he surveyed the scene ahead. Although his strike had decimated a few beasts, the ranks of the monsters swiftly replenished their numbers. Moreover, more beasts continued to converge upon their position. As the horde grew in number, the creatures' eyes glinted with an increasingly predatory hunger, their encirclement tightening as they prepared to launch an assault. Witnessing this, Yixin's expression darkened further. Could it be that she was destined to perish here today? While she feared not death itself, the thought of being consumed by these beasts after her demise was unbearable. Chapter 76. No call for help. Glaring at the beasts before him, a fierce determination etched itself across Su Ye's face. He resolved to take a few of the beasts with him, even in death. With this thought in mind, Su Yi unleashed his full sword intent and leaped into the throng of monsters. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback as she witnessed Su Ye's audacity. It was the first time she had encountered such bravery. Did he truly fear no death? As Su Yi plunged into the heart of the beastly horde, a fierce battle ensued. His sword energy was razor-sharp. Any beast grazed by his blade bore a fresh wound. However, Su Yi was not unscathed either. In mere moments, he had sustained several alarming claw marks. Yet, he paid them no heed, his sword dancing through the air, creating a flurry of shimmering silver blades, with energy splattering in all directions. The ferocity of the beasts was incited by the display of human tenacity before them, and their onslaught grew ever more brutal. Without hesitation, Yi Xian rushed to Su Ye's side, alleviating some of the pressure he faced. Su Yi instantly felt a measure of relief. After all, her prowess in the spirit weapon realm was indeed formidable. However, the situation grew increasingly dire, as the beasts were not only numerous but also relentless in their assault. 10 minutes later, exhaustion overtook both Su Yi and Yi Xian. The beasts, sensing their fatigue, intensified their attack. Just as Su Yi prepared for a self-destructive last stand, he suddenly felt a powerful aura manifest in the vicinity. The beasts immediately cowered, trembling in fear. In the next moment, Su Yi beheld a man standing majestically in the air above, a figure unmistakably the Lord of Beast City. Upon seeing the Lord of Beast City, Yi Xian sighed in relief. Recognizing their salvation, the man cast a brief glance at Su Yi before approaching Yi Xian, seizing her to depart, seemingly indifferent to Su Yi's plight. At this sight, Yi Xian spoke up urgently, "Lord, please take him with us." At her words, the man finally grasped Su Yi and, with a wave of his hand, they ascended into the air. Moments later, they arrived back at Beast City. Upon returning to the Beast City, Su Yi made his way directly to his chamber, intent on hastily tending to his injuries. As he reached for the healing potions within his spatial ring, he was momentarily taken aback, for he realized he possessed nothing in his grasp. Clearly, he had lost his ring during the battle with the beast. Just then, the door swung open, and Yi Xian stepped inside. She cast a glance at Su Yi and tossed him a ring. Upon receiving it, Su Yi discovered it was indeed his own. At that moment, Yi Xian waved her hand, summoning an array of healing potions, which she placed upon the table. Observing this, Su Yi hesitated for a moment before expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Yi Xian regarded him with an indifferent expression and advised, "Once your injuries are healed, it would be prudent for you to leave the battlefield of the beasts." Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "Why?" Yi Xian replied, "Because disciples from the Lingyue sect are already on their way here. If you wish to avoid demise, you should depart swiftly." With that, she turned and exited the room. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Su Ye's eyes. He promptly retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it, commencing his recovery. A day later, while he was still recuperating, Su Yi suddenly heard a voice from outside. Su Yi. Startled, he opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and rose to step outside. Upon emerging, he found Yu Ling standing at his door. She sneered coldly at him. "You truly are oblivious to danger. Instead of hiding, you dare to venture into the battlefield of beasts." Su Yi replied coolly, "Is that the sole reason for your visit?" Yu Ling scoffed. "Shall we step outside for a duel? Do you dare?" "Of course," Su Yi responded, meeting her gaze. "But do you dare swear to a one-on-one battle without calling for help?" At this, Yu Ling fell silent. A one-on-one confrontation was not something she felt confident about. The memory of being grievously injured by Su Ye's sword technique during the sect competition lingered in her mind. Noticing her silence, Su Ye's expression turned disdainful, and he began to turn away. One-on-one is indeed possible. At that moment, Zhao Yijin arrived, looking at Su Yi. Taken aback, Su Yi felt speechless. Such shameless individuals truly existed in this world. Contemplating this, he addressed them. "I fail to comprehend why a distinguished disciple of the Lingyue sect can stoop to such a level. Have you considered that if you were to fight me with all your might, could you truly not prevail?" "What do you mean by that?" "We have already agreed to a duel. If you are afraid, you may say so," Zhao Yijin retorted mockingly. Knowing full well he would not engage in a duel with Su Yi, his current aim was to provoke Su Yi into stepping out of the Beast City. Su Yi glanced at Zhao Yijin, remarking, "I have nothing to say to you. Your life will remain as it is." With that, he turned and re-entered his room. Zhao Yijin, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh, knowing that as long as Su Yi remained in the Beast City, he would eventually kill him. As for dignity, ever since he had been mocked by Su Yi in front of the entire sect, he had long since relinquished that concern. Meanwhile, Yu Ling observed the disdainful gazes of the surrounding prodigies, her expression darkening. While Zhao Yijin might disregard dignity, She could not afford to do so. However, with the Lingyue sect having issued a kill order for Su Yi, offering a generous reward, she could tolerate it for the time being. A day later, as Su Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, he suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "My injuries have healed. I am ready to venture out." With that, he rose to step towards the door. However, before he could open it, he heard the voice of Yu Ling resonating from outside. "Su Yi, if you do not come out, I shall head to Yang City." At these words, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Su Ye's eyes, and he proceeded to exit. Upon seeing Su Yi emerge, Yu Ling's expression brightened. "Are you not going to agree to our duel?" Su Yi interrupted her directly and walked towards the city gates. Yu Ling exchanged glances with Zhao Yijian, and they prepared to follow. Wait. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared at the doorway, addressing Yu Ling and Zhao Yijian. Zhao Yijian, puzzled, inquired, "What is your intention, senior sister?" Yi Xian cast a glance at Su Yi, who was already standing outside the city, and replied, "If we are to fight, it must be one-on-one. Senior sister." Zhao Yijian's countenance darkened upon hearing this. "Are you truly willing to tarnish the reputation of Lingyue sect before so many witnesses?" Yi Xian retorted coldly. Seeing Yi Xian's anger, Zhao Yijian quickly clasped his hands in respect. "I dare not." Hearing this, Yi Xian glanced at Su Yi, sighed, and reflected that her actions were merely to protect Zhao Yijian and Yu Ling. After all, she was uncertain whether Su Yi could still utilize the secret technique that elevated his swordsmanship. Yu Ling and Zhao Yijian exchanged glances with Su Yi, feeling somewhat reluctant. However, since Yi Xian had spoken, they certainly did not dare to continue their aggression. Observing this, Su Yi disregarded them and leapt deep into the beast battlefield, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. For some time, Su Yi relentlessly searched for beasts within the battlefield, engaging in fierce battles. During this period, he was pursued by hordes of beasts and sustained serious injuries, yet he narrowly escaped each time. Gradually, Su Yi grew fond of this unrestrained combat, reveling in the thrill of fighting without concern for anything else. In that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom and solitude. Chapter 77, Words Unspoken. One day, as Su Yi emerged from a cave, ready to seek out beasts, he abruptly halted, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it ahead. Before him stood a man and a woman. Zhao Yijian and Yu Ling. Zhao Yijian regarded Su Yi with a mocking glint in his eyes. "What a fool. Senior sister Yi Xian offered you a chance, yet you do not flee, daring to roam the beast battlefield. Should I commend your bravery or call you foolish?" Su Yi remained silent, internally calling, "Sword spirit, assist me in elevating my sword intent." Upon hearing this, the sword spirit in his consciousness sighed, genuinely perplexed by the behavior of the two before him. With that thought, the sword spirit elevated Su Ye's sword intent to the rank of a great sword master. "Today, I shall have you swallowed by beasts, leaving no trace behind," Zhao Yijin declared, preparing to strike alongside Yu Ling. As they moved, Su Yi drew his sword. But at that very moment, he suddenly noticed a spear thrusting towards him. In the next instant, the spear, infused with formidable power, struck the ground before Zhao Yijian and Yu Ling, forcing them to retreat. Upon witnessing the scene, the expressions of the two individuals turned grim as they were about to glance back to discern who had dared to confront them. Just then, a figure clad in a flowing white robe gracefully descended from the air, landing before them. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian cast a fleeting glance at Su Yi and, upon noticing the elevation of his sword intent, a flicker of wariness crossed her eyes. She then directed her gaze towards Zhao Yijian and Yu Ling, inquiring, "Who granted you permission to come here? It appears you have disregarded my words altogether." At her words, Zhao Yijian's countenance shifted, and after a moment of hesitation, he retorted angrily, "Senior sister, Su Yi is a traitor of the Lingyue sect, the sect master, the peak master of the law enforcement, and the elders have all commanded his capture. Why should we not? Get out." Yi Xian interjected sharply, her voice laced with authority. Internally, she cursed at their foolishness, a level of stupidity she had not anticipated. Zhao Yijian and Yu Ling, witnessing her ire, grew even more disconcerted but dared not speak further, acutely aware that Yi Xian's standing within the sect far surpassed theirs. Zhao Yijian glared at Su Yi, his expression twisted with malice. "Today, you are merely fortunate. We shall meet again." With that, he turned to leave. "Did I grant you permission to depart?" Su Ye's voice rang out unexpectedly. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Zhao Yijian and Yu Ling's faces brightened. Su Ye's provocation would undoubtedly incite Yi Xian's wrath, potentially compelling her to act. If all else failed, Yi Xian herself might take action against Su Yi. Su Yi turned to Yi Xian, questioning, "Do you truly wish to obstruct me?" "Indeed. Your presence prevents me from eliminating them, but rest assured, you shall perish. I guarantee it." At this, Yi Xian's expression darkened, and she abruptly turned to Zhao Yijian and Yu Ling, exclaiming, "How dare you threaten senior sister Yixian? Who do you think you are?" Just then, Zhao Yijian, consumed by rage, charged at Su Yi, his right foot swinging violently towards him. "Stop!" Yixian exclaimed in exasperation. Su Yi regarded the advancing Zhao Yijian with an unfazed demeanor, and in an instant, a beam of sword light shot towards Zhao Yijian, piercing through his forehead. In that moment, Zhao Yijian's form froze, disbelief etched across his face. A grand sword master. Am I dreaming? With that thought, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, Yu Ling's face turned pale with terror, her gaze towards Su Yi filled with profound disbelief. Suddenly, Su Yi turned his attention to Yu Ling, thrusting his sword forward. Yu Ling was taken aback. In response, Yi Xian enveloped her spear in purple flames, intercepting Su Yi's strike. Bang! In the midst of Yu Ling's astonishment, Yi Xian was forcefully repelled. Seizing the opportunity, she rushed to Yu Ling's side, embracing her, and swiftly fled towards the beast city. Seeing this, Su Yi refrained from pursuing further, recognizing that Yi Xian was singularly focused on escape, and he could not catch up. Moreover, maintaining the realm of a grand sword master would not be sustainable for long. With this thought, Su Yi also made his way towards the beast city. A short while later, Su Yi returned to the beast city and entered his dwelling, preparing to counteract the side effects of his heightened sword intent. In the next moment, his swordsmanship regressed to the sword master level, twisting his once handsome visage into a grotesque mask of agony. The pain, it was at least twice as severe as before. At that moment, the voice of the sword spirit echoed, "Each time I elevate your swordsmanship, the side effects will double." Upon hearing this, Su Yi gradually comprehended the situation. He then forcibly calmed himself, refraining from succumbing to despair. Slowly, his previously fierce countenance began to restore its tranquility. 3 days later, Su Yi suddenly relaxed his expression, opened his eyes, and exhaled softly, having finally endured through the ordeal. With that, he rose and exited the room, determined not to forget his purpose for venturing into the beast battlefield, to undergo trials, enhance his understanding of the sword path, and ultimately break through to become a grand sword master. Before long, Su Yi arrived at the city gate, but he halted his steps upon noticing a throng of distinguished young men and women gathered there, blocking the entrance completely. They were disciples from various sects who had previously trained in the beast battlefield. Rumors had spread that the renowned disciple of the Thunderbolt sect, Lei Yuesheng, was set to arrive today. Is it true? Indeed it is. Lei Yuesheng is celebrated as a handsome figure within the Thunderbolt sect, and today, they would finally behold him. Moreover, Lei Yuesheng ranks second among the true disciples of the Thunderbolt sect, boasting greater strength than Yi Xian. To the left of the city gate, several remarkable female disciples, possessing both skill and beauty, whispered among themselves as they gazed ahead. Upon overhearing their conversation, Su Yi understood the situation and felt somewhat speechless. Casting a glance at the tightly packed crowd at the city gate, he positioned himself to the side and began to wait. Moments later, the crowd's attention was drawn to a luxurious cloud ship appearing on the horizon, upon which stood several disciples of the Thunderbolt sect. In the next instant, the ship descended, and a number of disciples leaped down, their gazes fixated upon the striking young man at the forefront, none other than Lei Yuesheng. Noticing the multitude awaiting him, a gentle smile graced Lei Yuesheng's face. "Brother Lei, it has been a while. We must gather tonight," exclaimed several familiar disciples, greeting him enthusiastically. Lei Yuesheng, wearing a serene smile, responded with indifference, projecting an air of aloofness. Witnessing his cool demeanor, the admiration in the eyes of the young women intensified. At that moment, Lei Yuesheng abruptly ceased his conversation with those nearby, his gaze sharply directed forward, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. The crowd followed his line of sight, discovering a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an aura of confidence. It was Yi Xian. Observing her presence, some female disciples who harbored feelings for Lei Yuesheng couldn't help but sigh, for he had long been enamored with Yi Xian and had persistently pursued her, though she had yet to yield. It seemed evident that Lei Yuesheng's sudden arrival in the Beast City was to pursue Yi Xian. Long time no see, Lei Yuesheng approached Yi Xian, accompanied by his fellow disciples, his tone brimming with warmth. Yi Xian met his gaze, her face lighting up with a smile. "It's been a while. What brings you here so suddenly?" "I came upon hearing that you were here." Lei Yuesheng's intense gaze remained fixed upon Yi Xian's charming visage, unblinking. Though Yi Xian felt slightly uneasy under his unwavering stare, she chose not to voice her discomfort, instead suggesting, "In that case, let us first head to a tavern to catch up." With that, she turned and departed. Upon witnessing the scene, Lei Yuesheng followed closely behind Yi Xian, accompanied by a dozen disciples from the Thunderclap sect. Observing this, the disciples gathered at the city gate began to disperse. Some women cast envious glances at Yixian. After all, Lei Yuesheng was not only handsome and exceptionally skilled, but also the son of the Thunderclap sect's leader. Yixian was indeed fortunate. However, they felt no jealousy. For Yixian was also a cherished gem of the Spirit Moon sect, making them somewhat well-matched. Su Yi, noticing the path had cleared, strode directly through the city gate. Some disciples turned their gaze towards Su Ye's retreating figure. I recall this lad seems to have offended Yixian, hasn't he? Certainly. Did you not see how he dared not utter a word just now? Humph. This fellow is merely a bully of the weak. He was so brazen in front of Yixian, yet now, with Lei Yuesheng's arrival, he dares not even breathe. This was hardly surprising. Despite Lei Yuesheng's seemingly gentle demeanor, he had a rather poor temper. It was only natural for this lad to feel intimidated. With that, the group ceased to concern themselves with Su Yi and departed. Meanwhile, as Su Yi exited the city gate, he suddenly surged forward, swiftly making his way deep into the beast battleground, where he began to hunt ferociously for the beasts. Upon sighting Su Yi, the beasts exchanged wary glances. They had not forgotten him after their bloody encounters days prior. Nevertheless, they did not hesitate and charged at Su Yi with ferocity. Su Yi, undeterred, engaged in combat, though fatigue was beginning to take its toll, and wounds were starting to mar his body. Yet, the beasts were not faring any better, suffering injuries of their own from Su Ye's relentless assault. Gradually, both Su Yi and the beasts unleashed their full potential, and the battle intensified. As the wounds on Su Yi multiplied, one day, upon seeing several more beasts rushing towards him from a distance, he decisively repelled the ones before him with a sword strike, and turned to flee. Roar! The beasts, witnessing this, pursued him relentlessly, creating a swirling cloud of dust that resembled a colossal serpent racing across the battlefield. Once Su Yi and the beasts had vacated the area, a few young men appeared nearby. They gazed in the direction Su Yi had departed with expressions of complex emotions. They had never encountered such a fierce individual. Feeling an urge to assist, yet they sensed that Su Yi thrived on the thrill of being hunted and did not require their intervention. 10 days later, Su Yi stood firm, facing several fierce beasts that fixed their intense gazes upon him. At this moment, his garments were tattered, nearly drenched in blood. Yet, they remained stationary, equally grievously wounded. Noticing their lack of intent to attack, Su Yi exhaled softly, then, before the beasts, donned a set of azure robes. Subsequently, he departed, intending to return to the beast city for a much-needed rest after nearly 10 days of relentless battle. He was indeed exhausted. As the beasts observed Su Ye's retreating figure, a flicker of admiration sparkled in their eyes. This human was unlike the others. He dared to confront them single-handedly in battle. Although he would flee when the odds turned against him, he was far superior to those humans who resorted to cunning and deceit. Upon this realization, the several demonic beasts turned and hastened away, as they too required rest. Chapter 78. The Threat Before Long. Su Yi returned to the beast city. Upon his arrival at the city gates, he encountered several disciples from the Thunderbolt sect standing guard. The moment they spotted Su Yi, their spirits lifted, and they barred his path. One disciple then turned and shouted, "Brother Lei, Su Yi has returned." At this proclamation, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. In the next moment, Lei Yusheng and Yi Xian arrived at the scene. A few disciples who had heard the commotion emerged from their quarters, casting sympathetic glances at Su Yi, clearly aware of the discord between him and Yi Xian. Lei Yusheng regarded Su Yi with a faint smile and remarked, "I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply kneel and apologize to Yi Xian." Upon hearing Lei Yusheng's words, Su Yi let out a quiet sigh, disregarding him and walking past into the beast city. It was not out of cowardice, but rather a profound weariness. He wished to avoid entanglement with Lei Yusheng on this day. Seeing Su Ye's indifference, the onlookers shook their heads slightly, thinking how Su Yi was too proud to submit. Believing that a simple apology to Yi Xian would suffice instead of provoking Lei Yusheng. Turning to face Su Yi, Lei Yusheng's expression turned to one of subtle disdain, commenting, "It seems you dare only venture outside the city in the presence of women." At that moment, Su Yi interrupted Lei Yusheng with an air of impatience, and without further ado, he exited the beast city. Lei Yusheng's eyes glinted with coldness as he prepared to follow, but he was halted when Yi Xian grasped his arm, leaving him perplexed. Yi Xian glanced at Su Yi before addressing Lei Yusheng, saying, "You promised a few friends to dine at the tavern tonight. Do not let him ruin your mood." Hearing this, Lei Yusheng's face broke into a grin. "Yi Xian, you are increasingly resembling the understanding wife I desire." With that thought, he turned to Su Yi and declared, "I am in a good mood today and shall spare you. However, if you do not kneel before Yi Xian and sever an arm by tomorrow, I will kill you." In response, Su Yi remained silent and strode back into the beast city. Witnessing this, Lei Yusheng snickered derisively before departing with Yixian. The surrounding disciples sighed, feeling that Su Yi was ultimately too immature, placing excessive value on pride. In their eyes, should he not relent before the morrow, he would surely meet his demise within the confines of the Beast City. With this thought, they too dispersed. Once back inside his quarters, Su Yi first indulged in a refreshing bath, then threw himself onto the bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. The comfort that washed over him after a prolonged period of tension swiftly lulled him into a deep slumber. This sleep lasted an entire day. When Su Yi finally awakened, he felt invigorated and stretched, rising to step out of his room, his mind set on dining. Although his appetite had diminished, after more than 10 days without food, he found himself craving a meal. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the tavern, but paused as a few exceptionally poised young men exited. It was indeed Lei Yuesheng and Yi Xian who were present. Upon seeing Su Yi, everyone momentarily froze in surprise, only to soon realize that Su Yi had come to kneel and apologize. Lei Yuesheng, looking at Su Yi, chuckled, "Although you are late, it matters not. As long as you kneel now and sever an arm, I shall let you off the hook." Su Yi, upon hearing Lei Yuesheng's words, found himself perplexed. He could not comprehend why the disciples of these sects seemed so devoid of intelligence. Had he merely encountered the more foolish among them? Noticing Su Yi's lack of response, Lei Yuesheng frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Unwilling, Su Yi turned his gaze towards Lei Yuesheng and inquired, "Who is stronger, you or Yi Xian?" At this, Lei Yuesheng's brow furrowed even deeper. Before he could respond, Su Yi continued, "Have you not considered that since I have already offended Yi Xian, and she dares not act against me, I fail to understand your persistent bravado? Even if you are indeed stronger than Yi Xian, it cannot be by much. Moreover, if I am bold enough to offend Yi Xian, do you truly believe I would fear you? Just think about it. Should I happen to give you a beating, wouldn't that be quite humiliating for you?" Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the disciples behind Lei Yuesheng suddenly grew serious, for Su Yi had indeed articulated a valid point. At that moment, Lei Yuesheng let out a sudden scoff, looking at Su Yi with disdain. "You truly lack insight. My strength far surpasses that of Yi Xian." Here, Lei Yuesheng cast a glance at Yi Xian and added, "I have rested for 2 more years than her, and my power exceeds hers considerably. If you consider this to be your trump card, then you are indeed quite foolish." Hearing this, Su Yi sighed, still baffled by the sheer ignorance of these individuals. With that thought, he suddenly turned to the previously silent Yi Xian and asked, "Are you merely going to watch him dig his own grave?" Yi Xian remained silent, merely gazing at Su Yi. Observing this, Su Yi chuckled, "It seems you too are rather cunning. You wish for me to eliminate Lei Yuesheng, thereby inciting a feud with the Yulei sect." Yi Xian continued to say nothing, instead directing her gaze towards Lei Yuesheng. "Let us go. Do not stir trouble in the Beast City." In response, Lei Yuesheng snorted coldly and looked at Su Yi, saying, "If you have the capability, then remain in the Beast City." With that, he intended to leave with Yi Xian. "Come out." Su Yi suddenly turned and walked toward the outskirts of the Beast City. Witnessing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lei Yuesheng's eyes, seeking death. He then leaped over Su Yi, swiftly reaching the outskirts of the Beast City. The onlookers understood that Su Yi was now outside. Seeing this unfold, Su Yi quickened his pace, arriving before Lei Yuesheng, and proceeded to elevate his sword intent to that of a grand sword master, courtesy of his sword spirit. Lei Yuesheng, upon noticing Su Yi, thought, "Since you are courting death," he was suddenly filled with rage as Su Yi had drawn his sword and lunged at him. In the next moment, Su Yi's sword struck Lei Yuesheng's face with a sharp crack that echoed throughout the area. The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. Lei Yuesheng, stunned, turned towards Su Yi with fury, ready to retaliate. Crack! Su Yi's sword once again struck his face, leaving a thick, sword-shaped bruise upon it. The pain etched upon Lei Yuesheng's face was accompanied by an expression of utter disbelief, and he was poised to strike once more. A resounding clap echoed as blood was drawn from his visage, and in that moment, a profound sense of humiliation enveloped him. Yet, he refrained from retaliating, for he had come to accept a bitter truth that he had long resisted. He was no match for Su Yi. As the onlooking disciples beheld Su Yi, their gazes were rife with astonishment, tinged with bewilderment. How could someone so formidable have evaded their prior knowledge? Casting a glance at Lei Yuesheng, Su Yi chose not to continue his assault. Initially intent on eliminating Lei, he reconsidered upon witnessing Lei's utter foolishness, realizing that offending the Thunderbolt sect for such an incompetent individual was hardly worth the trouble. With this thought, Su Yi prepared to depart. At that moment, Lei Yuesheng directed his ire towards the dozen or so disciples of the Thunderbolt sect behind him, bellowing, "Kill him." Upon hearing this command, The disciples were instantly enveloped in crackling azure lightning, launching a simultaneous attack on Su Yi. They deemed it imperative to incapacitate him, otherwise, the shame brought upon the Thunderbolt sect would be unbearable. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi's expression turned icy, and he charged towards the group. In the eyes of the stunned crowd, the disciples of the Thunderbolt sect were swiftly overpowered by Su Yi, falling before him without any semblance of resistance, and subsequently met their demise. The audacity of Su Yi to take such lethal action left the spectators in a state of shock. This was a grave affront to the Thunderbolt sect. Even Lei Yuanxing stood in stunned silence. Moments later, the remaining disciples, having witnessed the slaughter of their comrades, dared not engage further and retreated in fear, casting terrified glances at Su Yi. Observing this, Su Yi lunged forward with a sword aimed directly at the now-dazed Lei Yuanxing. In that instant, Lei Yuanxing's pupils constricted in terror. No? Just as Su Yi's blade approached, he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, compelling him to retreat. In the next heartbeat, under the watchful eyes of all present, the Lord of the Beast City descended from the heavens, positioning himself before Lei Yuanxing. Upon seeing the Lord, Su Yi furrowed his brow. The Lord of the Beast City addressed Su Yi. "This matter ends here." Su Yi replied, "Why did you not intervene when he orchestrated the ambush against me?" The Lord of the Beast City responded coolly, "I am acquainted with his father. Consider it a favor." Su Yi locked eyes with the Lord. "What if I refuse?" At his words, the Lord's gaze turned frosty, and he prepared to escort Lei Yuanxing away. In response, Su Yi produced a token, the emblem of the city lord of Tian City, and hurled it into the air, channeling a blade of energy towards it. In an instant, the token transformed into a shimmering blue barrier. Seeing this, the Lord of the Beast City halted, his attention drawn to the luminous screen. Within it, a grand hall materialized, and soon a figure emerged before the barrier. It was Wu Lai. Wu Lai, momentarily puzzled, turned to address Su Yi, but upon recognizing him, his expression shifted to one of delight. "You have broken through to the Sword Master realm." Su Yi offered no response, instead directing his focus back to the Lord of the Beast City, recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Wu Lai cast a glance at the Lord of the Beast City and remarked, "You need not intervene in the affairs of the younger generation. After all, Su Yi is not without his own support." The Lord of the Beast City shot a cold glance at Su Yi and retorted, "Are you suggesting that the Great Qin should meddle in the matters of my Beast City?" Wu Lai chuckled, "Certainly not. But should you harm one of my Great Qin's people, I would not hesitate to lead my troops to trample your Beast City." At this declaration, a flicker of apprehension surfaced in the eyes of the Beast City Lord. At that moment, Wu Lai turned to Su Yi and said, "Proceed as you see fit. How could one of our Great Qin be bullied?" In response, Su Yi glanced at Lei Yuanxing, who stood beside the Beast City Lord, and then boldly approached him with his sword drawn. Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Did Su Yi not fear for his life? Did he not dread the wrath of the Beast City Lord? The Lord of the Beast City, with a glacial glare, watched as Su Yi approached. In the next instant, Su Yi stood before Lei Yuanxing. The latter, glaring at Su Yi, growled, "Dare you to kill me? My thunderstorm sect will not let this stand." With a swift flash of sword light, Lei Yuanxing's voice was abruptly silenced, and he fell heavily to the ground, disbelief etched across his features, mingled with a faint twinge of regret. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Chapter 79. Get out of here at once. Gazing at Su Yi, who stood beside the Beast City Lord, the crowd was astounded. He had truly killed him. The Lord of the Beast City's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. "Huh. What audacity. Boy, return to Tianhui City. It would be ill-advised for you to linger in my Beast City." Wu Lai laughed heartily at Su Yi, and with that, the shimmering barrier vanished. Noticing this, Su Yi extended his hand to accept the City Lord's token, casting a glance at the visibly displeased Beast City Lord. He understood he could no longer remain there. With this thought, Su Yi took his leave. How utterly brazen. At that moment, the Beast City Lord suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Su Yi turned to face him, remaining silent. Seeing Su Yi's calm demeanor, the Lord of the Beast City's expression darkened further, and in a sudden burst, he charged towards Su Yi. Observing this, Su Yi remained tranquil, standing his ground without flinching. The Lord of the Beast City, consumed by rage yet wary, moderated his strength and struck Su Yi, sending him crashing backward. The crowd watched in shock, for it was evident that Su Yi had emerged unscathed. The Beast City Lord was clearly wary of the Great Qin Empire. The Lord of the Beast City shot one last glance at Su Yi, snorted contemptuously, and then, lifting Lei Yuanxing's lifeless body, soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Observing this, Su Yi contemplated momentarily before suddenly directing his gaze toward Yixin ahead, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yi Xian, sensing the shift, grew increasingly solemn. After a prolonged silence, Su Yi withdrew his gaze and turned to depart. He longed to take action against Yi Xian, yet the impending repercussions of his swordsmanship enhancement demanded his immediate exit. The onlookers beheld Su Ye's retreating figure, their emotions tumultuous. A new prodigy had emerged in the southern domain, and notably, this prodigy belonged to the Great Qin Empire. As the events unfolded, several disciples from various sects began to depart, intent on reporting today's occurrences to their respective clans. Observing this, other disciples expressed their astonishment before making their way to the Beast City, wishing to converse with a few friends to soothe their troubled hearts. Yi Xian cast a glance in the direction where Su Yi had vanished, opting not to return to the Beast City, but instead leaping away. A grave incident had transpired. She had initially intended for Lei Yuanxing to teach Su Yi a lesson, despite her awareness that Lei Yuanxing was no match for him. However, she had never anticipated Su Ye's overwhelming killing intent, culminating in the direct slaying of Lei Yuanxing. This burden of responsibility she could not evade. Meanwhile, Su Yi discovered a secluded cave, seeking refuge from the side effects of the ascending sword intent. 3 days later, he opened his eyes, registering a lingering weakness in his body. With a faint sigh, he acknowledged the words of the sword spirit. The side effects were indeed intensifying. Resolute, Su Yi rose to depart, knowing he could not possibly return to Tian City on foot. A day later, in the distant city of Dahuang, not far from Beast City, Su Yi arrived at a trading house, intending to purchase a ticket for a cloud ship. However, he was informed by a maid that the last available ticket had been secured by young Master Li Fan. Upon hearing this, Su Yi glanced at the nearby figure of a man in a brocade robe. The young man was handsome, but appeared somewhat frail, surrounded by a throng of youthful women and numerous guards. It was evident to Su Yi that this was Li Fan. Noticing Su Ye's gaze, Li Fan's eyes gleamed with a hint of arrogance as he casually draped his arm around a strikingly beautiful woman. Witnessing this, Su Yi dismissed the thought of purchasing a ticket from Li Fan and turned to leave. At that moment, a girl in a green dress on Li Fan's left suddenly called out, "Wait." Su Yi halted and turned to the girl in green, asking, "Is there something you need?" The girl beamed with a delightful smile and remarked, "This cloud ship is bound for the Great Qin Empire. Are you from the Great Qin Empire as well?" Su Yi replied with a nod, "Indeed." The girl in green continued, "We are also from the Great Qin Empire. Since we are fellow countrymen, there is no need for you to leave. Come, join us on our cloud ship. It will cost you nothing." Li Fan furrowed his brow at the girl's words. He had chartered the cloud ship specifically to create an opportunity for intimate interaction with the exquisite women surrounding him and was reluctant to allow Su Yi aboard. Yet, he refrained from objecting, as the girl in green was his sister. Moreover, he wished to display some charm in front of the ladies. Su Yi, hearing her invitation, smiled and replied, "If that is the case, I am most grateful, but I must insist on paying you for the ticket." With that, he produced 100 spirit stones and tossed them to the guard beside the girl in green. The girl waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You have given too much. A ticket for the cloud ship only requires 50 spirit stones." Su Yi responded with a smile, "It is only fair, considering I am intruding upon you. Though 50 spirit stones may not be a significant amount for you." Upon hearing this, Li Fan stifled his initial reprimand. The girl in green said no more and simply stated, "Then let us be on our way." Su Yi nodded and followed the girl in green and her companions toward the cloud ship. Moments later, the vessel set sail, heading toward the Great Qin Empire. Upon witnessing the launch of the cloud vessel, Su Yi cast a glance at Li Fan, who was engaged in laughter with several young women, and chose not to intrude. He then made his way to the far left side of the cloud vessel, where he began to meditate in solitude. Li Fan, observing Su Ye's demeanor, felt a twinge of disdain, believing that Su Yi was undoubtedly yearning to converse with the enchanting young women surrounding him, yet refrained from doing so due to his own distinguished status. With this thought lingering, Li Fan disregarded Su Yi further, embracing a voluptuous woman beside him and engaging in lively conversation with others. The woman in the green dress turned her gaze towards Su Yi, preparing to beckon him over. However, upon seeing him standing there with his eyes closed, exuding an air of tranquility and charm, she momentarily froze. The sunlight bathed Su Ye's handsome features, while a gentle breeze caressed his bangs, bestowing upon him an extraordinary grace and an aura of purity. The other women, noticing the green-dressed lady's fixation, followed her gaze towards Su Yi. Upon witnessing his serene state, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. At such an impressionable age, it was undeniable that Su Ye's appearance was utterly captivating. Meanwhile, Li Fan's expression soured as he beheld this scene. A realization struck him, and he glanced at the alluring woman in his embrace, who was surreptitiously watching Su Yi. Upon meeting Li Fan's gaze, She quickly averted her eyes, a hint of embarrassment gracing her enchanting visage. Li Fan's anger intensified at her reaction, pondering why she should feel awkward. At that moment, Su Yi sensed the shift in atmosphere and turned to observe the onlookers, puzzled by their collective attention. As he did so, the young women quickly diverted their gazes, resuming their chatter with nearby friends. The woman in the green dress then smiled at Su Yi, saying, "Why not join us for a chat instead of standing there alone?" Just as Su Yi was about to respond, Li Fan abruptly directed a cold remark at him. "I do not wish for you to board my cloud vessel. Get off immediately." Upon hearing this, Su Yi frowned slightly. The surrounding women shook their heads in disapproval, aware that their previous attention had irked Li Fan. Yet they refrained from intervening, given their limited acquaintance with Su Yi and the undeniable disparity in status between him and Li Fan. Li Fan, noticing Su Yi's silence, continued, "What is the matter? Are you still intent on clinging to this spot?" Su Yi, upon hearing this, gently shook his head and prepared to leap from the cloud vessel. However, a thought struck him, and he turned to Li Fan, stating, "Return my 100 spirit stones." The onlookers were taken aback by Su Yi's demand, and a hint of disdain flickered in their eyes. After all, what did it matter if one was handsome if devoid of wealth? Li Fan regarded Su Yi with a trace of contempt, sneering, "What a country bumpkin you are! With such poverty, what pretense can you maintain, sitting on a cloud vessel?" Su Yi, unfazed by the insult, had an epiphany. He had encountered many a spoiled offspring of powerful families. At that moment, the woman in the green dress beside Li Fan looked at Su Yi and said, "I'll give it to you." After speaking, he tossed 100 spirit stones towards Su Yi. Su Yi caught them, glanced at Li Fan, and then leaped down from the cloud ship. Li Fan, witnessing Su Yi's audacity, felt a twinge of surprise. Anyone brave enough to leap from such a height must possess some degree of strength. However, he remained indifferent. For what did strength matter? With a wave of his arm, he summoned others to eliminate Su Yi. The women, observing Su Yi's departure, felt a sense of regret. After all, it would take 3 days to reach the great Qin Empire, and having a handsome gentleman to admire during that time would indeed be delightful. Meanwhile, Li Fan, noticing the disappointment on their beautiful faces, was suddenly engulfed by immense anger. The woman in the green dress sighed softly, realizing her brother's pettiness. Just as she was about to speak, Li Fan abruptly turned toward the ship's command chamber and shouted, "Bring it down. Stop that brat." The others, hearing Li Fan's command, were momentarily speechless, yet this was typical of him. They simply hoped Su Yi would be sensible and submit, or else he would surely be left in ruins. On the other side, after leaping from the cloud ship, Su Yi sought a beast for transportation but found none in the vicinity. So he began walking towards the great Qin Empire. Not long after, he saw another cloud ship descending, which landed before him, revealing Li Fan and his entourage. Li Fan fixed his dark gaze upon Su Yi's handsome visage and commanded, "Kneel before me." Su Yi sighed deeply, then replied, "I offer you one last chance. Depart now, and I shall spare you." The women, hearing his words, sighed, realizing Su Yi was unwilling to yield before them. Li Fan, upon hearing Su Yi's declaration, sneered coldly, "This is your final opportunity. If you do not kneel, then..." At that moment, Su Yi drew his sword and unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Li Fan. The guards beside Li Fan were taken aback, rushing to shield him as they gathered their spiritual power to counter the attack. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the guard was sent flying backward, a deep wound carved into his abdomen by the sword energy. Enraged, Li Fan glared at Su Yi and snarled, "You dare to..." Just then, Su Yi swiftly appeared before Li Fan, delivering a resounding slap to his face that sent him staggering. Li Fan was momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over him. He had been struck. In that instant, Su Yi sheathed his sword and began to rain blows upon Li Fan's head. Li Fan felt excruciating pain, crouching down and crying out in agony. The women stood frozen, their eyes wide with terror, astonished that this seemingly gentle youth could be so brutal. After a moment, upon seeing Li Fan beg for mercy, Su Yi halted and asked, "Do you submit?" Li Fan met Su Yi's gaze, remaining silent, his eyes filled with deep humiliation. Su Yi disregarded him, directing her gaze towards the pilot of the cloud ship, commanding, "Navigate the cloud ship back to the great Qin Empire." With that, she ascended onto the vessel. The man, upon hearing her words, cast a glance at Li Mu, then sighed and proceeded towards the cockpit. The girl in the green dress promptly assisted Li Mu, saying, "Brother, bear with it. We shall discuss matters upon reaching the imperial capital." Li Mu remained silent, utterly devastated by the humiliation he had never before endured since his youth. Subsequently, the girl in the green dress supported Li Mu as they boarded the cloud ship. The remaining women hesitated for a moment, yet they too boarded the vessel, realizing that in this desolate wilderness, their only path to the great Qin Empire lay aboard the cloud ship. Moments later, the cloud ship took flight. On board, the passengers observed Su Yi, who stood at the edge of the ship with her eyes closed in meditation. This time, they perceived not her beauty, but rather a sense of dread. They dared not utter a word, fearing to disturb her and provoke her wrath. Unfazed by their silence, Su Yi continued her meditation, awaiting their arrival at the great Qin Empire. A day later, as the passengers began to feel drowsy, their attention was suddenly drawn forward, where a colossal shadow approached at great speed. In the next moment, the shadow clarified into that of a gigantic eagle. Clearly, they had encountered a beast, and a wave of terror washed over them. At that moment, Su Yi opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon the giant eagle. Suddenly, a surge of sword intent erupted from her being. The eagle, sensing this formidable aura, exhibited a flicker of wariness in its eyes, halted midair, emitted a piercing cry, and swiftly turned to flee. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Had this beast truly been frightened away by the young man? At this juncture, the girl in the green dress shot a glance at Su Yi and approached her. The others attempted to restrain her, but she deftly brushed them aside. In the next instant, she stood beside Su Yi and remarked, "Your strength is commendable." Su Yi glanced at her and replied, "It's fairly adequate." The girl in the green dress regarded Su Yi intently and said, "Yet, no matter how exceptional one's talent may be, without a solid backing, one is akin to a leaf adrift in the vast expanse." Su Yi furrowed his brow, questioning, "What are you implying?" The girl replied, "I hereby extend an invitation for you to join my family as an external disciple. I can offer you a sanctuary and resources for cultivation. It would be far more secure than wandering aimlessly alone." Upon hearing this, Su Yi merely smiled and fell silent once more, closing his eyes again. The girl in the green dress, observing his indifference, furrowed her brows and warned, "You have offended my brother. If you do not join my family, the consequences could be dire, mutilation at best, and at worst, your very life." Su Yi remained resolute in his silence. The girl regarded him for a moment longer, then turned and departed. Chapter 81. Ouyang. How 3 days later, the cloud ship descended, arriving at the imperial capital. Observing this, Su Yi disembarked, intending to leave. Just then, he noticed the girl in the green dress blocking his path, her expression icy, declaring, "You shall not pass." In response, Su Yi ignored her and attempted to sidestep her. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw several guards approaching, brandishing their swords. In front of several guards stood a middle-aged man adorned in opulent attire, whose visage bore a resemblance to Li Fan. Upon the sight of this man, the woman in the green dress displayed a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "Uncle," she exclaimed. The man, upon hearing her, nodded slightly and began to scan the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. He then turned to the woman and inquired, "Where is your brother?" Just as she was about to respond, Li Fan, standing beside her, suddenly interjected, "Uncle." The man turned his gaze to Li Fan, and upon seeing his current state, was taken aback and then exclaimed angrily, "Who did this to you? Truly, one must possess gall to act so recklessly." Li Fan, hearing this, pointed at Su Yi with a fierce expression and declared, "It was him, uncle. I implore you to avenge me." The man's eyes turned cold as he directed his gaze towards Su Yi, preparing to unleash his wrath. Yet, upon observing Su Yi closely, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "A swordsman at such a young age?" Su Yi remained silent. The man continued to scrutinize Su Yi, his expression wavering, and then coldly stated, "At your age, to possess such remarkable swordsmanship, you must hail from a powerful lineage. However, my Li family is not to be trifled with. Given the influence backing you, kneel and apologize to Li Fan, and I shall spare your life." Li Fan's countenance darkened upon hearing his uncle's words. "Uncle, he has reduced me to this state. You should simply eliminate him. In the great Qin Empire, who has ever dared to disregard our Li family so openly?" The man remained silent, merely gazing at Su Yi. Seeing this, Su Yi sighed and addressed the man, "We stand in the imperial capital, beneath the emperor's dominion. We ought to reason through this. Your nephew instigated the provocation. I had no intention of engaging with him, and had planned to leave peacefully. However, your nephew obstructed my path, which compelled me to retaliate. To be candid, my sparing of his life is already a display of my magnanimity." Li Mu, incensed by Su Ye's words, glared at him and shouted, "Preposterous! What does it matter that Li Fan provoked you? How dare you compare yourself to me? Even if I were to strike you, you ought to endure it." Su Yi ignored him and turned to the man. "You see the situation. What is your stance?" The man's gaze turned icy. "Even if he provoked you, you should not have reduced him to this state. Furthermore, it seems you have failed to recognize your own position. I am extending you the courtesy of a civil conversation. Do not be ungrateful. Kneel and apologize, and let this matter rest. Su Ye's expression hardened in response. What if I refuse to apologize? The man met Su Ye's gaze directly and then, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a blazing long knife, stating coldly, "This is your final opportunity." Su Ye remained silent. Observing this, the man's eyes narrowed, and he swung the knife fiercely towards Su Ye, unleashing a surge of green energy in the form of a blade that descended upon him. Su Ye, sensing the impending strike, sought to channel his sword spirit for an enhancement, but it remained unresponsive. In that moment, Su Ye drew his sword and thrust forward. Bang! In the next instant, to Li Fan's exhilaration, Su Ye was sent reeling backward by the man's strike. The man, observing this, unleashed another wave of sword energy aimed directly at Su Ye. Upon witnessing this scene, a sinister expression emerged on Su Ye's face as he prepared to strike down with his sword. Just then, he noticed a blaze materializing before him, forcefully repelling the man's sword energy. The man, upon seeing this, furrowed his brow and turned to find a robust middle-aged figure clad in armor standing before him, none other than Wu Lai. Wu Lai cast a glance at Su Ye before addressing the man. "Would you grant me this favor?" The man frowned and replied, "Is he one of yours?" Wu Lai smiled and responded, "He is the Lord of Tianqing that I have recruited." At this revelation, a flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes as he regarded Wu Lai, saying, "In that case, I shall afford you this courtesy today. However, I cannot make such guarantees in the future." Wu Lai, hearing this, chuckled, "Feel free." The man snorted coldly and then departed with Li Mu and the woman in the green dress. As they left, Su Ye turned to Wu Lai and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, General, for your rescue." Wu Lai waved his hand and sighed. The head of the Li family is a prodigy nurtured by the great Qin Empire, having contributed significantly to it. Thus, His Majesty holds the Li family in high regard, which has led them to become somewhat arrogant. Do not take it to heart. Understanding the situation, Su Ye inquired, "What if they seek to trouble me in the future?" Wu Lai smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, as long as you are in Tianqing, such occurrences will not transpire. The lords of the 36 prodigy cities are individuals cultivated with great care by our great Qin Empire. They would not act so foolishly." Su Ye nodded, "Understood. I shall take my leave now." Wu Lai acknowledged, "Go ahead and focus on your training. If you become powerful, both Lingyue sect and the Li family will regard you with caution, perhaps even seek to resolve any enmity." With that, he turned and departed. Watching Wu Lai's retreating figure, Su Ye chose not to linger and also left. Upon returning to Tianqing, he immediately entered seclusion in the Lord's mansion to practice his swordsmanship. After days of experience on the battlefield against monstrous beasts, he felt his understanding of the sword had significantly deepened, and he was not far from breaking through to the rank of Grand Sword Master. Meanwhile, the members of the Su family refrained from disturbing him, dedicating themselves to assisting Su Hai in managing Tianqing. Time passed, and 3 days later, while Su Ye was practicing his sword techniques, he suddenly noticed Zheng Nan, the head of the Zheng family, arriving. Zheng Nan regarded Su Ye with a somewhat complex expression, slightly cupping his hands in salute. "Greetings, Lord." Su Ye waved his hand and asked, "What brings you here?" Zheng Nan replied solemnly, "I have come to inform you that the Prime Minister's son, Ouyang Hao, will arrive in Tianqing tomorrow." Su Ye, puzzled, wondered how the Prime Minister's son coming to Tianqing concerned him. Zheng Nan paused, surprised that the Lord was unaware of the connection between Ouyang Hao and the Shao family. Realizing the implications, Su Ye urged, "Please elaborate." Zheng Nan gathered his thoughts and explained, Ouyang Hao visited Tianqing as a child, hosted by the Shao family. At that time, Shao Cheng had a daughter who was of a similar age and possessed a charming appearance. Upon meeting her, Ouyang Hao was immediately infatuated and arranged a marriage contract between the Prime Minister and the Shao family. This caused quite a stir throughout Tianqing. Hearing this, Su Ye interrupted Zheng Nan. "If the Shao family is connected to the Prime Minister by marriage, how then could they be removed from the lordship and replaced by me?" Zheng Nan Dao. 3 years ago, the daughter of Shao Cheng succumbed to a peculiar illness, leading to her untimely demise. Since that tragic event, the relationship between the Shao family and the Prime Minister's residence has significantly deteriorated. Chapter 82. You did this? Upon hearing this, Su Ye began to comprehend the implications and turned to Zheng Nan Dao, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that the Prime Minister's son will make things difficult for me?" Zheng Nan Dao nodded affirmatively, asserting, "Indeed, for I have learned that the Prime Minister's son harbored affections for Shao Cheng's daughter, and he remains unbetrothed to anyone. Moreover, he has not visited Tianqing in quite some time. His sudden arrival must certainly be connected to you." Su Ye furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "I understand now. Thank you for the warning." Zheng Nan Dao smiled and responded, "It was my duty." With that, He turned and departed. After Zheng Nandao's departure, Su Yi resumed her sword practice. In Tianqing, at the city gates, Xiao Cheng stood with the members of the Xiao family, their gazes eagerly fixed ahead. Moments later, Xiao Cheng spotted a young man clad in green approaching from a distance. Upon recognizing him, the entire Xiao family was filled with excitement. For this young man was none other than the son of the prime minister of the great Qin Empire. In the next instant, the young man reached Xiao Cheng and addressed him. Uncle Xiao, I apologize for my prolonged absence. I have been preoccupied with various matters. Xiao Cheng smiled and replied, No need for apologies. Your status leaves you little time to spare. I am delighted that you have come after I sent word. The young man smiled in return. Remaining silent, Xiao Cheng then suggested, Let us return to the Xiao residence. I have arranged a grand feast in your honor. The young man nodded in agreement. Witnessing this scene, the people of Tianqing were taken aback. What brings Ouyang Hao here? One wondered. Surely, Xiao Cheng intends to seek revenge against Su Yi by summoning Ouyang Hao. Another remarked, Su Yi is a prodigy chosen by the great Qin Empire. Her status rivals that of Ouyang Hao. I sense a spectacle is on the horizon. You're overthinking it. The identity of the prime minister's son is more than sufficient to overshadow Su Yi. A day later, news spread throughout Tianqing. Originating from the Xiao family, Ouyang Hao had commanded that Su Yi be summoned to the Xiao residence. At the city lord's mansion, Su Yi was practicing her swordplay when a guard approached her and asked, Do you have a moment? The guard appeared hesitant and replied, Just now. Ouyang Hao ordered you to go to the Xiao residence immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed her brow and acknowledged, I understand. The guard cast a worried glance at her before turning away. Returning to her practice, Su Yi continued for another hour. At the Xiao family residence, in the grand hall, a lavish banquet was underway. At the main table, Ouyang Hao and Xiao Cheng sat across from one another, surrounded by the members of the Xiao family. Xiao Cheng's expression was somewhat icy as he turned to his bodyguard, instructing, Inform Su Yi that I am granting her one final opportunity. Should she fail to arrive within 10 minutes, she shall face the consequences. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard promptly departed. Xiao Cheng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he remarked, Thank you for aiding me in my quest for vengeance. Ouyang Hao smiled, but a hint of melancholy flickered in his gaze as he replied, It was my duty. If only Zira were here, she would surely be pleased with my actions. Upon hearing Ouyang Hao's words, a flicker of regret surfaced in Xiao Cheng's eyes. Certainly, Ouyang Hao smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. The members of the Xiao family, witnessing Ouyang Hao's quiet demeanor, also fell silent, and the atmosphere grew still. After a brief moment, upon seeing the return of the guard, Ouyang Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, Where is Su Yi? The guard, his eyes filled with indignation, replied, Su Yi said he was unavailable and did not come. The Xiao family, hearing the guard's words, were struck with shock and anger. They were astonished that Su Yi would show such blatant disregard for Ouyang Hao, and enraged by his audacity. Ouyang Hao's expression turned icy upon hearing this, and he rose directly, making his way toward the Xiao family's exit. Observing this, the Xiao family members understood that Ouyang Hao was headed to confront Su Yi and promptly followed in his wake. Moments later, Ouyang Hao arrived at the city lord's mansion. The guard at the entrance, upon seeing him, inquired, Who are you? What brings you here? In response, Xiao Cheng became furious, pointing at the guard and exclaiming, How dare you speak to young master Ouyang in such a manner? At this, the guard's countenance shifted in surprise. He had heard of Ouyang Hao's illustrious reputation and status throughout the city in recent days, leaving him somewhat at a loss for words. Ouyang Hao remained unperturbed and addressed the guard, Call Su Yi out. The guard, upon hearing this, turned and departed. Shortly after, Su Hai emerged alongside several elders. Looking at Ouyang Hao with a smile, Might I inquire what brings you to the city lord's mansion, esteemed sir? Ouyang Hao's frown deepened upon realizing that Su Yi was not among them. Where's Su Yi? He demanded. Su Hai, sensing Ouyang Hao's displeasure, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Su Yi is currently in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. As his father, I can relay any message you have, he replied. Ouyang Hao let out a cold laugh. Speak to you? Very well. As his words fell, a surge of spiritual energy manifested in his palm, which he then forcefully directed towards Su Hai. Witnessing this, Su Hai's expression turned grave as he retaliated with a strike of his own. In the next instant, to the astonishment of the Su family, Su Hai was sent reeling backward by Ouyang Hao's blow, blood spilling from his mouth. Ouyang Hao regarded Su Hai with a chilling gaze, stating, I have given you ample chances, yet you continue to test my patience. He prepared to launch another attack. But at that moment, his gaze shifted to a striking young man emerging behind Su Hai. Upon seeing Su Hai injured, Su Ye's eyes filled with fury as he turned to Ouyang Hao. Did you do this? Ouyang Hao furrowed his brow, about to respond, when Xiao Cheng interjected. How dare you speak to young Master Ouyang in such a manner? Before he could finish, Su Yi invoked his sword spirit to elevate his sword intent, drawing his sword and thrusting it toward Ouyang Hao. In response, Ouyang Hao, both startled and enraged, retaliated with a strike of his own. Bang! In an instant. To the shock of all present, Ouyang Hao was sent stumbling backward by Su Ye's sword strike. Observing this, Ouyang Hao's expression soured, and he began to speak. However, Su Yi seized the opportunity and lunged forward with another thrust. Ouyang Hao, recognizing Su Ye's determination, attempted to counter, but in the next moment, Su Ye's sword pierced through his left shoulder. Upon witnessing this scene, Ouyang Hao was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a surge of fury. At that instant, Su Yi delivered a powerful kick to Ouyang Hao's left chest. The impact was formidable, causing Ouyang Hao to crash violently to the ground, his heart aching as if he were on the brink of death. Su Ye's gaze towards Ouyang Hao was chillingly cold, and he poised to thrust his sword towards Ouyang Hao's brow. In disbelief, Ouyang Hao pondered why Su Yi dared to assault him. Just then, Su Hai appeared before Su Yi, startling him and prompting Su Yi to sheath his sword hastily. Su Hai, regarding Su Yi with concern, cautioned, "Do not act impulsively." Sighing, Su Yi recognized that Su Hai was apprehensive of Ouyang Hao's status, fearing that if he were to kill Ouyang Hao, it would incite trouble from the Chancellor. Relieved to see Su Yi halted by Su Hai, Ouyang Hao exhaled deeply. Chapter 83, Shameless. Su Yi cast a glance at Ouyang Hao before turning to leave, unwilling to burden Su Hai with worry. Witnessing this, a flicker of humiliation flashed in Ouyang Hao's eyes. In the imperial capital, he was revered, and even the elder generation treated him with utmost respect. To be disrespected by Su Yi was intolerable. Filled with vengeful intent, Ouyang Hao, upon seeing Su Yi depart, suddenly produced a diamond-shaped token and hurled it into the sky. In an instant, the token erupted, transforming into a streak of light that soared towards the imperial capital, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Hai, who was about to enter, felt a weight in his heart upon witnessing this. He understood that Ouyang Hao had summoned reinforcements, people summoned by the Chancellor's son. Casting a glance at Ouyang Hao, Su Hai hurriedly departed. Soon after, Su Hai located Su Yi, who had just arrived at the training grounds. Noticing Su Hai's grave expression, Su Yi inquired, "What is it?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Hai replied gravely, "You must leave at once. Ouyang Hao has called for help. You cannot withstand it now." Hearing this, Su Ye's eyes darkened with murderous intent. He realized that certain individuals truly deserve to be eliminated on the spot, without any mercy. With this thought, Su Yi dashed outward. Startled by this sudden action, Su Hai attempted to intercept him, but he could not match Su Ye's speed and could only watch as Su Ye's figure grew distant. Resigned, Su Hai followed behind. Shortly thereafter, upon exiting the city lord's mansion, Su Yi noticed that Ouyang Hao and the members of the Shao family had yet to depart. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, aiming his sword at Ouyang Hao. In response, Ouyang Hao maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed. Just as Su Ye's sword was about to pierce Ouyang Hao's brow, a spiraling emerald energy descended from above, causing Su Ye's sword to strike the ground forcefully, embedding itself 3 inches deep. Quickly, Su Yi withdrew his sword and retreated, casting his gaze skyward. There, he beheld a woman clad in black, her figure slender yet voluptuous and well-proportioned. The next moment, she landed gracefully beside Ouyang Hao. Upon seeing her, Ouyang Hao commanded, "Ji Ling, eliminate this brat." At his words, the woman glanced at Su Yi, her beautiful eyes turning a haunting green before she charged towards him. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yi commanded his sword spirit to elevate his sword intent to that of a grand sword master, and then, wielding his sword, he lunged at the armored woman. With a resounding clash, Su Yi was sent reeling backward by Ji Ling's forceful strike, much to the exhilaration of Ouyang Hao and the members of the Shao family. A fleeting glance at the woman told Su Yi that he was no match for her prowess. Yet what of it? With a surge of sword intent emanating from his being, his blade became enveloped in a burst of silvery, sword energy. He then propelled himself off the ground, thrusting his sword towards the woman. Her expression remained serene as a green radiance manifested in her hand, transforming into a slender blade that she swiftly unleashed towards Su Yi. With a crack, Su Yi was repelled by the force of the blade's aura, leaving a fine wound on his abdomen from the residual energy. Observing his resilience, the woman's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise before she advanced towards him with her weapon drawn. A fierce glint appeared in Su Ye's eyes as he charged forth without a hint of hesitation. Minutes passed, and Ouyang Hao's expression darkened. Su Yi had managed to withstand Ji Ling's onslaught for several minutes. It was worth noting that Ji Ling was ranked among the top 5 prodigies of the imperial capital. Meanwhile, the Shao family members wore expressions of delight, for they anticipated Su Ye's inevitable defeat at the hands of the enchanting woman summoned by Ouyang Hao. At a certain moment, under the woman's indifferent gaze, Su Yi was struck on the wrist, yet her brow furrowed in confusion. Normally, a blow to the wrist would cause one to drop their weapon, but Su Yi clung tightly to the hilt. This display earned him a glimmer of admiration in the woman's eyes. As a sword cultivator, his tenacity was commendable. With this thought, the woman formed her left hand into a palm and struck Su Ye's chest with force, causing him to cough up blood and stagger backward. Ouyang Hao and the Shao family members exchanged glances filled with delight, knowing Su Ye's demise was imminent. Could one who could not best the woman hope to survive? Just as the woman prepared to launch another attack, she noticed a token materializing in Su Ye's hand and halted. The token was none other than the city lord's order. Su Yi met her gaze, then leaped into the air. Simultaneously, he exerted pressure with his right hand, drawing blood that flowed into the city lord's order. In an instant, the order transformed into a colossal and radiant character Tian, hovering above the city. Moments later, this character morphed into a vast golden barrier that enveloped the entire Tian city. A delicate golden mist began to permeate the air. The woman's brows knitted together at this sight. Xiao Cheng, witnessing Su Yi being lifted by the golden mist, exclaimed in anger, "How shameless!" Engaging in combat with peers and resorting to the city's formation. Hearing this, Ouyang Hao's face darkened. The Deqin Empire had established formations in all 36 prodigy cities to protect their nurtured talents. These formations were both defensive and offensive. Without the strength of the spirit realm, they were virtually impenetrable. Su Yi remained silent, regarding the woman with a hint of admiration. For he recognized that she was indeed formidable, and it was the first time he had been so thoroughly bested by a peer. Yet he must kill Ouyang Hao. With this thought, Su Yi slightly raised his palm and gently pressed towards the woman. In the next moment, amidst the grim expressions of the onlookers, the golden mist before the woman transformed into a colossal golden net, enveloping her entirely. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of anger ignited in the woman's eyes, and she swung her blade fiercely at the golden net. The moment her blade struck, a powerful force rebounded towards her, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground. The backlash. The woman regarded the golden net that ensnared her with a displeased countenance. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Ouyang Hao behind her, who was now tightly bound by the golden net, his expression one of immense agony. Observing this, the woman directed her cold voice towards Su Yi above. "If you dare to kill him, none of your family will survive." At her words, Su Yi cast a glance at her. The woman was about to speak again when she suddenly felt the golden net constrict violently, wrapping around her body, especially tightening around her neck, rendering her speechless. Su Yi intended to kill this woman. The members of the Shao family, witnessing this, were gripped by fear. Su Yi was indeed a madman. Su Yi looked at the woman and let out a cold laugh. He had no desire to kill her, but she threatened his family. Thus, she would meet the same fate as Ouyang Hao. With this thought, Su Yi turned his gaze back to Ouyang Hao, and the golden net surrounding him tightened further, threatening to choke the life out of him. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly spotted Su Hai rushing through the door. Su Hai glanced at Ouyang Hao, and upon seeing his condition, he was taken aback and sprinted towards the golden net. Chapter 84. Invincible. Seeing this, Su Yi was alarmed. The net possessed a backlash effect. He promptly retracted the golden net that ensnared Ouyang Hao. Ouyang Hao collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and gasping for breath. Observing this, Su Hai breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Yi had indeed killed Ouyang Hao, it would have undoubtedly cost him his life. The Chancellor of the Great Qin Empire was not to be trifled with, especially considering their recent arrival in the empire. With this thought, Su Hai glanced at the woman before turning to Su Yi. Su Yi sighed softly and removed the golden net that had ensnared the woman. He may disregard the words of others, but he could not ignore Su Hai, who had raised him. After a while, both the woman and Ouyang Hao regained their composure. The woman rose and looked at Su Yi with a frosty expression, yet she remained silent. Ouyang Hao also regarded Su Yi. His anger had dissipated, replaced by wariness. He understood that if he threatened Su Yi, he would surely be met with death. However, Ouyang Hao felt somewhat reassured. After all, being humiliated by a madman provided him with a semblance of justification, easing his inner turmoil. Nevertheless, he vowed to retaliate against Su Yi in the future, repaying the humiliation he endured today 100-fold. Su Yi turned to Ouyang Hao, his handsome face devoid of warmth, and coldly commanded, "Leave." Upon hearing those words, Ouyang Hao's expression darkened, yet he refrained from uttering a word. His fists clenched tightly as he strode toward the city gate. The woman cast a glance at Su Yi but remained silent, following closely behind Ouyang Hao. Witnessing their departure, The members of the Xiao family felt a shiver run through them. They understood that, given Su Ye's temperament, what awaited them next would undoubtedly be a nightmare. Su Yi glanced at Xiao Cheng before departing, without hesitation. The Xiao family members stood momentarily dumbfounded. What could this mean? Xiao Cheng, watching Su Yi's retreating figure, took a long moment to draw a conclusion. Su Yi perceived him as insignificant, unworthy of his attention, and could crush him at will. With this thought, Xiao Cheng's fists tightened, and he turned to leave with the Xiao family in tow. Seeing this, Su Hai let out a slight sigh of relief. But soon his brows furrowed in concern. He felt that Su Ye's hostility had intensified. He recalled that before Su Yi became a sword cultivator, he had not been this volatile. Was it possible that all sword cultivators possessed such a fierce temperament? With this in mind, Su Hai glanced in Su Ye's direction. An ominous premonition enveloping him. He sensed that if Su Yi continued down this path, trouble would surely follow. After a long pause, Su Hai sighed and entered the city lord's manor. He resolved to limit Su Ye's outings until he acquired absolute strength. Meanwhile, Su Yi arrived at the training grounds, grappling with the side effects of his elevated sword intent, and began to practice fervently. Following the events of the day, his desire to break through to the rank of Grand Sword Master grew ever more urgent. Time flew swiftly as he trained, and before he knew it, 5 days had passed. On this particular day, while immersed in his sword practice, Su Yi suddenly noticed the sword spirit materializing before him. As he observed the spirit, he realized it had solidified to the point of appearing as an ordinary, beautiful young girl. The sword spirit regarded Su Yi and remarked, "Your progress is excruciatingly slow. At this rate, when will you become invincible in this realm?" Invincible? Su Ye's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated such high expectations from the sword spirit. With a sigh, the spirit proclaimed, "Very well, from today onward, I shall train with you until you achieve the rank of Grand Sword Master." At this revelation, a glimmer of joy illuminated Su Ye's eyes. Previously, he had asked the sword spirit to practice with him, but she had declined, leading him to abandon the idea. To his astonishment, the spirit now voluntarily offered to train with him. With the sword spirit by his side, his comprehension of the sword path would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. The sword spirit cast a glance at Su Yi, then promptly took action, casually picking up a branch and swiping it toward him. Su Yi braced himself. He had not forgotten the overwhelming defeats he had suffered at the hands of the sword spirit during his time at Lingwei sect. Yet, even with his utmost focus, he found himself unable to decipher the spirit's sword techniques. In the following days, under the indifferent gaze of the sword spirit, Su Yi endured relentless beatings. The intensity of this training surpassed even the ferocity he had experienced at Lingwei sect. Su Yi felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, yet instead of discomfort, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes as he gazed at the sword spirit. He understood that the fiercer the sword spirit was, the swifter his comprehension of the sword path would be. As time passed, half a month later, Su Yi suddenly noticed the sword spirit coming to a halt before it entered his consciousness. In the next moment, he looked skyward to see a robust man descending, who turned out to be Wu Lai. Upon seeing Su Yi, Wu Lai landed a short distance away and, after sizing him up, chuckled, "Long time no see. I need to rest here for a few days. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Su Yi glanced at Wu Lai and noticed that he was covered in blood, with several tears in his clothing, revealing glimpses of wounds beneath. Seeing this, Su Yi nodded, of course. He then led Wu Lai to a room, instructing someone to prepare a bath. After Wu Lai had a refreshing wash, Su Yi summoned a few physicians to attend to him. A moment later, when Su Yi heard Wu Lai beckon him to enter, he accompanied the physicians through the door. Inside, he observed Wu Lai seated on the bed, his upper body bare and adorned with numerous scars. Among them were deep, serpentine gashes crossing his chest in a cruciform pattern. Most alarmingly, a deep wound on his abdomen was bleeding profusely. Seeing this, Su Yi gestured for the physicians to attend to Wu Lai's injuries. The physicians exchanged glances at Wu Lai before promptly moving to treat his wounds. During this process, Su Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Despite the severity of his injuries, Wu Lai's demeanor remained devoid of pain, even displaying a faint smile. This sight stirred a sense of admiration within Su Yi. At that moment, Wu Lai suddenly turned to Su Yi and remarked, "I heard you defeated Ouyang Hao recently?" Surprised, Su Yi replied, "Yes, but how did you know?" Wu Lai chuckled. "After Ouyang Hao returned, the Prime Minister intended to send someone to eliminate you, but I intervened." Realizing the implications, Su Yi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Wu Lai waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing. You are the one I have chosen, and your victory over Ouyang Hao has certainly enhanced my reputation." As Su Yi prepared to respond with modesty, Wu Lai interrupted him. Looking directly at Su Yi, he advised, "While I appreciate your temperament, I advise you to temper your anger. You may offend those older than you." I can protect you from them, but the talents of the Great Qin Empire are numerous. To speak plainly, with your current strength, it would be a challenge for you to rank among the top 10 of the younger generation in the capital. Chapter 85. The Gathering of Talents. If you were to offend these talents and find yourself in peril, I assure you I would not intervene. Do you understand? Su Yi nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Wu Lai's words. He believed in the truth of Wu Lai's assertion regarding the abundance of talents in the capital. After all, he could not even best Ji Ling at present. Seeing Su Yi nod in agreement, Wu Lai smiled and said, "Let us go then. I have no further matters to attend to here." Su Yi cast a glance at Wu Lai before departing. In the capital, within the Prime Minister's residence, Ouyang Hao and Ji Ling sat facing each other in a secluded chamber. Observing Ji Ling's striking visage, Ouyang Hao spoke coldly. "Have your injuries healed?" Ji Ling, maintaining a stoic expression, revealed that she had sustained little harm and was largely unscathed. Noticing Ji Ling's indifferent demeanor, Ouyang Hao let out a slight sigh. Ji Ling was an orphan, taken in by the steward of the Prime Minister's estate, and her remarkable talent and exceptional beauty led Ouyang to request her as his maid when she was merely 13. As she matured, Ji Ling's prowess rapidly escalated. Now at 18, she ranked among the top 5 of the younger generation in the capital. Such strength, coupled with her enchanting appearance, quickly garnered her fame throughout the empire. And Ouyang felt a profound sense of pride and accomplishment in having her as his maid. As Ji Ling sensed Ouyang's unwavering gaze upon her, a flicker of discomfort crossed her, though she refrained from expressing it. After a lengthy silence, Ouyang withdrew his gaze and declared solemnly, "Su Yi must die." Upon hearing this, Ji Ling turned her attention to Ouyang but remained silent. Ouyang, casting a sidelong glance at Ji Ling, revealed a shadowy glint in his eyes. The desire for Su Ye's demise was not born from personal animosity, but rather from the potential threat his exceptional talent posed. At merely 15 years old, Su Yi was known for his vengeful nature. Such prowess and temperament, if nurtured, could spell disaster in the future. Ji Ling furrowed her brows, reminding him that she was chosen by General Wu Lai, making it imprudent to take action against Su Yi, especially since he resided in Tianqing, rendering assassination unfeasible. Ouyang chuckled softly. He has recently arrived in the Qin Empire and lacks a solid foundation. Why must we sully our hands? Ji Ling's eyes glimmered with curiosity at his words. Ouyang, with a smirk, suggested, "Isn't he known for his fiery temperament? Let us find someone with an even worse temper, someone of greater strength and influence." Realization dawned upon Ji Ling as she inquired, "You mean the third prince, Qin Lang?" Ouyang affirmed, "Precisely. Convey my message. In 2 days, we will host the Tianjiao conference at the Prime Minister's residence, inviting the elite of the capital." Ji Ling questioned, "Some may not attend." Ouyang dismissed her concern with a shake of his head. "Their absence is inconsequential. As long as the third prince is present, that suffices." Ji Ling, having nothing further to say, turned and departed. Inside the chamber, Ouyang Hao's grip on the teacup suddenly tightened, causing the tea within to boil vigorously. Rage surged within him. As he watched Ji Ling's retreating figure, he understood that she harbored a growing admiration for Su Yi, a notion he could not tolerate. After all, Ji Ling was his possession. No one else was permitted to encroach upon that. Meanwhile, Su Yi arrived at the training grounds, resuming his sword practice. He could not deny that Wu Lai's words had ignited a competitive spirit within him, for which young person desires to be outshone by their peers. Thus, Su Yi spent the entire day honing his skills. The following day, he was approached by a guard, prompting him to cease his training. The guard regarded Su Yi with a slight bow before presenting him with a golden invitation, then turned and departed. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yi felt a tinge of confusion as his gaze fell upon the invitation in his hand, emblazoned with the words Tianjiao Invitation in striking red. The name Ouyang Hao elicited a scoff from Su Yi. He perceived Ouyang Hao as treating him like a fool, having just made an enemy of him. How could he send an invitation? Was it not blatantly a trap? With this thought, a wisp of sword energy materialized in Su Ye's hand, shattering the invitation into fragments. Before he resumed his sword practice, as time flowed by, another day passed. In the early morning, just as Su Yi was about to take a brief respite, he noticed Wu Lai approaching. Moments later, Wu Lai stood before him with a smile, saying, "I heard Ouyang Hao sent you a Tianjiao invitation?" Su Yi nodded, "Indeed. But I shattered it." Wu Lai chuckled, "You should still go." Su Yi furrowed his brow, questioning the wisdom of attending. Ouyang Hao was clearly plotting against him. Attending would be akin to stepping willingly into a trap. Wu Lai inquired, "Are you afraid of his schemes?" Su Yi remained silent. If it were merely a scheme from the younger generation, he would not fear it. However, he suspected that Ouyang Hao might resort to using his elders, leaving him with no escape. Wu Lai regarded Su Yi with assurance. "Rest assured, with me around, no elder will lay a hand on you." Besides, the Tianjiao Assembly will gather many young talents. Attending could foster beneficial connections for you in the future. Moreover, you have been in the Great Qin Empire for several months and have yet to explore the imperial capital. Hearing Wu Lai's words, Su Yi understood that Wu Lai wished for him to attend. Refusing any further would be a slight against him. With that thought, Su Yi looked at Wu Lai and replied, "Very well." In the imperial capital, within a lavish private room of a grand restaurant, Ouyang Hao sat alongside Ji Ling, while across from them was a young man clad in a golden robe, his countenance resolute. This young man was none other than the third prince of the Great Qin Empire, Qin Lang. Qin Lang regarded Ouyang Hao with a smile. "It has been a while since we last met. What brings you to invite me for drinks today?" Ouyang Hao returned the smile. "Indeed, it has been long. We must catch up, especially with the Tianjiao Assembly commencing tonight. I hope the third prince will grace us with your presence." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. "Given our relationship, I will certainly attend. There is no need for such formalities." At this juncture, Qin Lang abruptly shifted the conversation, fixing his gaze on Ouyang Hao. "I heard that you were recently bested by the city lord?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Hao's heart leapt with joy. He had been uncertain how to broach the subject. Yet Qin Lang had brought it up. However, a shadow of disappointment crossed his face as he reflected on his own inadequacies. Su Yi, after all, was the chosen one of General Wu Lai, possessing considerable talent. He estimated Su Yi would rank among the top 5 of the younger generation in the imperial capital. And more critically, this individual had an exceedingly volatile temper, quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Qin Lang scoffed at Ouyang Hao's remarks. "A poor temperament? Arrogance. That merely indicates a lack of experience with setbacks. You are the son of the Chancellor of the Great Qin Empire. Worry not. I shall assist you in avenging this grievance." Ouyang Hao's heart warmed at these words. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Qin Lang and said, "Then I thank the third prince sincerely. To be candid, I have also invited Su Yi to the Tianjiao gathering. To my knowledge, General Wu Lai is in the imperial capital, and given his temperament, he will undoubtedly bring Su Yi to the capital." Qin Lang took a sip of his wine and remarked with a smile, "Tonight, I am eager to witness just how intolerable this Su Yi truly is." Ouyang Hao rose to pour wine for Qin Lang, a shadow of malice flickering in his eyes. Even if he did not kill Su Yi tonight, he intended to cripple him. Chapter 86, Audacity. Meanwhile, Su Yi accompanied Wu Lai to the imperial capital. Casting a glance at Wu Lai beside him, Su Yi shook his head slightly, resolving to merely make an appearance at the so-called Tianjiao gathering before returning directly to Tianqing to practice his swordsmanship. Without the prowess of a grand sword master, he felt woefully inadequate. An hour later, Su Yi arrived at the imperial capital with Wu Lai. Wu Lai escorted Su Yi to the general's mansion and arranged for his accommodation. Looking at Su Yi, Wu Lai advised, "Make sure to arrive early tonight. I have heard that the third prince will also be attending, so do not keep him waiting." Upon hearing this, Su Yi responded, "Understood." Wu Lai chuckled, then patted Su Yi on the shoulder before departing. Observing Wu Lai's retreating figure, Su Yi felt a sense of admiration. Wu Lai's cultivation must be exceedingly high, as he could sense a lingering warmth from the shoulder pat. Not dwelling on it further, Su Yi turned and entered his quarters. Half an hour later, as twilight descended, Su Yi glanced outside and stepped out of his room, heading toward the prime minister's mansion. Along the way, several disciples of the general's mansion caught sight of Su Yi, their eyes glimmering with curiosity, for they had learned that Su Yi was the chosen candidate for the Lord of Tianqing. Those previously selected by Wu Lai had, without exception, become pillars of the Great Qin Empire, each at least of spirit realm caliber. Before long, Su Yi arrived at the prime minister's mansion. The guards at the entrance did not inquire about an invitation, but allowed him entry. Guided by a maid, Su Yi entered a spacious hall. As his gaze swept across the room, he noticed many exceptional young men and women. Ouyang Hao sat at the head of the table alongside a youth clad in golden robes. Su Yi surmised that this golden-robed youth must be the third prince mentioned by Wu Lai. As Su Yi entered, the previously lively atmosphere fell silent, and Ouyang Hao's expression turned frigid. He had attempted to compose himself, yet upon seeing Su Yi again, he found himself engulfed in anger. Qin Lang shot a glance at Su Yi before resuming his conversation with Ouyang Hao. The others paid little attention to Su Yi. After all, they too were prodigies. Why should Su Yi command such attention? Noticing his own dismissal, Su Yi remained unfazed and, spotting an empty seat on the far left, proceeded to approach it. Qin Lang's eyes flared with indignation at Su Yi's lack of salutation, for he was a prince. Others would at least greet him. But Su Yi had the audacity to ignore him entirely. With this thought, Wu Lai glared at Su Yi, reprimanding him coldly. "Presumptuous. Why do you not bow before this prince? Kneel at once." Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Qin Lang, saying, "You are not the emperor, So why should I bow to you? Moreover, even if I were to meet the emperor, I would not prostrate myself, let alone kneel before you. At Su Ye's words, a flicker of disdain crossed the eyes of the gathered young elites. While genius undoubtedly demands a certain pride, excessive arrogance that blinds one to the situation is nothing short of folly. Qin Lang felt a surge of anger rising within him, for Su Ye's words struck a nerve. He considered himself mediocre among the princes, making the prospect of ascending to the throne nearly unattainable for him. Ouyang Hao, witnessing the scene, smirked inwardly, knowing that offending the third prince would likely spell disaster for Su Yi. Suddenly, Qin Lang turned to the woman beside him and coldly commanded, "Disable his legs." At his words, the woman lunged towards Su Yi. In response, a glimmer of coldness appeared in Su Ye's eyes as he instantly summoned his sword intent to the realm of a grand sword master and fiercely charged at the woman with a single strike. Bang! To the astonishment of everyone present, Su Ye's sword pierced the woman's left arm. Pain contorted her face as she glared at Su Yi, a murderous intent igniting in her eyes. Suddenly, a bloody dagger materialized in her left hand, aimed viciously at Su Ye's lower body. In that moment, Su Yi retaliated with a swift kick to her abdomen, causing her to stumble and crash to the ground. Then, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Su Yi advanced swiftly, pressing his sword against the woman's neck. She was utterly stunned, her beautiful eyes locked onto Su Yi, unable to fathom that he truly intended to kill her. Just moments ago, she had been enjoying her meal. Realizing this, she closed her eyes, surrendering her body entirely to the ground. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt a twinge of fear, while talented individuals were not alarming. Those who were unafraid of death were a cause for concern. Qin Lang's gaze was fixated on Su Yi, a mixture of shock and fury written across his face. He could not comprehend why Su Yi would dare to kill, as if he feared nothing. Meanwhile, Ouyang Hao's eyes gleamed with delight, confident that, given Qin Lang's typical behavior, Su Yi was as good as dead. After the woman breathed her last, Su Yi cast a glance at Qin Lang before turning to leave. In that instant, Qin Lang directed his gaze at the guards from the Prime Minister's residence, shouting, "Kill him." At his command, the guards rushed towards Su Yi. Just then, Su Yi pivoted, revealing the city lord's token of Tianqing. Upon seeing the token, the guards immediately halted, a look of trepidation crossing their faces. They were well aware of the significance of the city lord's token from the 36 young elite city. They feared Wu Lai far more than they feared the third prince, who had little hope of becoming the heir. Noticing this, Qin Lang's expression darkened further, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Su Yi. Looking directly at Qin Lang, he questioned, "Third prince, why pursue this? What grievances exist between us?" Qin Lang glared at Su Yi, but before he could respond, Su Yi continued, "Third prince, can you truly not see that Ouyang Hao is sowing discord between us? My prowess is known to him. However, when you commanded your guard to act, he remained silent, seeking to sow discord between us. Third prince, I urge you to contemplate this matter earnestly." Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Ouyang Hao retorted angrily, "You speak nonsense. When have I ever sought to incite discord? As for not informing the third prince of your capabilities, how could I have anticipated your utter disregard for the Great Qin Empire, resorting to lethal measures? According to the laws of Great Qin, you deserve the death penalty." At that moment, Qin Lang turned to Su Yi, his voice cold as ice. "The bond one share with Ouyang Hao is not something you can compare to. Do not assume that I am targeting you. Even if I were to take your life, what difference would it make?" Upon hearing this, the other distinguished youths in attendance comprehended the situation. It became clear that the third prince and Ouyang Hao were deliberately tormenting Su Yi. Realizing this, they cast a glance at Su Yi, their eyes reflecting a hint of pity, having just arrived in the imperial city. He had already offended both the third prince and Ouyang Hao. Su Yi, upon hearing Qin Lang's words, fell into silence. Noticing his quietude, Qin Lang prepared to speak once more. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly turned to Qin Lang and declared, "I shall pay my respects." Upon hearing this, both Qin Lang and Ouyang Hao were taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. Even with a temper as fierce as Su Ye's, he dared not offend them both simultaneously. It appeared he was now inclined to yield. The other distinguished youths regarded Su Yi with disdain at this revelation. Chapter 87, Your Final Opportunity. Should Su Yi continue to stand firm, they might have held him in higher esteem. But to act with bravado only to then submit was hardly the behavior befitting a paragon. At this juncture, Qin Lang looked at Su Yi with a mocking smile. "You may pay your respects, but I demand that you kneel." The crowd's expressions turned even more contemptuous. The notion of submission was not enough. He was commanded to kneel. Yet they believed there was no way Su Yi would acquiesce, for if he were to kneel before them, he would forever lose the ability to hold his head high. Upon hearing Qin Lang's demand, Su Yi nodded. Very well. The gathered youths furrowed their brows in response. Had they underestimated Su Ye's audacity? Ouyang Hao's expression darkened. If Su Yi truly knelt, Qin Lang might spare his life. Yet, he could accept this outcome, for to him, Su Yi was a proud paragon. If he were to kneel, that would suffice for his sense of satisfaction, and he could always plot to eliminate Su Yi later. At that moment, Su Yi approached Qin Lang. Witnessing this, Qin Lang's eyes filled with palpable disdain. Some of the young women in attendance sighed softly. They had initially held Su Yi in high regard, but his actions now left them disappointed. In the gaze of all present, Su Yi continued to walk toward Qin Lang. As Su Yi drew near, Qin Lang commanded, "Stop. Kneel right here." Hesitating for a moment, Su Yi replied, "Let us walk a bit further. I recall that when paying respects to a prince, it is preferable to maintain a distance of 2 meters." At this, Qin Lang remained silent. Yet the disdain in his eyes deepened. Observing this, Su Yi continued his approach until he stood directly before Qin Lang. At this moment, all eyes in the arena were fixed upon Su Yi, eliciting a spectrum of reactions: contempt, regret, and disappointment. Beside him, Ouyang Hao gazed at Su Yi with a hint of excitement in his voice, urging him, "Kneel." "You hesitate." Just then, Su Yi abruptly turned to Ouyang Hao and drew his sword, aiming a lethal strike at his forehead. As the blade approached, a golden crescent-shaped mark appeared on Ouyang Hao's brow, deflecting the tip of Su Ye's sword. Observing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow and prepared to exert greater force. At that moment, an elderly man appeared to Su Ye's left, raising his foot to strike at Su Ye's forehead. Reacting swiftly, Su Yi intercepted with his sword, resulting in a resounding clash that sent him reeling backward amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. The elder glanced at Ouyang Hao, and upon noticing the blood on his forehead, he became enraged and struck towards Su Yi. Faced with this, Su Ye's expression turned grave as he unleashed the full force of his sword intent. Just then, he felt a sudden heat surging within him, and in the next instant, a fiery spear erupted from his body, hurtling towards the elder. The elder's pupils constricted in surprise, and he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The spear pierced his forehead. However, the elder exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that the fiery spear lacked true power, merely causing a slight burning sensation. He then fixed his gaze on Su Yi, refraining from further action, knowing that this fiery spear was a manifestation of Wu Lai's influence. In that moment, Su Yi recalled Wu Lai's earlier gesture of patting his shoulder and understood the implication. The onlookers were now staring at Su Yi in astonishment, not due to the fiery spear, but because of Su Ye's audacious attack on Ouyang Hao. It was evident that Su Ye's intention was to kill Ouyang Hao. Had it not been for the protective artifact, Ouyang Hao would have met his demise. Ouyang Hao regarded Su Yi with deepening shadows in his eyes. Realizing that Su Yi did not fear death or confrontation, he was solely concerned with his own inner satisfaction. Ouyang Hao could not believe that Su Yi was unaware that killing him would prevent his escape from the Prime Minister's residence. At that moment, Su Yi cast a glance at the elder, who now regarded him with icy disdain but refrained from acting further, mindful of Wu Lai's presence. Preparing to turn away, Su Yi suddenly sensed an invisible force surrounding him, rendering him breathless. Struggling to look around, he discovered a refined middle-aged man standing before Ouyang Hao. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the elder bowed respectfully, addressing him as my Lord Prime Minister. The other gifted individuals present also bowed in reverence, astonished that the Prime Minister himself had graced this humble gathering. They understood that Su Ye's fate was sealed. Su Ye's expression darkened as he looked at the Prime Minister, for his greatest fear had materialized. The Prime Minister then turned his gaze to Su Yi, his demeanor calm as he inquired, "Give me a reason for your attack on my son." In response, Su Yi coldly replied, "Do you not know your son's character? If you wish to understand, ask your son." Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the astonishment among the crowd was palpable. They found themselves utterly bewildered by Su Ye's actions, deeming them a reckless display of self-destruction. The Prime Minister, upon hearing this, felt a chill in his gaze. Subsequently, a glimmer of frost appeared at the tip of his right index finger, which he directed towards Su Yi with a gentle flick. In the next instant, a beam of icy light shot towards Su Ye's mouth. Just then, Su Yi suddenly saw Wu Lai materialize before him. Wu Lai struck out with a palm against the icy beam, shattering it in an instant. Witnessing this, the Prime Minister squinted at Wu Lai, questioning, "Do you intend to obstruct me?" Wu Lai smiled. "It is all a misunderstanding." He then turned towards Su Yi and lightly gestured in his direction. Instantly, Su Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him as the invisible energy enveloping him dissipated. Seeing this, Su Yi exhaled softly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The onlookers gasped at the ferocity in Su Ye's gaze, astonished that he still dared to harbor ill will towards Ouyang Hao. The Prime Minister cast a glance at Su Yi before shifting his focus back to Wu Lai, declaring, "You have witnessed it. He shows no signs of repentance. I shall ensure his demise today." Wu Lai sighed. "As far as I am aware, it was your son who first targeted Su Yi. Now that he has been bested, can you not endure the humiliation? Are you not merely wielding your influence to bully others?" At his words, a frosty glint appeared in the Prime Minister's eyes. Though he was uncertain of who was at fault, as the Prime Minister of the Great Qin Empire, he felt compelled to seek retribution for his son's injuries. Noticing the Prime Minister's silence, Wu Lai turned to Su Yi, saying, "Let us depart." With that, he turned to leave, and Su Yi followed suit. Behind them, Qin Lang glared at Su Ye's retreating figure, his face contorted with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. In that moment, he suddenly called out, "Stop right there." Hearing this, Su Yi halted and turned to face Qin Lang. The latter's expression grew even darker, realizing that although he had called out to Su Yi, with Wu Lai present, he could not incite others to attack him, nor could he contend with Su Yi himself. Su Yi regarded Qin Lang in silence. Observing the standoff, Qin Lang scoffed. "I give you one last chance. Kneel before me." Chapter 88. Foolishness in response. Su Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "How about this? I apologize to you, and we let this matter rest, shall we?" The crowd fell into silence at Su Ye's words, bemused by his audacity to offer a conciliatory gesture after such a confrontation. Treating Qin Lang as if he were a mere child, Qin Lang, infuriated by Su Ye's nonchalance, shouted, "Kneel before me, or face the consequences." Unmoved, Su Yi ignored him and turned to Wu Lai, saying, "Senior, let us take our leave." Wu Lai sighed, casting a glance at the enraged Qin Lang before departing with Su Yi. Meanwhile, the crowd watched Su Ye's retreating figure, their emotions a tumultuous mix of anger, admiration, and disdain, but above all, confusion. They questioned why Wu Lai would risk offending the Prime Minister and the third prince for Su Yi. Had Su Ye's talents truly reached such extraordinary heights? At that moment, the Prime Minister turned to Ouyang Hao, asking, "Are you unscathed?" Ouyang Hao's expression was grim as he replied, "I am fine." The Prime Minister then glanced in the direction Su Yi had departed before turning to leave himself. Upon witnessing this scene, the distinguished individuals all sought to take their leave from Ouyang Hao, departing one after another. However, Qin Lang remained, his gaze fixed intently on the direction in which Su Yi had vanished. After a prolonged moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, "Su Yi, I shall ensure your demise." With that, he turned and strode away. Beside him, Ouyang Hao glanced at Qin Lang, poised to intervene, but seemingly reconsidering, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. For he secretly yearned for Su Ye's downfall. With Qin Lang, the third prince, targeting him, Su Yi was bound to face dire consequences. Contemplating this, Ouyang Hao cast a glance at Ji Ling, whose enchanting eyes were fixated on the path Su Yi had taken. Observing this, Ouyang Hao inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, "Ji Ling, let us depart." With that, he began to walk away. Upon hearing this, Ji Ling withdrew her gaze, a flicker of admiration igniting within her for Su Yi. It could be said that she held an innate fondness for those who, like him, refused to bend under pressure. Were it not for their disparate statuses, she would have been inclined to make his acquaintance. As this thought crossed her mind, Ji Ling couldn't help but chuckle at her own absurdity. "I, a mere maid. How could someone of such lofty pride ever consider befriending me?" With that, she dispelled her wandering thoughts and also took her leave. Once everyone had vacated the premises, the servants of the Prime Minister's residence began to tidy up. Meanwhile, Su Yi and Wu Lai exited the Prime Minister's abode. Su Yi turned to Wu Lai and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed elder." Wu Lai smiled lightly, replying, "It was nothing. After all, it was I who summoned you." Su Yi continued, "Regardless, I must express my gratitude to the general for incurring the ire of the Prime Minister and the third prince on my behalf. I sincerely apologize." Wu Lai chuckled. "Incurring their ire? It is they who ought to ponder whether they wish to provoke me." At this, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ye's eyes. This Wu Lai exuded an aura of undeniable authority. Wu Lai regarded Su Yi and remarked, "Your temperament is indeed well suited for the path of a swordsman. Furthermore, there is no need for gratitude. As I have previously stated, our relationship is merely one of mutual utility. I offer you protection, while I seek to benefit from your future strength. Therefore, it is imperative that you survive. Should you perish, I shall not extend my care to your family." Su Yi responded, "I comprehend this. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Wu Lai nodded, "Go ahead." With that, Su Yi turned to depart. As he walked away, Wu Lai's eyes glimmered with a hint of nostalgia, reflecting, "This lad bears an uncanny resemblance to my younger self." With those words, He made his way towards the general's residence. An hour later, Su Yi had distanced himself from Tian City and was galloping along the road when suddenly, he was startled by the sound of numerous footsteps echoing behind him. Turning to glance back, he discovered a group of armored individuals hastening towards him. In no time, these figures came to a halt a short distance away from Su Yi. He focused his gaze on the leader of the group, his expression instantly turning cold. For it was none other than the third prince, Qinlang. Behind him stood a cadre of armored warriors, each emanating the formidable aura of the spirit transformation realm. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi's countenance darkened. Qinlang regarded him with a menacing sneer, declaring, "Is this the consequence of your refusal to kneel before me?" At that moment, Su Yi turned and sprinted away. Observing this, Qinlang was momentarily taken aback. Was it not customary for someone of Su Yi's disposition to fight to the bitter end? With this thought in mind, Qinlang coldly commanded, "After him." Upon hearing the words, the soldiers behind him were suddenly enveloped in a green glow, and in a flash, they charged towards Su Yi. After glancing back and realizing they had not pursued him, Su Yi let out a sigh of relief. Against such a multitude, he knew he stood no chance. Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkened, for he spotted Qinlang and those soldiers rapidly closing in on him. A sinister glint appeared in Su Yi's eyes as he abruptly halted, gripping the hilt of his sword with his right hand, his legs slightly bent in preparation. Seeing Su Yi stop, a flicker of delight ignited in Qinlang's eyes, prompting him to quicken his pace. Just then, he witnessed Su Yi draw his sword, and in the next instant, a massive burst of silver sword energy surged towards them. Qinlang's pupils constricted sharply. He instantly assessed that he could not withstand Su Yi's strike. With that thought, he swiftly retreated behind the soldiers. The soldiers, recognizing the imminent threat, gathered their spiritual energy to conjure a defensive barrier before them. In the next moment, the sword energy collided with their shield. Boom! In the astonished gazes of the soldiers, both the sword energy and the barrier shattered simultaneously, leaving the remnants of the energy to strike them, forcing them to stagger back 2 steps. White marks appearing on their armor. Clearly, had they been unarmored, they would have sustained injuries. At that moment, they turned to face forward, where another formidable wave of sword energy was cleaving towards them. The next instant, bam! They were blasted backward by this sword energy, and minor wounds marred their faces. Su Yi's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. Their collective formation rendered his attacks ineffective against them. From behind the soldiers, Qinlang, observing Su Yi's pause, bellowed in fury. "Advance. He cannot sustain this sword technique indefinitely. He is already exhausted." At his command, the soldiers surged forward towards Su Yi. In response, a fierce determination ignited in Su Yi's eyes as he sheathed his sword, firmly gripping the hilt once more. As the soldiers approached, he drew his sword and struck. Boom! The soldiers hastily gathered their spiritual power to defend, but it was too late. They stumbled from the impact of the sword energy, some of the front line even collapsing to the ground. Dust enveloped their vision. Witnessing this, Qinlang's eyes flared with anger. He unleashed a stream of at this moment. Su Yi suddenly spotted a guard approaching, accompanied by a soldier. The soldier glanced at Su Yi and stated, "The third prince sent me to relay a message. You have one last chance to leave at once." Su Yi coldly scoffed, "Get lost." Without uttering another word, the soldier turned and departed. Observing the soldier's retreating figure, Su Yi shook his head slightly, perplexed. It was truly incomprehensible that Qinlang, as the third prince of the great Qin Empire, possessed not only a low level of cultivation but also such a lack of intellect. With this thought, Su Yi dismissed further musings and resumed his sword practice. Outside the city of Tianqing, Qinlang stood with his soldiers, his expression darkened. They had pursued Su Yi all the way to Tianqing, yet he had evidently returned to the city. Just then, he saw the soldier emerge from Tianqing and inquired, "Where's Su Yi?" The soldier clasped his hands and replied, "Su Yi refuses to come out." Qinlang's countenance grew even more somber. "Return to the capital," he commanded, before leading his soldiers away. 2 hours later, Qinlang arrived back at the imperial capital and instructed the soldiers behind him, "You may return." He then made his way toward the prime minister's residence. Witnessing this, the soldiers exhaled in relief. Su Yi's strength was indeed formidable. No wonder he had been chosen by General Wu Lai. Thankfully, Su Yi did not confront us directly. Otherwise, most of us would likely have sustained injuries. As they discussed this, the soldiers proceeded toward Qinlang's residence. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the prime minister's residence, Qinlang encountered Ouyang Hao. Noticing Qinlang's grim demeanor, Ouyang Hao asked, "What's wrong? Has Su Yi escaped?" At this, anger flared in Qinlang's eyes. This fellow appeared dull-witted, yet he was exceedingly cunning, having employed schemes to elude capture and reach Tianqing. Ouyang Hao furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, Are we truly to be humiliated by an outsider without recourse? You are the third prince, and I am the son of the prime minister. If Su Yi does not pay a price, how will the people of the capital regard us? Qin Lang smirked. Of course there is a way. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought you out. Ouyang Hao inquired. What is your plan? Qin Lang replied. Since he is hiding in Tianqing and refusing to emerge, we shall force him out. With that, he turned to Ouyang Hao and declared, Come with me to the Tianlan Chamber of Commerce. Qin Lang's eyes sparkled with determination. You are indeed clever, third prince. Let us depart at once. With a smile, the third prince and Qin Lang exited the prime minister's residence together. In Tianqing, at the city lord's residence, Su Yi was practicing swordplay with his sword spirit when he noticed the spirit come to a halt. Turning to see what had caused the interruption, he found Wang Shi approaching. Upon seeing Wang Shi, Su Yi inquired, Aunt Wang, is there something amiss? Wang Shi glanced at the sword spirit, a hint of puzzlement crossing her features, before focusing on Su Yi and stating gravely, The Tianlan Chamber of Commerce has just declared that it will cease all business dealings with us in Tianqing. Confused, Su Yi asked, The Tianlan Chamber of Commerce? Wang Shi replied calmly, The Tianlan Chamber of Commerce is the largest in the Great Qin Empire, the wealthiest force within the empire. We have a branch of it here in Tianqing, and just now, the branch president announced that they will withdraw from Tianqing. Consequently, the economy of Tianqing will undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly, pondering why they had not provoked anyone, yet faced such hostility. Wang contemplated for a moment and replied, It must be that you have offended some significant figure outside, which has incited the Tianlan Chamber of Commerce to act this way. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flickered in Su Ye's eyes as he thought of Qin Lang. He turned to Wang and said, I understand. I shall investigate. With that, he departed without delay. Observing Su Ye's retreating figure, a complex expression crossed Wang's face. Before long, Su Yi arrived at the Tianlan Chamber of Commerce in Tian City, where he noticed the personnel hurriedly packing their belongings, and a cloud ship hovered above. As he prepared to enter, a graceful young woman emerged, glancing at him with a smile. I am the president of this branch, Mu Honglian. Su Yi regarded her thoughtfully and inquired, Why the sudden departure? Is there something about Tian City that displeases you? If so, please articulate it, and I shall ensure they amend it. Mu Honglian shook her head gently. No, it is merely that the headquarters in the imperial capital has instructed us to withdraw. Su Yi pressed, Must you leave? She sighed. Lord Su, please do not put me in a difficult position. I am merely a subordinate. With that, Su Yi chose not to press further and turned to leave. Watching him go, Mu Honglian shook her head slightly. At that moment, a woman in a cheap house stepped forward. Glancing at Mu Honglian and smiling, What is the matter? Sister, do you wish to stay? You seem somewhat reluctant. Mu Honglian responded, Tell me, what do you think of Su Ye's talent? The woman replied, At 15, he has reached the sword master realm, which is indeed remarkable, even in the imperial capital. He would be among the best. Mu Honglian sighed. If Su Yi does not perish, he could at least attain the sword sect realm in the future, and perhaps even become a sword sovereign. Now that we have aligned with the third prince and Ouyang Hao, I wonder if we have made the right choice. The woman in the cheap house chuckled, Sister, you are overthinking it. His talent is excellent, but he has offended both the third prince and Ouyang Hao. From what I gather, the chancellor is also displeased with Su Yi, and he might be targeted at any moment. Mu Honglian nodded, conceding, Indeed, I may have overthought it. Are all the items packed? The woman confirmed, Yes, they are ready. Let us depart. A quarter of an hour later, a cloud ship departed from Tian City, heading towards the imperial capital. The onlookers in Tian City buzzed with speculation. The Tianlan Chamber of Commerce had vacated, suggesting that a powerful figure from the imperial capital was indeed targeting Su Yi. Let them go. Tian City can thrive without the Tianlan Chamber of Commerce. Their departure opens opportunities for our local businesses. I am not worried about their exit. However, I fear that this may just be the beginning. Rest assured, Su Yi will keep an eye on matters. It will not hinder us. If necessary, we can always appoint a new city lord. 2 days later, at the city lord's mansion, Su Yi rested in the training arena while the sword spirit stood a short distance away. Su Yi looked at the sword spirit and inquired, Sword spirit, given my current pace, how long do you estimate it will take for me to assimilate the sword intent and break through to the Grand Sword Master level? The sword spirit contemplated for a moment and replied, If you continue to practice with such intensity, it may take about a month. Su Ye's expression brightened with joy. Excellent. Once I break through to the Grand Sword Master realm, you will be able to elevate my swordsmanship to the Sword Sovereign realm. Only then will I truly have a foothold in this southern domain. The sword spirit shook its head. In the future, I will not enhance your swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Why?